96. Xiao Rong's suggestion. Xiao Rong felt a pang of pain. These new students had just entered the school, so they certainly couldn't be granted merit points through normal channels. Therefore, the merit points given to them were actually her personal merit points. The few youngsters who just fought, each will receive 5 merit points. And that injured classmate, although he didn't make a move, as compensation for his injury, he will also be granted 5 merit points. As for Xiao Ye, for killing the red flame lion Yao Beast and repelling the jade-scaled snake Yao Beast, you will be rewarded 20 merit points. Do you think that's enough? Xiao Ye and others exchanged glances. Then they nodded silently. They agreed to Xiao Rong's compensation plan. The most important thing was, the appearance of Xiao Rong after she removed her star power-infused armor became increasingly familiar the more they looked at her. This seemed to be their future class teacher. All right, then you all hurry up and register. After registering, come to my office this afternoon. Xiao Rong smiled slightly. These youngsters would all have to listen to her in the future. They quickly completed their registration. Xiao Ye and others quickly found their dormitories. The male dorms were 2 people to a room. The space was not small, and all the furniture was complete. They could even cultivate simply inside. Xiao Ye happened to be assigned a room with Xia Zhikyu. And across the hall were Zhang Chuan and Shen Mo. After familiarizing themselves with the environment and having lunch at Madu University, the few of them went together to the teaching building and found Xiao Rong's office. However, Xiao Rong did not meet them all at once. Instead, she had them enter her office separately for one-on-one discussions. Xiao Qiu took the lead and walked in first. A short while later, she came out and, facing the inquiring gazes of Xiao Ye and others, merely smiled slightly. It's a secret. This only made them more curious. Then came Mu Wanru, Xia Zhikyu, and Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you're the top scorer nationwide, a peerless prodigy. Xiao Ye sat on the chair opposite Xiao Rong. He briefly surveyed the office's decor. It was very tidy. There was even a sense of unused beauty. I was just lucky. Xiao Ye offered his usual modest reply. Xiao Rong nodded in agreement. It's best if you think that way. Although your performance in the college entrance examination was indeed outstanding, there are still many geniuses even more talented than you. For example, among those who entered school in the same year as you, there is a prodigy genius who is 2 years younger than you but has already stepped into the transcendent realm. There are also rune geniuses who have mastered runes to an exquisite degree. There's even a poison master who has repeatedly amazed the principal. These are just the geniuses who entered Madu University in the same year as you. Looking at the entire nation, or even all young martial artists, your achievements are not so dazzling. So, you still need to maintain a humble attitude. Xiao Ye nodded. Yes, teacher, I understand. Although he had previously guessed from the human race genius kill list that there were even more prodigious geniuses than him. To be told this directly, well, it wasn't a big deal. Having prodigies only gave him the motivation to catch up. Otherwise, life would be so boring. Xiao Rong carefully observed Xiao Ye's expression and saw that his face remained calm. He showed no arrogance or signific a nt Chinese letter, and she couldn't help but nod secretly. It could be said that among this batch of new students, especially those in the supernatural ability class she taught, Xiao Ye was one of the people Xiao Rong paid the most attention to. Her previous words were merely intended to suppress Xiao Ye slightly. Lest he, at a young age, become too proud and conceited due to his achievements, an unstable mindset could easily affect the impending breakthrough to transcendent. It would also make him lose the mindset of cultivating diligently. However, it seemed now that even without her suppression, Xiao Ye's mindset remained very stable. This was quite rare among young people. Very good. I assume you already know that I am your class teacher for your future university life. The reason I asked you to come today is actually to discuss your future cultivation direction. But before we get to the main topic, I must first apologize to you. What happened at the admissions office today was indeed beyond my expectations. The appearance of the jade-scaled snake was not part of the plan. Although you ultimately were not harmed, this only proves your strength and quick reactions, but our mistake still stands. The school is already investigating how that jade-scaled snake managed to escape. Once the investigation results are available, you will be officially informed and given formal compensation. I hope you can give the school some time. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Xiao Rong to apologize to him so formally. He had thought that the previous merit points compensation would be the end of it. All right, then I'll wait for news from the school. After discussing the matter of the jade-scaled snake, Xiao Rong got to the main point. I have basically reviewed your information. you awakened a body talent type supernatural ability, right? Correct. This type of body talent supernatural ability is very suitable for combat, especially the supernatural ability you awakened. Your strength, speed, and agility far exceed ordinary people. You are simply a born warrior. And if I'm not mistaken, your supernatural ability also has an explosive characteristic, right? Xiao Ye raised his eyebrows again. Supernatural ability information was not disclosed externally, and he had never told anyone about his limit burst ability, yet Zhao Rong had instantly seen through it. Zhao Rong smiled slightly. Don't worry, your supernatural ability information only stated that you possess a body-type supernatural ability. The explosive characteristic was discovered by observing your data. You used it in actual combat during the college entrance examination, didn't you? When fighting the 47th virtual human figure, you used this explosive characteristic. And by the time you fought the 5th virtual human figure, this explosive characteristic became even more obvious. Xiao Ye relaxed slightly then. So it was discovered through his combat footage. However, Zhao Rong understood his combat situation so clearly, even knowing exactly when he used the explosive characteristic in his battles with which virtual human figure. Indeed, this is my supernatural abilities talent. Very good. Zhao Rong nodded. Then, for the next few years I will train you in the direction of a warrior. Do you agree? Xiao Ye nodded again. I agree. This is also the direction I want to develop in. Then my advice to you is. Zhao Rong held up 3 fingers. First, after you break through to Transcendent, choose a blade technique that suits you and make blade technique your primary martial skill. Second, in the development of your body supernatural ability in the future, you can focus on emphasizing strength and speed. Speed, in particular, can be your priority development direction, as this will not only make your combat more flexible, but also greatly enhance your life-saving ability. Third, before your overall strength is strong enough, try to fight in a team. 97. Knife technique selection. It must be said that Zhao Rong's 3 suggestions were all very practical for Xiao Ye. It's just, prioritize increasing my speed. Xiao Ye frowned slightly. This was different from his initial plan. His blood-sucking physique greatly enhanced his speed, strength, and agility. As a martial artist, Xiao Ye's development direction should have been to first improve his strength and combat ability. Speed would come after strength. But Zhao Rong suggested he prioritize speed. Of course, as your class teacher, the first lesson I want to teach you is, no matter when, your life is the most precious. Your so-called increase in combat power is simply not worth mentioning in front of powerful Yao beasts and star beasts. At that time, will you fight back or turn and run? I don't think I need to tell you the answer. Alright, of course he would turn and run. Rushing in would definitely mean death. But running might allow him to survive. Xiao Ye somewhat understood Zhao Rong's teaching philosophy. Preserve oneself, then plan for the future. Xiao Ye couldn't fully agree, but he respected it. So he just smiled and nodded. Teacher, you suggested I cultivate a blade technique martial skill after my breakthrough. Do you have any recommendations? Zhao Rong thought Xiao Ye had already agreed with her point of view. She then brought up the matter of blade technique. Your comprehension of blade technique is outstanding. I've watched the video of your practical combat ability in the college entrance examination, especially your battle with the 50th virtual figure. I must say, it greatly amazed me. It wasn't just amazement. She almost knelt to watch it. Xiao Ye's strength was indeed low, only at the Kaiyuan 9th level. But his comprehension of martial skill had reached a level that even Zhao Rong couldn't understand. He actually killed that 50th virtual figure. This was something no one in Eastern Radiance had ever achieved. Let alone the 50th virtual figure. The last 3 virtual figures had never been defeated by anyone. But Xiao Ye actually cleared it. Cleared it. Perhaps this young man still didn't know how shocking this matter was to the entire Eastern Radiance. For blade technique, I'll give you 2 choices. Don't doubt it, both are the most suitable for you. The first is the hegemon saber technique, which I believe is the most suitable for you. This blade technique is somewhat similar to the blade technique used by the 48th virtual figure you encountered in the practical combat ability assessment. Or rather, it's an introductory version of that blade technique. This blade technique emphasizes being as fast as lightning, powerful and heavy, crushing everything with the force of thunder, and it perfectly matches your supernatural ability. Zhao Rong even felt that for Xiao Ye, this one blade technique was enough. There was no blade technique more suitable for Xiao Ye than the hegemon saber technique. However, Xiao Ye frowned slightly. Hegemon saber technique, who created this blade technique? Zhao Rong's eyes showed a look of admiration. Of course it's the war god of Donghuang, Su Zhengdao. It was him indeed. Su Yi's brows furrowed even deeper. If he remembered correctly, the long saber in Su Zhengdao's hand was called the hegemon saber. And this blade technique was called the hegemon saber technique. Just by the name, he knew it was related to Su Zhengdao. Teacher, what is the second blade technique you mentioned? Xiao Rong was a little surprised. You don't want to choose this hegemon saber technique. This blade technique perfectly matches you in terms of both power and compatibility, and I must remind you, this blade technique was created by the war god of Donghuang, Su Zhengdao. The key is that if you cultivate this hegemon saber technique to its limit, there is a more profound blade technique within Eastern Radiance that is in the same lineage as the hegemon saber technique. This means that if you choose the hegemon saber technique, your future path of blade technique cultivation will be smooth sailing, and with your aptitude, cultivating that more profound blade technique will be no problem. For Su Yi, this was simply a path to the heavens. But Su Yi was not directly taking this path to the heavens, and instead asked for a second option. Su Yi smiled slightly. I should hear both, please help me introduce it, Teacher Zhao. In reality, Su Yi had already passed on the hegemon saber technique. No matter how powerful the hegemon saber technique was. Just because this blade technique was created by Su Zhengdao, Su Yi would absolutely not learn it. Who was he trying to disgust? Xiao Rong sighed. Alright, the second blade technique suitable for you is called the blood shadow saber technique. This blade technique focuses on slaughter. The more you slaughter, the stronger the saber momentum becomes. It combines both speed and strength, and its attacks are even more elusive. Xiao Rong meticulously introduced the blood shadow saber technique. However, she couldn't help but advise him in the end. Although this blood shadow saber technique is also a good blade technique, and is very compatible with you, its compatibility definitely cannot compare to the hegemon saber technique. And most importantly, the person who created this blood shadow saber technique has long since disappeared, and there is no subsequent, more profound legacy for this blade technique. If you cultivate this blade technique to its limit, you will either have to switch to another blade technique, which is equivalent to abandoning your past and starting anew, or you will have to create a more profound blade technique yourself. In any case, it was definitely not a good choice. Especially when there was a smooth path like the hegemon saber technique laid out before him. Anyone would know how to choose. Okay, teacher, thank you for your guidance. I know what choice to make. Su Yi smiled slightly, clearly having made his decision. Seeing this, Xiao Rong also felt a little relieved. It seemed Su Yi only wanted to hear about the second blade technique, out of youthful curiosity. Now that he understood both blade techniques, Su Yi naturally knew which one to choose. Then teacher, I'll be going now. Su Yi stood up, politely preparing to say goodbye. His conversation with Xiao Rong today was still very enlightening for him. Regardless of his final choice, Su Yi was very grateful for Xiao Rong's guidance. Moreover, from his conversation with Xiao Rong, it was clear that Xiao Rong must have spent a lot of time understanding each student's information. It was his honor to have such a class teacher. Su Yi naturally wanted to show due respect to a good teacher. Wait! Xiao Rong called out to Su Yi, who was about to leave. Oh, and before you achieve breakthrough, don't go hunting Yao beasts with your friends. Also, if you want to hunt Yao beasts, the school has a designated area. You can enter after applying. Not only can you hunt Yao beasts, but the safety level is also greatly guaranteed. Just don't sneak out of the city by yourself. Su Yi's first reaction was, how did Xiao Rong know about his intention to sneak out of the city to hunt Yao beasts? But then his second reaction was ecstasy. The school even has a dedicated place for hunting Yao beasts. There was such a good thing. Xiao Rong, she knew it. None of these so-called geniuses were obedient. They had indeed been planning to sneak out of the city to hunt Yao beasts all along. Fortunately, the school understood the nature of these geniuses early on, so they had established hunting zones long ago. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died silently outside the city over the years. 98. Lure the snake out of its hole. Walking out of Xiao Rong's office, Su Yi still had a smile on his face. Madu University was close to the city's outskirts. Initially, he thought this would make it easier for him to sneak out to hunt Yao beasts and increase his slaughter value. He never expected the university to have already designated an area where students could freely enter to hunt Yao beasts. At the same time, there were teachers patrolling inside, which not only greatly reduced the damage students sustained while fighting Yao beasts, but also prevented anyone from trying to harm these genius students. Madu University, I made the right choice coming here. Next, he would complete the police combat technique upgrades, and then break through to transcendent. Su Yi was full of drive. That night, after talking to his family, Su Yi drank a bottle of nutrient solution, increasing his supernatural ability evolution points by 1. Then he also added a point to his police combat technique. After all these actions, it was already midnight. Just as Xiao Ye was about to fall asleep, his ears twitched. There was a sound, and it was getting closer. It sounded like something was rapidly crawling on the outer wall, recalling the green-scaled snake that attacked him during the day. Xiao Ye felt alert but didn't make any moves. Instead, he lay quietly on his bed, listening to the sounds outside. Thumping. Creak. The window was opened from the outside. A dark figure leaped into Xiao Ye's room. The sound was extremely light, as if it were a nimble cat. Not a sound was made. Not even the sound of wind. If Xiao Ye hadn't been exceptionally perceptive and already paying close attention, he probably wouldn't have noticed. The dark figure quietly walked to Xiao Ye's bedside. A cruel smile appeared on its face. The blood-red dagger in its hand plunged downwards fiercely. A human genius. Die. Just as the dark figure thought it was about to succeed. Buzz. A ripple suddenly appeared around Xiao Ye, blocking the dark figure's dagger. At the same time, Xiao Ye, who had been lying on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. In his hand was a gun. Not good. The dark figure instantly became alert. Xiao Ye was prepared. This was a trap. The dark figure turned to flee. However, bang. A gunshot rang out. No matter how fast the dark figure was, it wasn't faster than a gun. The bullet directly pierced the dark figure's abdomen. Banged. Another gunshot. This time, it pierced the dark figure's knee. The blood-sucking ability's agile reaction was indeed useful at this moment. Even using a gun for the first time, he could still be so accurate. Xiao Ye secretly gave himself a thumbs up. With its knee shattered by the bullet, the dark figure fell directly to the ground, letting out a painful wail. You were prepared. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. Isn't that obvious? By the way, the dark figure's voice sounded very young. Tell me, who are you? Who instructed you to kill me? Was that green-scaled snake you're doing? The dark figure chuckled softly. Isn't that obvious? Damn it. He actually used my words to answer me. Xiao Ye remained seated on the bed, the gun in his hand pointed directly at the dark figure's forehead. If you tell me who is behind this, perhaps I can spare your life. The mastermind. Haha, no one can command me. For the great blood demon god, I am willing to sacrifice my life. The dark figure laughed wildly. He laughed so hard he swayed back and forth. He laughed until his hood fell off, revealing a young face. Xiao Ye recognized him. This seemed to be a student council member he had met at the admissions office today. And the blood demon god he mentioned, could this also be one of the fallen ones? Just as Xiao Ye's thoughts raced, he suddenly noticed the dark figure's body rapidly swelling. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Xiao Ye reacted instantly. And the dark figure had already burst into wild laughter. Xiao Ye, even if I can't kill you, I'll kill your companions. Taking a genius with me is worth it. Banged. A loud noise erupted in the room. It wasn't the fallen one successfully self-destructing, but Xiao Ye directly firing a bullet. The bullet directly pierced the fallen one's forehead. The fallen one's eyes gradually lost their light. Its previously swollen body gradually returned to normal, then slumped lifelessly. Slaughter value plus 1555. This fallen one was actually a second heaven, cultivation level, expert. Banged. The room door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Lights came on. Zhao Rong entered quickly with several teachers. Seeing the dark figure, she frowned slightly. Mizu. Immediately investigate his social connections, see how he became one of the fallen ones, and if we can use him to find other members of the blood demon cult. Yes. Someone immediately turned to carry out the order. Zhao Rong then walked to Xiao Ye's side. All right, put it away, are you all right? Xiao Ye waved his hand. He retracted the starlight shield. I should thank you, teacher, for this item you gave me. I'm completely fine, very safe. Indeed, what enveloped Xiao Ye was the starlight shield. It was similar to the starlight shield Zhang Beichuan used to protect them when he went to hunt Yao beasts outside the city before. However, its range was smaller, but it was still enough to ensure Xiao Ye's safety. And this item was given to Xiao Ye by Zhao Rong after their conversation today. I guess someone might make a move tonight, but I didn't expect the blood demon cult to have already infiltrated the student council. Although the person who attacked you during the day has been found, we can't be sure if the university has been thoroughly cleansed. Keep this starlight shield for a few days. You can return it to me after the university completes its major cleanup. Zhao Rong sighed. The green-scaled snake that suddenly appeared at the admissions office during the day appeared at an extremely suspicious time. And its actions, specifically targeting Xiao Ye, were also very suspicious. Not only did Xiao Ye suspect someone had tampered with things to use the green-scaled snake to kill him, Zhao Rong and other high-ranking university officials also noticed this. However, Xiao Ye's thought was whether he could deduce who the culprit was by analyzing the tampering done to him. Madu University's method, however, was much simpler and more direct. They decided to flush out the snake. On the surface, they treated the daytime incident as an accident and didn't overprocess it. But in reality, they used the opportunity of a private conversation to warn Xiao Ye and provide him with defensive and offensive weapons. Then, they waited for someone to make a move. Failing to succeed during the day, and before the university took serious notice, making another move tonight was definitely the best opportunity for that person. And indeed, things unfolded as the university expected. Someone actually appeared tonight. It was also fortunate that the university provided the Star Energy pistol. Otherwise, Xiao Ye would have found it genuinely difficult to deal with a second heaven, cultivation level, blood demon cult fallen one. It's just a pity I didn't get to ask if there was a mastermind, nor did I find out who his companions were. Xiao Ye shrugged, a bit regretful. These people from the blood demon cult are all fanatics. Trying to get information directly from them is basically impossible. However, wherever one goes, there are traces. As long as one person is exposed, the university can follow that lead and uproot everyone connected to him. All right, the matter is over, get some good sleep. Zhao Rong waved her hand and quickly left with her people, even cleaning up the bloodstains in the room completely. Under the moonlight, the room returned to quietness. Xiao Ye turned his head to look at Xia Zhikyu on the opposite bed. He saw the other person comfortably turn over, seemingly muttering something about Wanru. Xiao Ye sighed helplessly. With a wave of his hand, a ripple appeared around Xia Zhikyu, then disappeared. The starlight shield and soundproofing barrier were simultaneously retracted by Xiao Ye. 99 Q breakthrough. The next day, morning sunlight streamed through the window into the dormitory. Xia Zhikyu lazily turned over, subconsciously pulled out his phone to check the time, and then realized. Oh right, I'm already at Madu University. He was now a first-year freshman at a top university. Awake. Xiao Ye casually tossed over breakfast. Hurry and eat, then go to class. It's the first day of class today, you wouldn't want to be late, would you? Xia Zhikyu didn't even brush his teeth, directly pulled out a large steamed bun and took a big bite. So delicious. By the way, Su, did you feel like there was an earthquake last night? Earthquake? Yeah, I was half asleep and felt like my bed was shaking. Xia Zhikyu tried hard to recall. It almost woke me up. Xiao Ye, the battle last night was only for a brief moment. Although he had covered Xia Zhikyu with a starlight shield and a soundproof shield, the aftershocks of the battle still seemed to have caused Xia Zhikyu to feel a slight tremor. But the key thing was, you felt an earthquake and you didn't even wake up. How thick-skinned was that? It was only after Xiao Ye's explanation that Xia Zhikyu learned that last night, a fallen one from the blood demon cult had sneaked into their dorm to kill Xiao Ye. My goodness, such a big thing happened last night, why didn't you tell me, Su? I could have helped a little. Teacher Zhao said the fewer people who know about such things, the safer it is, so I didn't tell you this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely tell you in advance. Xiao Ye directly shifted the blame to Zhao Rong, and Xia Zhikyu, having received Xiao Ye's promise, stopped thinking about it and instead let out a long sigh of relief. This is good too. The person who wanted to harm you was directly caught, which saves us from worrying. I was originally worried that Zhang Chuan wouldn't be able to find any clues. That's right, finding that fallen one from the blood demon cult also relieved me a lot. However, I heard from teacher Zhao Rong that there might still be other fallen ones from the blood demon cult within Madu University. The school might initiate a major purge recently, so we all need to be careful. Speaking of which, people from the blood demon cult had even infiltrated a top university like Madu University. Xiao Ye also felt a sense of urgency in his heart. It seemed he needed to quickly increase his strength and breakthrough to transcendent. Upon arriving in class, Xiao Ye quickly received the latest news from Xiao Ye. Li Guangqi has already applied for a foundation building cultivation chamber. He should be preparing to break through to transcendent. Breakthrough to transcendent on the very first day of school, that fast. Xiao Ye nodded. It's not just Li Guangqi. Jiang Laoyu and Shen Mo, along with several other students from our year, have also applied for foundation building cultivation chambers and are currently in line. Saying that, Xiao Ye pointed at her nose. Actually, I've also applied for a foundation building cultivation chamber. I'll be completing foundation establishment soon too. Xiao Ye, when are you planning to break through? Had so many students in their year already met the conditions to break through to transcendent. Xiao Ye thought for a moment. According to his current progress, he would be able to max out the last martial skill, police combat technique, in about 5 days. Which meant that in 5 days, he would also meet the conditions to break through to transcendent. Since that was the case, I'll go sign up after class. Since so many people were in line, he would sign up first, and by the time it was his turn, it would probably be 5 days later. These few days would also be a good opportunity to observe how others break through to transcendent and make full preparations. Xiao Ye, you really should break through to transcendent as soon as possible. We all heard about what happened last night. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Mo had already naturally sat down beside Xiao Ye and others. Hearing their conversation, he subconsciously spoke. Last night someone had sneaked into Xiao Ye's dorm, intending to attack Xiao Ye. With such a big commotion, Shen Mo, who lived in the dorm opposite Xiao Ye, naturally heard it too. Speaking of which, Xiao Ye, I wonder if you've noticed that the people from the blood demon cult seem to be particularly focused on you. Although the people from the blood demon cult had always targeted human geniuses for assassination, these people had already made several attempts on Xiao Ye. Shen Mo knew of at least 3 instances. Zhang Wufa, under the instruction of a blood demon cult envoy, forced Xiao Ye onto the life and death arena, and a blood demon cult envoy even personally made a move. There was also the green-scaled snake on the first day of school. Last night was even more exaggerated. They actually snuck into Xiao Ye's dorm. This frequency seemed a bit too high. Xiao Qiyu, who was beside him, pondered for a moment, and her expression also became much more serious. Student Shen's reminder is good. Besides you, Xiao Ye, Li Guangqi and Jiang Laoyu are also rare prodigies in this year, but we haven't heard of them being targeted by the blood demon cult in such a way. Xiao Ye, do you have any other enemies who might be connected to the blood demon cult? What happened to Xiao Ye didn't seem like a simple targeting of a genius. It seemed more like seeking revenge. Enemies? Yu Jingsu family flashed through Xiao Ye's mind subconsciously. Especially Xu Yang. However, he subconsciously felt it was unlikely. The Xu family was a renowned war god family, and Xu Zhengdao even guarded the southeast secret realm, fighting on the front lines against star beasts. If the Xu family truly colluded with the blood demon cult, they would have either betrayed Donghuang, Eastern Radiance, long ago, or had a bigger scheme. How could they merely use the blood demon cult to target him, a small martial artist who hadn't even breakthrough to transcendent? With the Xu family's capabilities, there was no need to use such a risky method. Although reason told him, it was impossible for the Xu family to collude with the blood demon cult. However, Xiao Ye still secretly kept this in mind. Everyone was talking in low voices. Tap tap. The sound of high heels rang out. Zhao Rong had already walked to the podium. Good morning, little ones. Starting today, I will be your class teacher, to help everyone get to know each other better. Let's go out and have a fight first. The students were dumbfounded. They couldn't quite believe their ears. However, Zhao Rong really led all the students to the outdoor training ground. There are a total of 32 students in the supernatural ability class. Excluding Li Guangqi, who is preparing for a breakthrough, all 31 remaining students will enter the training ground. Here, you can fight freely, fight individually, or form teams. In short, anyone who is still on the training ground after 1 hour will receive 5 merit points each, and the rest will run 100 laps around the track. Whoosh! There was an uproar among the crowd. What kind of rules were these? This was simply a free-for-all. Xiao Ye had already quickly pulled his few companions to a corner of the training ground and assumed a defensive stance. He could clearly feel it. Zhao Rong wasn't just talking. She was serious. Since that was the case, he absolutely could not be knocked off the training ground. He definitely didn't want to run 100 laps. 100 is the match about to begin, Jiang Laoyu's challenge. Some students were complaining about Zhao Rong's rules, which were practically rule-less. But there were also some who adopted the same approach as Xiao Ye. They tried to stay close to the edge of the training ground, to avoid being attacked from front and back. And then there were others. Banged! A sturdy youth, with a long club gradually appearing in his hand, directly swept a nearby classmate away. Banged! The classmate who was swept away landed outside the training ground, his eyes still a little dazed. How was he suddenly hit? Had he just lost his qualification and had to run laps? This strike clearly kicked off the battle. The students who were still complaining quickly entered a combat state. Some even shouted in dissatisfaction. He fouled, the teacher hasn't even said start yet. In response, Zhao Rong, standing outside the training ground, just smiled and shook her head. Little ones, the first lesson I'm teaching you today is, on the battlefield, no one will ever tell you when the game begins. Zhao Rong clearly approved of the sturdy youth's actions. Why so many rules? Just do it. So, the complaints disappeared. Those who could enter Madu University were not mediocre. Not to mention these young men and women who had awakened supernatural abilities. After the initial shock, they quickly found their rhythm. Some relied on their own strength for one-on-one combat. Others quickly formed alliances, relying on each other. Many more engaged in indiscriminate attacks. The safest way to protect oneself was to eliminate all enemies, leaving only oneself on the field. That was absolute safety. And soon, some people set their sights on Xiao Ye and his companions. Xiao Ye and Shen Mo stood at the very front. Xiao Ye stood behind them. Mu Wanru, Zhang Xuan and Xia Zhikyu were protected at the very back by the three. The ones rushing towards Xiao Ye and his companions were also a small team, 2 males and 1 female. They all appeared to be warriors. Get out of the way, this spot is ours. The other party clearly coveted the corner that Xiao Ye and his companions occupied. Golden corner, silver edge. Clearly, holding one of the 4 corners was the best option. Shen Mo's dagger twirled between his fingers, and he couldn't help but laugh. Someone actually dared to target us, Xiao Ye, what do you say? Xiao Ye held his long blade horizontally. Just do it. With that, he directly charged forward. The male opposite him, holding a mace, was momentarily stunned when he heard Xiao Ye's words. Xiao Ye, you're Xiao Ye, the top scorer of the college entrance examination from Jiangnan province. Many of these students had only met today, and were not yet familiar with each other's names. So when they first saw Xiao Ye, no one realized who he was. They thought he and his companions were soft targets, easy to bully. But who would have thought that the handsome and noble-looking youth holding the long blade was actually Xiao Ye, the top scorer of the college entrance examination from Jiangnan province, the super prodigy. The same Xiao Ye who, on the first day of school, directly slayed a first-tier peak blazing lion. The same Xiao Ye who could even contend with a second-tier jade-scaled snake. Wait, no fighting, we won't take your spot. The Wolf-Tooth Club youth quickly shouted loudly. If they had known this was Xiao Ye, how would they dare to snatch his territory? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, too late. Xiao Ye swung his long blade. The blade fiercely struck the Wolf-Tooth Club youth's mace. Immediately, a massive force struck. The mace flew out violently, taking the youth, who was tightly gripping the mace with it. Thud! With just one exchange, the Wolf-Tooth Club youth, hugging his mace, was directly sent flying out of the training ground, landing heavily on the ground outside. Eliminated. On the other side, Shen Mo's dagger had already pressed against the throat of another male. Then he forced that male to retreat step by step out of the training ground. As for the only female, facing Xiao Ye, whose bow and arrow were already locked onto her, the female gave a wry smile. Never mind, I'll just leave myself. She simply walked out of the training ground on her own. The 3 eliminated individuals stood outside the training ground, exchanging bitter smiles. What kind of luck did they have? They randomly picked an opponent, and it turned out to be Xiao Ye and his team. And it seemed every person in the team was so strong. Too unlucky. And the successful example of these 3 also set a precedent for others. That's Xiao Ye over there, be careful, don't go near him. This news quickly spread throughout the field. Suddenly, the corner occupied by Xiao Ye and his companions became much quieter. No one else came to challenge them. Indeed, it feels great to follow a big shot. Xia Zhikyu chuckled, directly pulling out a grilled sausage from his storage bracelet. The storage bracelet had a special property. Its contents would remain in the state they were in at the moment they were put inside. So the grilled sausage Xia Zhikyu pulled out was still hot and steaming. When Xia Zhikyu bit into it, the casing burst and juice splattered. It even made Shen Mo turn his head to look. This classmate of Xiao Ye has a lot of character. His posture of watching the show was perfectly maintained. Noticing Shen Mo's gaze, Xia Zhikyu chuckled and pulled out 2 more fragrant grilled sausages from his storage bracelet. He first gave one to Zhang Xuan, then looked at Shen Mo. Brother, want one? This guy named Shen Mo seemed quite agreeable, and apparently he had a good relationship with their Asu. Since he was their Asu's friend, then he was also Xia Zhikyu's friend. Shen Mo was silent for a moment, instinctively wanting to refuse. But in the end, he reached out and took the grilled sausage. Thank you. He took a bite. It was surprisingly delicious, especially with everyone else fighting to the death around them, while they could stand there leisurely eating grilled sausages. The grilled sausage in his hand seemed to taste even better. Xia Zhikyu wasn't satisfied with just giving Shen Mo one grilled sausage, so he pulled out another and approached Mu Wanru to show his attentiveness. Student Mu, would you like one too? As for Xiao Ye, he certainly couldn't give his grilled sausage to Xiao Ye. If anyone should offer, it should be Xiao Ye. Mu Wanru rolled her eyes. HMPH, who would eat your stuff? Xiao Ye smiled. Xia Jikyu's actions actually gave him an idea. So Xiao Ye also rummaged through his storage bracelet and pulled out a few bottles of ice cold cola. He handed one to Xiao Ye. Want one? Thank you. Xiao Ye took it, opened the tab and took a sip. So cold, so refreshing. Cola was indeed the best. Xiao Ye leisurely finished a can of cola. An hour had finally passed. Now, only 12 people remained on the training ground. Xiao Ye's team occupied 6 of those spots. As for the remaining 6, one of them silently walked in front of Xiao Ye and his companions. She was a quiet and delicate-looking female. Student Xiao Ye, I'd like to have a one-on-one battle with you. Xiao Ye knew this female. Although it was their first meeting, he had seen her combat videos. She was precisely Jiang Laoyu, the third-place finisher in Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination. 101. Li Guangqi breaks through the extraordinary. Jiang Laoyu wants to challenge Xiao Ye. All the students in the supernatural ability class instantly looked over. These two, one was the top scorer of the college entrance examination for Jiangnan Province, appearing out of nowhere. The other was already known as a prodigy, ranking 3rd in the Jiangnan Province college entrance examination. Both were the most eye-catching geniuses of their generation. This is going to be a good show. Who do you think will win? Does that even need to be said? Of course, Xiao Ye. But Jiang Laoyu is also very powerful, and Jiang Laoyu has a mental system ability, which didn't give her an advantage during the college entrance examination, but if they go head-to-head, mental system abilities are strange and hard to defend against, so it's really hard to say who will win or lose. You make a good point. I'm even more excited for their battle now. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Xiao Ye shook his head. No fight. What? Jiang Laoyu couldn't believe her ears. Xiao Ye refused. Xiao Ye shook his head firmly again. No fight. Fighting Jiang Laoyu wouldn't earn him any slaughter value, so Xiao Ye didn't want to bother. But Xiao Ye's straightforward refusal surprised everyone. Dude, you just refuse like that. You're the top scorer of the Jiangnan Province college entrance examination, after all. Don't you need to maintain the demeanor of a strong person? And the one challenging you is a young prodigy like Jiang Laoyu. As a man, don't you want to show your gentlemanly demeanor in front of a lady? Only Xiao Ye, standing beside Xiao Ye, smiled slightly. As expected of Xiao Ye, he's never swayed by others' opinions. Just as Jiang Laoyu was about to say something more. Look everyone, what's that? My goodness, it's so shocking. Star power vortex. A star power vortex has appeared. Someone is breaking through to transcendent. I heard that when one breaks through to transcendent, the breaking of the genetic chains within the body will cause a tremor in the heavens and earth, and the surrounding star power will surge into the transcendent's body to form a star power vortex. The larger the area covered by the star power vortex, the more genetic chains have been broken, and the greater their future potential. The person breaking through to transcendent now should be Li Guangqi, right? I wonder how large the star power vortex he can condense will be. I heard that among the previous batch of Madu University students, the most prodigious one, when breaking through to transcendent, had a star power vortex that covered 100 meters. Li Guangqi should be similar. Everyone looked in one direction. In the sky there, a golden star power vortex was rotating and twisting. Golden. It represented Li Guangqi's star power attribute as being biased towards metal. And looking at the speed at which the star power vortex was condensing. In just a short moment, the diameter of the star power vortex in the sky had already reached 10 meters, and it was still expanding rapidly. 20 meters. 30 meters. 50 meters. 70 meters. After the star power vortex reached 50 meters, its expansion speed gradually slowed down. But it didn't stop expanding. Even Zhao Rong was now staring at the vortex in the sky, her eyes filled with anticipation. How great would Li Guangqi's potential be after breaking through to transcendent? Soon, the diameter of the star power vortex expanded again. 80. Then the expansion speed began to stop. 80 meters. Although it's good, Li Guangqi shouldn't be limited to this, right? Madu University had already discussed these prodigies internally. Although Li Guangqi was second in the Jiangnan Province college entrance examination, everyone at Madu University believed that Li Guangqi's potential was extremely prodigious. He was no less impressive than the most prodigious student from the previous year. But now his star power vortex was only 80 meters. To be honest, Zhao Rong was slightly disappointed. Just when Zhao Rong thought Li Guangqi had run out of steam, Suddenly, the star power vortex in the sky began to expand again. 85 meters. 90 meters. 95 meters. 100 meters. 102 meters. It surpassed. It surpassed the limit that the most prodigious student of the previous generation could reach. Xiao Rong's eyes flickered. There are 12 genetic chains in the human body, which means that normally, when humans break through to transcendent, the maximum range of the star power vortex is only 120 meters. Anyone who can reach a diameter of 100 meters is already a prodigy. And if they can exceed 100 meters, they have already gained the potential to break through to king level. Excellent, excellent, very excellent. At this moment, it wasn't just Xiao Rong. In many places within Madu University, people looked up at the huge star power vortex in the sky and smiled. As expected of the super prodigy they all favored. Finally, the diameter of the star power vortex above Li Guangqi's head stopped at 102 meters. Then, a wave of fluctuation spread. The star power vortex suddenly flashed with an even more brilliant light, then rapidly contracted, and finally disappeared without a trace. This proved that Li Guangqi's breakthrough to transcendent had ended, and he had successfully broken through. And Li Guangqi also became the first person among the new students of Madu University to break through to transcendent. As Li Guangqi's breakthrough to transcendent ended, the new students of Madu University seemed to have been stimulated. One by one, they lined up to enter the foundation building cultivation chamber, beginning their breakthrough to transcendent. And on this day, it was Xiao Qiyu's turn. July, we'll all be outside cheering you on. Mu Wanru gave Xiao Qiyu a big hug. That's right, school beauty Xiao, open a 100-meter star power vortex and scare them to death. Xia Zhikyu chuckled. These past few days, Madu University could see condensed star power vortices in the sky almost every day. Besides Li Guangqi, Jiang Laoyu's star power vortex also reached 100 meters, to be precise, 101 meters. And that guy Shen Mo also opened a star power vortex with a diameter of 100 meters yesterday. Everything can be 100 meters. Xiao Qiyu's talent is even stronger than Shen Mo's. Everyone was full of confidence in Xiao Qiyu. Xiao Qiyu turned to look at Su Yi. Su Yi, take your time, no rush. When you come out, I'll treat you to a cola. Okay, I want it iced. Xiao Qiyu turned and strode into the foundation building cultivation chamber. And when the door closed, everyone's originally relaxed expressions gradually turned serious. School beauty Xiao should be fine, right? Xia Zhikyu's tone was uneasy. Yesterday, Shen Mo successfully broke through to transcendent, and his star power vortex reached 100 meters. It drew exclamations of awe from all the new students. But also yesterday, a new student, when breaking through to transcendent, probably trying to be strong and breaking free of genetic chains beyond his body's capacity, almost self-destructed and died in the foundation building cultivation chamber. Fortunately, the teacher on duty noticed something was wrong and stopped the new student's breakthrough. But even so, that new student suffered severe injuries, with surging qi and fractured meridians. Even with the current medical advancements on Blue Star, it would be difficult for him to fully recover, and his path of martial arts might even end there. In fact, every year on Blue Star, people have accidents when breaking through to transcendent. Minor cases result in injury, severe cases in death. And yesterday's incident of the injured new student poured a bucket of cold water on the students who were originally restless due to the star power vortices blooming above their heads. Even Xiao Rong used this to warn the new students of the supernatural ability class. If they are not sufficiently prepared, they should not forcefully break through to transcendent. Such a thing just happened yesterday. How could the companions not worry about Xiao Qiyu? Don't worry, Xiao Qiyu will definitely be able to do it. Su Yi's tone was firm. 102, the extraordinary prodigy Xiao Qiyu. Everyone waited anxiously outside. Breaking through to transcendent rank immediately upon entering the foundation building cultivation chamber was not possible. Most people first needed to adjust their state, supplement with nutrient potions, and only after confirming their state was perfect would they attempt a breakthrough. Some completed this process quickly, while others took a long time. An hour after Xiao Qiyu entered the foundation building cultivation chamber, Mu Wanru stared at a small golden dot in midair, clenching her fists excitedly. It's starting, July is beginning her breakthrough. Everyone else also looked up at the sky. Indeed, they saw a small golden dot. It was expanding rapidly. 1 meter. 3 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. The star power vortex expanded at a speed no slower than Li Guangqi's. as expected of Xiao Ye, who achieved a perfect score in physical fitness. Su Ye watched the golden star power vortex above his head. Unlike Li Guangqi's star power vortex, which carried a sharp intent, Xiao Ye's star power vortex, though also golden, was a light gold. It exuded a warm, sacred radiance. Light. So Xiao Ye's supernatural ability was of the light attribute. This was the first time Su Ye knew the attribute of Xiao Ye's supernatural ability. No wonder Xiao Ye chose a bow and arrow as her weapon. When used as support, light attribute generally leaned towards healing. But for offense, a bow and arrow could clearly maximize the speed advantage of the light attribute. At the same time, Su Ye also recalled that the martial skill Xiao Ye cultivated in the Kaiyuan realm also leaned towards speed and agility. Various thoughts swirled in his mind. Above, the star power vortex condensed by Xiao Ye expanded again. 30 meters. 50 meters. 80 meters. When Li Guangqi underwent his transcendent breakthrough, his star power vortex began to stagnate at 80 meters, and later, Li Guangqi used some unknown method to make it expand again. But for Xiao Ye, the 80-meter star power vortex showed no sign of stagnation. It continued to expand. 90 meters. 100 meters. 100 meters. My heavens, it's already 100 meters. Xia Zhiqiu's mouth gaped in surprise. Our July is naturally amazing. 100 meters is nothing for her, and look, it's still expanding. Mu Wanru was right. The mental vortex above, although its expansion speed had begun to slow down, was indeed expanding little by little. 101 meters. 103 meters. 105 meters. Xiao Ye's star power vortex had actually reached 105 meters. It surpassed Shen Mo, surpassed Zhang Laoyu, and also surpassed Li Guangqi. Even among the past prodigies and geniuses of Madu University, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Ye. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Several sounds of breaking wind rang out. Su Ye keenly noticed that outside the foundation building cultivation chamber, several more figures had appeared. They were all teachers from Madu University. And each of them looked vigilant. At the same time, they looked at the star power vortex above with a hint of pleasant surprise. Zhao Rong was truly overjoyed at this moment. 105 meters. The diameter of this star power vortex could already rank among the top 10 prodigies in Madu University's history. It was important to know that after exceeding 100 meters, every additional meter increased the difficulty exponentially. At the same time, the potential also increased exponentially. Xiao Ye. She truly gave her a huge surprise. And the star power vortex above Xiao Ye's head was still increasing. 106 meters. 107 meters. 108 meters. 109 meters, under everyone's shocked and nervous gaze. The huge star power vortex suddenly trembled, then expanded a little more. 110 meters. My heavens, it's actually 110 meters. This has already set a record for the diameter of a star power vortex during a transcendent breakthrough at our Madu University. That's right, I remember the largest diameter for a star power vortex when a Madu University freshman broke through to transcendent rank was only 107 meters, and that person is now the strongest king. Xiao Ye's talent is even stronger than his. Wait, I remember the strongest king also seems to be surnamed Xiao. Could Xiao Ye have some connection to him? There are many people with the surname Xiao. It's better not to make such random associations. That's right, no matter what, Xiao Ye is a treasure of our Madu University. Such a genius must be carefully guided, and not an ounce of her talent should be wasted. A star power vortex of 110 meters, let alone our Madu University, even looking at the entire Eastern Radiance, can rank among the top 3 in human history. It is our school's honor and humanity's honor to have such a prodigy. Speaking of which, Xiao Ye only ranked 5th in the provincial college entrance examination this year, and there's still Su Ye, the provincial number 1, who hasn't had his transcendent breakthrough yet. I wonder what kind of momentum Su Ye will have when he breaks through. Well, Su Ye's high score was mainly due to his strong combat ability, but his physical fitness isn't considered top tier among prodigies, so his star power vortex probably won't be as large as Xiao Ye's. Stop talking about others for now, be vigilant. Xiao Ye's mental vortex is so large, and she's breaking through in public, the news certainly cannot be completely suppressed. There will definitely be blood demon cult fanatics targeting her. That's right, we must carefully protect Xiao Ye's safety, and not let anyone affect her transcendent breakthrough. Even her security rank will need to be raised again afterwards. Because of the Blood Demon cult's assassination attempt on Xiao Ye, a major purge has already been carried out within the school, but it seems another one can be done now to minimize the danger. A group of teachers discussed in low voices. Their voices carried excitement. And also vigilance. Excitement that the school had produced such a super prodigy like Xiao Ye, a future quasi-king. At the same time, they were vigilant against anyone trying to harm such a super prodigy as Xiao Ye, to nip her in the bud. In midair, the 110-meter star power vortex suddenly emitted an even brighter light. Then it began to contract and descend, integrating into the foundation building cultivation chamber, where Xiao Ye was located. This also proved that Xiao Ye transcendent breakthrough had succeeded. Indeed, another half an hour passed. The door to Xiao Ye's foundation building cultivation chamber opened. A familiar graceful figure slowly walked out. It was Xiao Ye. However, July, congratulations. Wow, July, you've become so beautiful. Mu Wanru was the first to rush over and give Xiao Ye a big hug, congratulating her on her successful transcendent breakthrough, and even more so on condensing a superstar power vortex with a diameter of 110 meters. Immediately after, Mu Wanru was stunned by Xiao Ye after her breakthrough. Her originally black long hair had now turned light gold, and even her pupils had become dazzling and pure gold. At the same time, Xiao Ye's body also seemed to have grown a bit taller, her skin was even fairer, and her already exquisitely beautiful face became even more stunning. Her entire being exuded a faint, sacred aura, making Mu Wanru somewhat hesitant to approach. Clearly, these were the changes brought about by the transcendent breakthrough. However, Xiao Ye smiled slightly, seemingly returning to her mischievous and familiar self. Didn't you say you treat me to a cola? Is it still iced? 103. Supernatural Seed Fatal Strike. Xiao Ye took a can of cola. She drank several large gulps. The cool liquid flowed into her stomach, stimulating her senses. To be honest, Xiao Ye was a little nervous about breakthrough to transcendent. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Only now, seeing her friends again, did she confirm that it was all real. I really didn't expect such a big change when breaking through to transcendent. Mu Wanru was still carefully observing Xiao Ye's changes. Her best friend suddenly having golden hair and golden eyes was something she was still getting used to. This is supernatural ability manifestation. Only those with extremely high supernatural ability ranks will experience this kind of change when breaking through to transcendent. Xiao Rong appeared beside them. Her gaze towards Xiao Ye was full of admiration. Among your batch of new students, several have already shown this kind of supernatural ability manifestation. In reality, counting Xiao Ye, it was 3.5 people. Li Guangqi, after breakthrough to transcendent, his meta-elemental supernatural ability manifested, and his hair color turned golden brown. Zhang Laoyu, her mental system supernatural ability manifested, and her eyes turned deep purple. Shen Mo, the half-person, his dark elemental supernatural ability manifested, making his overall demeanor appear more profound. However, he already had black hair and black eyes, so there wasn't much change in his appearance. So, when breaking through to transcendent, supernatural abilities can also manifest. Mu Wanru couldn't help but touch her own hair. Her supernatural ability was of the wood attribute. If that were truly the case, wouldn't she have to sport a head of green hair in the future? At this moment, Mu Wanru wished for the first time that her supernatural ability rank wouldn't be too high. She didn't want supernatural ability manifestation. Xiao Rong was clearly unaware of how much shock and fear her words had brought to Mu Wanru. At this moment, she subconsciously glanced at Xiao Ye. She wondered what kind of changes Xiao Ye would undergo when he break through to transcendent. However, Xiao Ye was still the most important right now. You've just break through to transcendent, and you need to consolidate your realm as soon as possible. I've applied for a cultivation room for you. The star power there is dense, and cultivating there will yield twice the results with half the effort. Letting Xiao Ye cultivate in the cultivation room first would make it easier to protect her. At the same time, this period could also be used to conduct another major purge of the school. Undercurrents were surging within Madu University. As for Xiao Ye, burn 100 slaughter value, police combat technique proficiency +1. That night, Xiao Ye did not sleep. Instead, he bathed in the moonlight and completed another stat allocation. With this stat allocation, the proficiency of police combat technique reached the limit of technique approaching the Tao. At the same time, Xiao Ye's body trembled slightly, and a fragment once again condensed within him. Divine Ability Fragment. This was the change that occurred when a martial skill reached its limit. And with the appearance of this divine ability fragment, the 3 divine ability fragments within Xiao Ye vibrated violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The internal vibrations became increasingly intense. The 3 divine ability fragments were constantly gathering and approaching each other, seemingly wanting to fuse, yet there was also a subtle sense of repulsion. With each approach of the 3 divine ability fragments, a violent tremor would be triggered within Xiao Ye's body. The tremors caused Xiao Ye's qi and blood to churn. Blood even spilled from the corner of his mouth. Fuse for me. Xiao Ye steeled his heart and actively used his mental power to compress the 3 divine ability fragments. If he didn't make them fuse, he would first be shaken to death by these 3 divine ability fragments. With the push of Xiao Ye's star power, buzz! Another violent roar came from within Xiao Ye's body. The 3 divine ability fragments finally fused together. The appearance of it looked like a seed. And as the divine ability fragments completely fused, the trembling sensation disappeared, replaced by a comfortable feeling rising from within his body. His strength also seemed to be continuously increasing. Xiao Ye immediately brought up his panel. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, Vampire Adult 66-100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial skill, Fatal Strike Divine Ability Seed Beginner. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter value, 1521.3. The content on the panel had indeed changed. In the martial skill column, the original basic combat technique, police combat technique, and basic saber technique had all disappeared. They were replaced by Fatal Strike. The suffix after Fatal Strike was Divine Ability Seed. So the divine ability fragments formed by the 3 martial skills would fuse. After fusion, they would become a new martial skill. Divine Ability Seed. Does this seed somehow sprout? Xiao Ye looked closely at the word beginner, following Fatal Strike. He was familiar with this rank. Evidently, like martial skills, divine ability seeds also had different proficiency ranks. Did it mean that if he allocated points to Fatal Strike, when it was maxed out, the divine ability seed would also undergo further changes? Xiao Ye was a little curious. He decided to just go ahead and try allocating points. With a thought, he burned slaughter value to allocate points to Fatal Strike. Then, burn 1000 slaughter value, Fatal Strike Proficiency +1. Martial skill, Fatal Strike Divine Ability Seed Proficient. Slaughter value, 521.3. Damn it! Xiao Ye's eyes widened suddenly. Allocating points to a Divine Ability Seed actually requires burning 1000 points of slaughter value. This was too expensive. It was so expensive that Xiao Ye's heart ached. He had accumulated these slaughter values with great difficulty. As a result, it instantly became a 3-digit number. The good news was, allocating points once to the Divine Ability Seed changed its proficiency, seemingly confirming that the previously observed pattern of point allocation remained unchanged. The bad news was, this also meant that he would need to allocate points 63 times to upgrade the Divine Ability Seed, which meant he needed 63,000 points of slaughter value. How many Yao beasts would he have to kill to accumulate so much slaughter value? Xiao Ye leaned back directly. The blow was too great, he needed to recover. It seems I must break through to Transcendent as soon as possible. After breakthrough to Transcendent, I'll enter the school's demon beast hunting zone to kill as many excellent Yao beasts as possible to obtain slaughter value. Fortunately, it would soon be his turn to break through, so he took a deep breath. Oh right, I haven't researched what effect Fatal Strike actually has yet. The Divine Ability Seed formed by the fusion of 3 martial skills would surely be more potent, right? Xiao Ye carefully felt it, and then the expression on his face began to turn strange. Fatal Strike. Just from the name, one could tell that this martial skill emphasized burst, powerful burst. It could maximize the effect of an attack. And in reality it was so. Under Fatal Strike, Xiao Ye could unleash a 10x critical hit. This meant that, under the bonus of his vampire physique, Xiao Ye already possessed 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. In the Dark Knight state, it would be 9 times the strength. If he then activated Limit Burst, he could further increase it by 3 times, meaning 27 times the strength. This was already a terrifying figure. However, under Fatal Strike, he could unleash 270 times the strength. 10 times might not sound like much, but when all the base numbers were added together, 270 times the strength was enough for him to sweep through those of the same rank, and easily fight above his rank. He could even try fighting not just 1 rank higher, but 2 ranks higher. However, although Fatal Strike was very strong, It also had a characteristic that made Su Ye laugh and cry. That was, Fatal Strike was a critical hit skill. And critical hits usually had a probability. With Su Ye's current proficient rank Fatal Strike, he might have to make 100 attacks to trigger one critical hit. This is too much of a scam. Su Ye laughed bitterly. Critical hits were strong. But only one critical hit for every 100 attacks. The practicality was too poor. Moreover, this kind of critical hit was completely beyond his control. This made battles full of uncertainty. Perhaps increasing the proficiency of Fatal Strike will increase the probability of critical hits. Or if I can upgrade Fatal Strike from a divine ability seed again, perhaps it could also increase the probability of critical hits, or even increase the critical hit multiplier of Fatal Strike. Thinking about it this way, I still need to earn slaughter value. After all the calculations in the end, he still had to quickly earn slaughter value and allocate points to make the Fatal Strike skill truly practical. But there's also good news. Although the data for basic combat technique, police combat technique, and basic saber technique are no longer on the panel, in reality, I have completely mastered these three martial skills and can apply them freely. This meant that the skills Su Ye had learned would not be lost. Nor would he lose mastery as skills merged. 104. Impact the Extraordinary. 2 days later, Su Ye walked into the foundation building cultivation chamber he had applied for, preparing to break through to the gate of transcendence. Behind him, a group of his companions watched him enter the cultivation room. I wonder if Asu's breakthrough will be successful this time. Xiao paced back and forth anxiously. Don't worry, Su Ye is the top scorer of the college entrance examination in our Jiangnan province. If he can't break through successfully, that would be truly bizarre. The only thing I'm curious about now is how large Su Ye's star power vortex diameter will be. Will it exceed Xiao Qiu's? Mu Wanru was full of anticipation. Su Ye was someone who made Xiao Qiu look at him differently. If his talent was too poor, he wouldn't be worthy of her July. Besides Xiao and Mu Wanru, many others at Mada University were also paying attention to Su Ye's breakthrough at this moment. Li Guangqi, with his long sword on his back and short golden brown hair, looked towards the foundation building cultivation chamber. Su Ye, let me see your strength. Jiang Laoyu, holding a long whip, with deep purple eyes that seemed to diffuse a mist, also silently looked towards the foundation building cultivation chamber. Su Ye, I will wait for you to break through to the gate of transcendence before we have a proper fight. The class teacher, Zhao Rong, stood in the shadows outside the cultivation room, her eyes filled with anticipation. What kind of surprise would this student, whom she thought most highly of, bring her? Everyone was silently waiting for Su Ye's breakthrough. And this wait lasted an entire day. That's right, Su Ye had already been in the foundation building cultivation chamber for a day. More accurately, they waited from day until night. Night fell. Although it was impossible to see the outside sky from the cultivation room. As night descended, Su Ye could clearly feel his physical condition gradually improving. This was the bonus brought by his blood-sucking physique. It was also as night fell that Su Ye began to adjust his state, preparing himself for breakthrough. The foundation building cultivation chamber was very large. And the star power within it was exceptionally dense. As Su Ye began to circulate the dark prison demonic dragon technique, the star power in his body became even more active. Finally, Su Ye felt that his internal state had been adjusted to its best. Let's begin the breakthrough. Su Ye took a deep breath. He sensed the gate of transcendence within his body. At the same time, he also felt the chains on the gate of transcendence. 1, 2, 3, 12. A total of 12 gene chains. As long as I break all of you, that will be the moment I break through to the gate of transcendence. The star power in Su Ye's body surged, transforming into a force. Then it violently rushed towards those 12 gene chains. Boom! That surge of star power violently collided with the 12 gene chains. Crack crack! With the impact of the star power, chains immediately exploded among the 12 gene chains, disappearing within Su Ye's body. Facing martial skills that had already condensed into divine ability seeds. These gene chains were completely defenseless. With just one strike, 4 gene chains had completely broken. The remaining gene chains were also constantly trembling. Just a little more force, and they would break again. Since that was the case, Su Ye unhesitatingly condensed another surge of star power and charged towards those remaining chains. Crack crack! Immediately, another 4 gene chains completely broke under the impact of this mental force. As those shattered gene chains merged into Su Ye's body, Su Ye felt every single one of his cells and every piece of his flesh constantly trembling, emitting an excited roar. It seemed as if a qualitative change was occurring from within his cells, causing powerful forces to continuously emerge within his body. At the same time, a burning sensation surged throughout his body, as if it wanted to incinerate his body. Xiao Ye was not afraid of this feeling, because he knew very well that this was the transformation his body underwent during a breakthrough to the gate of transcendence. The more complete and intense this transformation, the more beneficial it would be for his future. And with the body's transformation, a large amount of star power also surged into Xiao Ye's body. Every cell in Xiao Ye's body seemed to have been hungry for tens of thousands of years, greedily absorbing the dense star power. It's finally started. As Xiao Ye began his breakthrough, outside the foundation building cultivation chamber, everyone also looked up at the sky. Even in the darkness of night, they could see a star power vortex condensing in the sky above the foundation building cultivation chamber. However, the star power vortex condensed by Xiao Ye was black as ink. If one didn't observe carefully, it was even a bit difficult to see the existence of the vortex. Damn, a Xiao's star power vortex is actually black. Didn't a Xiao awaken a physique-type supernatural ability? Why does it look so dark, similar to that kid Shen Mo's dark elemental supernatural ability? Shen Mo, who was standing right beside Xia Zhikyu, gave Xia Zhikyu a speechless look. He felt that Xia Zhikyu seemed to have some opinions about his dark elemental supernatural ability. However, he had to admit, upon seeing the black star power vortex above, Shen Mo was also a little surprised. Not surprised by the color, but by the speed of its expansion. After the star power vortex appeared, its diameter almost instantly expanded to 40 meters. Then, in another blink of an eye, it expanded to 80 meters. The speed of this expansion was simply too fast. It was even much faster than the speed at which the star power vortex expanded when Xiao Qiyu had her breakthrough. Truly worthy of Xiao Ye. Shen Mo sighed silently. He was indeed a prodigy capable of crushing Li Guangqi, judging by the speed at which Xiao Ye's psychological vortex was expanding. Reaching 100 meters was almost certain. Shen Mo even suspected, could it be that Xiao Ye was going to challenge the 120-meter diameter star power vortex limit? 105. The gate to the extraordinary is shattered. Foundation building cultivation chamber. Xiao Ye had already broken through 8 genetic chains. Just one last strike left. Xiao Ye took a deep breath. He once again condensed a surge of star power within his body. Then he was about to charge towards the remaining genetic chains. But just at this moment, Xiao Ye's heart stirred. Although all 3 martial skills reaching max level meant unlocking 12 genetic chains was a sure thing. But what if he unleashed a powerful burst? What kind of result would that yield? Suddenly, he really wanted to try it. So, the 9-fold night vampire state erupted. The 3-fold limit burst state was applied. A fatal strike was unleashed. The star power within Xiao Ye's body immediately surged like a roaring dragon, fiercely rushing towards the gate of transcendence. Then, it heavily impacted the gate of transcendence. Crack! Without any hindrance, the remaining 4 genetic chains were instantly shattered and rapidly dissolved within Xiao Ye's body. All 12 genetic chains were unlocked. Breaking through to transcendence was today. However, just as Xiao Ye was preparing to embrace the transcendent transformation, boom! The star power dragon continued its momentum, charging forward, and then suddenly unleashed all its power. Xiao Ye's eyes widened abruptly. This power far exceeded his expectations. It was definitely not 27 times the power. It was 270 times. He had actually lucked out and directly triggered a critical hit from Fatal Strike. Was his luck really that good? Then, in the next second, Xiao Ye was completely stunned. Boom! The star power dragon crashed into the gate of transcendence. It did not break open the gate of transcendence as Xiao Ye had expected. Instead, it directly, crack. The gate of transcendence actually just shattered. That's right. The gate of transcendence, which was rumored to only be pushed open to enter transcendence, actually shattered within Xiao Ye's body. At this moment, Xiao Ye felt like he was about to shatter too. What the heck? With no door left, how was he supposed to push open the gate of transcendence? How was he supposed to enter transcendence? Something went wrong. Just as Xiao Ye gathered all his strength to charge at the last few genetic chains. Outside the foundation, building cultivation chamber. Everyone was also nervously watching the star power vortex above their heads. It's almost time, just one last push. Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but put his hands together, praying to all the heavenly gods and Buddhas. No matter who it was, as long as Xiao Ye successfully broke through to transcendence, Xia Zhikyu would be willing to offer 3 incense sticks. Shenmue, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. Looking at Su Yi's breakthrough speed, the star power vortex reaching 100 meters is basically not a problem. It's even possible for him to aim higher. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting. What's going on with the weather? Why has it suddenly become so cloudy? Mu Wanru looked at the gloomy sky above. She couldn't help but frown. Why did it suddenly turn cloudy? And the dark clouds above were gathering. The speed at which these dark clouds condensed was simply too fast. Before, there was still starlight and moonlight shining down. But now, these thick dark clouds had gathered together. Let alone starlight and moonlight. It felt like even the light seemed to dim quite a bit. Moreover, there was a buzzing sound coming from within the clouds. It seemed like lightning and thunder were brewing. It was as if a sudden storm was about to arrive. Yes, what's going on? Even Zhao Rong couldn't help but frown, looking up at the sky and sensing a hint of strangeness. I don't care how strange the sky is as long as it doesn't affect Asu's breakthrough. Hey, wait, why can't I see Asu's star power vortex anymore? Has it already ended? Xia Zhikyu immediately grew anxious. An 80-meter diameter star power vortex would be considered excellent for an ordinary student. It was equivalent to unlocking 8 genetic chains. An absolute genius. But for Asu, that would be far below expectations. Don't worry, Su Yi's star power vortex hasn't disappeared. It's just that the vortex's color is inherently dark, and now with the clouds obscuring the moon and the dim light, the vortex is a bit hard to observe. But if you look closely, you can still perceive the star power surging on the vortex. Shenmue spoke calmly. Xia Zhikyu carefully sensed it, and indeed found the existence of the star power vortex, which made him slightly relieved. Good, there Asu was still continuing his breakthrough. He just knew it. Asu's talent shouldn't be inferior to Xiao Qiyu, the great Xiao flower, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be awkward if the woman was stronger than the man later on? It's starting, Su Yi's star power vortex is expanding again. What carefully sensed the changes in the extinguishing device in midair, and said softly. Then he quickly couldn't help but exclaim. So fast. This time, Su Yi's star power vortex was expanding even faster than before. How was this possible? Generally speaking, when breaking through to transcendence, the first time one condenses star power to charge, the force is the greatest. Then the second time is less. By the last time, one is already close to exhaustion. At this point, one can only try to squeeze every bit of potential from their body to expand the diameter of the star power vortex and pursue their limit. But with Su Yi, the speed of the first 2 breakthroughs being so fast was already something. How was it that this third time, the speed was even faster? Does Su Yi have no limits? Shenmue was secretly astonished. 90 meters. 95 meters. 100 meters. 105 meters. 100. At this moment, the dark clouds above were even thicker, and Su Yi's star power vortex could no longer be captured by the eye. One could only rely on the perception of star power to vaguely determine a range. Now everyone was excited that Su Yi's star power vortex range exceeded 100 meters. Just as it was about to reach 110 meters, on par with Xiao Qiyu. Boom! A muffled thunder suddenly roared. The dark clouds above surged rapidly. At the same time, crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. It actually struck directly at the foundation building cultivation chamber, where Su Yi was located. Everyone was instantly shocked. In the history of Madu University, even in the history of Donghuang and even humanity, it seemed no one had ever heard of being struck by lightning while breaking through to transcendence. Nor could they determine if being struck by lightning would affect their transcendent breakthrough. Protect Su Yi! A voice suddenly rang out from the shadows. At the same time, several figures flew out from all directions. One of them, holding a golden sword, charged directly at the lightning. Metal conducts electricity. The lightning was about to strike into the foundation building cultivation chamber where Su Yi was, but it first came into contact with the golden sword in that figure's hand. Immediately, the lightning was diverted by the golden sword. The purple electric fire instantly enveloped that figure. Crackling! Everyone around seemed to smell the scent of burnt barbecue. Thud! The originally handsome figure that had flown out fell directly to the ground, becoming a charred lump. Just as Xia Zhikyu and the others were worried if that person had been struck dead by the lightning. The charred lump on the ground suddenly moved. Then it suddenly let out earth-shattering coughs. Cough, 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 damn it, I almost got struck dead by lightning. 106, Star Force Cyclone, 1200 meters. Fortunately, the figure holding the golden sword was also a third heaven master. He took a direct hit from a lightning bolt descending from the sky, and managed to withstand it with his powerful body. However, that wasn't the end. Crack! Another lightning bolt struck from the sky. Let me handle it. A dark figure roared. Over a dozen wooden vines instantly shot out from his hand. The vines quickly spread out above the foundation building cultivation chamber, forming a net. Crack! The lightning struck directly onto the large net formed by the wooden vines. The large net of wooden vines trembled, and some vines were scorched and cracked, but more electrical arcs were guided by the wood into the surrounding ground, then completely melted into nothingness. Such powerful lightning! The figure exclaimed in a low voice. This intensity seemed to far exceed naturally occurring lightning. Moreover, these lightning bolts seemed to target the foundation building cultivation chamber, as if they recognized a master. What exactly was happening? Everyone was shocked. But at this moment, they couldn't worry about anything else. Protecting the student currently undergoing a breakthrough in the foundation building cultivation chamber was the most important thing. My star power isn't enough, quickly come and help me. The figure roared. Immediately, several dark figures leaped to his side, transferring their star power to him. Then another dozen or so wooden vines flew out, making the large net above the foundation building cultivation chamber even more solid. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck. The power of this lightning bolt was clearly stronger than the previous two. The newly solidified sturdy wooden vine net was directly shattered. At the same time, the dark figure who released the wooden vines grunted, and he collapsed softly to the ground. He had been electrocuted, the lightning striking back through the wood, knocking him unconscious. However, it was fortunate that they had worked together earlier to make the net stronger. Only then did it block such a powerful lightning bolt. And even more fortunately, the third lightning bolt, though more powerful, seemed to have exhausted the energy in the dark clouds. As the third lightning bolt struck, the thick dark clouds overhead gradually began to dissipate. Starlight and moonlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds. Gradually, there were no more dark clouds in the night sky. The bright moon shone. Stars twinkled. Just then, creak! The door of the foundation building cultivation chamber opened from the inside. Xiao Ye walked out. Asu. Xia Jikyu was the first to rush over. Asu, how are you? Were you affected? Did you succeed in your breakthrough? The dark clouds had appeared too strangely and quickly. They had completely captivated everyone's attention. Everyone was thinking about how to block those lightning bolts. And because of the lightning strike, the surrounding star power was chaotic. No one could sense Xiao Ye's star power vortex anymore. Nor did they know how Xiao Ye's breakthrough was progressing, or if he had succeeded. They were even more worried if those lightning bolts would affect Xiao Ye's breakthrough. If he were truly affected by those sudden lightning bolts, causing Xiao Ye, the most prodigy genius among this year's freshmen at Mado University, to make a mistake in his breakthrough to transcendence. That would be a loss for Mado University, even for the entire Donghuang, and indeed for the human race. At this moment, it wasn't just Xia Jikyu. There were also Mu Wanru, Zhang Xuan, Shen Mo and other companions. As well as Zhao Rong and all the teachers secretly protecting Xiao Ye, all looking at Xiao Ye nervously. From his appearance, Xiao Ye seemed to have no obvious changes. They didn't know if it was because his supernatural ability hadn't manifested after transcendence, or if he had simply failed. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Xiao Ye smiled slightly. I didn't fail my mission. I successfully underwent a breakthrough to transcendence. Under the moonlight, everyone vaguely felt that Xiao Ye seemed to have changed somewhere. He seemed taller and more handsome. Wow, that's great. Xia Jikyu immediately jumped 3 feet high in surprise. Asu, I knew you would definitely succeed in your breakthrough. That's great, truly great. Mu Wanru and the others also came forward, congratulating Xiao Ye one after another. Xiao Ye, congratulations on your successful breakthrough to transcendence. Good fellow, you had me on pins and needles. Xiao Ye, what was the final diameter of your star power chi vortex? Shen Mo asked a question that everyone was curious about. At the very last moment, Xiao Ye's star power chi vortex was rapidly expanding, clearly still having more power after reaching 105 meters. It was a pity that due to the sudden appearance of the lightning, no one could clearly see how far Xiao Ye's star power chi vortex ultimately expanded. Now, probably only Xiao Ye himself knew this information. At this moment, it wasn't just Shen Mo who was curious. Everyone was very curious. Zhao Rong even stepped forward and used her mental power to sense Xiao Ye's physical condition. She wanted to confirm whether there were any hidden injuries due to the sudden lightning. Hearing Shen Mo's question, Xiao Ye's expression became a little strange for a moment. How large was his star power chi vortex? Well, Suyi couldn't help but recall what happened during the final strike. He had a sudden idea to use all his trump cards for the strongest attack. Suyi originally wanted to show off a bit. Who would have thought that he would directly shatter the gate of transcendence? At that moment, Suyi was a little panicked. But very quickly Suyi discovered. After the gate of transcendence shattered, it also rapidly melted, just like those genetic chains, and then integrated into his body. The feeling was as if the gate of transcendence was also composed in the same way as the genetic chains. But how was that possible? Genetic chains were just individual chains. Even if all 12 were added together, they wouldn't be even 1/10 of the gate of transcendence. And yet, that was already enough to trap 99.99% of the human race. Now Suyi felt that the gate of transcendence, like the genetic chains, was a shackles that imprisoned one's talent. If this news were to spread, he wondered if it would cause more shock or more panic. It would probably make many people despair directly. You thought you had already undergone a breakthrough to transcendence and reached the peak. But in reality, if the gate of transcendence has not shattered, no matter how hard you cultivate, you are only lingering at the foot of the mountain. However, even if some people would despair, for Suyi, this was only a pleasant surprise. The fragments of the gate of transcendence integrated into his body. Suyi could feel his meridians becoming wider. Compared to after breaking the 12 genetic chains, the width of his meridians had increased by more than 10 times. At the same time, the star power in his body was also denser, and the absorption speed was more than 10 times faster. Suyi could feel it. If his star power value was 12, after breaking the 12 genetic chains, then after shattering the gate of transcendence, his star power value was 120. Even among the top geniuses of the human race, Suyi's star power density was 10 times that of theirs. Moreover, Suyi could continuously and rapidly restore his own star power during combat, which meant that Suyi's sustained combat ability was practically invincible. As for how large Suyi's star power chi vortex ultimately was, could he tell everyone that? At the last moment, the diameter of his star power chi vortex had reached 1,200 meters. Never mind, it's better not to provoke these people. Barely 110 meters, I suppose. 107, hunting squad assemble. 110 meters. Is it really 110 meters? Xiao Ye and Zhao Rong spoke almost simultaneously. Their voices were filled with pleasant surprise. However, Xiao Ye was simply happy for his good friend, while Zhao Rong had an added layer of confirmation. Suyi scratched his head. Probably, later my star power seemed a bit chaotic. Could it be that he said too much? A star power vortex of 1,200 meters. If he really told them, wouldn't these people think he was crazy? Suyi wouldn't deliberately play the pig to eat the tiger. To be a genius, yet pretend to be ordinary. To have plenty of resources supplied to genius, yet insist on earning resources painstakingly himself. But there's only a fine line between a genius and a madman. Suyi didn't want to find himself in a situation where he'd be dissected. There should be no mistake. According to the speed at which your star power vortex expanded later, reaching 110 meters is absolutely no problem. Zhao Rong nodded affirmingly. In fact, she felt that given Suyi's momentum during his final breakthrough, she would believe it even if his star power vortex diameter exceeded 110 meters. Good, excellent. Two super genius, whose star power vortex diameter reached 110 meters, had appeared among the new students of Madu University this year. And both were in her, Zhao Rong's class. This stroke of heavenly fortune had finally fallen to her, Zhao Rong. Suyi, are you sure the breakthrough process went smoothly and nothing unexpected happened? On one hand, Zhao Rong was worried that the sudden lightning strike from the sky would affect Suyi's breakthrough. On the other hand, she also had doubts. How did that lightning come so suddenly? And it seemed as if it was specifically targeting Suyi. After Suyi completed his breakthrough, the lightning also disappeared. Even the dark clouds overhead dissipated one after another. It really made one wonder. My breakthrough process, there shouldn't have been any problems, right? When his star power vortex finally expanded to 1,200 meters, Suyi could vaguely perceive everything happening around him. Naturally, he also saw the sky full of dark clouds and the lightning descending from the heavens. He also knew that, amidst the dense dark clouds, no one could detect how large his star power vortex truly was. However, the scene of dark clouds covering the sky with lightning and thunder, how did it look so much like the lightning tribulation he had read about in novels in his previous life? He was merely breaking through to transcendence. It shouldn't go as far as getting struck by lightning, right? Suyi shook his head. He estimated that all of this was just a coincidence. Good, it's good that you weren't affected. You've just broken through to transcendence, and the star power in your body is still unstable. It's best to cultivate quickly and stabilize your realm. Xiao Rong asked a few questions, confirmed that Su Yi was indeed fine, and then eagerly led Su Yi to an empty cultivation room. 3 days later, Su Yi emerged from the cultivation room. His realm of transcendence, first heaven, was completely stable. Then he pulled out his phone. He entered the Madu University official website. Su Yi quickly found the mission hall. This was a new section that appeared on his phone after he broke through to transcendence. Information scrolled continuously in the mission hall. Seeking 20 pairs of Zhizhai beast fangs. Team up to hunt Darkwing Thunder Eagle, need 1 healer, 1 main attacker. Team up to farm fiery monkeys, 4 needed, 1 missing. High price for 10 ice heart grass. Some people posted missions in the mission hall, seeking certain Yao beast materials or spirit medicine. Others posted team-up information to enter the demon beast hunting zone together and hunt Yao beast. Indeed, after breaking through to transcendence, it felt like a new door had opened in university. Su Yi thought for a moment. He definitely had to enter the demon beast hunting zone to hunt Yao beast. Only this way could he quickly accumulate slaughter value, thereby improving his cultivation and enhancing his martial skill. And soloing or forming a small team, isn't it obvious? Of course, it was better to go together. Su Yi quickly purchased a map of the demon beast hunting zone from the mission hall. The map not only showed some basic routes within the demon beast hunting zone, but more importantly, marked the areas where certain Yao beast resided. With this map, the team's safety in the demon beast hunting zone could be greatly increased. After reading many posts and preparing his strategy, Su Yi then started to gather people. Xiao Qiu would definitely be one of them. Additionally, Xia Zhikyu and Mu Wanru had also broken through to transcendence in the past few days. Although these two were slightly weaker in combat, Xia Zhikyu's mental energy attacks were invisible and unpredictable, very useful at critical moments. Mu Wanru, after breaking through to transcendence, had greatly improved her healing abilities and could also conjure wooden vines, which could also play a significant role in combat. So these two naturally had to be called upon. Su Yi would naturally be responsible for attacking at the very front. As for Zhang Chuan, I won't go with you guys. Recently, my mentor gave me a ton of tasks, and I have so many books to read that I don't have time to go hunt Yao beast with you. Zhang Chuan waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't participate. As an elegant apothecary, fighting and killing didn't align with his career plan. However, Zhang Chuan threw out a few bottles of liquid. The green one is poisonous. If you encounter a dangerous big guy, you can apply it to your weapon. Even a second-tier Yao beast, once its skin is broken and the venom enters its body, can only last for 3 minutes at most. Sprinkle this blue bottle on yourselves. It can mask your scent, preventing those Yao beast from tracking you. He truly was an apothecary. Good things came from him at first move. Su Yi thanked him. I won't be polite with you regarding these good things. Later, if you need any materials for refining potions, just tell us, and we'll help you get them. Alright, it's a deal then. Originally, they had agreed last time to help Su Yi find the person who tried to harm him by using the scent on his clothes. However, before he could research anything, Su Yi had already found the culprit through the method of luring the snake out of its hole. Zhang Chuan was greatly disheartened by this, and during this period, he dedicated himself even more to the study of pharmacy, almost to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. After exchanging a few words with Su Yi and others, Zhang Chuan was about to return to his laboratory to research his potions. However, he stopped after 2 steps. How about I recommend another teammate for you? Who? Shen Mo. Zhang Chuan directly recommended his roommate. To form a team to kill Yao beast, how can you not have an assassin? Whether it's for scouting or sneak attacks, Shen Mo's abilities are quite useful. If Shen Mo can also join your team, it will not only greatly enhance your attack power but also significantly improve your survival safety. Zhang Chuan offered his advice earnestly. And regarding this, Su Yi and the others exchanged glances, all feeling somewhat tempted. Shen Mo's strength indeed convinced them. Especially Shen Mo's ability to blend into the darkness and launch sneak attacks, which would undoubtedly be even more useful in the complex environment of Yao beast hunting. So Su Yi quickly found Shen Mo. What? You want to invite me to join your team and enter the demon beast hunting zone together? The dagger danced rapidly between Shen Mo's fingertips. Shen Mo smiled slightly. Alright, I accept. There's such a good thing, Su Yi, why didn't you invite me sooner? With Shen Mo's acceptance, the hunting team officially assembled. 108, Monster Hunting Zone First Hunt. Outside the Demon Beast Hunting Zone, Suyi looked at his companions and asked seriously again. When we enter the demon beast hunting zone, we must rely on slaughter to continuously improve our combat capabilities, and under the stimulation of life and death, rapidly enhance our strength. There might be danger during this process, so I'll ask one last time. Does everyone confirm they want to participate? Although this demon beast hunting zone is under the jurisdiction of Mado University, with teachers patrolling and guarding it. If danger arises, they can immediately call for help from a teacher. Yet even so, entering it to hunt Yao beasts carries a certain degree of risk. Every year, a few Mado University students die accidentally while hunting Yao beasts. Some students even perish before they can even call for help from a teacher. Therefore, before truly entering the demon beast hunting zone, Suyi asked seriously again. Shenmo replied concisely, participate. Mu Wanru nodded heroically, participate. Xiao Qiyu's golden hair fluttered. We will certainly go to the battlefield in the future. This is just practice. If we are timid here, how can we have the courage to fight the demon race in the future? Xia Zhikyu even laughed heartily. Asu, don't worry. Our team will surely be invincible and overcome all challenges. Our team's name will definitely be famous among the human race in the future. The ones who should be worried now are not us, but those Yao beasts inside. Little Yao beasts, Grandpa Xia is here, tremble. The long blade in Xia Zhikyu's hand was already thirsting for action. Suyi nodded slightly. All right, since everyone has made up their minds, let's get ready to go in. This time when we enter the demon beast hunting zone, besides training ourselves, we also need to strive for some merit points. There are only two ways to earn merit points in the demon beast hunting zone. The first is to hunt Yao beasts within it. Different merit points are awarded based on the required rank and type. Generally speaking, a first-rank Yao beast is worth 1 to 3 merit points. A second-rank Yao beast is worth 4 to 10 merit points. The more you kill, the more you earn. And additionally, students entering the excellent hunting zone can also accept missions in the mission hall. For example, the previous mission to acquire Zhizhai beast tusks. Once the mission is accepted and completed, and the materials are submitted, corresponding merit points can also be obtained. This means that killing one Yao beast can earn merit points twice. It is clearly much more cost-effective. Therefore, most students entering the demon beast hunting zone will first go to the mission hall for a few rounds, accept some missions, and then purposefully hunt Yao beasts. This way, not only are more merit points obtained. At the same time, targeted hunting can also greatly improve one's safety. After all, hunting with a purpose allows for some preparation in advance, and the retrieval of information about the corresponding Yao beasts. However, if hunting randomly, encountering unfamiliar Yao beasts could easily lead to unforeseen trouble. Clearly, this is also a form of guidance from Mado University to its students. It's just that this method of guidance is softer and more easily accepted. This is our first time entering the demon beast hunting zone, so I only took on 2 relatively simple and easy to complete missions. One is to hunt Zhizhai beasts and obtain their tusks. The other is to hunt explosion apes and obtain their sharp claws. Suyi shared the mission information with his companions. Zhizhai beasts live in the eastern part of the excellent hunting zone. It's the closest to us, and the mission we can complete first. Zhizhai beasts are a type of Yao beast that likes to live in groups. The advantage is that we can obtain a large number of tusks at once. The disadvantage is that these Zhizhai beasts like to stick together, making it easy to stir up a hornet's nest and get ganged up on. Everyone carefully read the information Suyi sent, and Xiao Qiyu quickly noticed a point Suyi had noted. You mean this Yao beast really likes the smell of mintwood heart grass? Has Suyi already thought of a plan? Suyi nodded. That's right, we can use the Zhizhai beast's fondness for mintwood heart grass to fish for them. Because Zhizhai beasts like mintwood heart grass so much, although they usually like to act in groups, once they discover mintwood heart grass, they will choose to enjoy it alone. The scent of mintwood heart grass has a certain diffusion range. As long as we master this range, we can specifically lure out a few Zhizhai beasts and then hunt them. Suyi quickly explained his idea, which immediately caused everyone to nod repeatedly. Isn't it just fishing? This is good. Divide and conquer, Asu, you're good. This task can be entrusted to me. I can sneak within a certain range around the Zhizhai beasts and then try to lure them out. Shen Mo directly took on the important task of luring monsters. Alright, in that case, let's set off. Mado University Demon Beast Hunting Zone. Among a patch of strange rocks in the southeast, a few gray figures would faintly appear. These were some small gray beasts. With gray fur all over their bodies, they were about 1.5 meters long, resembling oversized rats with a slender tail. These small beasts moving among the strange rocks did not seem dangerous. However, when a half-meter-long strange armored insect appeared among the strange rocks, a Zhizhai beast suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its sharp tusks inside. With one bite, the strange armored insect, along with the strange rock it was on, was crushed by the Zhizhai beast's bite. Crunch crunchy. The strange armored insect's hard shell could not withstand the Zhizhai beast's sharp tusks at all, and it was quickly swallowed. After swallowing this strange armored insect, the Zhizhai beast reverted to a docile small beast, continuing to search for food among the strange rocks. Good heavens, both docile and brutal, one Yao beast with two faces. Shen Mo, hiding in the shadows, saw all this and couldn't help but click his tongue. Although these Zhizhai beasts were first-rank Yao beasts, their combat power was not weak. Moreover, just from his observation, there were 30 to 40 Zhizhai beasts in this area of strange rocks. If they accidentally made any noise, and these Zhizhai beasts swarmed them, they would probably have to immediately call a teacher for help. Shen Mo took a deep breath, then slightly increased the distance between himself and the Zhizhai beasts, before taking out a few green small grasses from his storage bracelet. It was the mintwood heart grass that Xiao Ye had prepared long ago. 109. Fishing and hunting. Shen Mo felt a little uneasy. Outside the pile of strange rocks, two Zhizhai beasts, having finished foraging, were lazily basking in the sun, digesting the energy from the strange armored insects in their bodies. For a Yao beast to advance again, the fastest and best way is to continuously eat, absorb more energy, and promote physical growth. Only when energy accumulates to a certain extent, causing a qualitative change, is it possible to break through the barrier. And just at this moment, these two Zhizhai beasts, originally lazy, simultaneously raised their heads. Their slender noses sniffed. Their small eyes immediately lit up. It's the smell of mintwood heart grass. Mintwood heart grass doesn't provide much energy for Zhizhai beasts, but they love its smell the most. It's like tobacco, which isn't beneficial to the human body and can even cause harm, but some people just can't resist its aroma. Mintwood heart grass is somewhat similar to tobacco for Zhizhai beasts. Immediately, the two Zhizhai beasts quickly crawled in the direction from which the mintwood heart grass was emitting its fragrance. And these two Zhizhai beasts didn't even think about calling their companions to join them when they moved. Even though they are gregarious Yao beasts, no Zhizhai beast would be willing to share such a good thing as mintwood heart grass with other beasts. The scent of mintwood heart grass grew stronger and stronger. The two Zhizhai beasts crawled faster and faster, and just as they were engrossed in their excitement, swishy, hissu, a long blade and a dagger appeared simultaneously, striking hard on the backs of the Zhizhai beasts. It was Xiao Ye and Shen Mo, who had already set up an ambush. The two Zhizhai beasts were suddenly attacked, and immediately instinctively tried to counterattack. At the same time, they opened their mouths, revealing their fangs, and were about to let out a cry to warn their pack. Humans have invaded. However, swish swish. Two arrows suddenly shot out, extremely fast, arriving almost in the blink of an eye, directly hitting the mouths of the two Zhizhai beasts. Hitting the vital spot. As for the cries of the two Zhizhai beasts, "Watch me, Grandpa Xia!" Xia Zhikyu shouted excitedly, and an invisible mental energy fluctuation instantly enveloped the two Zhizhai beasts. Mental Pierce. After Xia Zhikyu's breakthrough to Transcendent, his mental system ability could emit Mental Pierce, which could attack the enemy's brain, causing them to fall into a momentary state of confusion and stagnation. The two Zhizhai beasts originally wanted to make a sound to warn their pack. But because of Xia Zhikyu's skill, they suddenly forgot their original intention. And taking advantage of this time, the long blade in Xiao Ye's hand had already directly sliced across the Zhizhai beast's neck, and a head rolled off. Slaughter value plus 88. And at the same time Xiao Ye completed the kill, Shen Mo, beside him, also directly plunged his dagger into the Zhizhai beast's heart. The two Zhizhai beasts were thus killed almost silently. Xiao Ye and the others quickly collected the Zhizhai beasts' corpses. Then they changed direction and started fishing again. As for why they changed locations, it was, of course, out of concern that the blood left behind after killing the Zhizhai beasts would alert other Zhizhai beasts lured over. So changing locations was safer. They would strike once and then move to a new spot. Each time, they could lure out 2 or 3 Zhizhai beasts. Xiao Ye and Shen Mo were the main attackers. Xiao Qiyu was on alert in the rear and finished off targets. Xia Zhikyu was responsible for mental interference. And Mu Wanru as the only healer in the team. Because everything went too smoothly, she only needed to be ready to act. 18. We've already killed 18 Zhizhai beasts. If we lure one more group, we should be able to complete the mission. Xia Zhikyu collected the 2 newly killed Zhizhai beasts and excitedly reported the count. For every Zhizhai beast killed, 2 merit points could be obtained. Killing 20 Zhizhai beasts would be 40 merit points. Before the team set out, it was agreed that all merit points obtained would be equally divided among everyone. This meant that each person would get 8 merit points, plus what they had accumulated before. I've already set my sights on a mental system weapon that's particularly suitable for me, but even with our new student 10% discount, that martial skill still requires 50 merit points. At our current speed, we only need to take a few more missions to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for it. Xia Zhikyu calculated happily. After entering Madu University, the exchange system was the same as in the military. Everything was exchanged using merit points. However, as new students of Madu University, the nation also provided a certain level of cultivation for these geniuses. They enjoyed a 10% discount when exchanging martial skills within the military system. Of course, this discount could only be used once. After that, if they wanted to exchange again, they would only receive a 50% discount. As an SS-grade genius, Xiao Ye enjoyed a 30% discount. This meant that something a regular soldier needed 100 merit points to exchange for, he only needed 30 merit points. This was the Federation's method of cultivating geniuses. They would provide you with a certain amount of resources to help you grow quickly. But if you wanted more, then you had to work hard to earn merit points. Only by earning more could you exchange for more valuable things. Of course, for geniuses, the greater the discount, the more valuable things they could exchange for, and their growth rate would far exceed others. But at the same time, when geniuses sold the Yao beasts and Yao beast materials they hunted to the military, the price was also much lower than the market price. Xiao Ye glanced at his merit points. 50 points. At the same time, Xiao Ye had also checked the blood shadow saber technique that Zhao Rong recommended. Even with a 10% discount, exchanging it would still require 200 merit points. That was even more merit points than the mental system attack martial skill Xia Zhikyu had his eye on. To accumulate enough merit points, he would probably need to enter the demon beast hunting zone a few more times. But Xiao Ye was patient. Killing Yao beasts, no matter how many times, he wouldn't mind. After tidying up their gains and erasing their traces here, Xiao Ye then looked at Shen Mo. How's your recovery? Shen Mo, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby recovering his star power, slowly opened his eyes. I'm good, I'll go lure more monsters. With that, Shen Mo's figure once again disappeared into the shadows. Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but lean over. This Shen Mo usually seems quiet, but I didn't expect him to be so reliable as a teammate. Whether it was luring monsters or killing monsters, Shen Mo's performance was impeccable. They had originally worried that Shen Mo would lure too many monsters at once, making it impossible to handle. But who would have thought that Shen Mo controlled it perfectly every time? He would either lure 2 slightly stronger Zhizhai beasts, or 3 Zhizhai beasts of ordinary combat strength, ensuring that their team could easily exterminate them. Their easy and rapid gains were largely thanks to Shen Mo's monster luring ability. Shen Mo, this guy, is good in all aspects, but his stamina seems to be lacking a bit. Asu, you and Shen Mo are both responsible for the main attack, but after so many battles, Asu, you don't need to cultivate to recover star power, whereas Shen Mo has already meditated several times. As he spoke, Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but shake his head, sighing. Shen Mo seems a bit weak. How about we ask Zhang Chuan to prescribe him some medicine to take later? 110. Breakthrough Cultivation Subdivision. Shen Mo, who was traversing the forest, preparing to lure monsters, had no idea that Xia Zhikyu was seriously worrying about his physical condition and stamina. If Shen Mo had heard it, Shen Mo would only want to say, "You bastard, it's not that I lack stamina. It's clearly Xiao Ye who isn't human." Even if the battles weren't intense, after 7 or 8 fights, that guy Xiao Ye still looked relaxed, not even needing to recover his star power. He was simply a monster. A short while later, Shen Mo once again lured 2 Zhizhai beasts. The group cooperated and easily hunted them down. After storing the bodies of the 2 Zhizhai beasts, Shen Mo was about to suggest one last round to catch 2 more Zhizhai beasts when a sharp howl suddenly came from the pile of strange rocks in the distance. It turned out that the leader of the Zhizhai beasts had finally sensed that something was wrong. After basking in the sun for a while, how did a quick glance reveal that nearly half of the beast pack was missing? It must be other Yao beasts or despicable humans preying on their Zhizhai beasts. Zhizhai beasts will never be slaves. They must resist. Immediately, the Zhizhai beasts, which had been foraging among the strange rocks, quickly gathered. Led by their leader, they set out to find their missing companions and the hidden enemy. Hearing the howls in the distance, Xiao Ye and others exchanged glances. "Let's go." The group immediately ran quickly in the predetermined retreat direction. If they didn't leave now, they would be surrounded by the Zhizhai beast pack. After running for a long time, the cries of the Zhizhai beast pack behind them were completely inaudible. At the same time, after confirming on the map that they had run far out of the Zhizhai beast pack's territory, the group slowly stopped. I can't go on, let's rest for a while. Xiao Ye directly sat down on the ground. Those Zhizhai beasts definitely won't catch up, let's rest for a bit. Oh, by the way, look, it's already dark, we should eat something and get some sleep, we can complete the other mission tomorrow. Xiao Ye looked up at the sky. A crescent moon hung in the sky. The night had completely fallen. All right everyone, let's set up camp and rest for the night. Nighttime was not conducive to combat. And after a full day of slaughter, everyone was a little tired. They indeed needed a short rest before heading to the exploding apes territory tomorrow to complete the second mission. Soon the group found a suitable place. The ground was dry. Most importantly, this place did not belong to any Yao beast's territory. To be precise, it was the boundary between the territories of two Yao beast clans. In this complex demon beast hunting zone, such a boundary was actually the safest place. The two Yao beast clans generally would not intentionally go to such a place to avoid causing friction and triggering a battle between the two clans. The group set up 2 tents. Xiao Ye and Mu Wanru then took out the food they had prepared long ago. Carrying storage bracelets, the food still maintained the temperature and condition it had when it was put in. Under this moonlight, the group could still eat warm meals, drink beverages and munch on fruits. Even the 2 girls each held a cup of hot milk tea. It didn't look like they were here to hunt demons. Instead, it seemed like they were on a picnic. It was just that, so Ye put down his meal. He frowned slightly. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he always felt that ever since his breakthrough into transcendence, his enthusiasm for food seemed to have diminished considerably. Instead, he preferred liquid drinks more. Especially crack. So Ye opened a can of cola and took a big gulp. It relieved his body's craving for food. It seemed that this red liquid was more captivating to him. Was it because of his supernatural ability? Had awakening the vampire supernatural ability made him actually want to drink blood? Xiao Ye frowned. Although this skill enhanced his combat ability, Xiao Ye really didn't want to become that kind of blood-sucking monster. Perhaps he should thoroughly investigate similar supernatural abilities later, to see how much impact it would have on his body, and how to resolve the side effects brought by this supernatural ability. Xiao Ye pondered silently. Everyone ate and drank their fill. Xiao Ye and Mu Wanru went into the tent to rest. Xiao Ye had also long since run out of energy. As for Xiao Ye and Shen Mo, let's take turns on watch. I'll take the first half of the night and you take the second half. Xiao Ye and Shen Mo quickly reached an agreement. In this perilous demon beast hunting zone, even if they had sprayed themselves with the potion Zhang Chuan gave them to eliminate their scent and prevent Yao beast attacks, if everyone fell into a deep sleep and a Yao beast really came, they would still be in danger. So having someone on watch was necessary. Then you call me later, I'll go in and sleep for a bit first. Shen Mo patted Xiao Ye's shoulder and walked into the tent. After a full day of hunting Yao beasts, Shen Mo was actually very tired. It was only because Xiao Ye had consistently been in good condition, not even needing to recover mentally, that Shen Mo had been pushing himself. Now that he finally relaxed, he was truly struggling to stay awake. But as he walked into the tent, Shen Mo still felt confused. What kind of monster was Xiao Ye, really? How could his physical fitness be so strong, and his star power so abundant? One had to know that when the two of them achieved breakthrough to transcendence, although there was a difference in the diameter of their star power vortexes, it wasn't that significant. How was it that in actual combat, Xiao Ye's combat ability was so much stronger than his, and his stamina was several times his own? He was clearly a descendant of a king, having grown up soaking in medicinal baths and consuming precious nutritional supplements. How could he be inferior to Xiao Ye, a child from an ordinary family? Could it be that the talent Xiao Ye awakened had a particularly great enhancement to his body? Shen Mo felt a little defeated. He had always been suppressed by Li Guangqi, and now it was Xiao Ye's turn to suppress him. He was a descendant of a king, didn't he have any face? No, I must perform well tomorrow, I can't let Xiao Ye outshine me again. With strong conviction, Shen Mo fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Outside the tent, Xiao Ye guarded the bonfire and opened his panel again. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, Vampire Adult, 88-100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence First Heaven, LV1. Martial Skill, Fatal Strike Divine Ability Seed, Proficient. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter value, 1,262.5. His slaughter value was over 1,000 again. He could try adding points. But should he add points to his weapon or his cultivation? Without a doubt, it was to improve his cultivation. Burn 200 slaughter value, cultivation +1. As Xiao Ye burned slaughter value, the data on the panel immediately changed. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire adult, 88-100. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, transcendence first heaven LV2. Martial skill, fatal strike divine ability seed, proficient. Talent limit burst. Slaughter value, 1062.5. His cultivation changed from transcendence first heaven LV1 to transcendence first heaven LV2. On Blue Star, after entering transcendence, each heaven only has vague high, middle, and low realms, but the system panel shows LV ranks. It seems to further subdivide each heaven. I just don't know how many small levels each heaven is divided into according to the panel's calculation. 111, Burst Ape one step behind. The next day, the hunting team, after resting for a night, set off again. Their destination was precisely the area where the exploding apes resided. Exploding apes are fierce and fiery, warlike and aggressive, and use fire attacks. Their claws are extremely sharp, and they are the target of our mission this time. According to the information, this exploding ape tribe numbers over 100, and their blasting ape king's cultivation has reached the second-order peak, which is completely beyond our ability to handle. So this time, we will still use the luring method to hunt the exploding apes. As they advanced, Xiao Ye took out several wine bottles from his storage bracelet. Exploding apes have no resistance to human wine, so this is our best sharp weapon for luring them. He threw a wine bottle to Shen Mo. Old Shen, it's time for you to show your strength again. Shen Mo silently took the wine bottles. He always felt something was not quite right. He used to be a prodigy at Provincial City No. 1 High School, and could even contend with Li Guangqi. But how did he become a mere tool person when he was with Xiao Ye? Although he felt strange, Shen Mo still put away the wine bottles and even opened one to sniff it. The wine aroma was rich. It was indeed a good choice for luring monsters. Perhaps he could even heat it to make the aroma more potent, spread further, and enhance its luring ability. Shen Mo had already started to get used to the role of the luring tool person, even developing his own abilities. However, when the group arrived at the exploding ape tribe's habitat, Shen Mo couldn't try his new method of heating the wine bottles to lure them as he wished. Because someone had arrived at the exploding ape tribe's location before them and was already fighting fiercely. Xiao Ye and others just exchanged glances. They didn't even need to speak. The few of them quietly approached the battlefield, then chose a large tree with the best vantage point for observing the battle, and that wouldn't be easily affected by the fighting. They climbed up to observe the situation. At a corner of the exploding ape tribe's living area, countless exploding apes were engulfed in flames, occasionally pounding their chests and letting out angry roars. It was a pity. There were too many exploding apes, but the battle area was not large. These exploding apes could only block the periphery, anxious in their hearts. They even wished their companions in front would be quickly killed, so they could rush into the battle zone and fight bravely. For the exploding apes, forget it, don't say anything, just fight. And in the most intense part of the battle, 5 or 6 humans, or to be precise, Madu University students, were fighting fiercely against these exploding apes, forming a circle back-to-back. These people included both men and women, warriors wielding long knives and broadswords, and supernatural ability awakeners surrounded by ice and snow. Even when facing the surging exploding apes, these few people could maintain their formation, calmly defending and counterattacking. They showed no intention of retreating. Among them, a pair of ice and snow-shrouded maidens were the most striking. Wherever the two went, it became a world of ice and snow, and even the flames burning around the exploding apes were instantly extinguished. They were simply the natural bane of these exploding apes. Ziyajikyu stared at the pair of ice-shrouded sisters on the battlefield, his eyes going wide. Oh my, this is too cool, no, too beautiful. It was Ziyajikyu's first time seeing someone fight so beautifully, as if an ice and snow goddess had descended. Sacred, cold, and inviolable. Especially that pair of sisters. Yes, although he didn't know their identities yet, Ziyajikyu was sure they were sisters. Because their appearances were almost identical, and the clothes they wore were also identical. They were practically twins. It was just that one was surrounded by frost. The other was surrounded by dancing snowflakes. In the tree, Mu Wanru silently glanced at Ziyajikyu, whose eyes were shining as he stared intently at the twin sisters, and she gritted her teeth. This inexplicably sent a chill down Ziyajikyu's spine, who was lost in thought. He subconsciously retracted his gaze and looked around. But at this moment, Mu Wanru had already looked away and was watching the battlefield, so Xia Zhikyu didn't notice anything amiss. Perhaps I'm too sensitive. Xia Zhikyu focused on the battlefield again. Shen Mo's gaze, however, lingered on the male student surrounded by the others. That person seems to be a light element supernatural ability user, but he appears to be more of a support type. The male student, surrounded by everyone, continuously pointed out golden light from his hand. These golden lights did not fly towards the exploding apes, but merged into the bodies of his teammates. Those golden lights clearly had a special effect, but it was not immediately obvious. That's holy light technique. Xiao Qiu explained in a low voice. Holy light technique can quickly restore star power, heal injuries, and also inspire fighting spirit, providing a certain degree of improvement to strength, speed, and agility. It is a very suitable support spell for use on the battlefield. Xiao Qiu's supernatural ability attribute was light, so she was naturally very familiar with the application of light element abilities. Holy light technique, it sounds good. I just wonder how much of an increase it provides to the body. Su Yi asked with some interest. How did the ability of this holy light technique sound a bit similar to his supernatural ability? Xiao Qiu thought for a moment. I think that person should be a second heaven martial artist. The overall increase in strength, speed, and agility should be able to reach approximately 30%. What, that much? Everyone hiding in the tree and secretly watching the battle couldn't help but turn their heads. To be able to increase attributes by so much, if they also had similar support. A middle-stage first heaven martial artist might be able to display the combat power of a late-stage first heaven martial artist. How awesome would that be? Su Yi, however, pouted. Only approximately 30%, that's so little. It didn't even reach 100%. While everyone was discussing, on the battlefield below, those Madu University students had already killed 30 or 40 exploding apes. The bodies of the killed exploding apes were piled on the ground, forming a circle. Such speed and ferocity. Even the warlike exploding apes' attack speed slowed down. Although exploding apes love to fight, this battle was clearly a suicidal charge. Just as some exploding apes were about to retreat, an unexpected change occurred. Screech! A sharp cry rang out. The exploding apes, whose morale had been dampened by the killings, were once again invigorated. The king! Their king had arrived. As long as the king arrived, these humans would surely pay the price for hunting their kin. Immediately, the exploding apes who had originally wanted to escape stopped moving. Instead, they surrounded the students even more tightly, as if afraid they would escape. However, these exploding apes were clearly overthinking it. Those Madu University students had no intention of escaping at all. Instead, after hearing that sharp cry, a glint flashed in their eyes. The blasting ape king they had been waiting for had finally arrived. 112, Team Battle Second Year Senior. Boom! Boom! The earth seemed to tremble. Soon, a small fiery mountain in the distance rapidly approached. When Su Yi and others got closer, they realized that it wasn't a small volcano at all, but a giant ape about 10 meters tall. Ordinary exploding apes are already very large, over 3 meters tall, and are rank 1 Yao beasts. There were also some obviously more powerful exploding apes, about 7 or 8 meters tall, which were rank 2 Yao beasts. The exploding ape that arrived, standing about 10 meters tall, or 20 meters if you count the flames burning around its body, was clearly the king of the exploding ape tribe. It was the second-order peak king. They're here. Among the students who were standing back-to-back in a circle, the girl surrounded by frost reminded everyone. We came here specifically to hunt the blasting ape king, not just for the merit points, but also because this blasting ape is nearing its peak and has likely condensed a star core. If we can get a second-order peak blasting ape star core, whether to exchange for merit points or use it during a breakthrough, it would be of great benefit. So don't hold back any moves, let's finish this quickly. The commotion here is already quite loud, which might attract the covetous gaze of surrounding Yao beasts. The speaker was named Frost. All right, Urshuang, you don't need to remind me, I remember it clearly, sister. It's just killing a blasting ape king, why are you so nervous? A rank 2 Yao beast, it's not like we haven't killed them before. The one who replied was the girl surrounded by flying snow, named Zhang Zuer. As she spoke, she directly sent an attacking exploding ape flying. I told you not to call me Urshuang, you Urksu. And even though we've killed rank 2 Yao beasts, and quite a few at that, this blasting ape king is second-order peak. Be careful not to capsize in a small ditch. Although the sisters looked cold and sacred like goddesses, they started arguing as soon as they opened their mouths. All right, stop arguing. The blasting ape king is here, I'll go hold it off first. The boy in the team who used a heavy sword leaped high into the air. His heavy sword, wreathed in crimson flames, slashed directly at the blasting ape king. Although this person said he was going to block the blasting ape king, he actually launched a direct attack. It seems that in the eyes of this heavy sword warrior, offense was the best defense. And looking at the crimson flames swirling around the boy's heavy sword, Xiao Ye's gaze narrowed slightly. Transcendence Second Heaven. After entering Transcendence, the quality of star power undergoes a qualitative change. It becomes denser and more solidified. In Transcendence First Heaven, star power circulates and nurtures within the body, not only nourishing every part of the flesh and bones, but also greatly enhancing the Transcendence defensive capabilities. If attacked by an external enemy, the circulating star power within their body would form a powerful barrier. For example, when Xiao Ye and others were in the Kaiyuan realm, it was difficult to harm a Transcendence First Heaven expert. In addition to the opponent's higher cultivation, another important reason was that they had star power protecting their bodies. Only by cultivating a martial skill to a very high rank could one break through the opponent's star power body protection. And when a martial artist cultivates to Transcendence Second Heaven, the star power, which could originally only circulate within the body, could finally be released outwards. However, this release must have a medium, and the amount released would not be very much, which means the area of that medium cannot be too large. For martial artists, the best medium is obviously their weapon. Attaching star power to a weapon will make its lethality stronger. Therefore, a sign of Transcendence Second Heaven is star power coiling around weapons. And upon reaching Transcendence Third Heaven, the amount of star power that can be released externally increases again. This time, this external star power can directly attach to the entire body, forming a layer of hard and constantly twisting star power armor outside the body. And if the martial artist already wears armor, they can attach star power to the armor, further enhancing their defensive capabilities. Therefore, a sign of Transcendence Third Heaven is star power attaching to armor. Just like teacher Zhao Rong and others at the school. And the weapons in the hands of the students fighting below were flashing with various colors. Clearly, they had all reached the strength of star power coiling around weapons, which is Transcendence Second Heaven. It seems we've encountered senior students from sophomore year. Xiao Ye whispered. It would obviously be impolite to steal monsters from seniors. But looking at the seniors' combat level, and taking the opportunity to learn, that's very polite. Xiao Ye and others squatted in the tree, watching the battle below with great interest. They were preparing to see how those Transcendence Second Heaven seniors challenged the second-order peak blasting ape king. Incidentally, they could also learn from the seniors' fighting styles what team combat should ideally look like. Zhikyu muttered with a click of his tongue. Who would have thought that we'd come out to kill a monster and get to see a live lesson? No, I have to record this well. Zhikyu actually directly activated the recording function on his smartwatch. Everyone shook their heads at Zhikyu's action. Why was he so disrespectful of the seniors' privacy? However, this was the demon beast hunting zone, so privacy wasn't really necessary. So Xiao Ye and others also opened the recording function on their smartwatches. For a moment, 5 arms were neatly raised in the tree, each wearing a smartwatch. The watch faces of the smartwatches were all pointed at the battlefield below. The sophomore students below naturally didn't know that a group of junior students were eagerly anticipating their battle. At this moment, their team formation changed again. The heavy sword warrior directly confronted the blasting ape king. Following him were the twin sisters, enveloped in ice and snow. Behind the twin sisters was the light attribute support, constantly releasing golden light points. Further back were the warrior holding a long blade and an assassin whose figure flickered, holding a pair of daggers. However, the long blade warrior and the dagger assassin did not engage the blasting ape king, but instead protected the other 3 members of the team, constantly killing or driving away the remaining exploding apes that swarmed forward. This formation change was exceptionally smooth. Everyone completed their positional changes without needing to communicate at all. There were no gaps in between. This showed that the team had excellent coordination. It also gave Xiao Ye and others a reminder. Their configuration was somewhat similar to the team in front of them. Perhaps they could adopt the opponent's formation change and array methods. However, looking at it this way, our team still lacks a master skilled in defense. Xiao Ye rubbed his chin. If they were in the same situation as the team below, their offensive positions against the blasting ape king were well equipped. But their defensive capabilities for the rear of the team, fending off the continuously swarming exploding ape horde, were significantly weaker. Mu Wanru and Zhikyu, who were not good at fighting in the team, could easily fall into a passive situation. It seemed they would have to find a team member skilled in defense later. 113. Frosty and Snowy Areas Secret Weapons. Xiao Ye was considering team building. Meanwhile below, the battle had grown even more intense. The blasting Ape King was wreathed in flames, and every punch he threw seemed to carry an earth-shattering aura. Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch. The blasting Ape King's strength seemed inexhaustible. And if Xiao Ye hadn't misjudged, the force of each of the blasting Ape King's punches seemed to be stronger than the last. Initially, the heavy sword warrior could find opportunities to counterattack in between blocks. But now, the heavy sword warrior could only constantly raise the heavy sword in his hand to block the blasting Ape King's fists. However, the heavy sword warrior's cultivation was inherently inferior to the blasting Ape King's. Human physical quality was even less comparable to a Yao beast, especially the blasting Ape King, known for his strength and explosive power. Soon, the heavy sword warrior was repeatedly forced back by the blasting Ape King's punches, and blood even spilled from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely disheveled. Fortunately, golden light continuously merged into his body, healing his injuries, while simultaneously stimulating his battle intent and enhancing his strength. However, the most important reason the heavy sword warrior was able to persist was frost. Flying snow. Zhang Frost and Zhang Zuer, the twin sisters, pushed their supernatural ability to the limit, and within the dance of ice and snow, countless ice cones were hidden. And these ice cones had only one target, the blasting Ape King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These ice cones, as if free, impacted the blasting Ape King's body. The flames on the blasting Ape King's body were extinguished significantly by these ice cones, leaving burnt and bald patches on his body. One of the sisters' supernatural abilities was frost, and the other was flying snow. When these two supernatural abilities were activated simultaneously, they could perfectly fusion together, even forming an ice and snow region. In this region, opponents would have their movements affected, while Zhang Frost and Zhang Zuer could increase their combat power within this ice and snow region. They could also hide their killing move, the ice cones, within the frost and flying snow, making their attacks even more elusive and unpredictable. So supernatural ability can be used like this. Xiao Ye, hiding in a tree and secretly observing the battle, couldn't help but marvel. "Asu, do you think these seniors can win?" Xia Zhikyu leaned close to Xiao Ye, asking in a low voice. It would be such a pity if such beautiful twin seniors died at the hands of that hideous blasting Ape King. Judging by the current situation, the seniors are actually at a disadvantage. Xiao Ye also lowered his voice. Although the fusion supernatural ability of the Frost and Snow twin sisters can suppress the blasting Ape King, it can only barely achieve a stalemate with him. But this is on the premise that someone is blocking the blasting Ape King, preventing him from approaching them. Although the Frost and Snow twin sisters' supernatural ability was powerful from the previous battles, Xiao Ye could somewhat tell that while the twins' supernatural ability was strong, their own combat ability, especially their defensive ability, was not very strong. In other words, these two sisters were squishy mages. Only with a warrior in front could they exert their maximum effect. But if there were no warriors, and they faced the blasting Ape King directly, they might be defeated before even severely wounding the blasting Ape King. But the heavy sword warrior responsible for resisting the blasting Ape King, in my opinion, he probably can't hold on for too long. Even with a light attribute support skilled in holy light technique, it could only barely extend the heavy sword warrior's combat time, but couldn't allow him to constantly hold the front line. According to Xiao Ye's observation, that person, the heavy sword warrior, could probably only hold on for a maximum of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if they couldn't kill the blasting Ape King, then their team, facing the blasting Ape King and the blasting Ape tribe, whose wrath had been thoroughly provoked, might not even have a chance to escape. What can't hold on? Then these seniors are in danger. Xia Zhikyu looked down with some pity. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Ye shook his head. Xia Zhikyu, Asu, don't keep me in suspense, tell me quickly, is there still a turning point? Judging from the strength currently displayed by the seniors, it is indeed not easy for them to defeat the blasting Ape King, but don't forget, the biggest difference between humans and Yao beasts is that humans possess intelligence, and also possess something Yao beasts do not: weapons. These seniors dared to challenge the blasting Ape tribe, and even provoke the blasting Ape King without fleeing. It stands to reason that they must be very confident in today's operation, and have probably prepared some secret weapon long ago. Xia Zhikyu immediately nodded. That's right, that's right. We prepare things in advance when we come for missions, so these seniors definitely wouldn't come unprepared. Then I'm relieved, I just don't know what secret weapon these seniors have prepared. What could kill a second-order peak blasting ape king? So he was also very curious about this. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful in his heart. The blasting ape king. A second-order peak Yao beast. If he could kill that blasting ape king, he would definitely get a large amount of slaughter value. It's just a pity, he probably wouldn't have the chance. Just as Xiao Ye and others were whispering in the tree. Changes indeed occurred on the battlefield below. Boom! The blasting ape king once again threw a heavy punch, fiercely smashing it onto the heavy sword warrior's heavy sword. This punch was powerful and heavy, causing the already overwhelmed heavy sword warrior to retreat 3 more steps, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wah sound. His complexion also paled considerably. The senior responsible for healing behind him immediately raised his hand and shot out several golden lights, which merged into the heavy sword warrior's body. But even so, the heavy sword warrior's complexion still did not improve. Clearly, continuously resisting the blasting ape king's heavy punches had made his injuries very serious. But even so, the heavy sword warrior still gripped the heavy sword in his hand, blocking in front of all his companions. He was the captain of this team, and also the warrior responsible for fighting on the front line. He could not retreat. Once he retreated, it would expose his companions' lives to danger. Seeing this, the senior responsible for healing in the back shouted anxiously. Is it ready? Hurry, the captain can't hold on much longer. In front, Zhang Frost and Zhang Zuer also looked anxious. While releasing frost and flying snow, they directed the ice cones to continuously shoot at the blasting ape king. And at the same time, amidst the frost and flying snow, a unique ice cone was condensing. The previous ice cones were generally only about a dozen centimeters long and milky white in color. But that unique ice cone was 20 to 30 centimeters long, entirely ice blue. On the tip of the ice cone, a faint blue cold light flickered. Clearly, this was the trump card their team had prepared for the blasting ape king. It was just that condensing this special ice cone consumed a lot of time and star power. Precisely because of this, the team had the heavy sword warrior constantly block in front, just to buy time for the sisters to condense the ice cone. Almost, it'll be ready soon. Hurry up, you two, hurry up. The Frost and Snow sisters also pushed their supernatural ability to its limit. They only wanted to condense that special ice cone as quickly as possible. Finally, when the heavy sword warrior once again took a punch from the blasting ape king and spat out another mouthful of blood, joy simultaneously appeared in the eyes of the Frost and Snow sisters. It's ready, it's finally ready. 114. The Swan Song of the Explosive Monkey King. Amidst the flying frost and snow, a faint blue light, controlled by the Frost and Snow sisters, arced gracefully. Hidden by the ice and snow, it circled behind the blasting ape king. Then, mixed in with the dense ice shards, it shot fiercely towards the blasting ape king's back. The ice shards previously used by the twin sisters, while suppressing the flames around the blasting ape king, did indeed cause him a little trouble. However, these ice shards only bothered the blasting ape king at first, but he later discovered that they could only harm his soft vital points. And these ice shards, against his powerful body, could only leave tiny scratches, completely unable to truly harm him. Thus, the blasting ape king quickly adjusted his tactics, only blocking the ice shards aimed at his vital points. As for the ice shards aimed at his body, he ignored them. They were just minor wounds. At worst, he would recover after half a month of rest. Currently, the most important thing was to kill the human heavy sword warrior in front of him, who was constantly provoking him. Although the blasting ape king was not highly intelligent, he could see that as long as he killed the heavy sword warrior at the very front, the others behind him would be unable to withstand his attacks. At that time, these hateful humans would become a meal for him and his children. So, facing the ice shards shot at his most strongly defended back from behind, the blasting ape king simply ignored them. He intended to rely on his powerful body to block those ice shards. However, the blasting ape king was ultimately just a Yao beast. His simple intelligence simply didn't know what a smoke screen was. He also didn't know that the ice shards he thought he could easily block were merely a cover for the special ice shard at the end. Seeing that the blasting ape king didn't bother to block, the Frost and Snow sisters and the other team members were all secretly delighted. It was just as they had envisioned. When the blasting ape king realized that those ice shards wouldn't cause him much harm, he would lower his guard against them. And they could take advantage of the blasting ape king's carelessness to deliver a fatal strike. For this moment, the Frost and Snow sisters had condensed so many ice shards. Now, everyone silently roared in their hearts. Whether they could kill the blasting ape king depended on this one move. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the faint blue light swiftly flew behind the blasting Ape King. Then it directly pierced into the blasting Ape King's back. Chia! The blasting Ape King's body trembled violently. Those ice shards that previously could only cause him superficial wounds. This time, one of them deeply pierced through his body. It penetrated his fur, pierced his muscles, and struck his heart. Roared! The blasting Ape King suddenly roared up at the sky. Pain, intense pain. At the same time, the blasting Ape King could also feel life draining from his body. He was going to die. He was going to be killed by these few insignificant humans. The blasting Ape King felt an unparalleled fury in his heart. His eyes turned crimson. He was actually dying at the hands of such weak humans. No, he was unwilling. As the king of the exploding apes, he could not die so ignominiously. As a king's pride, even if he died, he would take these insignificant humans with him. The blasting Ape King roared again. He seemed to be trying to unleash all the potential within his body. A vast energy seemed to surge from his brain, rapidly spreading throughout his body to provide him with his final strength. Not good, the blasting Ape King has gone mad. Retreat quickly. The heavy sword warrior closest to the blasting Ape King suddenly sensed a great danger descending. This blasting Ape King, having been stabbed in the heart, did not die immediately. Instead, he was about to unleash one last attack before his death. He wanted to take them all with him. The heavy sword warrior immediately understood what the blasting Ape King was thinking. He immediately shouted loudly, intending to lead the team to retreat. The blasting Ape King was already doomed to die. They must not linger in battle here. They just needed to retreat and wait a moment, and the blasting Ape King would not be able to hold on. It was a pity, although the heavy sword warrior's reaction was swift. But from the moment, he reacted to issuing the command, and then leading everyone to retreat. This process was simply too long. At least compared to the blasting Ape King's final attack, it was far too long. Boom! The blasting Ape King's fist slammed heavily onto the heavy sword warrior's heavy sword. Crack! That heavy sword could no longer withstand the immense force, breaking into pieces. Fragments flew everywhere, and some even shot into the heavy sword warrior's body, instantly splashing out several blooms of blood. Captain! The other members of the squad cried out in alarm. The Frost and Snow sisters wanted to release another attack to block the blasting Ape King. The healer, who knew the holy light technique, continuously cast golden light, treating their captain. Even the two companions behind them, who were originally fending off the exploding apes, now couldn't care less and wanted to turn around to help their teammates. However, before they could turn around, the exploding apes behind them, discovering that their king had been treacherously ambushed and severely wounded by the humans, also became enraged again. They unleashed even more frantic attacks, forcing the two to use 120% of their energy to defend. The heavy sword warrior had directly fainted. His face was ashen, his eyes tightly shut. It was even impossible to tell if he was still alive. The Frost and Snow sisters looked extremely anxious. They wanted to do something more, but the blasting Ape King's fist slammed down again. He remembered that the ice shard that ambushed him was released by these hateful human females. These two must die. The blasting Ape King roared and threw the last punch of his life. Facing the blasting Ape King's most ferocious punch, the Frost and Snow sisters couldn't help but gasp simultaneously. At the same time, a feeling of fear arose in their hearts. It's over, are they going to die here? They wanted to resist, but having just released countless ice shards and condensed that extremely penetrating special ice shard, they had almost exhausted all the star power in their bodies, leaving the Frost and Snow sisters unable to release even a decent attack. Not to mention their extremely poor defensive capabilities, they simply couldn't withstand the blasting Ape King's fist. Are they going to die here? If only they had known, they shouldn't have come to challenge the blasting Ape King. Or they should have sent out a distress signal earlier and asked the teachers to come. Just as everyone was falling into despair. Whoosh! A golden feather arrow shot out from behind. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky, blocking in front of the Frost and Snow sisters. 115. I can accept thanks or anything like that. Someone descended from the sky and stood in front of them. The Frost and Snow sisters, who had almost despaired, were instantly invigorated. Could it be that a teacher from the school was nearby and came to rescue them after hearing the commotion? Thank goodness they were finally saved. However, this exhilaration only lasted for a moment before the Frost and Snow sisters stopped smiling. Because they quickly realized that the person standing in front of them was not a teacher from the school, but a student. Furthermore, judging by the fluctuations emanating from that person, that person was only a first-year freshman who had just achieved a breakthrough into the transcendent realm. Wasn't this just seeking death? The Frost and Snow sisters immediately grew anxious. Frost instinctively shouted a warning. Get out of the way quickly. The blasting ape king has already broken through to the third heaven. Zhang Zuer, on the other hand, instinctively stepped forward, preparing to block the blasting ape king's final, hate-filled punch herself. Their team had provoked the blasting ape king. There was no need for a freshman to die for them. However, whoosh! The golden arrow had already fiercely pierced the blasting ape king's forehead. The sharp arrow failed to penetrate the blasting ape king's forehead, but the immense force it carried caused the blasting ape king's diving body to momentarily freeze. At the same time, a silent, invisible mental energy fluctuation enveloped the blasting ape king. This mental energy fluctuation was not strong, but at this moment, the blasting ape king was on its deathbed, and Yao beasts were inherently strong in body but not proficient in mental energy. So even the mental energy fluctuation of someone who had just achieved a breakthrough into the transcendent realm caused the blasting ape king to be momentarily disoriented. And it was during this moment of stagnation and disorientation that Xiao Ye, standing in front of the Frost and Snow sisters, took out his dagger and swiftly leaped into the air. At this moment, Xiao Ye's right hand, holding a long blade, remained still, instead his left hand. The sharp dagger directly pierced the blasting ape king's neck. Then, as Xiao Ye's figure nimbly shifted, the dagger quickly made a full circle around the blasting ape king's neck. Hiss! A thin line of blood immediately appeared on the blasting ape king's neck. Then, thud! The blasting ape king's massive head fell directly off. With its head gone, no matter how unwilling, how furious, or how much the blasting ape king wanted to drag these humans down with it, it could no longer do so. Thud! The blasting ape king's massive body also crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Slaughter value plus 330. Half an hour later. Several hundred meters away from the exploding ape's territory. Thank you all. The Frost and Snow sisters looked at these young freshmen with gratitude. Their hearts were filled with gratitude and shock. It hadn't even been a month since the freshmen started school, had it? These freshmen actually dared to enter the demon beast hunting zone to hunt Yao beasts. Most importantly, they even saved their team from the blasting ape king who had broken through to the third heaven. Frost said gratefully, if it weren't for you all, our team would probably have met a grim fate. At the very least, my sister, our captain, and I wouldn't be able to sit here and express our gratitude to you. Zhang Zuer, on the other hand, casually reached out and put her arm around Xiao Ye's shoulder. Little junior brother, no need for pleasantries. Today you saved our team, so you are my, Zhang Zuer's good friend. And even more, the benefactor of our team. If you ever encounter any trouble at school in the future, just come find me, Zhang Zuer. Feeling the warm arm on his neck, and a faint scent wafting into his nostrils as the woman beside him leaned closer, Xiao Ye instinctively shifted his body. However, although Zhang Zuer had the appearance of a goddess, her personality was very carefree, and she didn't notice Xiao Ye's awkward expression at all. Instead, she was very curious. Speaking of which, little junior brother, you actually cut off the blasting ape king's head just now. That's amazing. How did you do it? After all, Xiao Ye had only just achieved a breakthrough into the transcendent realm, while the blasting ape king had broken through to the third heaven in its final moments of life. Even a blasting ape king in the third heaven, on the verge of death, would not be easy to break through its defenses. Xiao Ye began to explain. Mainly, the blasting ape king had already been severely wounded and was on the verge of death by the senior students, plus I had the help of my companions and the dagger I just used is a third-tier transcendent weapon. That dagger was precisely a third-tier transcendent weapon that Xiao Ye had obtained from Chi Bear. Combined with Xiao Ye's maxed-out blade technique, it was not surprising that he could break through the blasting ape king's defenses. So that dagger was a third-tier transcendent weapon, no wonder. Hearing Xiao Ye's explanation, Zhang Zuer nodded in understanding. Then they were really lucky to have met a junior brother with a third-tier transcendent weapon. Otherwise, it would have been truly dangerous today. Zhang Zuer didn't delve deeper, but Frost, standing by, gave Xiao Ye a deep look. Even with a third-tier transcendent weapon, Xiao Ye's cultivation was, after all, only a recent breakthrough into the transcendent realm. To break through the blasting ape king, known for its strong physique, could absolutely not be achieved by relying solely on a transcendent weapon. However, no matter what other trump cards this freshman had, the fact that that person saved them in a critical moment still filled Frost with gratitude for these people. Not to mention, these were also their junior brothers and sisters. Goff. Xiao Qiu walked up to Xiao Ye, casually pulled him, and extracted Xiao Ye from Zhang Zuer's control. That injured Senior Lu has woken up. Zhang Zuo immediately rejoiced. The captain is awake. Then she immediately looked behind her. Indeed, the heavily injured heavy sword warrior had slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Mu Wanru and the light elemental support both retracted their supernatural abilities. That light elemental support Senior Lu's holy light technique also had a healing effect, but holy light technique was not just for healing. It also had the effect of restoring star power and stimulating fighting spirit. Because it was so comprehensive, the pure healing effect was actually discounted. Mu Wanru's wood elemental supernatural ability, however, happened to be the gentlest and most vital energy, which had an even better healing effect. Under the coordination of Mu Wanru and the light elemental support Senior Lu, the heavy sword warrior's internal injuries finally slowly recovered, and he woke up. I never thought I would still be alive. The heavy sword warrior, Lu Keiyang, after hearing his teammates recount what had just happened, immediately clasped his fists in gratitude to Su Yi and others. Thank you for saving me and my team, junior brothers and sisters. If you have any requests, we will certainly fulfill them with all our might. About that, Su Yi glanced at Xia Zhikyu, who then grinned and leaned closer to Lu Keiyang. Hee, Senior Lu, you're really too polite. We are all students of Madu University. When we see senior students in danger, how can we, as junior brothers and sisters, remain indifferent? Of course, we have to help. However, if Senior Lu really wants to thank us, we can reluctantly accept. 116. Senior, come be my bodyguard. Lu Keiyang couldn't help but smile. What do we need to do to repay you all? Xia Zhikyu chuckled. Senior, you know we're first-year freshmen. Actually, we freshmen have a tough time. It wasn't easy to break through to Transcendent, and when we wanted to cultivate Transcendent martial skills, we checked the resource library. Good heavens, those martial skills were ridiculously expensive, completely unaffordable. Otherwise, us little rookies wouldn't have risked our lives immediately after breaking through, running into the demon beast hunting zone to hunt Yao beasts. Xia Zhikyu complained endlessly. Meanwhile, the members of Lu Keiyang's squad all had strange expressions. Is it dangerous to come to the demon beast hunting zone? Of course it's dangerous. Just like them, they almost died under the blasting ape king's fists just now. But, to be honest, they were definitely too overconfident just now. They wanted to play big, but it backfired. And there was also the blasting ape king's breakthrough to rank 3 just before he died. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, according to their plan, retreating safely after killing the blasting ape king wouldn't have been too difficult. In fact, if they had played it safe and sent out a distress signal in advance to call a teacher for rescue, they wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. So, actually, Madu University's demon beast hunting zone is already considered the safest place for training. Here, as long as one isn't too reckless, and doesn't challenge Yao beasts of too high a rank, and seeks help from a teacher as soon as danger is detected, the casualty rate is actually very low. Otherwise, this wouldn't be Madu University's training ground for students, but Madu University's forbidden land. Therefore, Xia Zhikyu's complaints had too much exaggeration. However, Lu Keiyang and others also came from their first year, so they naturally knew that right after breaking through to Transcendent was indeed the time when merit points were most needed. Purchasing martial skills and resources all required merit points. So they also came to the demon beast hunting zone very early to hunt Yao beasts and earn merit points. They could understand these freshmen's eagerness for merit points. So, you need merit points. That's no problem. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you. Although their squad had also been desperately earning merit points during this period, precisely to acquire resources quickly and break through to Transcendent Third Heaven. But, since these juniors had asked, Lu Keiyang wouldn't be stingy with his merit points. Merit points can be earned again if lost, but if one's life is lost, then everything is for naught. However, Su Yi walked over. Senior, we don't want your merit points directly. Instead, we hope to hunt Yao beasts and earn merit points with our own strength. It's just, during this process, we need the help of the seniors. Taking merit points directly from others is certainly fast, but it deprives them of the training process. Moreover, Su Yi also needed to constantly earn slaughter value through killing. Lu Keiyang seemed to understand something. So you mean? Su Yi smiled slightly. Those exploding apes. Now that the blasting ape king is dead, the remaining exploding apes are leaderless. We want to hunt those exploding apes, complete the mission, and earn merit points at the same time. It's just that there are still quite a few rank 2 Yao beasts among those exploding apes. It's too dangerous for us to fight them, so we hope the seniors can help provide a bodyguard role on the side. You don't need to kill them, just don't let them hurt us. That's right. What Su Ye wanted was for these seniors to act as their bodyguards. Before, when they came to hunt exploding apes, they could only rely on luring them out. But this method was too slow and completely ineffective against rank 2 exploding apes. Even if they lured them, they wouldn't dare to act. But now, with the help of these seniors, they would be able to earn merit points quickly. Their safety would also be greatly improved. So that's how it is. Liu Keyang first looked at his teammates, and after exchanging glances with them, he immediately smiled. No problem, isn't it just being a bodyguard? We will definitely protect you well and will never let you get hurt. At the same time, Liu Keyang couldn't help but take a deep look at these juniors. These people are very interesting. They didn't want the easily obtained merit points, but wanted to hunt themselves. Although it seemed foolish, in reality, it was the smartest approach. After a short rest, and once everyone had recovered from their injuries and star power, they quickly headed back to the exploding apes' territory. Here, it had indeed fallen into a state of chaos. The blasting ape king was dead, and the entire exploding ape tribe was plunged into immense grief. At the same time, there were also undercurrents stirring. The ape king was dead. Then a new ape king should be chosen. And who could take on that role? Immediately, several powerful rank 2 exploding apes began to stir, ready to act. They even started to approach each other. A fight seemed about to begin. However, soon, a commotion came from outside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, the entire exploding ape tribe received the news. The humans who killed their ape king were back. Immediately, the entire exploding ape tribe erupted into a frenzy. Kill those humans. Avenge the ape king. Avenge their deceased kin. The remaining exploding apes quickly charged towards the humans and then, they got stuck again. That's right, congestion happened again. But last time it was a circular encirclement, this time it was a fan shape. Su Ye and others learned from the seniors' previous lesson and did not directly rush into the exploding apes' territory. Instead, they found a valley-like place next to the exploding apes' territory. Everyone stood at the mouth of the valley, thus forming a situation where one man could hold off 10,000. Liu Keyang led his squad to guard the sides. As for Su Ye's squad, Su Ye and Shen Mo still stood at the very front, facing the exploding apes. Xiao Qiu stood behind the two, arrows flying. Mu Wanru and Xia Zhikyu were at the back of the squad, responsible for healing and support. Because of the valley, Su Ye and others didn't need to leave anyone behind for defense, nor were they afraid of anyone harming the less combat-capable Mu Wanru and Xia Zhikyu. They could fully concentrate on dealing with the exploding apes in front. This instantly made the battle much easier. Seeing this, Liu Keyang couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, they had been too overconfident back then. If they had also utilized the terrain advantage when challenging the blasting ape king, then no one would have needed to cover the rear, and the team could have directly added 2 more attack points against the blasting ape king. If that were the case, their squad would not have fallen into such a precarious situation. Liu Keyang took a deep breath. After this incident, this senior was clearly more composed. As a captain, he not only had to rush ahead of everyone to block attacks for them, but also had to maintain his mindset, strategically respect the enemy, utilize everything available, and ensure the safety of his team members. This was the true duty of a captain. And on this point, Liu Keyang's gaze fell on Su Ye. Clearly, this first-year freshman was doing better than him. 117, Hunting Harvest. Boom, a long saber slashed, and an exploding ape was directly run through by Su Ye, its body softly falling to the ground. Slaughter value plus 80. However, before Su Ye could even catch his breath, an exploding ape roared and charged forward, its flame-burning fist smashing fiercely towards Su Ye's head. But at the critical moment, Su Ye raised his hand, lifting his saber, while the dagger in his left hand slashed sharply. The exploding ape's chest immediately felt a chill, but that stab just now didn't hit the heart directly. The angle was slightly off. Although it injured the exploding ape, it didn't immediately take its life, instead making it even more enraged after being wounded. The exploding ape, its bloodlust ignited, directly pounced forward, its massive head smashing fiercely towards Su Ye's head. It actually wanted to see whose head was harder than Su Ye's. In response, Su Ye twisted his wrist. The dagger, which had already pierced the exploding ape's chest, changed its angle, fiercely stabbing into the heart nearby, and even violently twisted around. Instantly, the exploding ape, which had originally wanted to headbutt Su Ye, trembled and gradually softened. Slaughter value plus 92. Su Ye breathed a sigh of relief. These exploding apes were truly fierce and brave. It's just that their brains weren't very good. So many of their companions had already died here, yet they still charged forward one after another. And that exploding ape just now, with a saber still stuck in its chest, actually ignored it and continued to attack. Sigh. Su Yi felt like he was bullying a child. But at this moment, he couldn't think too much. Su Yi, this is a second-order one. A low shout rang out. Immediately, a larger exploding ape was thrown in front of Su Yi. However, this exploding ape already had many wounds on its body, and one arm was at a strange angle. Good timing, thank you, senior. Su Yi was delighted. A second-order exploding ape. That meant more slaughter value. Fortunately, he had found these seniors to be his bodyguards. Not only did they protect both sides of the valley, preventing the exploding apes from flanking them, but when they encountered a second-order exploding ape, they would injure it, reduce its strength, and then throw it to Su Yi and others to kill. The strength of a second-order exploding ape was indeed much stronger than a first-order one. Even though it was severely injured, Su Yi still spent a lot of effort to kill it. However, this hard work was not wasted. Slaughter value plus 222. Killing one second-order Yao beast was equivalent to killing 2 or 3 first-order Yao beasts. And the existence of Lu Keiyang's squad not only allowed Su Yi and others to continuously train their combat abilities in the slaughter. At the same time, they were also the best teachers for their squad. Su Yi, pay attention to the distance, don't stray too far from the squad. Shen Mo, the most important thing for an assassin is a one-hit kill, not head-on confrontation. Your fighting style is too rigid, your footwork needs to be more flexible. Xiao Qiyu, your archery is very good, but you can't just focus on cooperating with Su Yi. Look at Shen Mo more, he's also your teammate. Xia Zhikyu, mental energy attacks need to pay attention to timing. That last one was too early. Mu Wanru, you not only need to pay attention to your teammates' injuries and provide treatment, but also constantly monitor your star power. Timely replenishment of star power is also the most important rule for a healer. The members of Lu Keiyang's squad, while protecting Su Yi and others, also continuously pointed out their mistakes and gave guidance. This kind of guidance during combat allowed everyone to have a deeper understanding of the content of the guidance and adjust quickly. In just half a day, everyone in Su Yi's squad felt a significant difference from before. The squad's coordination became more tacit. Many times, without even speaking, teammates knew where cooperation was needed. This feeling was great. Su Yi even felt that compared to earning slaughter value and merit points, Lu Keiyang and others' guidance to them was more valuable as the slaughter continued. After more than half a day, in front of the valley, exploding ape corpses lay everywhere. By the end of the killing, even though the exploding apes were warlike and deeply resentful of these humans who had killed their kin, many of them had, after all, begun to harbor thoughts of retreat. However, by this time, the members of Lu Keiyang's squad had already spread out, blocking the exploding apes' retreat route. So now, the exploding ape tribe in Mada University's demon beast hunting zone had been completely wiped out. Everyone was currently cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the exploding ape corpses and checking for the presence of star cores within the bodies. There are a total of 83 exploding ape corpses. Among them, 52 first-order exploding apes, 31 second-order exploding apes. Xia Zhikyu quickly reported the numbers. As for merit points, it's roughly 320. There might be some discrepancies in the final count, but it wouldn't be far off. If Su Yi's squad of 5 people divided the merit points equally, each person would get over 60 points. Enough for Xia Zhikyu and others to exchange for transcendent martial skills to cultivate. As for Su Yi, with his previous merit points, he had a little over 100, still half short of exchanging for the blood shadow saber technique. However, he had earned no small amount of slaughter value on this outing. Most of these exploding apes died at Su Yi's hands, and he had previously picked up a blasting ape king that had broken through to the third heaven before its death. Currently on the panel. Slaughter value, 7,324.9. Su Yi withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. After coming to the demon beast hunting zone a few more times, he should be able to accumulate enough merit points for transcendent martial skills, and the points he harvested would be enough to quickly add points to those transcendent martial skills. Everyone finished counting. Su Yi was about to thank Lu Keiyang and others for helping them hunt these exploding apes and for guiding their squad. Who would have thought? Lu Keiyang actually approached him first. Su Yi, there's something I want to discuss with you. Lu Keiyang subconsciously looked left and right, and seeing that there were no other people around except for their 2 squads, he lowered his voice and spoke. Su Yi, are you interested in doing something big with us? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, he was indeed interested. How big? Lu Keiyang, we found a third-order peak dark-winged thunder eagle in the demon beast hunting zone. Do you want to go for it? Su Ye looked at Lu Keiyang with the eyes of a madman. Third order peak. This was courting death, wasn't it? That blasting ape king was second order peak, and when it broke through to the third heaven before its death, it almost wiped out Lu Keiyang's squad. Now he actually wanted to provoke a third order peak Yao beast. And it was a dark wing thunder eagle. The dark wing thunder eagle was of the lightning attribute, and its attacks were much more ferocious than those of the blasting ape king. Most importantly, it could fly. Low-level martial artists couldn't fly at all, and facing a flying Yao beast, they were at an absolute disadvantage. If you could defeat the opponent would just fly away, making it impossible for you to catch up. If you couldn't defeat the opponent, then just wait for death. It could be said that low-level martial artists facing flying Yao beasts had no chance of winning. What Yao beast was Lu Keiyang provoking? He actually wanted to provoke a dark wing thunder eagle. Su Ye immediately shook his head. I still want to live. 118. Lu Keiyang's invitation, third-tier demon beast. Lu Keiyang wasn't surprised by Su Ye's unhesitating refusal. If someone had made such a proposal to him, he would have refused without a stutter. However, don't rush. Although that Darkwing Thunder Eagle is a peak third-tier Yao beast, its condition is very poor. Our team only discovered by chance that the Darkwing Thunder Eagle laid its eggs half a month ago, which severely depleted its origin chi. Although its realm is still peak third-tier, its strength is greatly reduced. Moreover, the Darkwing Thunder Eagle just had a big fight with a third-tier Crimson Snake Centipede. Although it killed the opponent, it was also poisoned, which further reduced its strength. It can be said that now is the best time to hunt the Darkwing Thunder Eagle. That's a peak third-tier Yao beast. If we succeed in hunting it, there will be a lot of merit points. The Darkwing Thunder Eagle's claws and wings are even rarer treasures. Selling them to the school can exchange for a lot of resources. Aren't you tempted? Not to mention, the Darkwing Thunder Eagle's eggs, whether sold to the school or hatched and raised yourself, will definitely not be a loss. As Lu Keiyang persuaded him, Su Ye indeed began to be tempted. Not only Su Ye, but other team members who came over after hearing the commotion were also tempted. A third-tier Darkwing Thunder Eagle, if we can take it down, will be rich. Xia Jikyu's eyes were burning, clearly extremely tempted, but it was just temptation. After sighing, he looked at Su Ye clearly. Su Ye's decision was their team's decision. Not just Xia Jikyu, Xiao Qiu, Mu Wanru and Shen Mo all silently looked at Su Ye, waiting for his decision. In response, Su Ye smiled wryly and shook his head. Senior Lu, I have to say this matter is really tempting, but I still have to refuse. We do want to earn merit points and gain resources to improve quickly, but this matter is too dangerous. Even if the Darkwing Thunder Eagle is injured now, it is still a peak third-tier Yao beast, and a flying Yao beast at that. If anything goes wrong, my teammates and I have only just broken through to Transcendent, and we don't even have the ability to resist risks. Su Ye was unwilling to put his teammates in danger for the sake of short-term gains. Wanting merit points, wanting resources, isn't it better to hunt slowly, one step at a time? Lu Keiyang frowned slightly. He thought Su Ye would hesitate, but he didn't expect Su Ye to still firmly refuse despite being tempted. Do you really not want to join? To be honest, our team received the news half a month ago, and we've been preparing for it all this time. Even this hunt for the Blasting Ape King was in preparation for hunting the Darkwing Thunder Eagle. Now that the items are in hand, as long as we make some adjustments, even a third-tier Darkwing Thunder Eagle, we are confident we can hunt it. Su Ye, brother. If I hadn't seen your team almost wiped out by the Blasting Ape King, I would have believed you. Senior Lu, there's no need to persuade us. Our team's strength is low, and we are really not suitable for such a dangerous matter. If Senior Lu wants to find someone to cooperate with, you can completely find other second-year teams to collaborate with. I think the success rate will definitely be higher. Lu Keiyang sighed. I also thought about finding other second-year teams to cooperate, but after meeting you today, I suddenly changed my mind. To tell you the truth, the Darkwing Thunder Eagle lives on a very high cliff. To hunt it, we have to climb the cliff. And to hunt the Darkwing Thunder Eagle, the most important thing is to have the ability to stop it from flying away immediately, and your team obviously has that ability. Lu Keiyang looked at Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru. One of them had unparalleled archery skills. The other could manipulate wooden vines. Both could effectively restrain flying Yao beasts. And that mental system ability kid. Although his cultivation was a bit lacking, that mental piercing was truly a powerful skill that could be of great use at critical moments. And most importantly, and Su Ye, I have to say your battle today surprised us greatly. That sustained combat ability, even I am far inferior to you. Another Yao beast group, the Crimson Snake Centipede, also lives at the cliff where the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle resides. Although the Crimson Snake Centipede King and many second-tier Yao beasts have been killed by the Darkwing Thunder Eagle, this group lives there. If we move against the Darkwing Thunder Eagle, the Darkwing Thunder Eagle is solitary, but the Crimson Snake Centipede is gregarious. So we must have someone who can resist the endless centipedes, and Xiao Ye, you are clearly the most suitable candidate. Liu Keyang was indeed very amazed by Xiao Ye's sustained combat ability. This kid, it was as if he didn't know fatigue. Before, when fighting the Blasting Ape King, Shen Mo had already rested several times, but Xiao Ye could maintain high-intensity combat the entire time, without even needing to recover star power. And after fighting for so long, his focus and strength didn't decrease at all. This was simply a super warrior. Liu Keyang and his team already had means to deal with the Darkwing Thunder Eagle. Their biggest problem, besides lacking some means to control the Darkwing Thunder Eagle to prevent it from flying away, was that they needed someone to help them resist the endless Crimson Snake Centipedes. If they were to find other second-year teams for this, they would inevitably have to share a lot of benefits. But if they found Xiao Ye's team, for the same task, because Xiao Ye and his team had lower cultivation, only at the first layer, their share could be correspondingly smaller. Simply put, in the eyes of Liu Keyang and others, Xiao Ye's team was the most cost-effective. Moreover, they had already shown such strength and team progress speed as first-year freshmen. They must be among the most outstanding people in this batch of first-year freshmen. Building good relations with them in advance was not a loss. Therefore, Liu Keyang's team discussed privately, and all agreed that inviting Xiao Ye's team to act together was the most suitable. Seeing that Xiao Ye was still a bit hesitant, Liu Keyang spoke. I know you're worried that hunting the Darkwing Thunder Eagle might be dangerous. I can promise that at that time, you only need to interrupt the Darkwing Thunder Eagle for an instant when it tries to fly up, and help us hunt those Crimson Snake Centipedes to prevent them from disturbing our team. You do not need to personally participate in the Darkwing Thunder Eagle's hunt. And as compensation, we can first lend you merit points for free, so you can immediately exchange for transcendent martial skills and cultivate after you return, and just repay them when you have merit points in the future. At the same time, if this hunting operation is successful, 1/3 of the gains will be yours. Xiao Ye was finally a little tempted. They didn't need to directly face the Darkwing Thunder Eagle. If they failed, they could still borrow merit points for free to arm themselves first. And if they succeeded, they could get 1/3 of the benefits. It sounded like there was no loss at all. Seeing that Xiao Ye and his teammates were tempted, Liu Keyang immediately added another sentence. And don't forget, this is Madu University's Demon Beast Hunting Zone. If you feel it's not safe, you can completely summon a teacher over as soon as the operation begins. 119. Blood Shadow Blade Technique. Under Liu Keyang's persuasion, Xiao Ye was completely moved. What touched Xiao Ye the most was Liu Keyang's last sentence. This is Madu University's Demon Beast Hunting Zone. Even when facing powerful Yao beasts, as long as they aren't reckless, there won't be any life-threatening danger. And if they succeed, the rewards will be enough to allow them to rapidly improve, surpassing those of the same rank. Although Xiao Ye had previously said they could cultivate slowly and steadily, in reality, on the path of cultivation, one step fast means every step is fast. If you can get ahead, then the best resources and the best opportunities will all be yours. With the same aptitude, a single step ahead can allow you to gradually and completely leave your peers behind. As for those who fall behind, unless their talent is exceptionally outstanding, or they have a great opportunity, otherwise, they will never catch up in this life. So, after a brief discussion with his companions, Xiao Ye agreed to Liu Keyang's invitation. Since that's the case, let's head back to school, prepare ourselves, and return to the Demon Beast Hunting Zone 3 days from now. Liu Keyang was in high spirits. The group quickly returned to Madu University to submit their mission at the offline mission hall. On this trip, Xiao Ye and others each received over 70 merit points. Additionally, they each received over 10 million from selling the materials from the Yao beast corpses to the school. Indeed, after breakthrough to transcendence and gaining the strength to hunt Yao beasts, earning money became much easier. Liu Keyang and others also quickly submitted their mission. After asking Xiao Ye and others how many merit points they needed to exchange for martial skills, he lent them the missing merit points. Thank you. Xiao Ye's smart wristband and Liu Keyang's smart wristband touched. He received 63 merit points transferred by Liu Keyang. Adding the already accumulated 127 merit points, it totaled exactly 200 points, which could be used to exchange for the Blood Shadow Saber technique. Then we'll see each other in 3 days. See you in 3 days. Not long after Xiao Ye and others left the Demon Beast Hunting Zone. In the Exploding Apes territory, Two figures quickly flew over. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, they both couldn't help but smile bitterly. A burly man, covered in earthy yellow star power, spoke in a booming voice. These little brats, their methods are too ruthless. They wiped out the entire clan. Now I have to go to the city outskirts and catch another den of exploding apes to bring in. Although the Yao beasts in Mado University's demon beast hunting zone also reproduce, the speed of Yao beast reproduction is far from matching the speed at which these students hunt them. Therefore, teachers need to constantly capture Yao beasts from the city outskirts to replenish the Yao beasts in the demon beast hunting zone. However, catching live Yao beasts is much more difficult than simply killing them. It also requires multiple trips. It was precisely for this reason that these two, who were teachers at Mado University, were so troubled when they saw that the Exploding Apes clan had been wiped out. The other person was slender, looked agile, and had a light green wind swirling around him. According to the footage from the Deep Blue supercomputer, it seems to have been done by a second-year team and a first-year team working together, and the main attackers were the first-year team. Saying that, the youth surrounded by wind waved his hand, and a light screen appeared. On it was the scene of Xiao Ye and others fighting. Oh, they fought fiercely. The burly man watched for a while and nodded in satisfaction. First-year freshmen, by timing, they should have just broken through to transcendence, yet they dared to enter the demon beast hunting zone, and this ruthlessness in killing Yao beasts. I like it. They are good prospects. The burly man with earthy yellow star power praised Xiao Ye and others' performance profusely. For these little brats, I'll just make a few more trips. This batch of new students at their Mado University is good. The other teacher, however, carefully observed Xiao Ye and others' fighting style, and only after a long while did he nod in satisfaction. While these youngsters are indeed courageous, what I appreciate most is their intelligence. They actually knew to find second-year seniors to act as their bodyguards and guide their teamwork. Improving team chemistry and fighting style in actual combat is very smart. In just one day, their combat mode has become much more coordinated. Strength is important. But in the eyes of the Wind Elemental youth, combat intelligence was even more important. But why didn't I see the Blasting Ape King? The Wind Elemental youth quickly scrolled through the Deep Blue Smart Systems monitoring, and soon saw the scene of Liu Keiyang's squad fighting the Blasting Ape King. He even saw that dangerous moment. My goodness, these students are too daring. The burly man leaned over, and when he saw Liu Keiyang's squad almost being wiped out by the Blasting Ape King, he couldn't help but exclaim. They hadn't received a distress signal, and had no idea that a team of second-year seniors had almost died in the demon beast hunting zone. Even though they had already seen from the previous video that Liu Keiyang's squad was fine, seeing the violent Blasting Ape King in the footage, both teachers still couldn't help but gasp. They worried for Liu Keiyang's squad. But soon Xiao Ye's squad appeared. Especially Xiao Ye's action of directly making the Blasting Ape King turn its head earned high praise from the burly man. Good kid, what a fast blade technique. At this point, the two also understood why Xiao Ye's squad would be with Liu Keiyang's second-year senior team, and even have the second years act as bodyguards. It was a life-saving grace. These youngsters are indeed bold, and it looks like they're going to attempt something big. Searching through the surveillance video again, the two teachers quickly saw the scene of the two squads discussing how to deal with the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle. They couldn't help but exchange glances, both smiling wryly. These students are truly, incredibly bold. It seems we need to pay more attention to these youngsters in the coming days, lest they truly fall here. Xiao Ye naturally didn't know that everything that happened to them in the demon beast hunting zone was being watched by the teachers. After borrowing merit points from Liu Keiyang, Xiao Ye immediately exchanged for the Blood Shadow Saber technique without a second thought. Soon the martial skill column changed. Martial skill, Blood Shadow Saber technique beginner. It didn't have the suffix, divine ability seed, like Fatal Strike. He didn't know if it was due to different ranks, or if the martial skill needed to be raised to its limit before it could become a divine ability seed. Xiao Ye wasn't in a hurry. He decided to add points first. Burn 300 slaughter value, Blood Shadow Saber technique proficiency +1. The Blood Shadow Saber technique's proficiency went from beginner to proficient. So Transcendence martial skills require 300 slaughter value for each point added. Xiao Ye nodded, beginning to carefully sense the information that had appeared in his mind. As he added points, a large amount of information regarding the usage of the Blood Shadow Saber technique flooded into Xiao Ye's mind. Xiao Ye felt as if his comprehension of this blade technique had significantly improved all at once. If basic saber technique allowed Xiao Ye to master the basic moves of blade technique, such as how to chop, slash, and parry, then Blood Shadow Saber technique was a true killing art. using the smallest cost to make the enemy pay with their life. It even included the use of star power. That's right, basic saber technique was purely a blade technique. The blood shadow saber technique integrated star power into it, making the blade technique more powerful, and at the same time, its lethality stronger. If my cultivation reaches transcendent second heaven, and I can entwine star power around my weapon, the power of this blood shadow saber technique should be even greater. Xiao Ye's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Come on, let me see how far I can add points to my blade technique. 120. Swordsmanship improves, evolution begins again. The panel appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire adult, 99-100. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, transcendence first heaven LV2. Martial skill, fatal strike divine ability seed, proficient blood shadow saber technique masterful 20. Talent limit burst. Slaughter value, 1324.9. Merit points, 0 Oz Lukayang 63. 3 days passed. Xiao Ye added points to blood shadow saber technique 20 times, directly raising it to the masterful realm. After breakthrough to transcendence, especially after directly shattering the gate of transcendence, Xiao Ye's body became exceptionally powerful. His meridians and physical endurance in particular had increased by dozens of times compared to before. This also allowed his body to add points more times in a short period. With a masterful blood shadow saber technique, my strength can double. However, I still need more slaughter value. This time, he earned over 7,000 slaughter value points from hunting Yao beasts outside. Although it seemed like a lot, it was only enough for about 20-something point additions. At most, it could only raise the blood shadow saber technique to masterful. If he wanted to further increase the proficiency of blood shadow saber technique, he would need even more slaughter value. And these past few days, besides the blood shadow saber technique, my other gain is. Xiao Ye's gaze shifted slightly upwards. Supernatural ability, vampire adult, 99-100. The supernatural ability value was almost full. Just one more time, and he could activate supernatural ability evolution again. Why hesitate then? Xiao Ye directly pulled out another bottle of nutrient solution and guzzled it down. The cool liquid flowed down his throat and into his body. Then it transformed into a warm current, circulating to every part of his body, and then quickly disappeared. As this energy vanished, the data on the panel changed again. Supernatural ability, vampire adult, 100-100. Evolution progress has reached 100%, supernatural ability can evolve. Do you want to start the evolution now? Note 1. Performing the corresponding ritual during supernatural ability evolution can unlock a talent. Note 2. Required items for this evolution ritual: 1 second-tier star core, 1 heavenly prefecture treasure ginseng, 10 drops of great scarlet profound juice, 20 grams of sky guarding dew, 1 drop of essence blood. Note 3. Talent activation is full of uncertainty. If a certain creature's essence blood is consumed during the ritual, the talent direction can be influenced by the creature's genetic advantages. Several more messages popped up on the panel. The content was not much different from last time. However, during the previous supernatural ability evolution, Xiao Ye had activated the limit burst talent in advance. But this time, he needed to activate the talent through the supernatural ability evolution ritual. Essence blood has a great impact on the activated talent for me. Xiao Ye had actually thought about this issue long ago. His current advantages were strength and speed. They were also his reliance in combat. His class teacher, Zhao Rong, had previously spoken with Xiao Ye privately, and Zhao Rong also agreed that Xiao Ye's future direction should be to continuously improve his strength and speed. To constantly lengthen these 2 long planks. Although a hexagonal warrior is very strong, with the same resources invested, only a single or dual talent outstanding can break the limit. Only then can one possess stronger combat power. And a hexagonal warrior develops too slowly. Or it requires several times the resources of others to improve all aspects. But one must know that for a martial artist to cultivate, it not only requires resources but also time and energy. In human history, there have been many geniuses with extraordinary talents who wanted to try to develop themselves comprehensively. But in the end, these geniuses gradually faded into obscurity. At least they fell far behind the prodigies of their generation. Among these geniuses, some had powerful backgrounds, but even more resources could not buy more time and energy. They could only be left further and further behind by their peers. Therefore, for an individual, the longer the plank the better, as this can bring stronger combat power. As for the shortcomings, they need to be compensated for by teammates. Zhao Rong had initially suggested that Su Yi first improve his speed, allowing him to have stronger life-saving ability. But improving speed is good, but I also have a team. If I encounter a strong enemy, even if I can escape quickly, what about my teammates? Can I abandon them without hesitation? Su Yi asked himself. He did not unequivocally give a yes answer in his heart. Since that's the case, why not make my attacks more powerful? If I possess more powerful attacks, I can have more chances of survival when facing danger. Moreover, the second-year students are all hunting Yao beasts in the Demon Beast Hunting Zone, and the danger in Madu University's Demon Beast Hunting Zone is already much lower than in the suburbs. Here, I'll first improve my combat power, earn more merit points and slaughter value, and once again increase my supernatural ability evolution value. By the next evolution, I estimate I'll have also advanced to Transcendence Second Heaven or even Third Heaven, and can go to the suburbs and secret realms to face true danger. Su Yi quickly calculated in his mind. In the end, he still decided to first increase strength and improve his combat power. My class teacher, Zhao Rong, gave me 2 suggestions: to first improve my speed and choose the Hegemon Saber Blade technique. But I ended up exchanging for the Blood Shadow Saber technique, and now I'm going to prioritize strength. If Zhao Rong knew, she'd probably be furious, wouldn't she? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He was actually a little expectant. He looked forward to seeing how Zhao Rong would react when he angered her. All right, it's time to go out. Closing the panel, Su Yi stood up, ready to walk out of the cultivation room. First, I'll prepare all the items needed for the evolution ritual, and then I can adjust my state and prepare for supernatural ability evolution. I'm actually a little excited to see what talent this evolution will bring me. Fortunately, I had this plan before and already acquired a drop of Blasting Ape King's essence blood. With the essence blood already obtained, and it being the essence blood of the powerful and courageous Blasting Ape King, it should help me improve in terms of strength. As for the other materials, Su Yi quickly opened the official website of Blue Sky Mall. The other few resources were easy to get. But the second-tier star core, damn it, 2 million, are they robbing me? Su Yi couldn't help but wail. After reaching Transcendence, earning money became easier. But spending money was even easier. 121. The attack at the school gate, Xuanyuan XIV. Walking out of the cultivation room, Su Yi stretched lazily. Having been cooped up for 3 days, he felt his body had stiffened. It's time to find Xiao Ye and the others. I wonder how much they've gained in these 3 days. Su Yi pulled out his phone. However, before he could send a message to anyone, he saw their hunting team's small group chat constantly refreshing with messages, and someone was even at-ing him. Nickname, Wahaha, Grandpa Zia has succeeded. Nickname, you definitely don't know how strong I am now. Nickname, Grandpa wants to challenge you at Night God. Gentle Blade, Zia Jikyu, you're getting ahead of yourself, daring to provoke our Night God. For the sake of being teammates, I'll collect your corpse. Nickname, Wanru, you are indeed my final destination, Tilda. Nickname, Wanru, come, my body is all yours. Gentle Blade, Scram. Zia Jikyu and Mu Wanru engaged in a verbal brawl in the group chat. Unfortunately, Mu Wanru's bottom line seemed to be lower than Zia Jikyu's. So, Gentle Blade, at Night God it's silent yet not silent, beat him up for me. Next time we farm monsters, this girl will prioritize healing you. My healing ability has evolved again. The group fell silent for 5 minutes. Then, silent yet not silent, image, JPG. Silent yet not silent, Zia Jikyu is done for at Gentle Blade. Gentle Blade, clap clap clap. July's 7th chapter. I've also finished cultivating at Night God, what about you? Silent yet not silent, so he doesn't seem to have come out of the cultivation room yet. Is he too engrossed in cultivating? Young Master Zhang is too handsome. To celebrate everyone's successful return from the Demon Beast Hunting Zone, I've booked a private room at Jinxian Building next to the school. Let's have a good meal. Nickname, as expected of Young Master Zhang, Young Master Zhang is the most handsome. Young Master Zhang is too handsome. At Night God, Su Yi, once you're out of the cultivation room, come quickly to Jinxian Building. There are good things for you all. Su Yi checked the time. The last message was 3 minutes ago. It was just in time to meet up with them. And it seemed that after 3 days of cultivating, his companions had also improved a lot. Su Yi quickened his pace towards Jinxian Building outside the school. It was noon. The scorching sun blazed. Su Yi could only walk in the shade of the trees. He took out a bottle of ice-cold cola and took 2 gulps, then let out a comfortable burp. 20 minutes later, Su Yi finally reached the school gate, and was about to turn left to Jinxian Building to meet his companions. However, boom. Su Yi's legs trembled. Such powerful pressure. Su Yi's legs trembled. This feeling was much stronger than facing the blasting ape king. It was as if he was facing a bloodthirsty Yao beast. Su Yi struggled to stay upright and not directly kneel. But his legs kept trembling, and large drops of sweat appeared. Who is it? Su Yi tried hard to look up, wanting to see the direction from which the pressure came. Lei. And Su Yi's inability to directly kneel seemed to surprise the person releasing the pressure, who let out a low gasp. At the same time, Su Yi also saw the other party. It was a woman, probably around 20 years old. She wore plain white clothes, with a black veil around her arm. Someone in her family had passed away. The woman's face showed obvious hatred, and she stared intently at Su Yi. But Su Yi was certain he had never seen this woman before. Was it you who killed my younger brother? A voice seemed to penetrate directly into his brain. It caused Su Yi's brain to throb with pain. At the same time, the woman walked step by step towards him. And as she approached, the pressure enveloping Su Yi grew stronger, pressing him until he swayed precariously. Su Yi still insisted on standing in place, his right hand subtly moving towards his left wrist. As long as he pressed the button on his smart wristband, he could send out a distress signal. However, seeing Su Yi's movement, the woman sneered. With a flash, she appeared directly in front of Su Yi, and at the same time, reached out and grabbed Su Yi's right wrist. Crack! Excruciating pain came. The other party seemed to use only a slight force, but Su Yi felt as if his arm was about to be crushed. To be able to withstand my pressure right after breakthrough to transcendent, you truly are this generation's top genius, but no matter what kind of genius you are, having killed my younger brother, you deserve to die. The hatred in the woman's eyes seemed to materialize. A pair of deep, pure black eyes seemed to spin, as if to absorb Su Yi's soul. No, it wasn't as if. Su Yi truly felt his soul seemed to be detaching from his body. At the same time, a shrill soul scream seemed to come from his ears, and everything around him faded, turning black and white, and a chilling sensation came over him. Just as Su Yi's soul was about to be absorbed by those two black whirlpools. Don't look into her eyes. A loud shout suddenly came from behind him, followed by a huge force. Su Yi only felt the scene before his eyes spin. The black whirlpool disappeared. His soul returned to his body. The soul scream vanished, and the scorching heat of the blazing sun returned to his head. Although this scorching heat still made Su Yi uncomfortable, at this moment, it gave him a sense of solidity. He wasn't dead. Immediately after, Su Yi found that someone was blocking him. Tall with short brown hair. At this moment, the brown-haired young man blocking Su Yi raised his hand and sent the white-clothed woman retreating repeatedly, while shouting loudly. Zhen Qianhuan, how dare you attack a human at the school gate? Do you have a death wish? The white-clothed woman Zhen Qianhuan snorted coldly. Xuanyuan 14, he killed my younger brother. So what? Your younger brother willingly became a fallen one, he deserved to die. Xuanyuan 14. What, did I say something wrong? If it were me, your younger brother would have died an even more miserable death. Seeing Zhen Qianhuan's body surge with energy, seemingly not having given up on fighting, Xuanyuan 14 waved his hand. Immediately, a rope was thrown out by him. The rope looked just like a hemp rope, very unremarkable. However, as Xuanyuan 14 threw it, the rope grew with the wind, rapidly enlarging, and then directly bound Zhen Qianhuan tightly from top to bottom. Entwined by the rope materialized by star power, the aura surging around Zhen Qianhuan instantly vanished completely. The woman's curvaceous figure was directly revealed without reservation. Xuanyuan 14, you even used the immortal binding rope. Are you trying to go against my Zhen family? Xuanyuan 14 snorted coldly. What is the Zhen family? This immortal binding rope is just an imitation, but it's not a problem to tie you up with it. If you think me using the immortal binding rope to tie you up is an insult to your Zhen family's face, then go home and beg your grandparents, call your whole family to fight. When it comes to fighting, my Xuanyuan family has never been afraid. I'm just afraid your Zhen family wouldn't dare. Ignoring Zhen Qianhuan's constantly changing expression, Xuanyuan 14 turned his head. The disdain on his face had completely disappeared. Instead, a simple and honest smile appeared. Su Yi, are you all right? I am Xuanyuan 14, and by relation I am your cousin. 122. The first meeting between the older and younger cousins. Cousin. Actually, when Su Yi heard the young man's name, Xuanyuan 14, he already had a guess. In Eastern Radiance, the surname Xuanyuan is not common. And the most famous is the descendant of a king family, the Xuanyuan family. And Su Yi's birth mother, Xuanyuan Mingmu, was the young miss of the Xuanyuan family. It's just, precisely because of Xuanyuan Mingmu, Su Yi didn't have much affection for the Xuanyuan family. Xiao 14, who introduced himself, was smiling, ready to acknowledge his relative. But looking at Su Yi's still calm eyes, and remembering what his grandfather said, Xiao 14 sighed slightly. Then his smile became even more enthusiastic. Cousin Su, you must be very curious who this woman is, right? And why she's targeting you. This, Su Yi was indeed curious. You know. This woman is named Zhen Qianhuan. Her grandfather, Old Master Zhen, is proficient in illusion techniques and is a king, titled King of Illusions. Old Master Zhen fought against the demon race in the divine realm, naturally achieving great military exploits, but he neglected the guidance of his juniors, and the Zhen family members left on Blue Star have tarnished the Old Master's lifelong reputation. The person who used the Jade Scale Serpent to harm you during the new student enrollment day a few days ago, and was later blasted by your gun, was a junior of the Zhen family, and also Zhen Qianhuan's younger brother. So this crazy woman came to you for revenge. So that's how it is. Su Yi nodded, finally understanding the whole story. But that fallen one was actually a descendant of a king. How could a descendant of a king also become a fallen one? In Su Yi's impression, only those poor cultivators with insufficient cultivation talent would be bewitched by the blood demon cult, and thus fall. But a descendant of a king family, that shouldn't be possible. Xiao 14 sighed. Although he was a descendant of a king, the Zhen family has a large population, and there are always some fish. The person you killed did not possess strong talent like other descendants of a king. Instead, he was innate deficient. Even breaking through to transcendent was only barely achieved after the Zhen family spent a lot of resources. It's likely for this reason that he was bewitched by the blood demon cult. Joining the blood demon cult allows one to obtain the blood demon cult's cultivation methods, rapidly improve by absorbing others' soul essence blood, and even, if one can obtain true demon blood, fundamentally change one's bloodline and complete a racial transformation. It's likely that Zhen Qianhuan's younger brother saw that others in his family possessed powerful king bloodlines, and their cultivation rapidly ascended, while he himself was innate deficient and always lagged behind, which ultimately led him to be bewitched by the blood demon cult. Such examples have actually happened before. Being a descendant of a king, while glorious, also comes with immense pressure. After explaining the situation to Su Yi, Xiao 14 lowered his voice. This branch of the Zhen family is a bit off in the head. As he spoke, Xiao 14 tapped his temple. He didn't know if it was because the Zhen family members mostly cultivated illusion techniques, and all of them were dark illusion techniques, which made the whole family gloomy and neurotic. Xiao 14 always felt that this family was a bit crazy and mentally unstable. I will report this incident to the patrol bureau, and I will also ask Grandpa to go to the Heavenly King Hall to demand an explanation from the Zhen family. It's just, although Zhen Qianhuan attacked you, she was ultimately stopped by me, and you were not harmed. Coupled with her identity as a descendant of a king, the punishment probably won't be too severe. At least, it's impossible to take her life. However, I will keep an eye on her from now on and absolutely won't let her harm you again. Zhen Qianhuan had used her mental system ability to harm Su Yi at the time. No injuries were visible from the outside. Afterwards, Zhen Qianhuan could simply argue that she was just joking with Su Yi or merely teaching him a slight lesson. The punishment for Zhen Qianhuan would naturally not be too severe. Su Yi quickly understood the meaning behind Xiao 14's words. Unable to verify injuries. Descendant of a king, what great authority. Su Yi sneered. Xiao 14 wiped the sweat from his forehead. Su Yi, you are actually also a descendant of a king. Your grandfather and my great-grandfather are both kings. Speaking of which, your background is much stronger than that of the Zhen family. Su Yi, just as he was speaking, several figures had already rapidly approached, and the uniforms on the other party looked very familiar to Su Yi. They were the uniforms of the patrol bureau. What's going on here? Among the few people who arrived, the leader had a serious expression. He first glanced at the bound Zhen Qianhuan. Then he looked at Xiao 14. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Yi. Director Zhang, Zhen Qianhuan openly attacked a new student of our university at the Madu University entrance. Fortunately, I stopped her in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. I have recorded the relevant process, and Director Zhang can also retrieve the surveillance footage from the school entrance, all of which can prove that what I said is correct. The director of the Madu Patrol Bureau also has the surname Zhang, Zhang Qianhai. Zhang Qianhai first watched the video sent by Xiao 14, then retrieved the surveillance footage from the Madu University entrance, and found that it was indeed as Xiao 14 had said. It's just, Director Zhang, I was just joking with Su Yi. He doesn't even have a single scratch on him. Does the Patrol Bureau only listen to one side of the story when handling affairs? Or is it because Xiunyuan 14's surname is Xiunyuan that the patrol bureau has to comply with whatever he says? Although Zhen Qianhuan was still bound by the immortal binding rope, her expression showed no panic at all. The words she spoke to Su Yi at the time were all directly transmitted to Su Yi's mind using star power. During the process, she only used coercion and mental system methods. What could be seen from the surveillance? As long as she didn't admit she was trying to kill someone, no one could do anything to her. Zhen Qianhuan gave a cold smile and looked at Su Yi. Although she didn't speak, the smugness in her eyes was unconcealed. Xiunyuan 14 clenched his fists. Zhen Qianhuan, you really dare to do it but not admit it. If you dared to admit that you just wanted to kill Su Yi, I would still respect you as an outstanding person, but now, HMPH, truly unworthy of being a descendant of a king. Zhen Qianhuan, however, did not fall for it. Admitting it now, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? She was determined not to admit it. Murder, I Zhen Qianhuan am not so foolish as to commit murder at the Madu University entrance. Xiunyuan 14, by slandering me like this, could it be that you have ulterior motives? Do you want to blacken the reputation of our Zhen family? Or are you trying to help the mud-legged person behind you get more compensation? Su Yi, how much money do you want? 1 million, 2 million. Our Zhen family has plenty of money. Zhen Qianhuan looked at Su Yi with an even more mocking smile, wanting to see anger and fear on his face. She failed to kill Su Yi this time. It doesn't matter, there's always next time. However, to Zhen Qianhuan's surprise, Su Yi's face showed no anger nor any fear. Su Yi simply walked step by step to Zhen Qianhuan, who was bound by the immortal binding rope. He raised his hand. Slap. 123. I can't beat her to death, I'll just make her furious. Zhen Qianhuan's smile instantly froze on her face. She was stunned for a full 3 seconds before finally realizing what had happened. You hit me. You actually dared to hit me. And it was the most humiliating kind of slap. How could you dare? Su Yi frowned slightly. That slap really hurt his hand. But Zhen Qianhuan's face didn't even turn red. What thick skin? Su Yi muttered, then raised his hand again, much to Zhen Qianhuan's disbelief and fury. Slap, slap, slap. By the time Su Yi was finally stopped by the patrol bureau members who had reacted, Zhen Qianhuan's face already had a dozen more slaps. Although these dozen slaps couldn't leave a single mark on Zhen Qianhuan's face. Zhen Qianhuan's face turned crimson due to immense anger and humiliation. She, a dignified descendant of a king, when had she ever been bullied like this? Been slapped in the face like this? Zhen Qianhuan was practically going crazy. But the immortal binding rope on her body prevented her from even moving, forcing her to endure Su Yi's storm of slaps. It was simply too humiliating. The patrol bureau personnel clearly hadn't expected such a thing to happen. They had seen plenty of fighting and killing. But slapping someone in public, and a woman at that, was too fresh. It was no wonder they didn't react immediately. As for Xiunyuan 14, well, young Master Xiunyuan was also initially in shock, but after the shock, Xiunyuan 14 immediately pulled out his phone and recorded the scene. That woman, Zhen Qianhuan, had always been arrogant and overbearing, relying on her status as a descendant of a king and her slight cultivate talent. Finally, someone taught her a lesson. His younger male cousin was awesome. Xiunyuan 14's visit to Su Yi today was originally a task assigned by the old master of the family. He was told to look after his younger male cousin, Su Yi, more at school. But now, Xiunyuan 14 was genuinely interested in this younger male cousin, whom he was meeting for the first time. Su Yi, controlled by the patrol bureau, was very cooperative. He even actively admitted his mistake. Director Zhang, I was too angry just now and lost control, so I acted. I admit my mistake. Zhang Qianhai rubbed his nose, trying hard to suppress the urge to laugh. This was the genius his younger brother recruited in Fangyuan City. Interesting. That's right. Just by their names, it was clear that Zhang Qianhai and Zhang Beichuan were brothers. Zhang Qianhai calmed his urge to laugh and spoke seriously. It's good that you recognize your mistake. Originally, this matter was Ms. Zhen Qianhuan unilaterally provoking you. Once you acted, didn't it become a mutual fight? Young man, you can't be so impulsive. Su Yi nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was too impulsive. Actively admitting his mistake. Next time he would still dare. Given Su Yi's good attitude, and the incident changing from a unilateral provocation to a mutual fight, Zhang Qianhai gave both of them a verbal warning and fined them 2,000 yuan each before taking his people and leaving. Xiunyuan 14 also finally put away the immortal binding rope. Freed from her restraints, Zhen Qianyuan glared hatefully at Xiao Ye and Qianyuan 14. Because Qianyuan 14 was also present, she didn't continue to act. She just left with a remark. Qianyuan 14, let's see how long you can protect him. You kid, you really didn't hold back. Qianyuan 14 looked at his younger male cousin with a smile. Damn. He was even handsomer than in the photos. Now you've thoroughly offended that crazy woman, Zhen Qianyuan. You'll have to be careful from now on. Xiao Ye was the first person who dared to slap that crazy woman in the face. Xiao Ye shrugged indifferently. Even if I hadn't acted, she would have wanted to kill me anyway. So you just went ahead and slapped her. It would have been better to let the patrol officer take her away. Maybe she would have even been detained for a few days. Now it's a mutual fight, and it's just a 2,000 fine. Detention is nothing to Zhen Qianyuan. Since that's the case, it's better to slap her hard. Even if I can't kill her, I can still infuriate her to death. 2,000 yuan for a good venting of anger. Xiao Ye thought it was worth it. Alright, but that woman is really crazy. You should try to be careful in the future and try to stay out of school unless it's an emergency. If you really need to leave, you can call me. Qianyuan 14 had originally planned to just meet this younger male cousin and leave. But now, he could stay at Madu University for a while longer. Xiao Ye didn't speak. Not leaving school just because of a crazy woman. Xiao Ye didn't like that option. However, Zhen Qianyuan was indeed crazy enough to act in the city. It seemed he needed to find a way. The older male cousin and younger male cousin were relatively silent. After finishing the topic of Zhen Qianyuan, the two seemed to have no other topics to discuss for a while. Qianyuan 14 coughed, breaking the awkward silence. That, younger male cousin Xiao Ye. Just call me Xiao Ye, younger male cousin is not necessary. Xiao Ye didn't really want to be associated with the Yujing Su family, and he wasn't interested in the Qianyuan family, where Qianyuan Mingmu was. When the original owner was lost, no one from the Su family came looking. Didn't the Qianyuan family also not care about him, their grandson? What was the point of trying to establish a connection now? If Qianyuan 14 hadn't just saved him, Xiao Ye would have left by now. Younger male cousin, alright Xiao Ye. Qianyuan 14 cooperatively changed his address. I know you've been wandering for 18 years and must have had a very hard time, and you also have grievances. This matter was indeed wrong of the Su family and our Qianyuan family, but actually, after you went missing that year, I don't know about the Su family, but the Qianyuan family did go to Fangyuan City to look for you. Look, Xiao Ye scoffed. A king's family, and they couldn't find the original owner. Xiao Ye didn't believe it. Qianyuan 14 saw Xiao Ye's thoughts and gave a bitter smile. I'm not lying to you. After the war, the Qianyuan family did send many people to search. Fearing that news leaking would allow the fallen ones to find you first, the Qianyuan family sent people to search in secret. In the end, they only found your blood-stained and tattered swaddling clothes. And some strong individuals in the family who were skilled in fate-related matters helped with calculations, but the result they got was that person couldn't see your future, only a scene of death, that you would die before you even reached adulthood. That person's calculations have never been wrong, so we actually all thought you had died in that disaster. Coupled with the old master being seriously injured in the divine realm and the Qianyuan family being in chaos, we later gave up the search. Death. Xiao Ye's expression changed slightly. The original owner did indeed die before reaching 18 years of age. It was because of the original owner's death that he existed now. Looking at it this way, that person skilled in fate was very powerful. Seeing Xiao Ye's expression change but still remaining silent, Qianyuan 14 smiled bitterly. I know, what I'm saying sounds like an excuse to you, Xiao Ye, but our Qianyuan family truly never wanted to abandon you. Knowing you're still alive, the old master was incredibly happy. So Xiao Ye, could you go to the secret realm guarded by the Qianyuan family and meet the old master? Qianyuan 14 finally revealed the true purpose of his visit. Old Master Qianyuan wanted to see his grandson. 124. The invitation from the Qianyuan family. Go to the secret realm guarded by the Qianyuan family to see that person, Old Master Qianyuan. Xiao Ye frowned slightly. Qianyuan 14's recent explanation, Xiao Ye believed about half of it. Let's talk about it later. Hearing that Xiao Ye didn't immediately refuse, Qianyuan 14 grinned happily. Alright, you think about it. When you have time later we can go. By the way, Xiao Ye, you just broke through to Transcendent, right? Are you short on merit points? Your younger male cousin here still has some. Facing Qianyuan 14's enthusiasm, Xiao Ye was indeed tempted for a moment, but in the end, he still refused. No need, I can earn them myself. Alright then. Qianyuan 14 shook his head regretfully, but in his heart, he thought even more highly of this younger male cousin. He didn't even want the merit points he could get, he had backbone. Then Xiao Ye, you must be going to the demon beast hunting zone to hunt Yao beasts and earn merit points, right? Although there are Madu University teachers in the demon beast hunting zone, teachers can't keep an eye on all students at all times, so accidents can still happen, not to mention that Demoness Zhen Qianhuan is secretly watching you. The more Qianyuan 14 spoke, the more he felt that his younger male cousin's personal safety was a big problem. Oh right, inner armor. Our Qianyuan family is best at earth elemental energy. Every junior of the Qianyuan family receives defensive inner armor from an elder, which can greatly enhance their safety when outside. It will take some time to make new inner armor, so younger male cousin, use mine first. As Qianyuan 14 spoke, he directly reached out and grabbed his t-shirt. Crack! How could a thin t-shirt withstand Qianyuan 14's great strength? It instantly ripped apart. His clothes burst open. Xiao Ye was dumbfounded. This is at the school gate on the street. Pay attention to your image. However, before Xiao Ye could give a reminder, his gaze fell on the earthy yellow inner armor revealed beneath Qianyuan 14's t-shirt, and he suddenly froze. This thing looks very familiar. When he became the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, 2 military region commanders came and gave him an earth elemental inner armor, which was even a 5th-tier inner armor. Xiao Ye had thought that was his reward for being the top scorer. But now, you mean this inner armor is unique to your Qianyuan family? Qianyuan 14, who had just ripped open his t-shirt and was about to take off his inner armor, nodded upon hearing this. Of course, the earth elemental energy attached to this inner armor is unique to the Qianyuan family. Its defensive power far exceeds ordinary inner armor, and the materials for the inner armor, gold and silk grass, can only be produced in the secret realm guarded by the Qianyuan family. Naturally, you won't see it in the outside world. Xiao Ye stopped Qianyuan 14 from taking off his clothes in public. Then would the Qianyuan family's inner armor be given to others? Qianyuan 14 shook his head. Younger male cousin, you probably don't know how low the yield of that gold and silk grass is. It can only be harvested a little bit every 10 years, enough to make 1 or 2 pieces of inner armor. Even within the Qianyuan family, there isn't enough to go around, so how could it be given to others? Even if old Master Qianyuan's close friends wanted to prepare a piece for their family juniors, old Master Qianyuan would be reluctant. Xiao Ye was silent for a moment. He sighed. You don't need to give me your inner armor. I have advanced inner armor given to me by the military. As for old Master Qianyuan, I'll go visit him later. Even for the sake of that 5th-tier earth elemental inner armor, he should go thank that person, old Master Qianyuan. Really? Qianyuan 14 immediately became excited. Younger male cousin, if you're willing to go, that would be wonderful. If it weren't for the star beast riot in the secret realm during this period, keeping old Master Qianyuan busy, he probably would have come to see you himself. Now that you're willing to go to the secret realm to see him, he'll definitely be happy. I told you, don't call me younger male cousin, call me Xiao Ye. Golden Fragrance Tower. Led by the waiter, Xiao Ye entered the private room Zhang Chuan had booked. Behind him, Qianyuan 14 followed. According to Qianyuan 14, it was to prevent that crazy woman Zhen Qianhuan from making a surprise attack. He had to protect Xiao Ye outside of school. Xiao, you're finally here. Hey, who is this? Xia Zhikyu was holding a chicken drumstick, gnawing on it, his gaze falling on Qianyuan 14. This person looks so strong. I'm Qianyuan 14. Xiao Ye and I hit it off immediately. Knowing he was meeting friends, I just tagged along. Since we've met for the first time, it's fate. Give me a chance to treat you all today. Let me treat. Waiter, bring me one of every best dish you have here. Qianyuan 14 was incredibly sociable. Not only did he offer to treat them as soon as he spoke, but he also quickly integrated with everyone. Knowing that Qianyuan 14 had helped when Xiao Ye was ambushed at the school gate, and seeing Qianyuan 14's enthusiasm, the group of friends quickly accepted Qianyuan 14. And upon hearing that Qianyuan 14, though only a year older than them, was already a 3rd-year student and a 4th heaven martial artist, everyone immediately looked at Qianyuan 14 with stars in their eyes. To be able to enter university early, he must be a genius. And a 4th heaven big shot. Big shot. Please guide us. Qianyuan 14 laughed heartily, giving pointers to Xia Zhikyu and the others. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye sat between Mu Wanru and Xiao Qiu. Mu Wanru reached out, and green energy flowed into Xiao Ye's arm. A cool sensation immediately spread through the arm that had been fractured by Zhen Qianhuan's grip, and Xiao Ye could clearly feel his arm rapidly healing. Done. Mu Wanru retracted her hand. Xiao Ye moved his arm. There was no sensation of injury at all, and even the star power within his body felt much more vibrant. Excellent, fellow student Mu's healing technique has become stronger. Of course. Mu Wanru was proud. My newly learned life-healing martial skill is pretty good, isn't it? It accelerates the burning of my own star power in exchange for a more powerful healing effect, and at the same time, it can restore the star power of the healed person. This way, when the team goes out hunting in the future, you'll be able to fight in better condition. Mu Wanru's first transcendent martial skill was not offensive, but healing-based. It was clear that the previous battle had strengthened Mu Wanru's resolve in her role as a team healer. It is indeed very strong. Xiao Ye gave a thumbs up. He knew that Mu Wanru's choice was mostly for the team, but such a choice significantly reduced her own combat ability. If she were to leave the team, Mu Wanru's personal safety would be greatly reduced. Later, let's kill more Yao beasts and get you some skills that can enhance your star power reserves and defense. He wanted to improve Mu Wanru's endurance and survival capabilities first. Mu Wanru smiled and nodded, then gave Xiao Ye a look and turned to leave. She went over to listen to Xuanyuan 14's grand pronouncements. Xiao Ye, however, looked at Xiao Ye with concern. What's going on with that Zhen Qianhuan? Your arm was fractured, it definitely wasn't just a simple provocation, right? Did she want to kill you? And that Xuanyuan 14. Could he be Xuanyuan 14, the prodigy of the younger generation of the royal Xuanyuan family? 125, Procreation Potion. Xiao Ye briefly recounted what had just happened at the school gate. As for his relationship with Xuanyuan 14, he didn't elaborate. It wasn't that he was unwilling to tell Xiao Ye. Rather, if he were to bring it up, it would involve the messy situation with the Yujingsu family, and Xiao Ye really didn't even want to mention it. Seeing Xiao Ye still looking worried, he smiled slightly. Don't worry, unless absolutely necessary, I won't leave the school for the time being. No matter how crazy Zhen Qianhuan is, she wouldn't dare to attack me inside the school. I will make myself stronger as quickly as possible. Zhen Qianhuan's cultivation had reached the fourth heaven. Then Xiao Ye would break through to the fourth heaven in school and then kill her. Alright Xiao Ye, you must be extra careful. After receiving Xiao Ye's assurance, Xiao Ye finally nodded, her eyelids slightly lowered, concealing the killing intent in her eyes. Come. I heard everyone is going to the demon beast hunting zone to hunt third-rank Yao beasts. This meal today is a send-off for everyone. When you return victorious, I'll throw another celebration. Zhang Chuan raised his wine glass. He drained it in one go. Zhang Chuan then pulled out a bottle from his storage bracelet. Although I, your brother, can't go to the demon beast hunting zone to hunt Yao beasts with you, I do have some good things for you. Saying that, he had already handed the small bottle to Xiao Ye. What is this? Xiao Ye opened the cap. Inside the bottle was a purple liquid, but it had no particular smell. Of course it's medicine to help you hunt Yao beasts. Let me reintroduce myself. Standing before you is the genius youth, Zhang Xuan, who became a second-rank apothecary at the tender age of 18. How about that, cool, right? Zhang Xuan proudly adjusted his collar. Xiao Ye gave a thumbs up, cool. Xia Zhikyu even directly put his arm around Zhang Xuan's shoulder. You became a second-rank apothecary. You advanced within less than a month of school starting, Zhang Xuan, you're too amazing. Big shot, let me hug your thigh. The others also showed surprised expressions. Even Xuanyuan 14 couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xuan a few more times. Listening to their conversation, this young man named Zhang Xuan was only an apothecary apprentice when he entered Madu University. In less than a month, he directly skipped first-rank apothecary and became a second-rank apothecary. It seems this Zhang Xuan has great talent in apothecary research. His younger male cousin, not only is he a prodigy himself, but the people around him are also geniuses. Zhang Xuan, you haven't said what this medicine does. It can help us hunt Yao beasts. Is it poison? This, Zhang Xuan chuckled. This can't really be considered poison. On the contrary, if used well, this medicine can be very beneficial to Yao beasts. Everyone was confused by Zhang Xuan's teasing words. It was Mu Wanru who raised an eyebrow. Riddler, get out of here. Quickly tell us what this is for. Zhang Xuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had finally created a second-rank apothecary, and he wanted to show it off. Never mind, he'd tell them. This bottle actually contains medicine that helps Yao beasts reproduce. Reproduce offspring. Isn't that? Immediately, everyone in the room looked awkward. Xiao Ye and Mu Wanru even blushed. You stinky man, I knew you wouldn't research anything good. July, let's go. Mu Wanru pulled Xiao Ye, ready to leave. No, don't rush. Zhang Xuan quickly stopped them. Although this thing helps with reproduction, if the dose is large, it can also make Yao beasts feel like they're in paradise. In that state, how could they still care about fighting? Doesn't that just create the best opportunity for you to kill the enemy? You know, while poison is good in the wild, you often encounter Yao beasts with resistance to poison. Moreover, if you encounter high-rank Yao beasts, low-rank poisons are completely ineffective. But the reproduction potion I've concocted is different. This isn't poison but a tonic. Even Yao beasts that can resist poison can't resist my reproduction potion. Even slightly higher-rank Yao beasts can't resist it. After all, as the old ancestor said, food and sex are human nature. The more Zhang Chuan spoke, the more he felt like he was an apothecary genius. Everyone was silenced by Zhang Chuan's words. After a long while, Su Yi finally gave a thumbs up. Zhang Chuan, you're the best. He was simply an apothecary prodigy. No wonder he could become a second-rank apothecary in less than a month. This talent was maxed out. However, Zhang Chuan was also right. At critical moments, this bottle of reproduction potion could really be of great help. All right, we'll take this medicine. We'll bring back any special materials we find for you when we're out there. Su, you're the reliable one. Don't look for any special materials. Aren't you going to hunt a lot of crimson snake centipedes this time? These are good things, their venom is not weak. Just bring back 2 crimson snake centipede corpses for me, Su. Oh, and... Saying that, Zhang Chuan pulled out several more small bottles. These are all antidotes I've prepared. They're most effective against crimson snake centipede venom. Each of you should carry a few bottles. After a satisfying meal and drinks. On his way back to school, Su Yi also received a delivery from Blue Sky Mall. Inside were the star cores and other materials Su Yi had purchased from the mall. 2 to 3 million for all the evolution materials. However, Su Yi didn't evolve immediately. He was going to the demon beast hunting zone tomorrow, and tonight the sky was overcast, with no moon visible. He could only wait until he returned from the demon beast hunting zone. Su Yi tossed the items into his storage bracelet, preparing to conserve his energy for the battle tomorrow. On the same night, Xuanyuan 14 called Old Master Xuanyuan. Grandpa, I met Su Yi. This younger male cousin is a good person, I like him. But Zhen Qianyuan of the Zhen family actually attacked younger male cousin publicly at the school gate today. Isn't she just relying on the Zhen family behind her? Grandpa, can you tolerate this? 2 sentences. Incitement complete. Xuanyuan 14 happily hung up the phone. The old master was angry. The consequences would be severe. The Zhen family would definitely suffer a great loss. However, that woman Zhen Qianyuan was truly too crazy. Who knew if she would even dare to act inside the school? Tomorrow, younger male cousin was still going to the demon beast hunting zone. What if that woman tampered with something? He'd better follow along and see. Girls' dormitory. Xiao Ye walked to the balcony and also made a phone call. July, you haven't called Dad in a long time. How is university life? Is it going smoothly? On the other end of the phone, a steady male voice sounded. Xiao Ye was silent for a moment. She seemed a little unsure how to communicate with her father, whom she hadn't seen in several years. Ultimately, she got straight to business. Father, a descendant of a king, Zhen Qianyuan, in order to protect a fallen one, attacked my teammate on the street. 126, Darkwing Thunderhawk and Centipede. The next day, at the entrance of the demon beast hunting zone, Su Yi squad and Lu Keiyang squad met on time. Let's go. Everyone present was a martial artist, and Lu Keiyang even provided items for acceleration, which allowed them to travel faster. Even so, it took them 3 or 4 days to reach the foot of a tall mountain. This is it. The Darkwing Thunder Eagle lives on the peak of this mountain. Lu Keiyang looked up at the mountain peak. The peak soared into the clouds, with a winding path on one side that could be climbed. The other side looked as if it had been cut off by someone, presenting a sharp and smooth vertical cross-section. This mountain, it couldn't really have been cut from somewhere and then forcibly moved here, could it? Su Yi and others also looked up, unable to help but ask a question from their soul. This. Lu Keiyang rubbed his nose. There is indeed a legend in the school that when Madu University established the demon beast hunting zone, there were no mountains in Madu due to its terrain. So the principal at the time directly cut a tall mountain from another place, then carried the cut mountain back to Madu, which is how this current mountain came to be. However, this is just a legend, and there is no evidence. Everyone, honestly, this legend sounds quite convincing, with some credibility. Lu Keiyang, all right everyone, take a short rest and recover your star power. We'll set off in a moment. On the mountaintop, the enormous Darkwing Thunder Eagle was using its body temperature to sense the gestation of a small life. A hint of tenderness appeared in its sharp golden eyes. However, in an instant, the dark-winged thunder eagle's gaze suddenly became alert. There were enemies. And it was at this moment. Vajra slash. Liu Kang roared, and the golden light on his long saber shone like a dazzling sun, directly striking towards the dark-winged thunder eagle. Behind Liu Kang, the Frost and Snow sisters simultaneously released their star power, with snowflakes and frost dancing, causing the already low temperature on the mountaintop to drop even further. Even the dark-winged thunder eagle's body was covered in a layer of frost. This was the combined skill of the Frost and Snow sisters. By releasing frost and snow, they created a favorable environment, reduced the enemy's mobility, and could even directly freeze the enemy. Of course, the dark-winged thunder eagle's rank was too much higher than the Frost and Snow sisters, so the sisters couldn't directly freeze the dark-winged thunder eagle. But making the dark-winged thunder eagle move a little slower was not a problem. Just then, Liu Kang's long saber had already struck down. Disdain flashed in the dark-winged thunder eagle's golden eagle eyes. Is that all? Even if it laid an egg, even if it was injured, these people shouldn't even think of harming it. Screecha! The dark-winged thunder eagle shrieked, raising its black wings high, and actually used its wings to block Liu Kang's long saber. However, bang! A sound like metal clashing rang out, and Liu Kang's sharp strike was indeed blocked by the dark-winged thunder eagle's wings. It even shook Liu Kang back several steps. The light element support behind him continuously cast holy light technique, healing and buffing Liu Kang. The first attack failed, but Liu Kang and others were well prepared. So when the dark-winged thunder eagle shrieked and spat out purple lightning from its mouth, everyone was not surprised. Instead, Liu Kang raised a shield and blocked in front of everyone. I'll block its attacks. My shield can absorb damage, and when it reaches its limit, it can reflect all the absorbed damage. That will be our best chance to kill the dark-winged thunder eagle. Everyone hold on now. Liu Kang cheered everyone on. Xiao Ye and others, who were following behind, then understood how Liu Kang and his team planned to deal with the dark-winged thunder eagle. It turned out they were relying on Liu Kang's damage reflection shield. To be honest, this fighting style was a bit unfair to the eagle. If the dark-winged thunder eagle hadn't been hatching and protecting its egg, unable to move, with its speed, it could have attacked from behind or the flank. Liu Kang wouldn't even have had time to fully defend with his shield. Not to mention that the reflected damage could accurately hit the dark-winged thunder eagle. But now, to protect its egg, the dark-winged thunder eagle was forcibly unable to use its strongest speed-based methods, forced to be a fixed target. Whether it was a human or a Yao beast, having a soft spot meant having a weakness. However, Xiao Ye didn't have time to think further. Rustle, rustle. A crawling sound rang out. On the mountaintop, a large group of centipedes soon appeared. The dark-winged thunder eagle and the centipedes both lived on this mountain. Before, the dark-winged thunder eagle had even fought with the centipede's leader. By all accounts, the two sides were enemies. But now, with humans present, these two types of Yao beasts had allied, intending to first drive the humans out of their habitat. Stop them, don't let these centipedes affect Senior Liu and the others. Xiao Ye shouted, taking the lead and charging towards the centipede swarm. Swishing. A saber strike. As if a red blood shadow flashed. One centipede was directly split in half by Xiao Ye. Slaughter value plus 53. There were many centipedes. In just a moment, a dense swarm of centipedes had appeared in front of Xiao Ye and others. Although they were mostly rank 1 centipedes, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Mu Wanru looked at the dense swarm of centipedes, her legs unconsciously feeling a bit weak. She was most afraid of centipedes. Don't stop healing. Noticing Mu Wanru's state, Xiao Ye shouted, while simultaneously flicking a centipede into the air with his saber. The centipede's body was already split in half in midair. Slaughter value plus 67. July, use poison, shoot the rank 2 centipedes and go help Shenmo first. Although they were mostly rank 1 centipedes, there were also 4 or 5 rank 2 centipedes in this swarm. Shenmo's side was already struggling a bit. Xiao Qiu drew her longbow to its fullest, and arrows flew out like lightning. An arrow transformed into a golden light, directly piercing a centipede. However, the centipede's body surface was extremely hard. Even though Xiao Qiu's arrows were made of refined steel and exceptionally sharp, they only scratched a bit of the centipede's hard body. But even so, it was enough. The propagation potion smeared on the arrowhead had already entered the centipede's body through the wound, and as the centipede became more agitated, the potion's effect took hold even faster. Then, the centipede, which had originally come to kill the invading humans, unexpectedly, became more and more confused as it fought. More and more drowsy as it fought. No, it wasn't drowsiness. Rather, its heart was filled with longing. Looking at the female centipede next to it. How could she be so delicate and pretty? I want to cuddle Tilda. The rank 2 centipede unconsciously began to move in an S shape, and its direction of travel was not towards Xiao Ye and others, but towards the delicate and pretty female centipede next to it. Xiao Ye observed the battlefield while fighting, and naturally noticed this scene immediately. His eyes instantly widened like brass bells. This works too. The propagation potion given by Zhang Xuan, its effect was too good, wasn't it? Shouldn't I ask for a few more bottles? 127, harvest distribution. Slaughter value plus 82. Slaughter value plus 93. Slaughter value plus 184. Slaughter value plus 282. Xiao Ye's blade moved like the wind. The centipede tide visibly receded. With the poison and reproduction potions provided by Zhang Xuan, even facing a rank 2 Yao beast, they could still successfully kill it. Xiao Ye and others' progress here was smooth. Meanwhile on Lu Keiyang's side, bang bang bang. The dark-winged thunder eagle breathed out lightning from its mouth, and at the same time, its black feathers attacked Lu Keiyang and others like arrows. However, Lu Keiyang, holding a damage-reflecting shield, blocked them all. The Frost and Snow sisters, Zhang Xuenger and Zhang Zuer, were able to continuously counterattack during these lulls. Although the dark-winged thunder eagle's strength far surpassed the blasting ape king, it couldn't withstand the fact that it had just laid eggs and was injured. However, Lu Keiyang and others were well prepared. With Xiao Ye and others holding back the centipede army, Lu Keiyang's teammates didn't need to guard the rear, allowing the entire squad to focus on dealing with the dark-winged thunder eagle. The most crucial point was, the dark-winged thunder eagle, to protect its eggs, never dared to leave. Instead, it led to a stalemate where neither side could overcome the other. Crack! As the dark-winged thunder eagle spat out another bolt of lightning, Lu Keiyang felt the shield in his hand tremble incessantly, as if it was about to collapse, but instead, a look of joy appeared on his face. Now! Following Lu Keiyang's loud shout, the Frost and Snow sisters immediately pushed their supernatural ability to the limit, and the temperature on the mountaintop dropped again. Even the dark-winged thunder eagle's wings were instantly frozen by a layer of frost. It was at this very moment. A terrifying force was suddenly unleashed from the shield in Lu Keiyang's hand. A purple-gold beam of light shot out from the shield, directly hitting the dark-winged thunder eagle's chest. The domineering lightning released by the dark-winged thunder eagle, combined with Lu Keiyang's incomparably sharp metal element energy, was simply indestructible. Boom crack! A large hole was directly pierced through the dark-winged thunder eagle's chest. Screech! The dark-winged thunder eagle let out a desperate cry, still wanting to resist, but it was quickly overwhelmed by Lu Keiyang's squad's attacks and fell silent. It's done. A moment later, the two squads were tallying their gains and recovering their star power. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ye. This time we really have to thank you all for allowing us to hunt the dark-winged thunder eagle so smoothly. Lu Keiyang laughed heartily. Although he had made preparations, Lu Keiyang was still very nervous at the very end, fearing a repeat of the blasting ape king's desperate breakthrough and dying counterattack. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Xiao Ye waved his hand. Senior Lu, you're too kind. We only helped a little. Killing the dark-winged thunder eagle was all thanks to your squad. Lu Keiyang, no, you really helped a lot. First-year freshmen facing so many centipedes without fear, the younger generation is formidable. Xiao Ye, no, it's the seniors who are amazing. A rank 4 Yao beast killed so cleanly and decisively, senior, 666. Zhang Zuer couldn't help but shiver. All right, stop with the mutual flattery, let's divide the spoils of war. The biggest prize from this expedition was naturally the dark-winged thunder eagle's egg. Zhang Zuer, this egg will definitely be sold to the school. After all, no one in our two teams knows how to tame beasts. As agreed before, for what we gain from killing the dark-winged thunder eagle, we get 7, and you get 3. The merit points from selling the egg will also be distributed according to this ratio. No problem, right? Xiao Ye and others all shook their heads. No problem, we'll listen to senior. Good, next are the star cores. We obtained 5 star cores from the centipede swarm, 4 rank 1 and 1 rank 2. Does anyone want them? Everyone shook their heads again. On Xiao Ye's side, the attributes of the obtained star cores did not meet their needs, and for Lu Keiyang's squad, these star cores were simply not high enough rank for them. Alright, then these star cores will also be sold to the school, and the resulting merit points and money will be equally divided. The rest are the Yao beast corpses. Xiao Ye spoke first. We need the corpses of 2 rank 2 and 10 rank 1 centipedes. This was something they had promised Zhang Xuan for his research long ago. Zhang Zuer nodded. No problem, You can pick out the corpses you want first. After the remaining ones are sold to the school, the number of these corpses will be deducted, and then you'll be given merit points. No problem, it's only right. Zhang Zuer was clearly in charge of finances for Lu Keiyang's squad, and she itemized everything very clearly, which made people trust her. Moreover, since Xiao Ye and his team didn't take the Crimson Snake Centipede corpses for free, Lu Keiyang's squad naturally couldn't take the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's corpse for free either. Zhang Zuer, the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's corpse is the most valuable, but our squad wanted to hunt the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle not only to earn merit points, but most importantly, because we need its claws and sharp beak. So we will first take the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's claws and sharp beak. However, this will significantly reduce the value of the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's corpse. Our squad will compensate you for this part, and we hope you understand. That's no problem. Xiao Ye nodded. Everyone was the same. Besides earning merit points and improving their strength, the most important reason for hunting Yao beasts was the materials from their bodies, which were much cheaper to use for artifact refining than directly exchanging them from the resource library. However, our squad also needs a few things from the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's corpse. Xiao Ye's squad couldn't help but look over curiously. This hadn't been mentioned beforehand. Xiao Qiyu, however, seemed to realize something, and her eyes lit up. Xiao Ye, we want some of the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's feathers, especially the ones on its wings. All of the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's feathers had been tempered by star power and lightning, making them incredibly hard. During the battle, Xiao Ye had noticed that these feathers had caused considerable damage and threat to Lu Keiyang's squad. If these feathers were made into arrows, wouldn't it also boost Xiao Qiyu's combat power? Xiao Ye's squad immediately understood Xiao Ye's meaning. That's right. These good things should definitely be kept for ourselves. Asu, go pluck all its feathers. Lu Keiyang, on behalf of his squad, nodded in agreement. No problem, Student Su is still the most thoughtful. I almost forgot about this use. Xiao Ye stepped forward and began to pluck the feathers. Although the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle was dead, its body was still that of a rank 4 Yao beast. To pluck its feathers, it really took some effort. Xiao Qiyu whispered. These feathers are for me personally. I'll compensate you all later. No need. Shenmo spoke. You're using these feathers to make arrows for the team's attack power, not for your personal use. There's no need to be so clear about it. Shenmo is right. School beauty Xiao, don't be so polite. If we really wanted to be precise, would we also have to calculate how many centipedes Asu killed and how many old Shen killed? We're family, don't be polite. Mu Wanru also nodded. I supported, it's for the squad. Seeing everyone say this, Xiao Qiyu's heart warmed. She looked at Xiao Ye, who was diligently plucking feathers, and was about to say something. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply. Someone was about to attack Xiao Ye. 128, falling off a cliff. While Xiao Ye and others were fighting, they didn't know that someone was silently watching them. Among them were the two teachers, one of Wind System and one of Earth System, who were responsible for protecting the students in the demon beast hunting zone. The two were originally worried that these students, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, would play with their lives. However, I really didn't expect these little fellows to actually succeed in hunting the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle. Lu Keiyang's choice of the reflection shield is excellent. It's not only very suitable when dealing with the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle, but also perfectly aligns with his future career development. He can design many tactics using the characteristic of reflection. The compatibility of Frost's and Zhang Zuer's Frost and Snow supernatural ability seems to have also improved. In the future, these two might truly be able to form a fusion domain. If that day ever comes, these two sisters will definitely be able to achieve miraculous effects in the war against the demon race. Lu Keiyang's squad indeed performed well, but I'm more interested in that freshman team. Did you notice the young man with the blade? That's Xiao Ye. It said he's the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province this year. That's right, it's him. When we checked the surveillance before, his blade technique was good but just an ordinary blade technique. This time, however, he displayed an extraordinary blade technique, which he probably exchanged for with merit points after the last hunt. This means, in 3 days, he actually cultivated an extraordinary blade technique to an extremely high realm. The Wind System teacher's eyes were burning. This speed of martial skill improvement was simply prodigy-like. And with his reminder, the Earth System teacher also suddenly realized this point. Damn, what kind of prodigy is this? This kind of martial Dao talent. I've never seen anyone stronger than him. No, this news must be told to the principal immediately. Saying that, the Earth System teacher was about to pull out his phone to transmit Xiao Ye's information. They were in the demon beast hunting zone, on one hand to protect the students, and on the other hand to discover talents and provide some guidance. And just as the two teachers saw that the battle had ended and were about to transmit the news, a figure that had secretly followed them suddenly darted out. "Watch out! Xiao Ye! Zhen Qianhuan, how dare you!" The figure that suddenly rushed out was, of course, Zhen Qianhuan. Zhen Qianhuan failed to ambush Xiao Ye at the school gate, and knowing that Xiao Ye and others were going to the demon beast hunting zone, simply followed them secretly. Seeing Xiao Ye and others distributing the spoils of war, everyone had completely relaxed. The hatred in her heart for Xiao Ye could no longer be suppressed. Xiao Ye killed her younger brother. He killed that innocent and lovely younger brother, who used to hold her clothes and follow behind her since childhood. He killed that only close younger brother who would secretly run over to blow on her eyes and say, "Sister, it doesn't hurt," whenever she cultivated until her eyes bled and she was in unbearable pain. He killed that younger brother who, when the family wanted her to marry for alliance, stood out firmly and said, "I will protect my sister, she just needs to be free and happy for a lifetime." In Zhen Qianhuan's view, her younger brother becoming one of the fallen ones was to gain more powerful strength to protect her. And now Xiao Ye had killed the only relative in her heart. If that's the case, then Xiao Ye should die. Even if she had to pay any price for it, she would be willing. Zhen Qianhuan's figure was like lightning, appearing beside Xiao Ye in almost an instant. Xiao Ye, who was plucking feathers, only felt a strong sense of danger approaching. Before he could react, the sharp thorn glowing with a dark blue light in Zhen Qianhuan's hand was about to pierce his heart. However, just when that sharp thorn was only 0.001 centimeters away from Xiao Ye, a golden light flashed. A figure moving even faster pushed Xiao Ye away. July. The poisonous thorn in Zhen Qianhuan's hand directly pierced Xiao Qiyu's abdomen, but as the poisonous thorn touched Xiao Qiyu's body, Zhen Qianhuan suddenly frowned. The poisonous thorn didn't pierce through. It was as if there was a thin membrane that resisted the poisonous thorn in her hand. Although the poisonous thorn did not pierce Xiao Qiyu's body, the immense force caused Xiao Qiyu to retreat rapidly. And behind them was a cliff. Xiao Qiyu was not afraid of this. Instead, she tightly grabbed Zhen Qianhuan's arms with both hands. Her voice rang in Zhen Qianhuan's ear. "Look at me." Zhen Qianhuan subconsciously looked at Xiao Qiyu's golden eyes, only to feel as if golden flames were burning within those eyes. Divine punishment. Ugh. Following Xiao Qiyu's whisper, Zhen Qianhuan let out a sudden scream of agony. 2 lines of blood flowed from her eyes, and her entire body trembled, as if being scorched by fierce flames. No one expected that Xiao Qiyu could heavily injure Zhen Qianhuan, a 4th heaven realm cultivator, with a single blow. However, July. Stop. Xiao Ye ran frantically towards Xiao Qiyu's direction. Behind them, Mu Wanru's wooden vines grew wildly. Xia Jikyu's mental system ability also spread frantically. However, everyone's actions could not stop Xiao Qiyu's rapid retreat. In just the blink of an eye, both Xiao Qiyu and Zhen Qianhuan had reached the edge of the cliff. Falling, this mountain peak soared into the clouds. And the direction in which Xiao Qiyu and the other fell was the side that was as smooth and steep as if carved by a blade. Falling from this side, there was no chance to even try to use force to cushion the fall. Liu Keiyang's squad also wanted to rescue Xiao Qiyu. But everything happened too fast. In just a blink of an eye, the two had fallen. This. Liu Keiyang subconsciously reached out to send a distress signal. However, whoosh. A figure flashed past him. It was Xiao Ye, who also jumped down directly. Even. Whoosh. A long blade was thrown up from below the cliff. It was Xiao Ye using the recoil from throwing the blade to increase his downward speed, so he could catch up to Xiao Qiyu, who had fallen earlier. Brother Xiao. Liu Keiyang immediately became anxious. One had already fallen, how could another go down? Isn't this seeking death? However, whoosh. Below something else was thrown up again, which was a coil of rope. Seeing this, everyone was instantly overjoyed. This must be the rope from Xiao Ye's storage bracelet, with one end tied to himself and the other thrown up. Liu Keiyang was the first to quickly grab the rope. It has to be Brother Xiao. His reaction is always quick at critical moments. And with Liu Keiyang's action, the other few also quickly helped to hold the rope together. Xiao Ye and Xiao Qiyu, along with the acceleration of their fall, exerted no small force. A few more people would add a few more layers of safety. Everyone waited for the force to come from the rope, so they could pull Xiao Ye and Xiao Qiyu up. However, after a moment, everyone still didn't feel any force from the rope. This, haven't they caught them yet? Everyone was worried. Xia Jikyu, on the other hand, directly rushed to the edge of the cliff and leaned over to look down. However, below the cliff, there was no sign of Xiao Ye and the others. Only a section of rope swayed in the wind. 129. Secret Realm. What's going on here? Where are they? Where are Xiao Ye and others? Xiao lay on the cliff, his heart sinking. Asu, he won't be in trouble, will he? No, I'm going down, I'm going to see. Xiao turned to run down the mountain. But as soon as he turned around, he found two figures that appeared behind him at some point. They wore armor imbued with star power. Teachers. Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. These two must be teachers from Manhwa University. Teachers, please save Xiao Ye and Xiao quickly, they fell down. The two teachers looked serious, then shook their heads regretfully. In this situation, even we are powerless. What? How can you be helpless? Even if they really fell, Asu and others might still be alive. Hurry down and save them, maybe you can bring them back. The wind element teacher shook his head. If they had truly fallen off the cliff, I would have rescued them long ago, but they didn't fall to the bottom of the cliff, but rather, they fell into a secret realm. Saying that, the wind element teacher took out his phone and immediately contacted the school. Within Manhwa University's demon beast hunting zone, a secret realm had suddenly appeared. This matter was too significant. The school had to be informed immediately, and experts from the school had to be called to further investigate the secret realm situation and consider whether to transfer the students in the school. If it was an advanced secret realm that had descended, even Manhwa University might have to relocate. Not only Xiao, but the others also looked bewildered. This secret realm, was it the secret realm they understood? The earth element teacher also sighed. Lu Keiyang, go feel it. You should be able to sense the spatial vortex 100 meters below the cliff. That is the entrance to the secret realm. Damn it, who would have thought that a secret realm entrance would suddenly appear here at Manhwa University? There was no warning beforehand. A secret realm entrance just appeared directly. Lu Keiyang also walked to the edge of the cliff, and indeed felt a faint spatial fluctuation. It really is a secret realm entrance. How can it be such a coincidence? Just as Xiao Ye and others fell, this secret realm entrance appeared. Xiao, however, didn't care about any secret realm. Teachers, since it's a secret realm entrance, then hurry in and save them. Asu and others must be panicked after falling. The earth element teacher sighed again. The secret realm entrance has just appeared and the space is still unstable, making it impossible to enter. Those few students who fell earlier, it was truly a coincidence. Now, even if I wanted to go down, I couldn't. Approaching that spatial vortex would tear me apart. Xiao was stunned and instinctively asked in return. Then what about Asu and them? The earth element teacher was also very helpless. Now, we can only pray that the rank of this secret realm isn't too high, that they don't encounter overly fierce star beasts inside, and that they wait until the secret realm entrance is completely stable, then our people can go in and rescue them. Although he said that, two first-year freshmen who had just had a breakthrough into Transcendent, falling into a secret realm so unprepared. The odds were against them. Pain. Headache. Whole body pain. Pain to the bone marrow. Xiao Ye struggled to open his eyes, and what he saw was a patch of grass. Wasn't the cliff where the dark-winged thunder eagle nested a rocky mountain, without a trace of green. Soon the memory before he fainted came back, and Xiao Ye remembered. He was originally going to catch Xiao, who had been pushed off the cliff by Zhen Qianhuan. Who would have thought that just as he grabbed Xiao, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in midair. It directly sucked the two of them in. Xiao. Xiao Ye's eyes snapped open, and he scrambled to his feet. Soon he saw Xiao beside him, eyes tightly closed, face as pale as gold leaf. Good news, she's still alive. Bad news, severely injured. Xiao Ye immediately took out the healing potion he had purchased before entering the demon beast hunting zone, and fed it to Xiao. Although Xiao was still unconscious, she probably subconsciously knew it was something life-saving. As the potion entered her mouth, she instinctively swallowed it. After drinking the potion, her complexion improved slightly, but there was still no sign of her waking up. Xiao Ye held Xiao, his mind racing. They were clearly not on the mountain where they were hunting the dark-winged thunder eagle, and in fact, they weren't even in Manhwa University. That vortex just now, it seemed like a spatial vortex. Could it be? We fell into a secret realm, but there are no secret realms near Manhwa University. Xiao Ye frowned. There was also another possibility. A secret realm had suddenly descended into Manhwa University's demon beast hunting zone, and by an unfortunate coincidence, they had fallen into the secret realm. If this really is a secret realm, then there's a good chance there will be star beasts. With my current strength, I can't even defeat a casual rank 3 or 4-star beast. The best solution is to find a place to hide and wait until the experts from Mado University enter the secret realm. Then it will be safe. But where to hide? Xiao Ye looked around. This seemed to be a forest. And not far away, Xiao Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. The corpse of the dark-winged thunder eagle. And Zhen Qianhuan. Right when Zhen Qianhuan ambushed him, Xiao Ye was pulling out the dark-winged thunder eagle's feathers. Later, Xiao Qiyu blocked the attack for her, but was also pushed off the cliff by the immense force, and the dark-winged thunder eagle's corpse behind Xiao Qiyu also fell down with her. And most importantly, Zhen Qianhuan also fell down and she hadn't woken up yet. Thinking of Zhen Qianhuan, that crazy woman who failed to ambush him at the school gate, followed them to the demon beast hunting zone, caused Xiao Qiyu to be seriously injured, and caused them all to fall into a secret realm. Xiao Ye's anger flared. He directly pulled out that rank 3 dagger. Kill Zhen Qianhuan first. Xiao Ye quickly approached Zhen Qianhuan. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. The dagger was already aimed at Zhen Qianhuan's heart. But just then, Zhen Qianhuan, still unconscious, frowned slightly. Before she was fully awake, her hand reflexively grabbed the dagger, stabbing towards her heart. Hiss! The dagger pierced Zhen Qianhuan's finger, but it was also caught in Zhen Qianhuan's hand, unable to advance another inch. The intense pain in her hand made Zhen Qianhuan fully conscious. She suddenly opened her eyes, and at the same time, the star power circulating around her directly pushed Xiao Ye away. Not good. Zhen Qianhuan woke up. Xiao Ye turned and rushed towards Xiao Qiyu, preparing to run away with Xiao Qiyu. The awakened Zhen Qianhuan was not someone he could deal with. Running away was the priority. Only, my eyes, my eyes. Behind him, Zhen Qianhuan's terrified and painful scream suddenly came. Xiao Ye's footsteps paused. Eyes. Looking back, Zhen Qianhuan was clutching her eyes, howling in pain. He could vaguely see dried blood beneath Zhen Qianhuan's eyes. Right, Xiao Qiyu seemed to have used some skill on Zhen Qianhuan back then, injuring her. Her eyes were ruined. Xiao Ye's heart filled with joy. If that was the case, then there was still a chance to kill Zhen Qianhuan. Immediately, Xiao Ye slowed his steps, approaching Zhen Qianhuan little by little. He even directly put the dark-winged thunder eagle's corpse into his storage bracelet for easier movement. Zhen Qianhuan, strike while the iron is hot. 130. Zhen Qianhuan, enjoy yourself. Xiao Ye slowly approached Zhen Qianhuan, trying not to make a sound. At the same time, Zhen Qianhuan woke up and suddenly found herself blind. The world before her eyes turned into a complete darkness, plunging Zhen Qianhuan into immense panic. Eyes are the most important organ for humans. Suddenly being plunged into darkness caused both her body and mind to collapse. Zhen Qianhuan didn't even have time to think more. She just wanted to vent the pain and anxiety of not being able to see. Bang, bang, bang. Zhen Qianhuan painfully swayed back and forth. She crashed into a nearby tree, and the immense force even knocked down a large tree. The tree fell. Zhen Qianhuan was heavily struck, and her entire being felt dizzy for a moment. Now, Xiao Ye, who had been waiting nearby for the right moment, rushed forward with his dagger. Zhen Qianhuan was currently armored with star power, and he couldn't break through her defense. However, the defense of Zhen Qianhuan's exposed skin was not that strong. Xiao Ye's dagger aimed directly at Zhen Qianhuan's temple. As long as he struck it, he could take Zhen Qianhuan's life. Unfortunately, Xiao Ye still underestimated a fourth heaven expert too much. Even though she was plunged into immense fear due to sudden blindness, Zhen Qianhuan still retained her combat instincts. Hearing the sound of the wind, she immediately tilted her head slightly, avoiding the vital spot of her temple. Xiao Ye's dagger grazed her temple. Then it slid downwards. Blood splattered. One of Zhen Qianhuan's ears was directly severed by the sharp dagger. Zhen Qianhuan screamed again in agony. She clutched her bleeding ear. The flat sensation told her that her ear was gone. Xiao Ye, is it you? It must be you. Although Zhen Qianhuan was frantic, she wasn't stupid and quickly guessed who was attacking her. Xiao Ye, how dare a tiny bug like you, a transcendence first heaven, try to kill me? I think you're truly tired of living. Did that last blow hurt a lot? Are you about to die from the pain now? Xiao Ye was indeed in great pain right now. Although that last strike severed one of Zhen Qianhuan's ears, the star power countershock from Zhen Qianhuan also heavily injured Xiao Ye. But it doesn't matter. Burn 300 slaughter value, cultivation level +1. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, Transcendence First Heaven LV3. Burning 300 slaughter value increased his cultivation level by a small increment. At the same time, Su Yi's injuries from falling into the secret realm and Zhen Qianhuan's counterattack instantly recovered, returning him to peak condition. At this moment, Zhen Qianhuan was still mocking him. Su Yi, you're a million years too early if you want to kill me. So what if I'm injured now? So what if I can't see now? You're still no match for me. Su Yi, I will definitely kill you. When I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead but unable to die. Oh, and your little girlfriend, she was stung by my poison thorn to save you. She must be dead by now, right? Are you very pained? Listening to Zhen Qianhuan's incessant chatter, Su Yi merely sneered. Zhen Qianhuan couldn't see now, so she deliberately used words to provoke him, wanting him to jump out voluntarily so she could counterkill him. Su Yi wouldn't be that foolish. However, Zhen Qianhuan was right about one thing. Even if Zhen Qianhuan was injured and couldn't see, she was still a fourth heaven expert after all. Killing her wouldn't be easy. During the ambush just now, Su Yi had unleashed his full power, yet he still couldn't kill her with one strike. Now that Zhen Qianhuan was on high alert, getting close to her would be even more difficult. Just as Su Yi was troubled, his gaze suddenly fell on the distance. There, a giant python, nearly 100 meters long, was rapidly slithering over. The python's upper body was slightly raised, and its pair of indifferent vertical pupils stared at Zhen Qianhuan, as if she were the most delicious food. As for Su Yi, in the python's eyes, he was far less appealing than Zhen Qianhuan. Star Beast. The moment he saw the giant python, Su Yi reacted. Researchers on Blue Star had theorized that secret realms were actually fragments of the worlds where star beasts lived, torn apart and dropped onto Blue Star. These star beasts differed in species and abilities, but they all shared one characteristic. The stronger a star beast was, the larger its size. First-tier star beasts ranged from 1 to 10 meters in length. Second-tier star beasts ranged from 10 to 30 meters in length. Third-tier star beasts ranged from 30 to 100 meters in length. The giant python before him, already 100 meters long, was clearly a peak third-tier star beast. To grow, star beasts needed to consume vast amounts of energy, and humans in the eyes of star beasts were potent tonics. Su Yi's gaze shifted between the star beast giant python and Zhen Qianhuan, and he quickly formed a plan. If he couldn't kill Zhen Qianhuan, then he would let Zhen Qianhuan die at the hands of a star beast. Just one giant python wasn't enough, he needed to attract more star beasts. Curling his lips into a smile, Su Yi quickly pulled a small bottle from his storage bracelet. Reproduction potion. He smeared some reproduction potion onto his dagger. Su Yi clearly felt. As the reproduction potion was applied to the dagger, the distant giant python seemed to start shifting its gaze. It worked. Su Yi took a deep breath. He lunged towards Zhen Qianhuan. Hearing the sound of the wind, Zhen Qianhuan, who was on high alert, smiled. Su Yi really couldn't hold back. As soon as Su Yi got close, she would surely kill him with one strike. Just as Su Yi was only 3 meters away from Zhen Qianhuan, he activated Limit Burst. Su Yi's speed instantly increased threefold. The sudden burst allowed Su Yi to perfectly dodge the poison thorn Zhen Qianhuan thrust out. At the same time, his dagger also grazed Zhen Qianhuan's injured finger. Bang! With just a brief contact, Su Yi was once again sent flying by Zhen Qianhuan's star power, but Su Yi, who landed on the ground, smiled. The reproduction potion coming into contact with Zhen Qianhuan's blood would only make its effect stronger. The current Zhen Qianhuan to those star beasts was practically a walking attractant. For example, Su Yi watched with his own eyes as the giant python approached Zhen Qianhuan at an even faster speed. Its gaze was completely different now. Zhen Qianhuan, enjoy the gift I've given you. Su Yi laughed heartily. He turned, picked up Xiao Ye, and quickly ran away. This place would soon become Zhen Qianhuan's battlefield. An endless stream of star beasts would arrive. It was not advisable to stay here long. Su Yi quickly departed. As Zhen Qianhuan listened to Su Yi's wild laughter, a bad premonition suddenly rose in her heart, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. However, Zhen Qianhuan knew one thing: Su Yi was trying to escape. How could Zhen Qianhuan let Su Yi leave? She immediately intended to chase in the direction of the sounds Su Yi made as he fled. But hiss. Zhen Qianhuan's expression suddenly changed drastically. Something else was approaching. And it was approaching quickly. And hiss. Hiss. It wasn't just one direction. It was as if something was approaching from all directions. Zhen Qianhuan couldn't see, and the sounds coming from all around her were enough to drive her mad. In the forest, Zhen Qianhuan's screams soon echoed. 131. Snow-capped mountains, ice caves, and huskies. Su Yi held Xiao Ye and ran quickly. Along the way, Su Yi, relying on his superior eyesight and hearing, managed to avoid many dangers in advance. The star beasts in this secret realm seemed to be predominantly pythons. Confirming this, Su Yi quickly ran out of the initial forest and headed towards the nearby snow-capped mountains. In the forest, visibility was obstructed, and even though the star beast giant pythons were massive, their tracks were sometimes hard to spot. In contrast, in open areas, it was easier to detect danger beforehand. At the same time, snakes are all cold-blooded animals. Their body temperature constantly changes with external temperature. Once the external temperature drops too low, they enter hibernation. Even star beast giant pythons cannot escape this biological characteristic, so it was clear that the colder snow mountains were the safest place. In fact, Su Yi's judgment was correct. Along this path, as Su Yi got closer to the snow mountain, the traces of star beast giant pythons became fewer and fewer. And by the time Su Yi climbed halfway up the mountain, where snow filled the sky, not a single giant python could be seen. Whew! Su Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally escaped the danger for now. Next was to wait for the people from Madu University to enter the secret realm and rendezvous with them as soon as possible. Before that, Su Yi quickly found a cave halfway up the mountain and took Xiao Ye inside to hide. It's a bit cold here, but at least it's safe. As for keeping warm, Su Yi pulled out his down jacket from his storage bracelet. After his storage bracelet space expanded to cope with various extreme situations, Su Yi had put a lot of food, clothing, and various extreme survival gear inside, which now came in handy. It was just, how was he going to put it on Xiao Ye? I'll do it myself. Just as Su Yi was at a loss, Xiao Ye's voice softly sounded. You're awake. Xiao Ye slowly opened her eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. Thankfully, Su Yi was fine. Soon, Xiao Ye, wearing Su Yi's long down jacket that covered her calves, sat shoulder to shoulder with Su Yi in the cave, each holding a self-heating hot pot, and began to eat. There was also iced cola next to them. So, we've now fallen into a secret realm. After finishing the meal, Xiao Ye had also understood the current situation. I remember when the secret realm first descended, the entrance was very unstable. Sometimes it would take several days, or even longer, to form a stable entrance that could be entered and exited. It seems we can only wait cautiously. Su Yi, however, was more concerned about Xiao Ye's physical condition. Although Xiao Ye said she was fine after waking up, looking at her pale face. Did that look like she was fine? How is your body? You still look very weak and your star power has all disappeared. Are you really okay? Xiao Ye shook her head. I'm only like this now because of a skill backlash, entering a period of weakness. My mental energy and star power will slowly recover after a few days of rest. It's just that I'll have to trouble you to protect me these few days. Protecting you is what I should do. It's you, though, next time you encounter such a situation. Next time I encounter it, I'll still do the same. Their gazes met. One was worried. One was resolute. Suddenly, the atmosphere, which had been of eating hot pot and drinking cola, seemed to have quietly changed. Cough, well, you rest in the cave for a while. I'll go outside to check the terrain and investigate the situation, lest Zhen Kai and Yuan catch up. Also, we can't stay in the cave all the time. Otherwise, even if Madu University's people enter the secret realm, we won't notice. Xiao Ye's originally pale face flushed, and she nodded obediently. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Be careful when you go out. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ye's expression turned strange. The way she said it, it felt like a young wife waiting for her husband to come home. Although pythons fear the cold, there might be other star beasts in the secret realm, so be careful. Before Xiao Ye could finish the word careful, she suddenly stopped. They looked at each other, both stunned. Outside the cave, there seemed to be extremely heavy footsteps sounding. Xiao Ye gave a wry smile. No way. Did she really speak it into existence? Were there Yao beasts even on the snow mountain? Su Yi had already stood up directly, picked up Xiao Ye, and was about to rush out of the cave. Being trapped inside the cave by a Yao beast would be truly dangerous. If they went out, even if they couldn't win, they might still be able to escape. It was just, it's too late. Su Yi had only run a few steps when the heavy footsteps had already reached the cave entrance, leaving them no time to escape. Go inside. Xiao Ye quickly whispered, hugging Su Yi's neck. This cave was very deep, and the space inside was vast. Just now, Xiao Ye had noticed that there was a deep passage inside the cave, and she could feel a gust of wind from that direction, indicating that there was also an exit on the other side of the cave, so they might be able to leave from the other side. Su Ye didn't hesitate and immediately turned around. His steps were light and swift, and he flashed into the cave's passage with Xiao Qiyu in his arms. And just as Su Yi and Xiao Qiyu's figures disappeared into the passage, a white shadow appeared in the cave. It was a large dog with black and white fur, clearly majestic in build but with somewhat dull eyes. It looked very much like a Siberian husky from the human world. The husky entered the cave and suddenly sniffed its nose. There was a smell in the cave. A strange smell, and it was quite stimulating. Self-eating mini hotpot, a smell the star beast had never encountered. Ow, achoo. The husky barked loudly. Something had dared to steal his territory while he was away. Unforgivable. The husky sneezed while trying to sniff out the scent in the cave. Soon it locked onto a direction. The passage. The fellow who invaded his territory not only released its scent in his territory, but also wanted to steal his treasure. Even more unforgivable. Ow, achoo. The husky, swift as lightning, charged into the passage. Then it quickly saw two oddly shaped things. Small. Two-legged. Stacked together. Husky, AWOOO. He sensed intense mockery from these two bipedal creatures in front of him. They were mocking him, the Snow Wolf King, for not having a mate. The husky was enraged. The consequences were severe. Whoosh! The husky transformed into a white light and charged towards Su Yi and Xiao Qiyu. Su Yi and Xiao Qiyu passed through the passage. After a period of rapid travel, they quickly arrived at the depths of the cave. And they saw a glimmer of light. There really was an exit. Their eyes both lit up. But soon, as they continued forward, the light in their eyes gradually turned into despair. The depths of the cave were a massive ice cavern. And there was indeed an exit. However, that exit was at the top of the ice cavern, a full 400 to 500 meters from the ground. And most importantly, the cave walls were covered with a thick, indestructible layer of ice. It was slippery, impossible to leave marks on with weapons, and extremely steep, with no place to gain purchase. This meant, unless they could fly, there was no way they could leave through the exit above. And behind them, the husky had already caught up. 132, take off, superpower evolution. The way out was out of reach. Behind them was the husky. Su Yi and Xiao Qiyu were truly cornered. Facing the howling husky charging at them, Su Yi sighed deeply. Time to fight. However, whoosh. Xiao Qiyu waved her hand, and a yellow light shield enveloped the two of them. The husky didn't know the function of the starlight shield and still charged bravely. Then, it immediately turned into a husky pancake, sticking to the starlight shield, and then slowly slid down. The husky that slid down was stunned. A more bewildered expression appeared in its not-so-smart eyes. Then it got even angrier. These two two-legged beasts are strange. It wanted to tear apart the strange things of these two two-legged beasts. Crack, crack, crack. The husky's sharp claws frantically scraped against the starlight shield, constantly changing direction and angle. This is the starlight shield my family gave me. Although the husky was blocked by the starlight shield, Xiao Qiyu's expression did not relax. Instead, it became more tense. Su Yi, this starlight shield relies on star core energy to maintain itself, but that star beast outside, it doesn't seem to be giving up on attacking us. The starlight shield probably won't last for too long. That husky was 70 to 80 meters long, clearly a late-stage tier 3 star beast. Su Yi and Xiao Qiyu exchanged glances. Even if both of them were in perfect condition, it would be difficult to take down a late-stage tier 3 star beast, not to mention that Xiao Qiyu was still severely injured now. Moreover, even if they used all their trump cards to kill this husky, they were currently in a secret realm, and the commotion from the battle would easily attract other star beasts. What would they do then? Su Yi even wanted to continuously add points directly to boost his cultivation. It's just, after a quick calculation, although his remaining slaughter value seemed like a lot, the further he went, the more slaughter value would be needed to advance each minor realm. According to the current pattern, even if he burned all the 4,000 points of slaughter value he had left, he probably wouldn't be able to push his cultivation to the second heaven. Not to mention killing the husky outside that was frantically tearing at the starlight shield. Xiao Qiyu felt a bit dejected for a moment. If only we had wings to fly out. Fly out. Su Yi looked at the husky frantically attacking outside the starlight shield, then looked up at the exit above, which was only as tall as one person. A sliver of moonlight shone in through the exit, landing perfectly on them. Perhaps we can still give it a try. July, you guard the starlight shield, I need to cultivate. Su Yi sat cross-legged. He ignored the husky outside, which still hadn't given up on trying to dismantle the shield. He simply bathed in the moonlight, adjusting his state to the best possible. Only after his heart was as calm as a mirror, without a single ripple, did he begin to swallow the materials for his supernatural abilities evolution one by one. Heavenly Prefecture Treasure Ginseng. Great Scarlet Profound Juice. Heavenly Guardian Essence Dew. Tier 2 Star Core. Xiao Ye consumed the materials one by one. And finally, a drop of essence blood. However, this drop of essence blood was not the blasting Ape King's essence blood that Xiao Ye had originally prepared for himself. Instead, it was the essence blood just extracted from the Dark Wing Thunder Eagle's corpse. Dark Wing Thunder Eagle. Good at flying, controls lightning. Consuming its essence blood, the supernatural ability's next awakening might improve speed. It might also allow Xiao Ye to control lightning. At this point, he could only take a gamble. The essence blood entered his abdomen. Immediately, it fused with the resources Xiao Ye had originally swallowed, rapidly reacting within Xiao Ye's body. Hot. So hot. His whole body felt like it was cooking. It seemed more painful than the last evolution. But this time, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and held on tightly. He didn't roll around, didn't even utter a cry of pain. Xiao Ye, who was guarding in front of Xiao Ye, felt the qi on Xiao Ye's body behind her constantly changing. Although Xiao Ye didn't make any sound, she vaguely had a bad premonition. Xiao Ye, are you all right? No, I'm fine. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. A man. Cannot say he can't. Xiao Ye, that doesn't sound like he's fine at all. However, Xiao Ye was cultivating at the moment, so Xiao Ye didn't dare to disturb him further. She could only carefully control the Starlight Shield, trying to move its energy to the position where the husky was attacking, while reducing the Starlight Shield's energy in other areas. This way, she could reduce energy waste and make the Starlight Shield last longer. But even so, the energy in the Star Core was being consumed little by little, and it was almost at its bottom. When that happened, the Starlight Shield would dissipate, and she and Xiao Ye would be exposed to the husky's sharp claws. Although that husky didn't seem very smart. But Xiao Ye believed that even an unintelligent husky could kill people. Bang bang bang. The husky was still persistently attacking the Starlight Shield with its sharp claws. The more it couldn't be torn down, the more it wanted to tear it down. Finally, the husky's hard work in tearing down the house finally paid off. Buzz, the Starlight Shield trembled violently again under the husky's sharp claws. Then crack crack crack. A sound like shattering glass rang out, and the Starlight Shield was instantly covered with spider-web-like patterns. Then, boom. As the husky slapped down another claw, the Starlight Shield finally shattered. Xiao Ye felt a wave of despair, but she still insisted on standing in front of Xiao Ye, wanting to buy him a chance to escape. It's just a pair of hands wrapped around Xiao Ye's slender waist from behind. Didn't I tell you, next time you encounter a situation like this, protect yourself first. Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye was both touched and anxious. Why didn't Xiao Ye run but stayed instead? You. Just as she uttered one word, Xiao Ye suddenly froze. Because she found that her body was rising. Not the kind of rising from jumping. But whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind whistled in her ears, and the speed of their ascent became faster and faster. In the husky's unintelligent eyes, Xiao Ye and Xiao Ye continuously ascended, rising to a height the husky could no longer reach. Then they arced, flying directly towards the exit in the ice cave. Fly. That's right. It was flying. Xiao Ye was held in Xiao Ye's arms and turned her head to look back. She saw Xiao Ye's face. And behind Xiao Ye, a pair of black wings. At this moment, those huge black wings vibrated slightly, carrying the 2 of them quickly through the air, flying towards the exit. You grew wings. And they were feathered wings. So beautiful. She somewhat wanted to touch them. Just having escaped danger, Xiao Ye's thoughts began to become dangerous. Whoosh. Xiao Ye carried Xiao Ye out of the ice cave, stopped at the exit, and then slowly retracted the wings on his back. To be precise, my supernatural ability evolved. 133. Finding a bargain. What use would I have for such a rare treasure? Evolution completed. Xiao Ye's panel changed again. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, Vampire 0100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence First Heaven LV3. Martial skill, Fatal Strike Proficient Blood Shadow Saber Technique, Masterful. Talent Limit Burst Thunder Wings. Slaughter value, 4156.9. In the supernatural ability column, it changed from the original Vampire Adult to Vampire. Vampire, conventional physical fitness is 6 times that of humans of the same rank. Under the cover of night, As a favored child of the night, corresponding physical fitness is further increased by 3 times. Under normal circumstances, overall attributes were once again enhanced. So you could clearly feel the power contained within his body, becoming even stronger. Burst power, speed, and so on also increased again. But the most important thing about this evolution was talent. An item was added to the talent column. Thunder wings. Wings grow on the back, allowing free flight in the sky. After cultivating thunder power, the speed of the thunder wings can be activated again. Note, when thunder wings are spread, star power consumption accelerates. The faster the speed, the faster the star power consumption. Please use with caution. Xiao Ye felt that the pair of black wings behind him were like a part of his body, responding as easily as an arm. Even though it was his first time using the wings on his back, just a slight effort allowed him to float in the air. After only a brief attempt, he could easily turn, accelerate, and slow down at will in the sky. Too awesome. As for the accelerated star power consumption when using thunder wings, he was someone who shattered the gate of transcendence, so his internal star power was inherently much more than ordinary people. Supporting the use of thunder wings was no problem at all. So he was still feeling the newly grown thunder wings. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, who was held in Xiao Ye's arms, pushed Xiao Ye somewhat awkwardly. It's safe now. Xiao Ye was startled. Only then did he carefully put the Xiao Ye in his arms down. This place is a bit strange, huh? Xiao Ye casually brought up a topic. Xiao Ye nodded seriously. It is indeed strange. After exiting the passage deep within the cave, the two realized that the interior of this snow mountain contained something else entirely. The entire mountain seemed to have been pierced from top to bottom. The outside was the mountain body, while the inside had been hollowed out into a bottomless, vertically descending deep pit. They emerged from the other side of the cave, stopping precisely on the steep inner wall of the mountain. It's as if someone scooped it out with a Luoyang shovel. Xiao Ye couldn't help but joke. Xiao Ye, however, agreed wholeheartedly. This appearance, it does look like it was man-made. Maybe there's something good down there. Xiao Ye, he was just joking. Xiao Ye, smiling, rummaged through her storage bracelet and pulled out a light blue bead. Immediately, a faint blue light enveloped both of them. This is a toxin-averting bead. It was taken from inside a star beast by one of my elders. It has a natural toxin-averting effect. The mist in this mountain belly is pervasive and black, seemingly poisonous, so it's better to be careful. Indeed, poisonous gas permeated this almost vertical deep pit within the mountain belly. Xiao Ye and Xiao Ye's current position was still relatively high, so the poisonous gas was not severe, but further down, the black mist became increasingly dense. This was also why Xiao Ye said that even if there were good things below, they had nothing to do with them. Within the space of the toxin-averting bead, the air indeed felt much fresher. Looking back again, the furious figure of Urha could still be vaguely seen. After so much effort, he finally shattered that light barrier, but who would have thought? The prey inside had flown away. All that effort for nothing. Urha immediately became enraged. He still wanted to climb up and have a decisive battle with those two bipedal beasts. However, the smooth and steep ice wall, which had previously prevented Xiao Ye and Xiao Ye from climbing and escaping, now also prevented Urha from climbing up. Let me take you out of here. Now with the thunder wings, they were even more convenient in the secret realm. If they encountered danger they couldn't defeat, escaping was still not a problem. However, Xiao Ye shook her head. Xiao Ye, you can leave, but I'll stay here. Why? It is indeed filled with poisonous mist here, but precisely because of that, no star beast will come, making this the safest place. I have the toxin-averting bead, so I can slowly recover my cultivation here. Once you find the strong individuals who entered the secret realm, just bring them to find me. Xiao Ye's words were well thought out. Xiao Ye's supernatural ability self-evolved, growing wings on his back, making it more convenient for Xiao Ye to move around in the secret realm. But if she, an injured person, were added, she would only drag Xiao Ye down. It would be better for her to recover slowly here. But how could Xiao Ye be at ease leaving Xiao Ye alone here? What if Urha behind them really jumped up? Seemingly reading Xiao Ye's thoughts, Xiao Ye's eyes shifted, looking in one direction. Xiao Ye, look over there. There seems to be something. Let's go take a look. Xiao Ye followed the direction of Xiao Ye's finger and saw that a section of the opposite mountain wall seemed to protrude, forming a small platform. With his superhuman vision, Xiao Ye vaguely saw that a tree seemed to be growing on that protruding small platform. Immediately, Xiao Ye spread his wings again, carried Xiao Ye, and flew over, gently landing on the platform opposite. Chuanju fruit tree. Seeing the appearance of the tree clearly, Xiao Qiu couldn't help but exclaim. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and used his smart wristband to scan the tree. Soon, the information about the fruit tree appeared before Su Yi's eyes. Xuanzhu fruit tree, high-grade spiritual plant containing powerful yet gentle energy. Consuming it can strengthen qi and blood and enhance cultivation. High-grade spiritual plant. What kind of luck was this? Su Yi checked a few more detailed introductions about the Xuanzhu fruit tree and found that enhancing cultivation was merely a secondary effect of the Xuanzhu fruit tree. The most important thing was to enhance a martial artist's qi and blood and strengthen a martial artist's foundation. If it could make it easier for martial artists to break through their realm. There were only a few Xuanzhu fruit trees in the entire Federation, all protected like treasures, and ordinary people could not easily access them. Now, they had encountered one in the secret realm. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. There were actually 7 Xuanzhu fruit on it. Several fruits hung on the Xuanzhu fruit tree. They had all turned from red to black, clearly ripe. We really found a treasure. It turns out novels aren't lying after all. Falling off a cliff really does lead to finding treasures. Xiao Qiu's expression was also somewhat surprised, and she instinctively urged Su Yi. Su Yi, these Xuanzhu fruit are already ripe. You should take one first. Su Yi, the smile on his face gradually froze. There's a bug. Others could break through by eating heaven and earth treasure. But it seemed useless for him to eat heaven and earth treasure. Breakthrough could only be achieved by burning slaughter value. The best result of eating this heaven and earth treasure would only be to increase his supernatural ability evolution value, and it might not even increase that. It would be like eating it for nothing. Su Yi, what use are these heaven and earth treasure to me? 134. You can't contact anyone outside either. Then I'm relieved. Su Yi discovered for the first time that the system actually had a bug. Facing Xiao Qiu's expectant gaze, Su Yi could only give a wry smile. My supernatural ability just evolved again, and the energy in my body hasn't stabilized yet. Taking this Xuanzhu fruit now would likely waste its medicinal effect. Let's wait a bit longer. Xiao Qiu suddenly understood. That's right, I forgot about that. Your current condition really isn't suitable for taking the Xuanzhu fruit. Why don't we pick all these Xuanzhu fruit first? You can take them after you've readjusted your state, and the rest can be taken back for Wanru and the others to eat. The Xuanzhu fruit only has an effect when the first one is consumed. Repeated consumption does not stack the effects. There were 7 Xuanzhu fruit here. Su Yi and Xiao Qiu would each take one. The rest could be given to Mu Wanru, Xia Zhikyu, Shen Mo and Zhang Xuan. There would still be one left. Xiao Qiu took out several jade boxes from her storage bracelet, then carefully picked the Xuanzhu fruit, placing each one into a jade box. Classmate Xiao, aren't you going to take it directly? Seeing Xiao Qiu put away all 7 Xuanzhu fruit, Su Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. My current state isn't suitable for taking it either, but being next to the Xuanzhu fruit tree, my injury recovery speed seems to have significantly increased. Xiao Qiu only kept one jade box, handing the remaining 6 to Su Yi. Next, I'll recover from my injuries here. You should also be extra careful when you're out exploring the situation. Su Yi spread his thunder wings, tracing an arc in the air, flying out of the deep pit filled with poisonous mist, and landing on the snow peak. After taking a deep look at Xiao Qiu, who was sitting by the Xuanzhu fruit tree healing her injuries, Su Yi's thunder wings behind him vibrated slightly, and he flew off in one direction. It was unknown when the experts from Madu University would truly be able to enter the secret realm. During this time, they could only rely on themselves to survive in this unknown secret realm. Therefore, it was best to first understand the surrounding environment and the strength of the star beast, which would give them more confidence. Su Yi, flying in the air, was about to lower his altitude to see what star beast were around. He also wanted to see if he could find other heaven and earth treasure. Even if he couldn't eat them himself, he could give them to other teammates or his family. Although Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin couldn't cultivate, taking some heaven and earth treasure would be very beneficial for their bodies, strengthening their physique and even prolonging their lifespan. At worst, he could sell them for merit points or money. Thinking this, Su Yi soon saw what appeared to be star beast giant python gathered in a nearby valley from the air. Judging by their size, most were around 30 meters, with 2 other giant python nearly 100 meters long. And in the valley, there was also a patch of spiritual plant. Su Yi took a photo with his smart watch and zoomed in to check the information. Biling grass. A superior detoxifying spiritual plant. Especially effective against snake venom, with even better detoxification effects. Good stuff. A mature biling grass can fetch 5 merit points if sold to the school, which is equivalent to killing a second-tier star beast or Yao beast. and there were easily 30 to 50 biling grass in that patch in the valley. If he could harvest all of them, it would be equivalent to around 200 merit points. He could pay back the merit points he owed Lu Keiyang in one go, with plenty left over. Suyi's heart immediately stirred. Unfortunately, those star beast giant python also valued the biling grass very much. For humans, biling grass was a detoxifying spiritual plant. But for these star beast giant python, it was also a good thing that could enhance their strength. Although Suyi could fly, no matter from which angle he descended, trying to pick the biling grass would not allow him to escape the attack range of the star beast giant python. This is a bit tricky. Suyi frowned. He looked around, trying to think of a way to lure these giant python away. His eyes suddenly lit up as he looked in one direction. Zhen Qianhuan, this crazy woman isn't dead, she's strong enough. He had thought that by using the breeding potion to trap Zhen Qianhuan among the giant python, she would surely die. He didn't expect her to escape. However, Zhen Qianhuan's appearance at this moment was also somewhat disheveled. Her left arm hung limply, and she had many bloodstains on her body, with blood splattered everywhere on her clothes, indicating she seemed to have suffered serious injuries. She came at just the right time, perfect for luring monsters. Zhen Qianhuan, how did you find me? Suyi panicked and shouted, turning to flee. Zhen Qianhuan's eyes were still lifeless, but the corners of her mouth curled up. Suyi, I finally found you. While laughing, Zhen Qianhuan chased after Suyi without hesitation. Her direction was precisely accurate. Suyi, run, keep running. Even if you run until your legs break, you won't escape my tracking. I already placed our Zhen family's secret technique on you. You can't escape my positioning. Die obediently by my hand. Suyi, running ahead, raised an eyebrow. No wonder Zhen Qianhuan, despite being blind, had unhesitatingly headed straight for the valley where the star beast giant python were located. It turned out that she had placed a tracking secret technique on him. Suyi had been completely unaware of this. Even now, after Zhen Qianhuan had revealed the truth, Suyi carefully sensed his entire body again but found no abnormalities whatsoever. As expected of an expert of the fourth heaven. However, this made Zhen Qianhuan even more deserving of death. Want to kill me? Catch me first. Suyi shouted loudly, increasing his running speed. He was almost at the valley where the giant python resided. Almost there. Almost there. Zhen Qianhuan was completely unaware that Suyi was preparing to use her to lure monsters, to lure away those star beast giant python, so he could conveniently pick the biling grass. Feeling the distance between herself and Suyi getting closer and closer, Zhen Qianhuan only felt a sense of relief in her heart. This Suyi had killed her younger brother. He had caused her to fall into the secret realm, and almost made her die in the mouth of a star beast. She must severely torture Suyi before killing him to appease the hatred in Zhen Qianhuan's heart. Suyi had already reached the mouth of the valley. Hearing the rustling sounds of giant python rapidly slithering in the valley, he immediately curled his lips. Zhen Qianhuan, martial artists killing each other is a great taboo, not to mention that I am also a patrol officer. Are you not afraid of being sanctioned if you attack me so recklessly? At this moment, the distance between Zhen Qianhuan and Suyi was less than 100 meters. Hearing Suyi's words, she only thought that Suyi was at his wit's end, knowing that escape was hopeless, which was why he said that to make her afraid to act. To this, Zhen Qianhuan merely gave a cold smile. If we were in the city, my attack on you might indeed lead to sanctions, but this is a secret realm, and an unopened secret realm at that. Communication devices are useless here, and we cannot contact the outside world. If you die here, who will know it was me who did it? Suyi, I will make you die a very painful death. To this, Suyi smiled contentedly. It seems you also can't contact the outside world. That puts my mind at ease. Amidst Zhen Qianhuan's puzzled expression, a pair of black wings suddenly spread behind Suyi, and he soared into the air, revealing the giant python rapidly slithering up behind him. Zhen Qianhuan, keep enjoying. 135. Zhen Qianhuan's trump card. Whoosh! Suyi's figure rapidly ascended. Zhen Qianhuan only felt that her mark on Suyi was moving further and further away from her, and the direction was upwards. How could this be? Did the sensing go wrong? Or had Suyi already dealt with the mark? But there was no time for her to think further. Hiss hiss. The giant python had swiftly slithered out of the valley. Just now, a two-legged beast had attacked their tribe's young, and then scurried away. Now, finally sensing the aura of that two-legged beast again, the two third-tier star beast giant pythons immediately led their kin to rush over. And then, they indeed encountered a two-legged beast at the valley entrance. Although the aura was slightly different, The opponent was definitely of the same race. There was nothing more to say. They attacked immediately. Hiss. The star beast giant python's massive tail, carrying a whistling wind, slammed fiercely towards Zhen Qianhuan. Although Zhen Qianhuan couldn't see, years of cultivation had made her body react subconsciously, quickly retreating and judging from the surrounding star power flow, that she was surrounded by a star beast pack. Another wave of pythons. In a flash, Zhen Qianhuan understood. Ah, Xiao Ye, you tricked me. Hefty. Xiao Ye, flying in midair, chuckled. Finally realized, too late. Xiao Ye remembered that snakes on Blue Star had very poor vision. Non-supernatural snakes couldn't see beyond 1 meter. Even if they broke through to the supernatural, their vision wouldn't improve much. So as long as he quickly gained altitude and entered the snake's blind spot, those giant pythons wouldn't be able to spot him. This is the perfect time to go and pick all the biling grass. Xiao Ye swiftly flew into the back valley. At this moment, most of the adult star beast giant pythons in the valley had gone out to fight the two-legged beast, leaving mostly star beast giant python young in the valley, and even a few eggs. So you tried to avoid those young, and quickly picked the biling grass. 1 plant, 2 plants, 10 plants, 20 plants, 30 plants, 42 plants. In the end, Xiao Ye obtained 42 mature biling grass plants. That was 210 merit points. He stored all these biling grass into his storage ring. Xiao Ye's gaze swept across the valley, finally landing on the eggs. Both schools and the military were very happy to collect all kinds of star beast and Yao beast eggs. An unhatched egg yielded at least the equivalent of killing a second-tier Yao beast in merit points. And the stronger the bloodline, the rarer the Yao beast or star beast egg, the more merit points it would give. So he scanned them with his smart watch. Star beast giant python eggs, 20 merit points each. And there were a total of 7 eggs in the valley. That was 140 merit points. Take them. Must take them. This was even more suitable than killing the young. Xiao Ye descended from the sky, landed next to the eggs, and stuffed them all into a large bag. These eggs were also considered living things, and Xiao Ye's storage bracelet couldn't hold living creatures, so he could only put them in his backpack for now. And Xiao Ye's movements finally attracted the attention of the star beast giant python young. Someone was stealing their brothers and sisters. Hiss. These star beast giant python young immediately bared their fangs and let out hissing cries. Some young even opened their mouths wide and bit over. In response, Xiao Ye merely wielded the dagger in his hand. Slaughter value plus 6.7. Slaughter value plus 7.2. Slaughter value plus 11.5. The dagger sliced through, and several star beast giant python young were instantly cut in half, the sound of slaughter value ringing in his ears. Killing young, if they are not of my kind, their hearts must be different. Rather than waiting for these star beast young to grow up and put pressure on the human army, it was better to deal with them early. Between races, there was only blood, no morality. The commotion in the valley also finally attracted the attention of the star beast giant pythons fighting Zhen Qianhuan outside the valley. Someone was raiding their home. Immediately, more than a dozen of the rearmost star beast giant pythons, closest to the valley, turned and slithered back into the valley, and upon seeing the ground covered with the corpses of their young, they let out even more mournful shrieks. Immediately, Zhen Qianhuan felt these giant pythons were even more frenzied. Each one was practically fighting, as if their lives didn't matter. In fact, it was true. Until all the young in the valley were killed, and all the eggs were stolen, these star beast giant pythons all went mad. And in their eyes, this two-legged beast had just appeared at the valley entrance, and then their home base had trouble, so it must be related to this two-legged beast. Kill her. The star beast giant python's eyes all turned red. Zhen Qianhuan immediately felt the pressure double. Her injuries had not yet healed, and one arm was still useless. She was already under pressure dealing with 2 third-tier star beast giant pythons, and there were so many other star beast giant pythons eyeing her menacingly around. Now that these star beast giant pythons suddenly went berserk, Zhen Qianhuan immediately gained several more wounds on her body. And the wounds felt faintly numb. This was a sign of poisoning. No, if this continues, I'll die here. Zhen Qianhuan gritted her teeth. She had to get rid of these frenzied giant pythons as soon as possible. At once, Zhen Qianhuan directly pulled out a purple mirror from her storage bracelet. Qianhuan's absolute mirror. On the purple mirror surface, star power energy surged, constantly refracting purple light waves. And any star beast giant python hit by the purple light waves would be momentarily stunned. The stronger ones would only be stunned for 1 second. The weaker ones would be stunned for a longer time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhen Qianhuan, holding her poison stinger, first attacked the two strongest third-tier star beast giant pythons. As long as she took care of these two star beast giant pythons first, she would be much safer. Zhen Qianhuan thought well, but what she didn't know was, in midair, Xiao Ye, seeing Zhen Qianhuan's actions, nodded slightly. I knew it. How could Zhen Qianhuan, a dignified fourth heaven expert and a descendant of a king's family, not have any trump cards? I should have let her face these star beasts first, probe her true strength, and then wear down her trump cards. However, he couldn't let Zhen Qianhuan resolve the giant pythons that easily. A bow appeared in Xiao Ye's hand. Just now, Xiao Ye had already sent the giant python eggs back to the deep pit in the snowy mountain, placing them next to Xiao Ye. And he himself had borrowed a bow from Xiao Ye. Drew the bow, shot the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow, carrying a sharp whistling wind, directly shot, 20 meters to the side of the star beast giant python. Cough! Xiao Ye coughed awkwardly. It missed. No wonder, this was Xiao Ye's first time using a bow and arrow in both his lives, so it wasn't strange for it to miss. Xiao Ye again drew his bow and nocked an arrow. This time, it accurately hit the star beast giant python's massive body. Not bad, not bad, great improvement. With Xiao Ye's strength, he naturally couldn't kill a star beast giant python with a single arrow. Without cultivating archery, Xiao Ye's arrows had no star power enhancement at all, unable to even penetrate its defense. But even so, the pain quickly woke up the star beast giant python, which had been stunned by the mirror, and then, it directly opened its mouth wide at Zhen Qianhuan, who was rushing over with her poison stinger. On its fangs, a faint blue light flickered. 136. Su, second level of extraordinary realm. Swoosh! A long wound instantly appeared on Zhen Qianhuan's arm. The blood flowing from the wound was purple. She was bitten. That giant python should have been fixated by the thousand illusions mirror. Zhen Qianhuan felt that something was not right. Just now, it seemed like a sharp whooshing sound had echoed. Xiao Ye, was that you? She sensed the mark she had placed on Xiao Ye. Indeed, Xiao Ye was right beside her. And he was rapidly descending. Hiss! The dagger in Xiao Ye's hand, as he rapidly descended, fiercely plunged into the 7-inch spot of a first-order star beast giant python. Slaughter value plus 80. At the same time, a huge tail from a nearby giant python whipped over, heavily smashing into Xiao Ye. Although Xiao Ye had tried his best to dodge, the second-order star beast giant python's speed was clearly faster. Though he avoided a vital spot, Xiao Ye was still sent flying by that tail, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah sound. He was injured. But it was not a big problem. Burn 400 slaughter value, cultivation increase plus 1. Slaughter value, 4238. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence First Heaven LV4. His cultivation had once again broken through a minor realm. At the same time, all his injuries faded, and he was fully revived. The reason Xiao Ye hadn't immediately added points to increase his cultivation before was precisely this. Adding points during combat not only rapidly enhances cultivation, but more importantly, comes with a self-healing buff. Xiao Ye took a deep breath. Senior Sister Zhen, I'm here to help you. Isn't this unexpected, a pleasant surprise and something to be happy about? Unexpected. Surprise. Happy. Zhen Qianhuan was practically fuming. Xiao Ye would come to help her. She was currently being besieged by star beast giant pythons because of Xiao Ye. Zhen Qianhuan wanted to further sense Xiao Ye's location and kill him. However, hiss. The surrounding giant pythons became even more frenzied. They sensed the aura of their children from Xiao Ye. It was this bipedal beast who killed their children and stole their eggs. And clearly, these two bipedal beasts were in cahoots. They couldn't reach the winged bipedal beast flying in the sky, so they would first crush the one on the ground. The star beast giant pythons immediately attacked Zhen Qianhuan even more frantically. This left Zhen Qianhuan with no opportunity to sense Xiao Ye's exact location. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye took advantage of the giant python's frantic assault on Zhen Qianhuan, seized the opportunity, and once again targeted a first heaven giant python. Swoosh! Slaughter value plus 90. This time, he ascended without injury. Xiao Ye also took the opportunity to shoot an arrow in midair, interrupting Zhen Qianhuan's 1,000 illusions mirror spellcasting. He once again saved that third-order star beast giant python from dying at Zhen Qianhuan's hands. Then he dove down again, attacking. Slaughter value plus 110. This time, Xiao Ye was swept by a star beast giant python that had been on guard early. But it didn't matter. Burn 500 slaughter value, cultivation increase plus 1. Slaughter value, 3938. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence First Heaven LV5. Awesome. Xiao Ye vibrated the thunder wings on his back, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Having someone draw aggro at the front while he picked up the scraps from behind, it was too comfortable. Xiao Ye repeatedly used the same tactic. Slaughter value plus 88. Slaughter value plus 90. Slaughter value plus 112. Burn 600 slaughter value, cultivation increase plus 1. Slaughter value, 3628. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence First Heaven LV6. After killing 6 or 7 star beast giant pythons consecutively, the frenzied star beast giant pythons attacking Zhen Qianhuan below also noticed that something was amiss. Although Xiao Ye, this bipedal beast, had insufficient cultivation and could only cause casualties to first-order star beasts, he caused little to no damage to second-order and third-order ones. But he might not be able to bite people to death, he was annoying them. If he was allowed to continue like this, the star beast giant python group, which already had no eggs and young, would likely go extinct. Hiss. Immediately, 2 second-order peak star beast giant pythons withdrew from besieging Zhen Qianhuan, specifically targeting Xiao Ye instead. Xiao Ye descended several times, but not only did he fail to kill a star beast giant python and gain slaughter value, he was once again directly hit by a star beast giant python's tail, a head-on blow that almost caved in his shoulder. This won't do, I'm still too weak at first heaven. Xiao Ye sighed. He had originally planned to use war to sustain war. Now it seemed he could only burn 700 slaughter value, cultivation increase plus 1. Burn 800 slaughter value, cultivation increase plus 1. Burn 900 slaughter value, cultivation increase plus 1. Burn 1000 slaughter value, cultivation increase plus 1. Slaughter value, 228. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence Second Heaven LV1. Star power surged wildly through Xiao Ye's body. His internal power exploded in growth. Second heaven, this is second heaven. Feeling the even greater power emanating from within his body, Xiao Ye couldn't help but curl his lips. I am so strong, I want to kill second-order star beasts. He glanced at the slaughter value, which had once again become a 3-digit number. Xiao Ye yearned for slaughter value even more. Fortunately, he had killed 6 or 7 first-order star beast giant pythons before. Otherwise, these slaughter value would not have been enough to raise his cultivation to second heaven. And to continue improving, he had to continue slaughtering. He would start with the second-order giant python that had just injured him. Xiao Ye held his dagger, took a deep breath. His thunder wings vibrated behind him, and he dove down fiercely. The second-order star beast giant python, which had just delivered a tail whip to Xiao Ye, sensed Xiao Ye's aura rapidly approaching, and its snake mouth actually twisted into a mocking arc. This bipedal beast had almost died under its tail just now, and now it dared to charge up again. It truly didn't know its place. Then it would completely end his life, and make him accompany the dead children of its clan. Whoosh! The giant python's tail, carrying a whistling wind, lashed towards Xiao Ye. However, whoosh! Just as the tail was about to sweep Xiao Ye's figure suddenly accelerated, dodging the giant python's tail in an instant, and taking the opportunity to approach the giant python from behind. The dagger in his hand pierced into the giant python's body, and as Xiao Ye moved rapidly, it carved a deep wound across the giant python's body, finally stopping at the giant python's 7-inch spot, plunging deep. Swoosh! The star power entwined around the dagger directly exploded the giant python's heart into 1,000 holes. Transcendence Second Heaven. Star power entwining weapons. This made Xiao Ye's attacks even more formidable. Thumping. The second-order star beast giant python's body heavily crashed to the ground, twisted twice, and then completely fell silent. Slaughter value plus 188. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Another second-order giant python saw its companion die, and immediately thrashed its tail wildly. Then swoosh. Thumping. Slaughter value plus 199. On the ground, another corpse of a second-order star beast giant python appeared. I told you, the current me is no longer the me from before. The current Xiao is invincible in second heaven. You giant pythons, if your strength hasn't reached third order, then you can all go die. 137, explode. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiao Ye, killing 2 second heaven star beast giant pythons in a row, instantly enraged the remaining star beast giant pythons. Several second heaven star beast giant pythons immediately opened their mouths wide and fiercely bit down on Xiao Ye. This time, Xiao Ye not only didn't rely on the thunder wings on his back to dodge, but instead his battle intent surged. You're just right for me to test my blade technique. Breaking through to Transcendent's second heaven. Xiao Ye needed stronger opponents to adapt to his current strength. Clang clang clang. The sharp dagger directly struck the giant snake's mouth, clashing fiercely with its fangs. Crack! One of the snake fangs, glowing with an eerie blue light, was directly chopped off by Xiao Ye with a single dagger strike. One must know that snake fangs were considered the hardest part of a star beast giant python's body, even harder than its scales. Yet despite this, they still couldn't withstand the dagger in Xiao Ye's hand. One reason was that this dagger was originally a third heaven transcendent weapon. The other reason was that, after breaking through to Transcendent's second heaven, Xiao Ye could wrap star power around the dagger, greatly enhancing the strength of each strike. The Blood Shadow Saber technique seems to have a trick for attaching star power to a weapon, allowing the star power to flow rapidly when attached to the weapon, forming a serrated edge, which can make the cutting force stronger. I can try it. Xiao Ye attempted to adjust his star power to attach it to the dagger. Then he subtly adjusted his posture. The dagger directly pierced into the giant python's scales. Hiss! This time, he only felt a slight resistance before the dagger smoothly pierced through the scales. It was more than 10 times easier than before. It really works. Xiao Ye was delighted. He wanted to control the star power to attach to the dagger in a faster, high-frequency manner, thereby further increasing his attack power. However, this time it didn't seem to take effect immediately. Frowning slightly, Xiao Ye quickly realized why. It was because his mastery of the Blood Shadow Saber technique was not yet high enough. It seemed he needed to add more points to continue improving. Then let the slaughter begin. Originally, Xiao Ye had wanted to play around with these star beast giant pythons, using them to familiarize himself with his newfound strength and blade technique after his breakthrough. But now, swish. Swish. One giant python was directly stabbed in its 7-inch spot by Xiao Ye. Another giant python was directly circled around its head by Xiao Ye, who held the dagger. With a thud, a giant python's head fell to the ground, its eyes wide in death. Slaughter value plus 222. Slaughter value plus 188. Indeed, as Xiao Ye had said, the second heaven giant pythons were completely unable to harm Xiao Ye and could only become his vanquished foes. It's just a pity that I didn't bring my long saber. Now I can only use a dagger. Facing these big guys, using a dagger is ultimately inconvenient. Star beasts are enormous. When attacking with a dagger, one strike can only leave an inch-deep wound on a star beast. To truly stab its 7-inch spot, the wound must be enlarged to allow the entire arm to be inserted into the star beast's body. Decapitation, on the other hand, requires circling the body entirely. It seems I need to get a few more transcendent weapons to keep in my storage bracelet as backup. Oh, and there's also that blade embryo I received as a reward for being the top scorer of the college entrance examination. It's time to research how to refine transcendent weapons using a blade embryo. During the battle, Xiao Ye was still able to think about various things. He even casually killed another second heaven giant python. Slaughter value plus 246. And he even stole a kill from Zhen Qianhuan. While Zhen Qianhuan was facing 2 third heaven star beast giant pythons, she took the opportunity to severely wound a second heaven giant python and was about to finish it off. Xiao Ye's thunder wings flapped, and he instantly appeared beside the severely wounded second heaven star beast giant python. One dagger strike ended the star beast giant python's life. Slaughter value plus 199. This further enraged the star beast giant python pack. These two-legged beasts, cooperating with each other, had already killed many of their kin. Kill them. Avenge the children. Avenge the fallen kin. The attacks of the 2 third heaven star beast giant pythons became even more fierce. Zhen Qianhuan, however, was furious. Xiao Ye. Zhen Qianhuan had completely understood Xiao Ye's intention. He wanted to use her to attract the star beast giant python's attention, making it easier for Xiao Ye to sneak attack from behind. And now Xiao Ye was making her face the fierce attacks of the 2 third heaven star beast giant pythons. It was obvious that Xiao Ye wanted her and the 2 third heaven star beast giant pythons to suffer mutual destruction, preferably dying together, so Xiao Ye could pick up the spoils. How could Zhen Qianhuan let Xiao Ye have his way? Therefore, after realizing Xiao Ye's intention, Zhen Qianhuan only wanted to leave this place quickly. After all, it was Xiao Ye who had raided the star beast giant python's home, and he was the one the star beast giant pythons hated the most. If Xiao Ye could watch from the sidelines, she, Zhen Qianhuan, could also let them fight it out while she became the final victor. Thus, Zhen Qianhuan had changed her strategy, only wanting to quickly open a gap and escape the giant python group, leaving Xiao Ye to deal with these enraged star beast giant pythons. However, just as she finally managed to open a gap under the attacks of the 2/3 heaven star beast giant pythons, and was about to leave, she didn't expect Xiao Ye to arrive. Not only did he come to pick up the spoils, but he also brought 2 frantic star beast giant pythons that were chasing him. They immediately blocked the gap that had just been opened. Zhen Qianhuan was furious. If her eyes were intact, she could naturally rely on her superior strength to escape the encirclement of the star beast giant pythons. But her eyes now saw nothing, making it impossible to escape by speed and agility. She could only forcefully carve out a bloody path. Yet the 2/3 heaven star beast giant pythons kept staring at her, and Xiao Ye kept causing trouble for her like a flea. "Xiao Ye, I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you." Zhen Qianhuan was utterly enraged. In response, Xiao Ye merely sneered. It was still uncertain who would kill whom between them. Even if these star beast giant pythons couldn't grind Zhen Qianhuan to death, there were still so many star beasts in the secret realm. He didn't believe that this madwoman couldn't be killed. Moreover, if a few more star beast groups like this appeared, by using Zhen Qianhuan to attract high-level firepower, Xiao Ye could pick up the spoils from behind. He estimated that the slaughter value he gained would be enough for him to raise his cultivation to transcendent third heaven. At that time, it might even be possible for him to personally kill Zhen Qianhuan. Thoughts raced through Xiao Ye's mind. Suddenly, he abruptly felt a huge danger. Something was wrong. There was a problem. Xiao Ye suddenly looked at Zhen Qianhuan. He saw that Zhen Qianhuan had, at some unknown point, pulled out a purple sphere. What was that thing? Xiao Ye didn't recognize it. But Xiao Ye knew this must be Zhen Qianhuan's trump card. Without another word, the thunder wings on his back violently vibrated. Xiao Ye's figure shot straight into the sky with a whoosh. And just as Xiao Ye took flight, boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted below, and even the ground seemed to shake violently. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose. 138, Senior, you are such a kind person. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Ye coughed violently. He rushed out of the mushroom cloud. His clothes were tattered. His hair was somewhat singed. His face was streaked with black and white. As for his feet, his shoes were gone and his feet were scorched black. Damn it, good thing I was wearing my personal inner armor. Xiao Ye, still somewhat fearful, flapped his thunder wings, looking at the explosion site below. It was a good thing he reacted quickly. Upon sensing danger, he immediately took flight without a word. Otherwise, if he had been a moment slower, he would have been at the center of the explosion. Yet even so, although he escaped the most powerful part of the explosion's center, he was still affected by the blast. He sustained serious injuries. Zhen Qianhuan truly is a madwoman, she just exploded it. The smoke from the explosion had not yet dissipated. Xiao Ye, however, did not dare to relax and continued to stare intently at the explosion site. Logically, such a powerful explosion, detonating in Zhen Qianhuan's hands, should have at least severely injured her, if not killed her. However, this explosion was actively triggered by Zhen Qianhuan. She couldn't possibly be trying to commit suicide, could she? There must be some way for her to protect herself. And as it turned out, Xiao Ye's guess was correct. The smoke gradually cleared, leaving behind a ground covered with the scattered corpses of star beast giant pythons. Even the bodies of the 2/3 order star beast giant pythons were broken into 2 or 3 pieces. However, they still stubbornly roared. But it looked like they wouldn't live much longer. As for the very center of the explosion, a black energy shield enveloped Zhen Qianhuan entirely. As expected, she had another trick up her sleeve. Xiao Ye sighed. An energy shield. Before the explosion, Zhen Qianhuan threw out the explosive source and simultaneously activated an energy shield to protect herself. In Zhen Qianhuan's view, Xiao Ye would not be able to escape this violent explosion. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ye, I don't believe you can survive this. Zhen Qianhuan laughed uproariously. She didn't even care that the energy shield around her was cracking inch by inch. That explosive crystal ball was a life-saving measure given to her by her family. And this energy shield was an excellent protective sharp weapon, designed to be used with the explosive crystal ball. With this combination, anyone whose realm did not exceed 4th heaven would be unable to withstand the explosion's attack. Even when facing star beasts with massive bodies and extremely strong defenses, the power of that explosive crystal ball was enough to severely injure these star beasts, causing them to lose their mobility and ultimately become fish for the taking. And how could Xiao Ye, who had just broken through to transcendence, possibly withstand this violent explosion? Brother, I finally avenged you, Zhen Kaienhyun's voice suddenly stopped. She looked down. Although she still couldn't see anything, the intense pain in her chest told her that a sharp weapon had pierced through her body. How is this possible? Zhen Kaienhyun was in disbelief. Who is it? Could there be a third person in the secret realm? However, what made Zhen Kaienhyun despair and collapse was that the voice from behind her was Xiao Ye's, a voice she was familiar with. Senior sister, of course it's me. Knowing I'm not dead, aren't you surprised, delighted, happy? Zhen Kaienhyun, how could you have survived that explosion? Of course it's because I have wings. Xiao Ye curled his lips, and the snake fangs in his hand twisted fiercely, making Zhen Kaienhyun's face contort in pain, feeling life rapidly draining from her body. But she was unwilling. How could she die at the hands of an unknown nobody like Xiao Ye? She was a descendant of a king, a dignified expert of the fourth heaven. To be killed by a boy like Xiao Ye, who had just broken through to transcendence and came from the slum. Xiao Ye. Zhen Kaienhyun's voice had gradually lowered. The rapidly draining life force left her no time to even retaliate. But Zhen Kaienhyun's voice still carried intense hatred and curses. Kill me, and you will definitely regret it. The Zhen family will absolutely not let you go. You just wait for the Zhen family's revenge. Not just you, but also your family, your friends, everyone you care about. They will all die without a burial place because of your foolishness. Regarding Zhen Kaienhyun's vicious curse before her death, Xiao Ye merely raised his foot and kicked Zhen Kaienhyun fiercely. You don't need to worry about that, senior sister. I have to thank you for telling me that you can't contact the outside world in the secret realm, so even if you die, no one will know I killed you. After all, I'm just a junior who just broke through to transcendence, and you're a senior sister of the fourth heaven realm. Who would believe I could kill you? You just had bad luck, were surrounded by star beasts, and died under their fangs. Xiao Ye said with a smile. See, I'm a good junior who respects his senior sister. I even called you senior sister until the end, and I sent you on your last journey. What bad intentions could a junior have? Accompanying Xiao Ye's voice, a trace of bewilderment appeared in Zhen Kaienhyun's eyes. A trace of regret. Why did she target Xiao Ye? If she hadn't targeted Xiao Ye, would she not have gone blind, fallen into the secret realm, and even her own death, so ignominious? Even, no one would know the cause of her death. Hiss. The snake fangs were pulled out of Zhen Kaienhyun's wound. Without the fangs, a large amount of fresh blood immediately gushed from Zhen Kaienhyun's chest. Thud. Zhen Kaienhyun's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Slaughter value plus 999. As expected of a fourth heaven expert, the slaughter value given is generous. Xiao Ye curled his lips, bowing slightly in a polite and gentlemanly manner. Senior sister, rest in peace. I will make good use of the slaughter value you gave me. He glanced at the panel. Slaughter value, 2469. Xiao Ye immediately waved his hand. Burn 1200 slaughter value, realm increased by +1. Realm, dark prison demonic dragon technique, transcendence second heaven LV2. Slaughter value, 1269. Within Xiao Ye's body, his star power became even denser. At the same time, because he advanced a minor realm, a bonus descended. All of Xiao Ye's injuries from the explosion fully recovered, except for his still tattered clothes and remaining dust. All his wounds completely disappeared, leaving no trace. I knew it, senior sister truly is a good person. Xiao Ye was truly filled with gratitude towards Zhen Kaienhyun. Not only did she give him a kill, but she also gave him slaughter value, and now she even helped him improve his realm and heal his wounds. Even she gave him resources. A descendant of a king, there should be many good things, right? Xiao Ye casually picked up the storage bracelet on Zhen Kaienhyun's hand. A storage bracelet without a master could be freely inspected. And upon seeing its contents, Xiao Ye's eyes immediately lit up. Good things. So many good things. As expected of a descendant of a king, senior sister Zhen Kaienhyun, you truly are a great person. 139. The passage appears and the secret realm army arrives. Piles of star cores. Boxes of high-grade nutritional potions. Mountains of various star beast materials. And various artifact refining metals, special spirit plants. So rich. With these things, I won't lack resources for my supernatural ability to evolve again, nor for the blade embryo artifact refining. Xiao Ye was about to transfer these supplies into his storage bracelet. Suddenly, boom. The secret realm space suddenly shook. The star power in the air was restless. The ground even trembled. Has the passage formed? As Xiao Ye's words fell, a huge sound of shattering glass suddenly came from afar, further confirming Xiao Ye's previous guess. A few days later, the secret realm space's passage was finally officially opened. Why did they come so fast? Su Ye sighed helplessly. He had previously carefully reviewed the Patrol Bureau's information on secret realms, knowing that once a secret realm passage was officially established, the secret realm army would send experts to quickly understand the situation within the secret realm, confirming the combat power of the star beasts and the danger level of the secret realm. At the same time, there were also specialized infrastructure teams within the secret realm army who would immediately set up equipment at the secret realm entrance. Simply put, this meant that there would soon be signal in the secret realm. And internet. At the same time, for those in the secret realm, all military personnel's communication devices would be connected to the network immediately and automatically activate their cameras. This was also to understand the situation in the secret realm as quickly as possible. This process would continue until the secret realm army determined the danger rank of the secret realm. And for Su Ye this meant he only had 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the camera on him would automatically turn on. Su Ye quickly pulled out a handful of items from Zhen Qianhuan's storage bracelet and stuffed them into his own storage bracelet, then quickly put the storage bracelet back on Zhen Qianhuan's hand and swiftly wiped away his fingerprints and other traces. Then he decisively killed the 2 lingering third-rank star beasts with Zhen Qianhuan's poisonous stinger. Afterward, he skillfully moved the bodies of these 2 third-rank star beasts, giant pythons, next to Zhen Qianhuan, and arranged them in a posture of mutual destruction. Having done all this, Su Ye swiftly spread his wings and flew to the side. Lay down. Raised his hand. Slap. Su Ye peacefully fainted. 10-9-8-2-1. Signal connected. 3 students previously fell into the secret realm, prioritized finding their locations. Found them, but officer among the 3, 1 has already died, and the other 2 are 1 unconscious and 1 severely injured. How is our young miss? This, the one who died, is young Miss Zhen Qianhuan. What? I don't believe it. Someone must have harmed young Miss. Officer Huo, I want to go to young Miss's side immediately. Maybe there's a problem with the signal detection. I must go immediately. Huo Qianjun, the officer of the Magic City Secret Realm Army, frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man with a sorrowful and grim expression. This was Zheng Qiang, a confidant of the Zhen family patriarch, who came specifically for Zhen Qianhuan. Huo Qianjun did not immediately agree to Zheng Qiang. Instead, he first checked the situation of the other 2 students. The severely injured female student, Xiao Ye, had stable vital signs, and her surroundings seemed relatively safe. As for the other unconscious student, Su Ye, his position almost overlapped with Zhen Qianhuan's, and it seemed all around him were Yao beast corpses with traces of a great battle. All right, let's go. Officer Huo nodded and led his people towards Zhen Qianhuan and Su Ye's direction. Flying swiftly, Huo Qianjun and his personal guard squad spread out in a fan shape, ensuring quick mutual support in case of emergencies and expanding the search area. At the same time, everyone held life detection instruments to detect the rank of surrounding life forms. Boss, currently the highest life rank detected for star beasts in the secret realm is 4th heaven, and they are scarce in number. It seems this secret realm is not highly dangerous. A personal guard reported the situation, and Huo Qianjun nodded slightly, but still did not relax. Even so, we cannot be careless. After rescuing the students, it's still best to thoroughly examine this entire secret realm, especially paying attention to whether there is a passage leading to the star beast world. Yes. The group quickly flew to the outside of the valley, occupied by the star beast giant python. They saw Zhen Qianhuan, who had died with her eyes open. They saw the ground covered with the exploded bodies of star beast giant pythons. And they also saw Su Ye, lying unconscious in the distance. Young Miss. Zheng Qiang rushed to Zhen Qianhuan's side, heartbroken. Seeing Zhen Qianhuan's corpse with a large hole in her chest, no matter how unwilling Zheng Qiang was to accept it, he knew that Zhen Qianhuan was indeed dead. Huo Qianjun frowned slightly. He had known for a long time that the Zhen family's daughter had fallen into the secret realm. Among the 3 students who fell into the secret realm, the one who died was Zhen Qianhuan. Huo Qianjun also knew this. But, if he remembered correctly, this daughter of the Zhen family was a supernatural 4th heaven martial artist, skilled in illusions, and extremely powerful in combat. How could she die in this not-so-dangerous secret realm? Boss, we found Su Ye. He looks like he was knocked out by the shock. His vital signs are good, so he should be fine. 2 personal guards carefully carried Su Ye over. Huo Qianjun looked at the obvious explosion marks on Su Ye's body, then at Su Ye's exposed, unharmed skin, and frowned again. He pulled out a bottle of potion. Wake him up. Soon, a bottle of potion was poured into Su Yi's body. It was a bit cool, a bit refreshing. As the liquid entered his body, Su Yi's consciousness gradually returned. Then he felt the cool liquid flowing into his body directly transform into pure power, rapidly disappearing within him. Supernatural ability, Vampire 0 to 3/100. Good stuff. Su Yi was delighted. Then, under the expectant gaze of Huo Qianjun and his personal guards, Su Yi still kept his eyes tightly shut. He didn't wake up. Boss, he still doesn't seem to be awake. How about another bottle? The personal guard supporting Su Yi suggested. Huo Qianjun frowned slightly. That potion could be used to enhance mental energy, restore star power, and had a refreshing effect. Usually, even a third or fourth rank martial artist would wake up after one bottle. How come Su Yi showed no reaction at all? Although he was curious, Huo Qianjun still took out another bottle and had the personal guard pour it down Su Yi's throat. Supernatural ability, Vampire 3 to 6/100. Su Yi was overjoyed. He felt like he could use a few more bottles of such good stuff. However, still not awake, this kid wouldn't have comfortably fallen asleep, would he? How about a slap? Seeing that Su Yi still hadn't opened his eyes, another short-tempered personal guard suggested, even rolling up his sleeves, eager to act. Su Yi, hey. Su Yi slowly opened his eyes. The eager personal guard reluctantly lowered his hand. Why did he wake up so fast? 140, Su Yi, listen to me, Zhen Qianhuan committed suicide. Su Yi slowly opened his eyes. First his eyes were dazed, then reminiscent, and then he suddenly opened them wide. He took a defensive stance. He looked startled. Huo Qianjun had been silently observing Su Yi's reaction, and seeing him like this, his voice softened slightly. Don't be afraid, Student Su, I am Huo Qianjun of the Secret Realm Army. You are safe now. Safe? Su Yi still seemed a bit scared. Are you really the Secret Realm Army? Has the Secret Realm passage finally opened? That small look of hope amidst despair made Huo Qianjun and his personal guard feel a pang of sympathy. A first-year freshman who suddenly fell into a secret realm full of star beasts and had to survive alone for several days. And there was even a fourth heaven martial artist who was full of malice towards him. This child must have been terrified. That's right, Student Su, you are safe now, but can you tell us what happened here? Zhen Qianhuan was, after all, a genius of Eastern radiance. Her death in the secret realm meant that, as a secret realm army officer, Huo Qianjun still needed to investigate the cause of death. He also wanted to learn more about the secret realm from Su Yi. Zhen Qianhuan. Su Yi seemed to recall something terrifying and couldn't help but shiver. Meanwhile nearby, Zheng Qiang heard the commotion and rushed over, reaching out to grab Su Yi's neck. Was it you who laid hands on young miss? Stop. With just a look from Huo Qianjun, Zheng Qiang immediately felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on him, making his legs buckle and nearly forcing him to his knees. Mr. Zheng, I respected the Zhen family's talent, which is why I allowed you to enter the secret realm with me, but I did not permit you to lay hands on a student of Eastern radiance. Large drops of sweat continuously fell from Zheng Qiang's forehead, a flicker of hatred in his eyes, but he lowered his head. Officer Huo, I apologize, I was too impulsive just now, I won't do it again. Zheng Qiang lowered his head and admitted his mistake, and only then did Huo Qianjun withdraw his pressure. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, noticing this scene. This Huo Qianjun is so strong. And he seemed not to be allied with the Zhen family, at least he was fair. Student Su, please continue, what happened here just now? Su Yi looked terrified. An explosion, it was Zhen Qianhuan. It was Zhen Qianhuan who suddenly pulled out a crystal ball and caused an explosion. She wanted to kill me. Huo Qianjun nodded inwardly. Huo Qianjun had already obtained the information on the students who had fallen off the cliff and accidentally plunged into the secret realm. Zhen Qianhuan's younger brother was seduced by the blood demon cult, becoming one of the fallen ones, and targeted Su Yi, the top first-year freshman, after the school year began, only to be killed by Su Yi. Zhen Qianhuan sought trouble with Su Yi for this, even making things difficult for him at the Madu University entrance. Later, she even attacked Su Yi while he was hunting Yao beasts with someone in Madu University's demon beast hunting zone, which led to the three of them falling into the secret realm. It could be said that Zhen Qianhuan wanting to kill Su Yi was perfectly normal. In Huo Qianjun's view, Zhen Qianhuan, someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and attacked an Eastern Radiance genius for a brother who became one of the fallen ones, deserved to die. However, Zheng Qiang, upon hearing Su Yi's testimony, angrily pointed at Su Yi. You're lying. If young miss wanted to blast you to death, how could you be unharmed? And young miss died. Su Yi was stunned. He seemed to have only just learned this news. What did you say? Zhen Qianhuan died. His surprise and shock were tinged with a hint of relieved joy. It made even Zhang Qiang couldn't help but doubt. Could it be that young Mrs. Death had nothing to do with him? Was it not done by this kid surnamed Su? Huo Qianjun spoke. Student Su, please tell us everything that happened before in detail. Su Yi organized his words. A few days ago, we fell into this secret realm. Let's start with today's battle. Oh, all right. Today, I was originally planning to go out and scout the surrounding environment, and also to see if the secret realm passage had opened, and if anyone had come to rescue us. But then I saw Zhen Qianhuan entangled by a group of star beast giant pythons. Officer, you must know that I fell into the secret realm, and my companion was also injured, all because of Zhen Qianhuan. So when I saw her entangled by the star beast giant pythons, I was quite happy. Zheng Qiang snorted at Su Yi's statement, while Huo Qianjun remained non-committal. However, both of them inwardly accepted Su Yi's explanation, feeling that Su Yi was probably not lying. But later, I noticed that senior sister Zhen Qianhuan's eyes seemed to be blind, and one of her arms was severely injured and unable to move. Thinking that she was, after all, my senior sister, and one of only 3 humans in the secret realm, I couldn't just watch her die at the hands of the star beasts. So I used my speed to disrupt them from the periphery of the star beasts, hoping to give senior sister Zhen Qianhuan a chance to escape. Who would have thought that when senior sister Zhen Qianhuan saw me coming to help, not only did she not thank me, but she even pulled out a purple crystal ball and directly detonated it. She even said she wanted to kill me. This time, both Huo Qianjun and Zhang Qiang couldn't help but frown. Would Su Yi be that kind-hearted? And you're just a first-year freshman. How dare you challenge a group of giant pythons with third-tier star beasts? Wait, your cultivation has broken through to Transcendence Second Heaven. Huo Qianjun suddenly realized that Su Yi's cultivation was not just a recent breakthrough to Transcendence as stated in his file, but Transcendence Second Heaven. Su Yi couldn't help but lower his head, feeling his internal condition, a bit confused. That's right, how did I break through to Second Heaven? Oh, it was that fruit. What fruit? My companion and I found a Xuanju fruit tree in the snowy mountains and picked a few Xuanju fruit. Just now, Zhen Qianhuan suddenly caused an explosion with a crystal ball. In that moment of crisis, to save my life, I swallowed a Xuanju fruit. Luckily I ate that fruit, and that's how I survived. Xuanju fruit. A hint of joy flashed in Huo Qianjun's eyes, and even his personal guard smiled. A Xuanju fruit tree is a high-grade spiritual plant, and discovering one in the secret realm is a great achievement. Huo Qianjun also understood why Su Yi was covered in traces of the explosion, but had no injuries. He must have swallowed a Xuanju fruit during the explosion, and the power within the Xuanju fruit healed his injuries, and even elevated his cultivation to second heaven. This student Su, his luck is quite good. Huo Qianjun felt that everything was gradually making sense. But Zheng Qiang still stared at Su Yi with hostile eyes. No, it's still not right. Even if young Miss really pulled out the crystal ball and caused the explosion, she absolutely would have been able to protect herself. Zhen Qianhuan had a starlight shield on her, specifically designed to be used with that explosive crystal ball. How could she have ended up dying by her own means? Su Yi shook his head blankly. I don't know either, but it was indeed senior sister Zhen Qianhuan who caused the explosion. I really didn't lie. Perhaps senior sister Zhen Qianhuan had some life-saving technique, but those 2 third-tier star beast giant pythons were too powerful. They withstood the explosion, and at the last moment they counterkilled Zhen Qianhuan. As Su Yi finished speaking, 2 personal guard who had gone to investigate the battlefield traces ran over and reported. Officer, it was detected that the life force of those 2 third-tier star beast giant pythons' corpses disappeared the latest, and their fatal injuries were not caused by the explosion, but by Zhen Qianhuan's poisonous stinger. Combined with the fact that Zhen Qianhuan's wounds were caused by the poisonous fangs of the star beast giant pythons, it is a reasonable guess that, after the explosion, Zhen Qianhuan and the third-tier star beast giant pythons perished together. This conclusion perfectly matched Su Yi's earlier speculation. Beside them, Su Yi couldn't help but shake his head. It seems, if senior sister Zhen Qianhuan hadn't insisted on causing an explosion, she clearly could have escaped, but instead she perished with the star beasts. This is practically suicide. 141. According to the art of inquiry, Su Yuren is actually quite nice. Huo Qianjun and the others all believed this conclusion. Because there was a fundamental logic here. Even if Su Yi's cultivation broke through to the second heaven, he wouldn't have the ability to kill Zhen Qianhuan. Not to mention that Su Yi's second heaven was only recently achieved after consuming the Xuanju fruit, and before that, Su Yi had just broken through to Transcendent. How could such a weak Su Ye possibly kill Zhen Qianhuan? Therefore, Zhen Qianhuan's death could only have been caused by a star beast. However, this is impossible. Zheng Qiang absolutely refused to believe it. Young Miss is someone I watch grow up from a young age. She is extremely cautious. Moreover, young Miss was also wearing a starlight shield for defense. How could those third-tier star beasts possibly harm young Miss? Zheng Qiang finally revealed that Zhen Qianhuan had been wearing a defensive starlight shield. Then, another person who had gone to examine Zhen Qianhuan's body walked over, opening his palm to reveal the starlight shield, which was completely devoid of energy. The starlight shield activator was found, but the star core providing energy inside has already shattered. Upon seeing this, Huo Qianjun immediately made a judgment on the matter. Zhen Qianhuan, in order to resist the star beast, actively used an exploding crystal, resulting in the starlight shield's energy being depleted, and ultimately dying with the star beast giant python. Mr. Zheng, the cause of Ms. Zhen Qianhuan's death has been thoroughly investigated. Please leave the secret realm immediately. You too, escort this injured student out of the secret realm, and also send out the student recuperating in the snow mountain over there. Everyone else, continue to explore the secret realm's danger level with me. Huo Qianjun had long since stopped wanting to solve the case. As a secret realm army member, the primary task was to first explore the secret realm's danger level. Immediately, 2 personal guards helped Su Ye up and brought up the map to confirm Xiao Ye's location. Mr. Zheng, please leave with us as well. Zheng Qiang held Zhen Qianhuan's body, his expression sorrowful. Young Miss, is she really dead? Zhen Qianhuan's eyes in his arms were still wide open. Through those lifeless eyes, Zheng Qiang seemed to see a small Zhen Qianhuan tugging at his sleeve. Uncle Zheng, will I also be able to become a very powerful martial artist in the future? Uncle Zheng, I've awakened my supernatural ability. Uncle Zheng, cultivating is so tiring. I want to go shopping and sing like those girls, but I'm afraid Dad will be disappointed. Uncle Zheng, I want to become stronger. I want to take care of my younger brother and also take care of you. Uncle Zheng, my younger brother was killed. I must avenge him. Zheng Qiang's gaze gradually shifted, moving to Su Ye nearby. No. Young Miss could never have died at the mouth of a star beast. It must have been that kid. He absolutely could not let young Miss die without a clear explanation. While Huo Qianjun and the others had already taken off, preparing to leave, and the other 2 personal guards were confirming Xiao Ye's location, Zheng Qiang suddenly moved. Boom! A massive mental energy suddenly enveloped Su Ye. What are you doing? Stop it now. The 2 personal guards sensed the energy fluctuations around them, and saw Su Ye fall into Zheng Qiang's hands, immediately becoming anxious. Are you out of your mind? How dare you attack a student in public? Zheng Qiang, however, ignored them and continued to envelop Su Ye with his massive mental energy. I just want to know how young Miss died, but if you continue to approach, I will immediately kill him to accompany young Miss in death. The threatening words immediately made the 2 personal guards freeze, only able to quickly send a message to Huo Qianjun, requesting backup. Meanwhile, Zheng Qiang had already unleashed the mind inquiry technique on Su Ye. This was also Zheng Qiang's most proficient way of using mental energy. Under the mind inquiry technique, the person being questioned would fall into a semi-conscious state, subconsciously answering questions. In this state, almost no one could fabricate lies. Moreover, in this state, Zheng Qiang could also display the most profound images in their mind. It could be said that this was a very common method of extracting confessions in the military. However, this method also had a drawback. That is, the mental energy of the interrogated person had to be at least 2 major realms lower than the interrogator's mental energy, or the interrogated person's will was not strong enough. Tell me, why was young Miss entangled by those star beasts? Was it your doing? Su Ye did indeed feel a massive mental energy enveloping him, causing him to fall into a dazed state. However, it was only for an instant. Su Ye quickly sobered up. This is the mind inquiry technique. Su Ye quickly understood the current situation. Zheng Qiang actually dared to act in front of the secret realm army. Fortunately, the blood-sucking supernatural ability brought Su Ye not only physical improvements, but also mental ones. Which meant that Su Ye's mental energy was now also 6 times that of cultivators of the same level. This was why Zheng Qiang's mind inquiry technique failed. Su Ye understood the situation in the blink of an eye, but he didn't break free. Instead, he pretended to still be in the mind inquiry state. He answered in a bewildered and dull tone, Zhen Qianhuan chased me, got entangled by star beasts. As he spoke, an image appeared above Su Ye's head. Su Ye was running for his life in front, and Zhen Qianhuan was chasing behind, laughing wildly. Su Yi, run, keep running. Even if you break your legs, you won't escape my pursuit. In front of the two was the valley where the star beast giant python was coiled. And Huo Kaienjun, who had returned with his men, saw exactly this scene as soon as he arrived. It turned out, Zhen Kaienhuan was entangled by those star beast giant pythons because she was chasing Su Yi. As for why Su Yi didn't say these things, it was probably because he was afraid that the Zhen family members would blame Zhen Kaienhuan's death on him. Speaking of which, this young student Su Yi was quite pitiful. Even though Zhen Kaienhuan had been chasing him, he still had to endure the Zhen family's power and dared not speak out. Several personal guards behind Huo Kaienjun couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Too tragic. Zhang Qiang looked at the scene floating above Su Yi's head, but couldn't help but grit his teeth. Indeed, it was related to this kid. But this was not enough. Where were you when young Miss was fighting the Star Beast? Did you cause young Miss to be entangled by the Star Beast? Su Yi muddledly shook his head. I wanted to help her, she blasted me. As he spoke, the image above Su Yi's head changed, forming a new scene again. In the image, Zhen Kaienhuan was surrounded by several star beast giant pythons, being fiercely attacked. And Su Yi appeared outside the group of star beast giant pythons behind him. There was actually a pair of black wings. A voice came. Senior Sister Zhen, I'm here to help you. Isn't it unexpected, surprising and happy? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Su Yi can fly. Huo Kaienjun's confusion was even resolved. No wonder those star beast giant pythons couldn't escape the explosion, while Su Yi appeared in the distance. It turned out that Su Yi could fly. The data didn't say that Su Yi had the ability to fly. But looking at the content of the image, Su Yi really came back to save Zhen Kaienhuan. One could only say that Su Yi was quite a good person. And just then, the image above Su Yi's head changed again. Zhen Kaienhuan, entangled by the star beast giant pythons and constantly getting injured, suddenly took out a purple sphere and roared. Su Yi, I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. Then, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly exploded. 142. Stealing from the wall, the secret realm opens. Bang! A hand chop landed heavily on Zheng Qiang's neck. Zheng Qiang closed his eyes, full of unwillingness. Huo Kaienjun sealed all of Zheng Qiang's star power, incapacitating him, then threw him to his personal guard. Keep an eye on him, take him out and hand him over to the patrol officer. Let him be sentenced according to the law. Yes. The two personal guards who were originally going to escort Su Yi out of the secret realm lowered their heads in shame. It was all their fault for not protecting Su Yi well. Huo Kaienjun then looked at Su Yi. From the scene just now it was clear, Su Yi was indeed quite miserable. He had put aside past grievances to help Zhen Kaienhuan, but Zhen Kaienhuan detonated the exploding crystal ball, intending to kill Su Yi and the star beast giant pythons. Ultimately, due to insufficient defense from the starlight shield, she perished along with the giant pythons. As for Su Yi, you actually have a flying supernatural ability. Huo Kaienjun immediately recognized that Su Yi's wings in the scene were a flying supernatural ability. After all, only those who reach the 7th rank of cultivation can condense elemental light wings to fly. Su Yi clearly didn't have such high cultivation, and the wings behind him were materialized. Su Yi had just exited the state of the heart-questioning technique. When he suddenly heard Huo Kaienjun's words, he was momentarily stunned. He subconsciously asked back, "How do you know I can fly?" Huo Kaienjun smiled slightly. He was indeed still a naive college student, so easy to trick into talking. After a brief explanation, Su Yi sighed and nodded in admission. My companion and I encountered danger in the secret realm and were chased by star beasts. I don't know what happened, but my supernatural ability suddenly changed, and a pair of wings appeared, which allowed me to barely escape. Supernatural ability evolution in a desperate situation. No wonder the information didn't mention Su Yi could fly. It turned out to be a newly evolved supernatural ability. Though miraculous, such things were not unheard of. One could only say that this young man had very good luck. Your talent is quite good. Are you willing to join our secret realm army? If you come, you can directly start as my personal guard. Huo Kaienjun couldn't help but feel a desire to recruit talented individuals. The top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. The highest score in history, passing the 3rd and 4th exams. A star power cyclone of 110 meters, breaking through to Transcendence 2nd heaven less than a month after enrollment. His body's supernatural ability also underwent a secondary evolution in a desperate situation, gaining the ability to fly at a low rank. His talent was too good. If he were in their secret realm army, he would definitely develop faster. And the eyes of the personal guards looking at Xiao Ye were filled with envy. To become Huo Qianzhen's personal guard, one had to be at least 5th heaven and pass numerous tests. Yet this young man had just broken through to 2nd heaven and received a personal invitation from their leader. He was definitely going to be heavily cultivated. This was an attempt to poach him. Xiao Ye was tempted for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Thank you, sir, but I have already joined the patrol bureau. Old Zhang was still very good to him. Moreover, the secret realm army only had work when a secret realm appeared. If everything was peaceful, the secret realm army could only cultivate purely. Unlike the patrol bureau, which offered a steady stream of work. All right. Huo Qianzhen was a little regretful, but not overly so. He tapped on his smart bracelet, and soon Xiao Ye received an email. You were just hijacked by Zheng Qiang. It was my personal guard's failure to protect you, causing you distress. Consider this flying martial skill my apology to you. Hospital. Xiao, it's great that you're all right. July, how are you? Why do you look so pale? Student Xiao, classmate Xiao, it's really great that you're both all right. After Xiao Ye and Xiao Qiu were sent out of the secret realm by the secret realm army, they were quickly taken to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. At this moment, both were half reclining on hospital beds, receiving concern from their friends. Xiao, you don't know when you fell. I wished I could have jumped down with you. Xia Zhiqiu opened his arms, wanting to embrace his friend who had returned with great difficulty. But Xiao Ye pushed him away with a direct slap. Get lost. I don't need you to die for love. My parents don't know about me falling into the secret realm, do they? Xia Zhiqiu looked wronged. HMPH, you only allow yourself to die for school beauty Xiao, but you won't take me. Uncle and auntie still don't know, but the news of a secret realm descending in Madu University has already spread. Uncle and auntie have been looking for you. I've been using the excuse that you're in closed-door cultivation in the cultivation room, but if you don't come back soon, it probably won't be kept secret for much longer. Good brother. Xiao Ye immediately jumped off the hospital bed and went out to call Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong to report his safety. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiu was comforting the tearful Mu Wanru. Don't worry, haven't I returned? It's just a skill backlash. Didn't the doctor say I'd recover in 3 days? Oh right, although this time was dangerous, there were also many benefits. Xiao Ye's supernatural ability awakened again, and we also got Xuanju fruit. Xuanju fruit? Is that the Xuanju fruit that can improve potential and also enhance cultivation? That's right. Xiao Ye returned from his call and took out the Xuanju fruit from his storage bracelet. Come, one for everyone. Everyone, quickly improve your cultivation. Moreover, the rank of the secret realm within Madu University has just been determined, a 4th rank medium-low danger rank. The secret realm army and the school are working together to open the secret realm, allowing students to enter and hunt star beasts. This is a great opportunity to earn merit points, and we can't miss it. The opening of the secret realm was the best way to gain slaughter value and quickly improve strength. Xiao Ye clenched his fists. He wanted to become stronger, even stronger. He wanted to have the powerful strength to face strong enemies, without needing to play dumb, capable of cutting them down with a single strike. Xiao Ye and his companions prepared to enter the secret realm for training. As for Zheng Qiang, after paying a large fine, he was finally released from the patrol bureau and then hurried back to the Zhen family. Zheng Qiang now had only one thought in his mind. He wanted to see the family head. He wanted to tell the family head that the young miss was murdered, and the one who murdered the young miss was Xiao Ye. Even if Xiao Ye didn't personally kill the young miss, if it weren't for him refusing to let the young miss kill him obediently, the young miss wouldn't have fallen into the secret realm, and wouldn't have died miserably in the mouth of a star beast. As Zheng Qiang hurried back, upon entering the Zhen family gate, he brushed past several high-level martial artists dressed in yellow attire with extraordinary temperaments, but he didn't pay much attention. The Zhen family was a king's family. Naturally, there were many visitors and no lack of powerful individuals. However, when Zheng Qiang reported the results of his investigation to the family head and requested the family head to avenge the young miss, Zhen Cheng'an, the Zhen family head who was over 50, stared intensely at Zheng Qiang. He raised his hand and swung it down hard. Slap! A bright red slap mark immediately appeared on Zheng Qiang's face. Get out! 143. They were kicked out of the Zhen family and enrolled in the only first-grade team. WHY? Zheng Qiang clutched his face, not understanding why the family head would do this. Clearly the young miss was the family head's biological daughter, and a family genius highly valued by the family head. When he previously learned that the young miss had fallen into the secret realm, the family head even pulled strings to have him enter the secret realm with the secret realm army immediately. But how, in such a short time, did his attitude completely change? Family head, that's young Miss Kyan Huan. You always had high hopes for her. Now that she's been murdered, aren't you going to avenge her? How could Zhen Chenggen not want to avenge his daughter? She was the daughter he placed great hopes on, and the most talented child of the younger generation in the Zhen family. If she could grow, the Zhen family would surely become stronger. However, thinking of those who had just arrived representing the Xuanyuan family, Zhen Chenggen could only grit his back teeth. Xiao Ye, a boy from the slum. Why could he make the Xuanyuan family protect him so much? They even declared that if the Zhen family dared to target Xiao Ye and Xiao Ye's family, it would provoke a king's war. They would have the Xuanyuan old ancestor and the Zhen family old ancestor, who were far away in the divine realm, discuss the issue of disciplining the younger generation. What else could Zhen Chenggen do? He could only swallow his teeth with blood. Get out. Get out of here. From now on, you are no longer a member of my Zhen family. My Zhen family's affairs have nothing to do with you. Huaner, your father is incompetent and cannot avenge you. But even if I can't target Xiao Ye now, I will always find an opportunity in the future to make him die silently. Zhen Chenggen clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Qiang, who was driven out of the Zhen family, took one last look at the luxurious Zhen family courtyard, then turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. If you don't avenge the young miss, I will do it. Xiao Ye, I will kill him for sure. The Secret Realm Army, in conjunction with Madu University, opened the newly descended Secret Realm. This matter immediately caused a huge stir at Madu University. Many students immediately came to the Secret Realm entrance to sign up. Great, this old man was already tired of killing Yao beasts in the demon beast hunting zone. What's the point when someone is protecting you overhead every day? It's much more exciting to kill real star beasts. I heard that the danger rank of this Secret Realm is only low to medium, with the strongest being only 4th rank, and most are 2nd rank and 3rd rank star beasts, which is perfect for our team. That's right, those first-year freshmen who just enrolled will probably only be able to watch enviously as we go in and wreak havoc. I did hear that a team of first-year freshmen also applied to enter the Secret Realm. What? Don't you need the entire team to be at 2nd heaven to enter the Secret Realm? How could first-year freshmen all reach 2nd heaven so quickly? I also think it's impossible, but look, it's them. The senior students couldn't help but look over. They saw a team of 6 people walking quickly. They all looked very unfamiliar and had a clear look about them, as if they hadn't been battered by star beasts yet. First-year freshmen. And after a slight perception, the senior students were even more surprised. Because these people were indeed all at 2nd heaven cultivation. Are the current freshmen all such prodigies? And they are all prodigies together. Xiao Ye and others lined up at the back of the queue, and it was soon their turn. Sign up to enter the Secret Realm. All members at 2nd heaven, cultivation qualified passed. Soon, Xiao Ye and others received their passes. Only by holding this pass could they enter the Secret Realm, which was also to prevent people with insufficient cultivation from entering the Secret Realm out of curiosity and losing their lives. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Ye thanked politely. Then, under the surprised gazes of the senior students, he led the group away. Registration successful. Tomorrow we will officially enter the Secret Realm. Tonight, everyone should rest well and prepare their belongings. If your storage bracelet space is insufficient, you can temporarily store things with me or Xiao Qiu. Asu, don't worry, we're all skilled at packing. But just now, did you notice the looks on those senior students' faces? Their eyes almost popped out in surprise. They must have been shocked by our team's strength. As soon as they walked out of the crowd, Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but gloat. It felt great just thinking about the looks on those senior students' faces. He, Xia Zhiqiu, would also have a day when he could become a genius in people's eyes. Zhang Xuan shook his head helplessly. You should calm down. Don't forget that our entire team was able to break through to 2nd heaven, thanks to the Xuanju fruit that Xiao Ye and Xiao Qiu brought out from the Secret Realm. Xia Zhiqiu insisted on gloating. I don't care, I'm at 2nd heaven anyway. Those like Li Guangqi, Jiang Laoyu and so on, who are called prodigy-level geniuses, now have to obediently eat dust behind Grandpa Xia. Don't you agree, old Shen? Shen Mo didn't speak. He just took out his phone, snapped a picture of the pass in his hand, and then posted it on his Moments. Li Guangqi and Jiang Laoyu were all his friends. This Moments post was specifically for them to see. Noticing Shen Mo's actions, Xia Zhiqiu exclaimed loudly. Oh, old Shen, I didn't expect you to be such a reserved Shen Mo. I want to post on Moments too. Everyone watched Xia Zhiqiu show off helplessly. Xiao Ye Junior Su. A call came from behind. It was Lu Keiyang, leading Frost and Zhang Zuer quickly catching up. Xiao Ye, I heard your team also signed up to enter the secret realm. Lu Kayang looked spirited. Xiao Ye sensed it slightly, then cupped his hands in congratulations. Congratulations, Senior Lu, on your breakthrough to third heaven. Lu Kayang couldn't help but laugh heartily. It's all thanks to our combined effort to hunt the dark-winged thunder eagle before, which earned us enough merit points to exchange for breakthrough resources. However, my breakthrough speed is still far too slow compared to yours. Seeing your entire team rise to second heaven truly makes me, as a senior, feel quite ashamed. We just got lucky and stumbled upon good resources. Oh, Junior Su, don't be modest. Zhang Zuo couldn't help but interrupt Xiao Ye and Lu Kayang's mutual flattery. We came to find you this time, first to thank you for bringing back the dark-winged thunder eagle's corpse, and also to build good relations with you. If we encounter any troublesome Yao beasts in the secret realm in the future, we can cooperate again. After Xiao Ye returned from the secret realm, he quickly sought out Lu Kayang and presented the dark-winged thunder eagle's corpse, even proactively admitting that he had extracted a drop of the dark-winged thunder eagle's essence blood. This action immediately earned him the trust of Lu Kayang's entire team. Even though the dark-winged thunder eagle's corpse had fallen into the secret realm with them, Xiao Ye could have easily kept the corpse by simply saying it encountered some problem in the secret realm. Yet, Xiao Ye showed no reservation. His character was absolutely top-notch. They felt more at ease cooperating with Xiao Ye's team to kill star beasts, knowing they could trust each other with their backs. Oh, it's about that. No problem. We also look forward to cooperating with the seniors again. 144. We are here to fight. Night. Xiao Ye sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the system panel. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, Vampire 12100. Cultivate, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence Second Heaven LV2. Martial skill, Fatal Strike Proficient Blood Shadow Saber Technique, Masterful Eagle Strikes the Heavens Beginner. Talent Limit Burst Thunder Wings. Equipment, Blood Shadow Battle Saber First Tier 21%. Slaughter Value, 1269. My supernatural ability value has increased by 6 points in the past few days. As I expected, each time the supernatural ability evolves, it requires a higher grade nutrient potion to further increase its evolution value. Now, drinking first tier nutrient potions can no longer increase the evolution value. I need to drink second tier ones. And a bottle of second tier nutrient solution costs 300,000 yuan. The money Xiao Ye had saved before was now basically all converted into second tier nutrient solution, and his bank card balance was less than 3 digits. 2 bottles of nutrient solution a day, and I can achieve another supernatural ability breakthrough in at most 2 months. During these 2 months, I still need to accumulate resources to prepare for the next supernatural ability evolution ritual. This time, I didn't use the essence blood of the Blasting Ape King, but temporarily changed to the essence blood of the Dark-Winged Thunder Eagle to deal with the Snow Mountain Husky. Although Awakening Thunder Wings is also good, next time I still need to add strength-based talents, which are most suitable for me. I need to carefully collect essence blood in this regard. Although he had just undergone one evolution, Xiao Ye was already preparing for the next one. In addition, on the system panel, a new item appeared in the martial skill column, Eagle Strikes the Heavens. Eagle Strikes the Heavens, Flying Slaughter Secret Manual, used in conjunction with Flying Supernatural Ability or Elemental Light Wings, allows for more flexible and faster flight. After quenching the wings, they can be used for slashing, with unpredictable changes. It was the martial skill that Secret Realm Army Officer Huo Qianjun gave him. After receiving the email, Xiao Ye specifically checked it in the internal system. Eagle Strikes the Heavens is a rare martial skill that integrates flight and combat, requiring a full 100,000 merit points for regular exchange. One should know that the Blood Shadow Saber technique Xiao Ye is currently cultivating, if not discounted, originally cost only 3,000 points. Compared to that, one can better understand the rarity of the Eagle Strikes the Heavens martial skill. This martial skill mentions that if the wings are quenched, they can be used as a martial skill, and there are also slashing moves. And my Thunder Wings talent also mentions that I can use thunder power to quench my wings. Looking at it this way, the Eagle Strikes the Heavens secret manual is indeed very suitable for me. It's just this thunder power. Xiao Ye pondered for a moment. He wouldn't have to deliberately seek out lightning strikes, would he? He would have to investigate it thoroughly later. However, the most pleasant surprise on the system panel was the addition of an equipment column. Equipment, Blood Shadow Battle Saber First Tier 21%. This Blood Shadow Battle Saber was the Transcendence weapon Xiao Ye refined from a blade embryo. After returning, Xiao Ye specifically asked Zhao Rong how to refine a Transcendence weapon from a blade embryo. Unexpectedly, the process was not difficult at all. He only needed to drip his blood onto the blade embryo to recognize it as his master, and then continuously use mental energy to shape the blade embryo into the desired shape of a saber. However, to make the battle saber more powerful, he needed to constantly feed materials to the blade embryo. For example, if he wanted the long saber to be more sturdy, he would need to melt mithril. If he wanted the long saber to be sharper, he could feed the blade embryo star beast iron. And if he wanted the long saber to be heavier, he could feed the blade embryo materials like tungsten steel. After some deliberation, Xiao Ye ultimately decided that only children make choices. Adults, of course, want them all. Thus, the merit points Xiao Ye exchanged in the secret realm this time quickly turned into various metal materials, plus the materials taken from Zhen Qianhuan's storage ring, all of which were fed to the blade embryo. As a result, after consuming so many materials, the blade embryo's progress was only first tier 21%. It seems this blade embryo is also a money guzzler. To upgrade the blade embryo to second tier, it still requires a lot of merit points. Next, in the secret realm, he had to work hard to kill star beasts. The next day, Xiao Ye's team gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. After showing their passes, the group smoothly entered the secret realm. Is this the secret realm? It looks pretty similar to Eastern Radiance. As soon as they entered the secret realm, Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but look around, full of curiosity. He had only been able to see what the secret realm looked like in documents before. This was his first time entering the secret realm. And Xiao Ye was also surprised by the scene before him. The side of the secret realm near the passage had completely changed, with large areas of housing already appearing, along with clear functional divisions. Welcome students to the secret realm for training. I am Zhang Cheng, the secret realm's guide. A young man dressed in secret realm army attire walked over with a smile. Next, if any of you have anything you want to know or any requests to make in the secret realm, you can ask me, or I can help you. Now, let me first introduce you to the secret realm. Zhang Cheng and Xiao Ye and others exchanged contact information, and as they walked, he introduced the situation of the base to everyone. The location near the passage is where the secret realm base is located. It is also the safest place in the entire secret realm, with high-level martial artists stationed there at all times. The base is divided into several main sections: the resting area, the exchange area, and the garrison area. The garrison area is where the secret realm army is located. If you have no business there, it's best not to approach it. The resting area is specially open to students from Madu University. Those rooms can be rented at will, costing only 2 merit points per day, which is very cheap. Whether for resting or cultivating, they can meet your needs. And the exchange area is even simpler. The star beasts you hunt and the resources you collect in the secret realm can all be brought to the exchange area, where professionals will appraise them and convert them into merit points for you. If you want to exchange for something, you can also do so in the exchange area. You can even post missions in the exchange area. Outside the base is the secret realm space, where star beasts run rampant, which is still a bit dangerous for you. However, the secret realm army has already swept the nearby area once, so there are no high-level star beasts near the base, at least certainly no 4th tier, and many 3rd tier ones are also gone. If you go out, I suggest you try not to stray too far from the base. Otherwise, even if the secret realm has signal coverage, and the deep blue system is constantly monitoring overhead, if you encounter danger, even if you send out a distress signal, rescue might not arrive that quickly. Zhang Cheng quickly led Xiao Ye and others on a tour of the base, explaining all the precautions, and then looked at Xiao Ye and others with a smile. How is it? Any other questions? No. Then perhaps you can go to the resting area to rest before starting your official adventure. Xiao Ye glanced at his team members, then smiled slightly. No, we don't need to rest. We came to fight. 145. Bro, stop praising me. Secret Realm Outpost. Xiao Ye and others were discussing a projected map of the secret realm. This map was released by the secret realm army and would be continuously updated with more details as the secret realm army further explored the secret realm. Besides marking specific terrain and topography, the map also indicated the star beasts active there and their approximate ranks. Even potential special spiritual plants and possible dangers were marked on the map. With this map, students like Xiao Ye and others could avoid many dangers during their secret realm exploration and hunt more purposefully. Xia Zhiqiu enthusiastically suggested, how about this place? Flame Oxen, 2nd rank late stage. We can take them down if we work together. Shen Mo shook his head. I don't recommend it. Although everyone in our team has advanced to the 2nd heaven, it was all by consuming resources. Our actual combat ability isn't strong. Going to fight 2nd rank late stage star beasts now would easily lead to disaster. Mu Wanru pointed to a mountain forest. There's a group of first-rank Kang-er rabbits here. We can use these Kang-er rabbits to practice. Xiao Ye, however, shook her head with some hesitation. Kang-er rabbits are only first rank, and there don't seem to be many. Making a special trip for them would be too much of a time waste, not really worth it. The several people gathered around the map, with various opinions, and finally all looked at Xiao Ye. Su, where do you think we should go to hunt monsters? Xiao Ye rubbed his nose. I also think we can start by practicing with Kang-er rabbits, so our team can get familiar with our current second heaven strength. Then he glanced at Xiao Ye and added, after we've finished with the Kang-er rabbits, we can continue in this direction. Ahead, there's a Nether Wolf pack. The Nether Wolf King is a second-rank middle-stage cultivation. Our team's strength should be able to take it down. Everyone followed Xiao Ye's finger, and immediately nodded repeatedly. That's good, I agree. I agree too. And if we only kill one Yao beast on a trip, it would be too much of a time waste. If we kill a whole pack, we'll earn more merit points. Alright, it's decided. Dense forest. Kai. Slaughter value plus 77. Xiao Ye finished off the last Kang-er rabbit with a single saber strike. During this hunt, Xiao Ye didn't charge to the front but tried to let his teammates handle the Kang-er rabbits, while he roamed outside, ready to reinforce and prevent any stragglers from escaping. So he didn't earn much slaughter value this time, only 351 points. He glanced at his panel. Slaughter value, 1320. Xiao Ye. He directly added points to Blood Shadow Saber technique 4 times. Burn 300 slaughter value, proficiency plus 1, 4. In his mind, he immediately gained more insights into the use of the Blood Shadow Saber technique. Now, Blood Shadow Saber technique had already received 24 point additions. With 7 more point additions, its proficiency could advance from superb to technique approaching the Tao. Xiao Ye's plan was to first level up the Blood Shadow Battle Saber to max rank to see what changes would occur, then go back and level up Eagle Strikes the Heavens as well. Rather than improving them simultaneously, it would be better to directly maximize one aspect first, as this would provide a greater boost to combat power. Come, it's my turn. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Xia Zhikyu chuckled. It was time for the most exciting part, looting the bodies. Are there any star cores? Xia Zhikyu picked up the Kang-er rabbit corpses one by one, then checked their heads individually. In a moment, Xia Zhikyu's hand held a bag of star cores, as well as 3 bloody star cores. Not bad, got some drops in 3 of them. Star cores were good treasures. Selling them to the exchange point could get more merit points, and selling them to the Blue Sky Mall for cash wouldn't be bad either. What's that compared to what I found? Zhang Chuan, staring at a few fallen leaves, emerged from the nearby bushes, excitedly displaying a red, orchid-like plant in his hand to everyone. Red ancient orchid, an intermediate spiritual plant, and important materials for making high-rank antidotes. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gathered around. Looking at the unremarkable little plant, they couldn't help but be surprised. Is this thing very precious? Of course, this single plant is worth 200 merit points. I didn't even dare to damage a single root. Zhang Chuan was smug. Although his combat power wasn't great, he wasn't useless following Xiao Ye and others into the secret realm this time. Wow tilde tilde tilde. Hearing 200 merit points, a chorus of wows immediately erupted. 200 merit points, that's equivalent to killing a 5th-rank star beast. Zhang Chuan, you're amazing. Zhang Chuan carefully placed the red ancient orchid into a jade box, proudly raising his head. Now you know how amazing this young master is, right? We know, young Master Zhang is the most amazing. Young Master Zhang is the most handsome. Young Master Zhang, do you think I have the talent to become an apothecary? You get lost. After a short rest, Xiao Ye and others quickly headed to the area where the nether wolves were active. Hiding behind a pile of strange rocks, everyone peered out to check the situation. Damn, as expected of star beasts, their size is too big. The nether wolves were indeed astonishingly large. The smallest nether wolves in the pack were 7 or 8 meters long and 2 or 3 meters tall. Ordinary adult nether wolves were 20 meters long and 5 or 6 meters tall. The largest, of course, was the Nether Wolf King, 27 or 28 meters long, still very conspicuous even when lying on the ground. According to the plan, we'll lure them out first, then hunt these nether wolves in batches to reduce our own pressure. Following Xiao Ye's arrangement, Shen Mo completely blended into the darkness, and soon his aura disappeared. A moment later, in the nether wolf pack, a few young nether wolves attracted by some scent gradually moved away from the pack. Slaughter value plus 110. Slaughter value plus 129. Second-rank star beasts put more pressure on Xiao Ye's team. But with pressure came motivation. Kai. Shen Mo's dagger fiercely slashed across a nether wolf's neck. The black star power erupted from the dagger, directly beheading the nether wolf. The sudden burst of power made Su Yi's eyes light up. The extraordinary martial skill Shen Mo learned had advanced from proficient to mastered. Not bad improving so fast. Su Yi couldn't help but praise him when Xia Zhikyu went to collect the corpses. Shen Mo didn't have a system to add points. It had been less than a month since he exchanged for the extraordinary martial skill, yet he was able to improve his proficiency so quickly. As expected of a genius. With his martial skill breakthrough, Shen Mo's expression was initially a bit excited. But upon hearing Su Yi's praise, especially seeing Su Yi's sincere expression, that bit of excitement in Shen Mo's heart, whoosh, it disappeared. Brother Su, brother, please don't praise me. Su Yi didn't understand. He was praising him sincerely. What was wrong? Shen Mo gave a wry smile. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, that saber strike you just used to kill the Wolf King. I'm afraid your blood shadow saber technique's proficiency has already reached superb, hasn't it? We exchanged for extraordinary martial skills at the same time. As a result, you who are at superb are congratulating me who is at mastered. Shen Mo's mentality was a bit broken. Who exactly is the descendant of a king? 146. Does the Secret Realm also have a newbie protection period? Secret Realm Outpost. Look, it's that first-year team. They're back from outside so quickly. It seems they really didn't dare go deep into the Secret Realm. They're first-year freshmen, you can't expect too much. Maybe they came back empty-handed. Let's go take a look and see if they actually hunted any star beasts. Many older students noticed Su Yi and his team. For a first-year freshman team to dare enter the Secret Realm, many older students felt a bit unbalanced. Back when they first entered Madu University, they were still worried about breaking through to Transcendence, but these first-year freshmen had already broken through to Transcendence second heaven. Of course they felt unbalanced. Some even followed Su Yi and others, just waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. These first-year freshmen, do they know how terrifying star beasts are? Exchange office. Several middle-aged men dressed in Secret Realm army uniform were basking in the sun. The Secret Realm had just begun exploration, and not many people had come to turn in corpses or exchange items yet. These men were so idle they were almost molding, so they had to get some sun. Senior, we're here to turn in corpses. Xia Zhikyu cheerfully shook the storage pouch in his hand. This was given to their team after entering the Secret Realm, specifically for holding Yao Beast corpses. Although it looked ordinary on the surface, the space inside the pouch was actually very large, much larger than Su Yi's storage bracelet. It was fortunate that they were given this kind of storage pouch specifically for star beast corpses. Otherwise, with star beasts being so large, they really wouldn't have been able to bring them back. Oh, someone finally came to turn in a mission. An uncle who looked to be in his early 40s jumped up from his reclining chair, full of enthusiasm. Come, let me see what good things you've brought back. Please take a look, senior. Xia Zhikyu shook the pouch, first spilling out a pile of Kang-er rabbit corpses. Kang-er rabbits, huh? The older students who had come to watch the excitement around them immediately couldn't help but laugh. The weakest star beast in the Secret Realm. Only these first-year freshmen treat them like treasures and bring them back to exchange for merit points. It's hilarious. If I encountered a Kang-er rabbit, I wouldn't even bother killing it. But these first-year freshmen probably only dare to target Kang-er rabbits. I thought they were some kind of genius, but this is all they got. Disperse, tilde. Listening to the mocking voices around them, the expressions of Su Yi's team remained unchanged. They just quietly waited for the Secret Realm army uncle to inspect all the corpses. 23 Kang-er rabbits in total, 3 complete corpses, 12 slightly damaged, 7 significantly damaged, and 1 almost shattered. A total of 62 merit points can be exchanged. Please confirm. Xia Zhikyu nodded repeatedly. Confirm. The Kang-er rabbits were just an appetizer. HMPH, now is the moment to witness a miracle. He wanted to see if those seniors could still mock them. Senior, I still have some star beast corpses here. Please help me take a look. Still more? The Secret Realm army uncle at the exchange office was momentarily stunned. What other good things? Bring them out for a look. All right. Xia Zhikyu shook the storage pouch in his hand again. Immediately, a mountain of star beast corpses appeared before them. Nether wolf. It's really a nether wolf. This is a second-order star beast, and it's very skilled in combat. This first-year freshman team actually hunted so many nether wolves. Look, the largest nether wolf corpse is almost 30 meters long. It's a nether wolf king at the late stage of the second rank, close to peak, and it was actually killed. Is this really a first-year freshman team that improved by taking pills? The older students who had just been mocking Xiao Ye and others all opened their mouths wide. They felt their faces hurt a little. That was another wolf pack. To be honest, some of their second-year teams only had all members at second heaven. One team even wanted to target this nether wolf pack yesterday. But they returned defeated when facing the nether wolf king. Unexpectedly, such a first-year freshman team actually took down the nether wolves, not even sparing the wolf king. I'm leaving first. That's right, I have noodles cooking in the dorm, I need to go back and eat quickly. Turns out the clown was me all along. I'm out tilde. Many older students couldn't bear to watch anymore and quickly slipped out of the crowd. They couldn't even compare to a first-year freshman team. It was too embarrassing. The Secret Realm Army uncle inspected the nether wolf corpses one by one, nodding. This pile of nether wolf corpses yielded 220 merit points. Especially when inspecting the nether wolf king's corpse, he noticed that the nether wolf king only had one wound, a direct stab to the heart, and couldn't help but secretly praise it. What a fast blade. This blade technique, its proficiency rank is probably not low. His gaze swept over Xiao Ye, and the Secret Realm Army uncle looked at Xiao Ye. Anything else good, bring it all out together. Xiao Ye chuckled, then pulled out a few more star cores. The team had already agreed before returning that all gains in the Secret Realm would be exchanged for merit points as much as possible, and then each person would use their merit points to exchange for resources for cultivating and improving their strength. This Secret Realm opening was exceptionally rare. Once the Secret Realm was fully explored, they probably wouldn't be able to stay in the Secret Realm anymore. So, while the Secret Realm was open, they had to improve their strength as quickly as possible to hunt more star beasts and exchange for more merit points and resources. 4 first-order star cores, 3 second-order star cores, for a total of 260 merit points. Thus, Xiao Ye and others gained a total of 480 merit points in one trip. Divided among 6 people, each person received 80 merit points. This number made many of the older students watching around them somewhat envious. So many merit points could be exchanged for a cheaper martial skill, or exchange for an elemental crystal, which could also accelerate cultivation. Just as everyone was envious. Oh, I forgot, there's one more thing. Xiao Ye looked at Zhang Xuan, who cooperatively took out a jade box from his storage bracelet and opened it. Immediately, a red orchid-like plant was revealed inside. Crimson ancient orchid, intermediate spiritual plant. You even found such a good thing. The Secret Realm Army uncle couldn't help but turn red with envy. Could it be that the Secret Realm also had something like a newbie protection period? Otherwise, how could these new kids find such a good thing as soon as they entered the Secret Realm? No more words, 200 merit points. Whoosh! The total merit points obtained by Xiao Ye and others on this trip increased again, to 680 merit points. Divided among each person, it was approximately 113 merit points. At this point, the nearby older students were no longer just envious. Their eyes were practically bleeding with jealousy. These freshmen's luck was too good. Were they here to mock these first-year freshmen? Or were they here to actively offer their faces for these first-year freshmen to slap? Whoosh 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 tilde. Instantly, all the older students watching the excitement left. They couldn't watch anymore. They absolutely couldn't watch anymore. Who knew if these first-year freshmen would pull out any more good things? They needed to calm their struck-down feelings. Even the Secret Realm Army uncle had an expectant look. What other good things? Just bring them all out at once, don't keep an old man waiting like this. So you gave a wry smile. Senior, this is all the harvest we have. However, we still need your help with the upcoming exchanges. 147. Exchanging resources, even when venturing into dungeons, requires attending online classes. The exchange point. The Secret Realm Army uncle cheerfully displayed the exchange screen. Come, tell me anything you want to exchange for. On the exchange screen, various treasures emerged endlessly, making people's eyes burn with desire. Most of the items here were also available in the Patrol Bureau system and could be exchanged for. But, as members of the Secret Realm Exploration team, if they exchanged here, they could enjoy a 20% discount. So of course, they had to exchange at the exchange point. Xiao Ye stared at the screen for a while and quickly made a decision. Senior, I want a Tier 2 life fruit, a Tier 1 lightning storage stone, and 1 portion each of mithril, stardust steel and tungsten steel. A life fruit is 20 merit points, a lightning storage stone is 70 merit points, mithril is 20 merit points, stardust steel is 15 merit points, and tungsten steel is 10 merit points, totaling 135 merit points. With the 20% discount, it's 108 merit points. The secret realm army uncle quickly calculated the total. Xiao Ye's newly acquired 113 merit points were now reduced to just 5 merit points. However, looking at the resources he exchanged for, Xiao Ye was still satisfied. The life fruit contained a large amount of life energy, and Xiao Ye planned to consume it to see if it could increase his supernatural ability evolution value. After all, things like nutrient solutions were only useful at lower ranks. At higher ranks, he would have to find other things to boost his supernatural ability evolution value, and Xiao Ye needed to find a pattern in advance. As for the lightning storage stone, it was just a palm-sized black stone that looked ordinary. But this item, once activated with star power, could release lightning. After use, it could be recharged and reused. It sounded a bit like a power bank. Xiao Ye planned to use this item to release lightning to temper his thunder wings. After all, he couldn't just electrocute himself directly, could he? Nor could he always wait for rainy days to get struck by lightning. So getting a power bank was the most suitable option. The power was controllable, and he could carry it with him. With the increase in the speed of his thunder wings, his life-saving ability would also greatly improve. As for those metal materials, they were of course for the blade embryo. After getting the materials, Xiao Ye directly threw them into his storage bracelet, and then these materials were immediately absorbed by the blade embryo, which was also in the storage bracelet. Equipment: Blood Shadow Battle Saber, Tier 1 21% to 27%. It wasn't just Xiao Ye exchanging items to strengthen himself. Xiao Ye's companions also almost completely spent their newly acquired merit points. I suggest we rest at the base for a day, digest all the resources we just exchanged for, and then continue. What do you all think? Xiao Ye looked at everyone, asking for their opinions. Then, Xiaoqiu gave a helpless bitter smile. Just one day of rest might not be enough. Did you forget that even though we're training in the secret realm, we still have online classes? Do you want to retake exams next semester? Xiao Ye and the others, a bolt from the blue. Damn it, first-year freshmen had mandatory cultural courses. Even in the secret realm, they had to attend online classes. Evening. Base rest area. Xiao Ye slowly opened his eyes on the bed. The life fruit had already been eaten by Xiao Ye. One life fruit brought Xiao Ye 3 points of evolution value. To be honest, it was a significant increase at once. But one life fruit cost 20 merit points. The purchasing power of 1 merit point was equivalent to 100,000 to 200,000 in cash, but many things could only be bought with merit points. Cash couldn't buy them. The effect of 1 life fruit was equivalent to 3 bottles of Tier 2 nutrient solution, but 3 bottles of Tier 2 nutrient solution were only 900,000 in cash. I feel like I lost out. Nutrient solution is still more cost-effective. However, the life fruit does have another advantage, which is, it can accelerate the rate of supernatural ability value increase. My current body can only take 2 bottles of nutrient solution per day, meaning a maximum of 2 points of evolution value per day, but the life fruit can increase it by 3 points each time, which can shorten the time considerably. Ultimately, Xiao Ye decided that if he gained enough merit points in this secret realm, he would exchange for more life fruits to quickly increase his supernatural ability evolution value. If the outcome was not as expected, then he would still drink nutrient solutions and instead exchange his merit points for metal materials as much as possible, striving to raise the rank of the Blood Shadow Battle Saber. A Tier 1 Blood Shadow Battle Saber was a bit insufficient. Besides this, Xiao Ye also tried using the Lightning Storage Stone. As Xiao Ye expected, the Lightning Storage Stone could indeed help him temper the thunder wings behind him, and the effect was quite good. It's just that the specific progress wasn't reflected on the panel. He could only rely on feeling. Just as Xiao Ye wanted to feel it more carefully. Damn, this is amazing. Xia Zhiqiu's surprised shout suddenly came from nearby. Xia Zhiqiu had also finished his cultivation at this moment, with waves of mental energy fluctuations emanating and blue light waves flickering in his eyes. Asu, my mental pierce has advanced to mastery. That spirit-tempering crystal I just exchanged for, its effect is simply incredible. Earlier at the exchange point, Xia Zhiqiu used merit points to exchange for a spirit-tempering crystal, which could temper mental energy and accelerate its cultivation. Now it seemed the effect was indeed good. So he took out his phone and saw others in the group also talking about the benefits of the exchanged resources, so he smiled slightly. Let's go to celebrate everyone's gains. I'm treating tonight. Base rest area. Food street. Although the secret realm had only been open for a few days, a bustling food street had appeared in the rest area at some unknown time. Some people set up stalls here to sell materials from star beasts they hunted or daily necessities they brought from outside to earn a profit. However, more people were setting up stalls to sell food. Passers-by don't miss out. Fragrant roasted rabbit meat, 10 skewers for 1 merit point. Hot roasted lamb leg, you won't be cheated, you won't lose money, only 1 merit point for 1 leg. Premium roasted bear paw, real men eat roasted bear paw. Regain your vigor, grilled deer penis, hey, what are you doing? We received a report of someone disturbing public order, please come with us. %% Xiao Ye and Xia Zhikyu stood at the intersection, listening to the hawkers' cries and smelling the aroma of barbecue in the air, waiting for their teammates to arrive. Soon Zhang Chuan and Shen Mo walked over. Then, wow, so beautiful. Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Ye followed Xia Zhikyu's gaze, and a hint of astonishment also appeared in his eyes. Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru. Both girls had changed out of their practical hunting clothes and put on pretty little dresses. Mu Wanru wore a sky blue short skirt, revealing a pair of straight and slender long legs, drawing glances from passing seniors. Xiao Qiu, on the other hand, wore a simple white dress that outlined her slender waist, as elegant as a dewy flower bud in the morning, making people afraid to look directly, fearing they might defile her. As the two walked next to Xiao Ye noticed that their hair was still slightly damp, and Xiao Qiu's golden long hair carried the sweet scent of shampoo. It smelled like orange blossoms, warm and sweet. 148. You think you can get a place on the merit list. Boss, 10 skewers of roasted rabbit meat, a lamb leg and a squab. Xiao Ye and others chose an empty table, and soon someone cheerfully brought over the food Xiao Ye had bought. Junior, since you bought so much, I'll give you a free fruit platter. It's a good balance of meat and vegetables, so you won't get tired of it. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ye cupped his hands, and also handed the senior a bottle of ice-cold cola. The people setting up stalls here included Madu University students, who entered the Secret Realm and Secret Realm Army soldiers. The Secret Realm Army did not stop them. Instead, they gave them the green light. After all, these people entered the Secret Realm to slaughter, but constant killing could easily lead to psychological issues. So, some leisure and entertainment could help them relax. Eating and drinking are more wholesome than other forms of entertainment, aren't they? Therefore, unless it was something like grilled deer penis, other stalls were thriving, and even Secret Realm Army soldiers came to patronize them. Damn, this is my first time having this kind of barbecue. Xia Zhikyu grabbed a roasted rabbit skewer over 1/2 meter long. Each piece of rabbit meat on the skewer was fist-sized and sizzling with oil. Xia Zhikyu took a bite. Delicious, it's better than Yao beast meat. The star power is rich and the meat is tender, it's so good. Hearing this, Xiao Ye and others couldn't help but taste it, then nodded in agreement. The taste was indeed quite good. Zhang Chuan fell into thought, looking at the roasted rabbit meat. It is said that the spiritual qi resurgence on Blue Star has been short, but the world where star beasts live has always been rich in star power. So, the meat of these star beasts is nourished by star power year-round, which explains why it tastes so good. Moreover, star beasts are much larger than the Yao beasts on Blue Star. If we could farm these star beasts, just selling the meat would be very profitable, wouldn't it? As expected of young Master Zhang, with such a profound family background. Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He could even think about making money while eating barbecue. Xiao Ye, however, shook his head. That's a good idea, and in fact some people have thought of it but none have succeeded. This is because star beasts have a weak reproductive capacity. The higher the rank of the star beast, the lower the difficulty of reproducing offspring. But this is normal. Otherwise, with star beasts having longer lifespans, if they could also reproduce in large numbers, the star beast world would have collapsed long ago. Even a low-level star beast like the Kang-er rabbit takes several years to conceive an offspring, unlike Blue Star's rabbits, which have litters and litters. Is that so? Zhang Chuan was a bit disappointed, having thought he found a good way to make money. It turned out to be a dead end. Zhang Chuan took a fierce bite of the roasted rabbit meat, turning his frustration into appetite. By the way, Asu, how do you know so much? These are all contents from the Star Beast Encyclopedia. You would know if you had read it. What, Asu, you even read that thick Star Beast Encyclopedia? Are you even human? How can someone cultivate and still find time to read books? Xiao Ye was puzzled. Isn't that just a matter of casually flipping through it? Since he started to cultivate, he would spend 1 or 2 hours every day casually flipping through some common knowledge books. Perhaps it was because he had awakened his supernatural ability, but he found it difficult to forget books he had read. If he burned some slaughter value, he could even instantly recite and understand them. Xia Zhikyu, I was wrong. I shouldn't discuss such problems with a prodigy like you. Zhang Chuan, let's just eat the roasted lamb leg. Shen Mo, you slice the meat. Shen Mo, who was silently eating barbecue. So, Why are you two eating lamb leg but asking me to slice the meat? Although puzzled, Shenmo skillfully picked up the dagger and began to slice the meat. He even compulsively tried to slice each piece of meat to be the same size and thickness. While they were eating, Liu Keiyang brought his squad to the food street as well. Naturally, the two squads sat together. I heard about what happened today. You guys really slapped the faces of many older students who wanted to see you make a fool of yourselves. Well done. Exactly, some older students just rely on being 2 years older and having higher cultivation than you. If you really compare, they were far inferior to you when they were first-year freshmen. Liu Keiyang's squad and others understood Xiao Ye's squad better, fully aware of how prodigy-like this team of freshmen was. They dared to hunt Yao beasts in the demon beast hunting zone, even before they had resources to improve. They had killed second-tier Yao beasts before, and now that the entire team had broken through to the second heaven, killing some second-tier Yao beasts was easy, wasn't it? Those older students wanting to see Xiao Ye and their squad make a fool of themselves were simply asking for humiliation. Zhang Zuer enthusiastically suggested, "Little brother Su, how about our two teams go out for a big slaughter tomorrow and really slap those older students' faces again?" Zhang Zuer truly seemed to thrive on chaos. Xiao Ye shook his head. "Let's not. We have online classes in the rest area tomorrow." Online classes. Zhang Zuer's expression immediately became strange. "No, must hold it in, can't laugh." Cough, "Well, alright then. We'll find another chance to hunt star beasts together. Big sister boss, I have a lot of confidence in your strength. You'll definitely secure a spot on the merit points ranking, much stronger than some older students." In the noisy food street, Zhang Zuer's voice also amplified a bit. And these words were overheard by an older student at a nearby table, who was eating barbecue and drinking beer. "Damn it, who's so arrogant? Oh, I see who it is, it's Zhang Zuer." Li Hongfei. Zhang Zuer turned her head, smelling the strong alcohol on the man, and couldn't help but frown. "I'm talking to my junior, what does it have to do with you? Get lost with your drunken antics." "Junior." Li Hongfei's eyes were hazy with drink, and his gaze shifted, seeing the tall and handsome Xiao Ye sitting beside Zhang Zuer. "Damn it, pretty boy, even handsomer than me. Oh, I remember you, that first-year freshman, right? First-year freshmen should just go back to class obediently. Why are you coming here to compete for resources with your seniors? Can you even win?" Xiao Ye frowned. He didn't want to argue with a drunkard. He put down the barbecue in his hand. "Boring, let's go back." However, even though Xiao Ye didn't want to bother with the drunkard, Li Hongfei suddenly blocked Xiao Ye's path. Such fast speed. Even though he was already this drunk, he still had such speed. "Don't leave. Didn't you want to secure a spot on the merit points ranking? Then let us see what you can do. Maybe you're a peerless genius like Si Ryuachin." He wants to compare himself to Si Ryuachin, one of Mado University's 3 peerless geniuses. He's simply overestimating himself. He can't even compare to one of Si Ryuachin's fingers. Comparing Si Ryuachin to him is simply an insult to Si Ryuachin. Besides, Si Ryuachin didn't come to the secret realm this time. If he wants to compare, he should first surpass Big Sister Boss Yukiachi. Compare with Big Sister Boss. Isn't he afraid that Xuanyuan 14 will rush into the secret realm and beat him to death first? A group of drunk older students all mocked Xiao Ye for overestimating himself. Suddenly, one of them looked in a certain direction, then couldn't help but rub his eyes hard. Am I having eye problems? Why do I seem to see Big Sister Boss? What, this really seems to be Big Sister Boss. Hey, why does Big Sister Boss seem to be coming this way? Xiao Ye followed everyone's gaze and saw a beautiful woman with a high ponytail, a tight red dress outlining her perfect figure, and carrying a heavy load, striding towards them. This was Yukiachi, Mado University's super genius. Under everyone's gaze, Yukiachi strode forward and stopped in front of Xiao Ye. "Are you Xiao Ye?" 149, 3 geniuses from Shanghai University. A tall and beautiful woman walked over, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Yukiachi, a 3rd-year senior, a 4th heaven martial artist, and an awakened fire supernatural ability user. Among the current students at Mado University, she is ranked as one of the 3 great geniuses, alongside Si Ryuachin and Xuanyuan 14. She is known as the Flame Rose. Her temperament is fiery, and she is decisive in battle. "Are you Xiao Ye?" Yukiachi's gaze held a hint of scrutiny and also a touch of displeasure. Noticing this hint of displeasure, Xiao Ye immediately became alert. He promptly stood up and blocked everyone's view. "That's right, it's me. Senior sister, isn't he Xiao Ye, that boastful first-year freshman? He only reached second heaven by relying on resources, yet he dares to say he wants to compete with you on the merit points ranking. He even said that all of us senior students are vulnerable." Li Hongfei kept fanning the flames. He recalled how he had tried to pursue Zhang Zuer, but she had scorned him, instead smiling warmly at this pretty boy. Thinking of Zhang Zuer's merciless rejection, a surge of anger flared in Li Hongfei's heart. You're spouting nonsense. Zhang Zuer couldn't help but be the first to jump out. When did Xiao Ye ever say such things? It's all made up by you. A second-year senior actually fabricates lies to make things difficult for a junior. Li Hongfei, aren't you ashamed? Isn't it just because I didn't accept your confession back then? You resort to such despicable tactics, Li Hongfei. If you had directly attacked Xiao Ye, I would have respected you as a man, but this. It's utterly disgusting. Zhang Zuer unceremoniously exposed Li Hongfei's true colors. Immediately, the onlookers, especially those who had been swayed by Li Hongfei's words and held a grudge against Xiao Ye, cast disdainful glances at Li Hongfei. They had thought this first-year freshman was incredibly arrogant. It turned out it was all Li Hongfei's fabrication. As a martial artist, he doesn't even have the courage to face his opponent directly, yet he incites others to act. This person is truly useless. I really don't know how such a person got into Madu University. Li Hongfei even confessed to Zhang Zuer. Good for her for rejecting him. Listening to the words of the surrounding crowd, Li Hongfei's face alternated between green and purple, as if he could open a dye shop. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiao Ye. He blamed Xiao Ye. If it weren't for Xiao Ye, he wouldn't have suffered such public humiliation. Li Hongfei blamed everything on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, however, didn't even spare Li Hongfei a glance, focusing only on Yukiichi in front of him. This person seemed to have come specifically for him. Yukiichi stared at Xiao Ye, her red lips slightly parted. So, you really want to compete with me on the merit points ranking? Xiao Ye, although I don't know what the merit points ranking is, if I can spar with senior sister, I couldn't be happier. The three great geniuses of Madu University, huh? Battle intent flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. He truly wanted to see what a true genius was like. However, Xiao Ye's words, upon reaching the ears of the crowd, were like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, instantly erupting. Oh my, he actually wants to compete with big sister boss Yukiichi. Has he lost his mind? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Does he even know who big sister boss is? He doesn't even know what the merit points ranking is, which can only mean ignorance is bliss. Ha ha ha, I can't, I'm dying of laughter. A first-year freshman actually wants to challenge big sister boss. This joke will keep me laughing for a year. As expected of a first-year freshman, their fresh minds are truly amusing. The surroundings erupted in laughter. Li Hongfei, even more agitated, jumped out. Senior sister Yu, did you hear that? This kid Xiao Ye is simply audacious, daring to provoke you. I'll teach him a lesson for you right now. With that, Li Hongfei's second heaven star power fluctuation spread, and he moved to attack Xiao Ye. Didn't they say he didn't dare to hit Xiao Ye? Then he would hit him for these people to see. Li Hongfei's fist was enveloped in a faint green wind attribute star power, and he fiercely smashed it towards Xiao Ye's temple. However, whoosh! The fist missed. Before Li Hongfei could react, a figure appeared beside him. He raised his hand, clenched his fist and swung it out. Boom! Xiao Ye's fist landed heavily on Li Hongfei's stomach. Limit burst. Instantly, 270 times the power erupted. Li Hongfei's expression changed dramatically. He opened his mouth to cry for help, but before the sound could escape, he was already sent flying like a cannonball. Ah tilde tilde tilde. The lingering sound echoed. Xiao Ye shook his fist. I've wanted to hit him for a long time. The surroundings fell silent and then, several figures quickly jumped out. You actually attacked a senior. Kid, no fighting is allowed in the rest area. You're practically asking to die. Tell the teacher, we must tell the teacher. Xiao Ye sneered. Tell the teacher, are you in elementary school or kindergarten? Why don't you call your parents? Besides, even if the teacher comes, Li Hongfei was the one who attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense. Well said. Xiao Qiyu walked over, shaking the smart watch on her wrist. I recorded everything just now. I'd also like to ask the teacher if a senior can casually slander a junior and even attack him. The two second-year seniors who were with Li Hongfei immediately looked embarrassed. Xiao Ye, meanwhile, gave Xiao Qiyu a thumbs up. Impressive, my school beauty Xiao, she actually recorded it. Xiao Qiyu playfully winked at Xiao Ye. When you defended yourself, just now, you were incredibly handsome. Cough cough. Yukiichi coughed, interrupting Xiao Ye and Xiao Qiyu's flirting. Kid, I've received your challenge. Xiao Ye immediately became alert. So, before Yukiichi could speak, some people in the surrounding crowd began to whisper. Big sister boss is definitely going to teach this kid, who doesn't know his place, a lesson. Does that even need to be said? Big Sister Boss doesn't even submit to see Ryuachin. How could she let a first-year freshman challenge her? This freshman is finished. I wonder if Big Sister Boss will use her Rose Flame Spear to teach this kid a lesson, or if she'll reward him with a kick from her boots. With that kid's meager abilities, there's no need to use the Rose Flame Spear at all. Just as everyone was watching the show, and Tsuyi was already secretly on guard. Yukiichi, however, laughed heartily. So I admire you very much. What? Tsuyi was stunned. Two of the onlookers who were watching the show even fell to the ground. This plot isn't right. Yukiichi looked at Tsuyi with appreciation. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and a martial artist who doesn't want to be number one, why even practice martial arts? You dare to challenge me on the merit points ranking, your courage is commendable. You truly are his cousin, but this time you won't get your wish. I'm about to leave the secret realm, so it will have to wait for later. Yukiichi is leaving the secret realm. Everyone was surprised. With such a good opportunity for training, why would Yukiichi give it up? Tsuyi, however, noticed the key point in Yukiichi's words, cousin. You came because of Xiunyuan 14. 150. Tsuyi, you're under my protection, understand? Smart. As expected, a fresh mind is smart. Much better than Xiunyuan 14, that clod, and much more handsome than him. Yukiichi looked at Tsuyi with even more appreciation. That guy, Xiunyuan 14, asked me to give you something and also a message. What message? Tsuyi asked curiously. He said, to let you train in the secret realm with peace of mind. The Zhen family is nothing but a clown. They wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you, much less on your family. Tsuyi's eyes suddenly widened. He had killed Zhen Qianhuan, and although he had tried every means to make himself innocent, and even had Huo Qianjun, the secret realm army officer, and Zheng Qiang, the Zhen family representative, testify for him that Zhen Qianhuan had died at the mouth of a star beast giant python. But, even so, Tsuyi was worried that the Zhen family would vent their anger over Zhen Qianhuan's death on him. Tsuyi wasn't afraid of them making a move on him. He was at Madu University and also a patrol officer, so it wouldn't be convenient for the Zhen family to act. What he worried about most was the Zhen family targeting his family. For this, Tsuyi had specifically called Director Zhang Beichuan of Fangyuan City to ask him to help look after his family. He hadn't expected. Xiunyuan 14 had already resolved this worry for him. Where is Xiunyuan 14? Tsuyi wanted to thank him in person. However, Yukiichi shook her head. That guy, Xiunyuan 14, seemed to have discovered someone at the entrance of the secret realm earlier and went after them. He just asked me to give you this item and relay that message. And after that, Xiunyuan 14 and I will be leaving soon. It will probably be several months before we return, so if you want to thank him, wait until we get back. Oh right, didn't you want to challenge me? Then let's start with this secret realm training. As long as you can make it into the top 3 on the secret realm merit points board this time, Big Sister Boss will give you a big gift when I return. I heard you have a blade embryo. Coincidentally, I acquired a piece of Starfall meteorite before, and it's not impossible to give it to you to feed your blade. Starfall meteorite. That was rumored to be the heaviest metal. If it could be incorporated into the blade embryo, it would make the Blood Shadow Battle Saber even heavier and more lethal. Tsuyi had seen information about Starfall meteorite when he was researching metal materials before. It was just a pity that Starfall meteorite was extremely rare. Even the military system had no stock. Of course, even if there was stock, Tsuyi couldn't afford it. He hadn't expected Yukiichi to actually have a piece and be willing to give it away. If Big Sister Boss says so, then it's a deal. Top 3 on the merit points board. He would go check what this so-called merit points board was all about later. Yukiichi looked at Tsuyi's handsome face, and the more she looked, the more pleased she became. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Tusk tusk, so handsome. Your brothers, yet why didn't that clod inherit your good looks? So the hint of dissatisfaction Yukiichi had when she looked at Tsuyi earlier was because of this. Leaving Tsuyi in disarray in the wind, Yukiichi shook her head regretfully and turned to leave. From afar, a voice drifted on the wind. Tsuyi is under my protection. Fair competition is welcome, but if anyone dares to bully him, this lady will be the first to not let them off. As the words fell, Yukiichi's figure had already disappeared into the night. And Li Hongfei, who had just gotten up after being sent flying by Tsuyi's punch, heard Yukiichi's words and immediately almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So Yukiichi wasn't here to pick a fight with Tsuyi, but to back him up. Yukiichi came and went in a hurry. But the events of that night quickly spread throughout the secret realm. After all, Yukiichi was a prominent figure at Madu University. She was already in the supernatural 4th heaven before even graduating from university, and her combat power was formidable. Such a person actually made a special trip for Xiao Ye, and it seemed their relationship was quite good. She even declared that she would protect Xiao Ye and wouldn't allow others to bully him. What's this kid's background to have Big Sister Boss favor him so much? I was there. I heard Big Sister Boss came to deliver something for Xuanyuan 14 and said Xiao Ye was Xuanyuan 14's younger brother. No way is Xiao Ye from the Xuanyuan family, a descendant of a king. That can't be. If he were really from the Xuanyuan family, his surname wouldn't be Su but Xuanyuan. He's probably a relative of the Xuanyuan family. Even if he's not from the Xuanyuan family, he can still cling to their coattails, and Xuanyuan 14 takes such good care of him. This kid is too lucky. I heard that an aunt from the previous generation of the Xuanyuan family married war god Su. Could Xiao Ye be from that Su family? How is that possible? If Xiao Ye were really from the Yujing Su family, why would he come to Madu University? He would definitely study at a university in Jade Capital. You're right, I guess I was overthinking it. The surname Su is quite common. I'm more curious about whether Xiao Ye can make it into the top 3 on the merit points board. I bet 10 packs of spicy strips he won't make it. If a first-year freshman actually gets on the merit points board, we old students might as well just give up. I also think it's impossible, but my male intuition tells me not to bet this time. Speaking of which, I also have a bad feeling. Although Xiao Ye's cultivation is low, he might just get lucky. Forget it. Let's just wait and see what this first-year prodigy is capable of to have Xuanyuan 14 and Yu Qiuqi protecting him so much. On Madu University's internal forum, a tall building of discussion immediately arose about the events of that night, with many people inside gossiping or expressing their opinions. This forum was originally only open to Madu University students. However, there are always exceptions. Bang! A crystal cup was directly crushed, and glass shards fell to the ground. The crimson red wine in the crystal cup spilled onto the white marble floor, like flowing blood. Su Yang didn't care in the slightest. His eyes were fixed on his phone. On it was none other than Madu University's internal forum. Since the last failed operation, actions against Xiao Ye had been temporarily put on hold. However, Su Yang had not given up on following Xiao Ye. On the contrary, all of Xiao Ye's actions were silently watched by Su Yang, like a venomous snake in the dark, waiting for Xiao Ye to show a weakness to deliver a fatal strike. However, the opportunity for a fatal strike never came. Instead, Su Yang discovered that Xiao Ye had actually gotten involved with the Xuanyuan family. Xiao Ye, didn't you look down on the Su family? Didn't you leave the family? How did you get in touch with the Xuanyuan family? You really haven't given up. Are you trying to return through the Xuanyuan family? Those muddle-headed people from the Xuanyuan family actually eagerly went along with it. Su Yang felt he had seen through Xiao Ye's intentions. This was an attempt to use the Xuanyuan family to put pressure on the Su family, to make the Su family willingly acknowledge Xiao Ye again. Just like now, seeing someone on the forum mention whether Xiao Ye was from the Yujing Su family, Su Yang could no longer control the rage in his heart. He realized even more clearly. If Xiao Ye continued to be active like this, even if the Su family didn't acknowledge Xiao Ye, one day Xiao Ye's identity would be revealed to the world. At that time, everyone would know that he, Su Yang, was the fake son who had usurped another's place. 151. Xiao Ye, starting today I'm going solo. Xiao Ye, who was at the center of the discussion, had already returned to his rented room. He opened the box Xuanyuan 14 had asked Yu Qiuqi to deliver. Clicking. As the box opened, Xiao Ye couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Inside the box was a pistol. Produced by Eastern Radiance, it was a desert thorn. The black gun body had smooth lines, and holding it gave a chilling sensation. The 0.5 caliber silver armor-piercing bullets had extremely high stopping power and penetration. This pistol could even break through the star power, protecting a supernatural fourth heaven martial artist. Supernatural fourth heaven. Xiao Ye seemed to understand why Xuanyuan 14 sent him this pistol. Indeed, Xiao Ye quickly found a note in the box containing the pistol. Zheng Qiang has been expelled from the Zhen family and was once seen at the entrance of the secret realm. Be careful. Zheng Qiang. Presumably, the person Xuanyuan 14 chased out from the secret realm entrance was Zheng Qiang. And Xuanyuan 14 giving him this desert thorn was also to guard against Zheng Qiang. It should be known that Eastern Radiance's technological level was not low. Due to constant battles with Yao beasts and star beasts, many high-tech weapons had been developed. However, there was a consensus in the martial artist community. Unless absolutely necessary, never use weapons, especially firearms. Xiao Ye had checked the information, but with his current clearance, there wasn't much explanation for this. It only mentioned that senior martial artists had suffered losses in this regard, so later, the martial artist community stopped allowing low-level martial artists to use firearms, instead requiring them to hunt Yao beasts and star beasts based on their own strength. Xiao 14, he really put thought into it. Xiao Ye casually played with the desert thorn for a while, then put it into his storage bracelet. Then, he opened his phone and started searching for information about the merit points ranking. The merit points ranking, as the name suggests, was a list ranking merit points from highest to lowest. And the merit points ranking everyone specifically referred to tonight was the secret realm merit points ranking for the secret realm they were currently exploring. Xiao Ye scrolled through the merit points ranking and indeed found his name. No 222, Xiao Ye cultivation second heaven merit points 113. It seems the merit points ranking only records the merit points a person earned in the secret realm. As for previously accumulated merit points or spent merit points, they are not displayed on the list. There were almost 260 people who entered the secret realm this time. And Xiao Ye's ranking, 222. Let me see who the top 3 are. His gaze moved upwards. The top 3 names on the merit points ranking came into view. No 1, Jiang Junhao cultivation, 4th heaven merit points 839. No 2, Dai Ying cultivation, 4th heaven merit points 812. No, Mu Yuanshan cultivation, 3rd heaven merit points 720. Xiao Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Over 800 merit points. The secret realm had only been open for 3 or 4 days. Even if Jiang Junhao, who was first on the merit points ranking, entered the secret realm immediately and started hunting star beasts to get over 800 merit points. A 4th order early stage star beast is 30 merit points. A 4th order peak star beast is 100 merit points. Doesn't over 800 points mean Jiang Junhao has already killed 8 4th order peak star beasts, or nearly 30 4th order early stage star beasts? This was too exaggerated. Can I really make it into the top 3 of the merit points ranking? Xiao Ye, who was originally full of fighting spirit, suddenly felt a bit lost at this moment. The next day, after finishing his online classes in his room, Xiao Ye was studying the secret realm map, researching how to quickly acquire merit points. Thump thump thump. The door was knocked. Outside the door were Xiao Ye and the other companions. Why are you all here? Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. We're here to see you off. You want to try your best to get into the top 3 of the merit points ranking, right? This. Xiao Ye hesitated slightly, but still followed his heart and nodded. That's right, I'm indeed very interested in Starfall Meteorite, and I want to test my limits. Xiao Ye cherished the opportunity to enter the secret realm. I knew you'd think that. Xiao Ye smiled. So, we discussed it and unanimously agreed that we shouldn't hold you back. Moving with us would only slow down your efficiency, but if you act alone, your efficiency in killing Yao beasts will greatly increase. So Xiao Ye, you don't need to worry about us anymore. Go ahead and kill monsters freely. This, to be honest, after seeing the merit points ranking last night, Xiao Ye did have a fleeting thought of acting alone. If he acted alone, the speed at which he earned merit points would indeed greatly increase. But you guys. Oh Asu, don't overthink it. Even if you're not here, we can still form a team to kill Yao beasts, right? Isn't school beauty Xiao Ye leading us? And there's Shen Mo the assassin and Zhang Xuan. Although Zhang Xuan's combat power is a bit weak, he's an apothecary. If he throws out a handful of medicine, those star beasts won't be able to resist at all. Xia Zhikyu stepped forward and put an arm around Xiao Ye's shoulder. And we've also contacted Senior Lu Keiyang's team. In the future, we'll try to move in the same direction as them, so we can look out for each other, and there will be no problem with safety. Xiao Ye nodded, confirming that Xia Zhikyu was not lying. Actually Xiao Ye, it's more dangerous for you to act alone. But fortunately, the Secret Realm Army has confirmed that there are no flying star beasts in this secret realm. Now that you've mastered the ability to fly, even if you can't win, you can still run. Otherwise, Xiao Ye wouldn't be at ease letting Xiao Ye act alone. Looking at his friend's firm gazes, Xiao Ye took a deep breath. Alright, since that's the case, I'll give it my all. After a farewell dinner with Xiao Ye and the others, Xiao Ye left the base directly under the cover of night. Entering star beast-occupied territory at night might be dangerous for others. But for Xiao Ye, the night was the most comfortable environment for him. Whoosh! Xiao Ye's figure moved through the darkness, quickly arriving at a territory where red rock gorillas lived in groups. In terms of cultivation, he couldn't compare to the veterans in the top 3 of the merit points ranking, and hunting high-level star beasts was still very difficult for him. But if quality wasn't enough, quantity would make up for it. He could completely earn enough merit points by hunting a large number of low-level star beasts. And the gregarious red rock gorillas were Xiao Ye's first target. Hunting time begin. Swish. Howl. Thump. Crack. Under the cover of night, Su Yi's speed and strength greatly increased, and his hearing and vision were far superior to daytime. By the time dawn gradually broke, the valley where the red rock gorillas were entrenched was littered with corpses, and Su Yi was standing beside the corpse of a second-order peak red rock gorilla, which was as tall as a small mountain. This red rock gorilla was clearly the king of this clan. If Su Yi hadn't unleashed a fatal strike at the last moment, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill this powerfully defended red rock gorilla. Fatal strike. At least one critical hit every 100 blade swings. Perhaps in the future, I can also cultivate a fast blade technique, swinging 100 blades in a short time, which would guarantee a critical hit. Su Yi jumped off the red rock gorilla's corpse and glanced at his panel. Slaughter value, 3551. 152, ranking soar. More than 20,000. Su Yi was very satisfied with the slaughter of the night. He first drank a bottle of nutrient solution to replenish his body and increase his supernatural ability evolution value. Then, burn 300 slaughter value, blood shadow saber technique proficiency +1 * 7. Martial skill, blood shadow saber technique, proficient to technique approaching the Tao. Slaughter value, 3551 to 1451. Instantly, countless insights about the blood shadow saber technique flowed through Su Yi's mind. This deepened his understanding of the blood shadow saber technique. Waving the long saber in his hand, a light flick produced a sharp whooshing sound. On the black blood shadow battle saber, the red blade glowed like blood in the dark night. It was filled with a murderous aura. As for the remaining slaughter value, burn 1400 slaughter value, cultivation breakthrough +1. He opened the panel again. Host Su Yi. Supernatural ability, vampire 16100. Realm, dark prison demonic dragon technique, transcendence second heaven LV3. Martial skill, fatal strike proficient, blood shadow saber technique approaching the Tao, eagle strikes the heavens beginner. Talent, limit burst thunder wings. Equipment, blood shadow battle saber first order 27%. Slaughter value 51. After acting alone, he raised his blood shadow saber technique to technique approaching the Tao in one night, and even raised his realm by a small stage. Su Yi was very satisfied with this. After packing the corpses of the dead red rock gorillas, Su Yi opened the map and reselected a target. Continue. 3 days later, Su Yi returned to the camp and headed straight for the exchange office. Many people at the exchange office saw Su Yi arrive and initially wanted to watch the show. However, feeling the heavy killing intent emanating from Su Yi, the older students were instinctively intimidated by this aura and retreated. What heavy killing intent? Secret Realm Army Uncle also couldn't help but exclaim after noticing Su Yi. It seems you must have brought back a lot of good things. Indeed. Su Yi took out his storage pouch and opened its mouth. Please step back a few steps, senior. Whoosh. As Su Yi shook the storage pouch in his hand, star beast corpses immediately fell out. Soon, a mountain of star beast corpses piled up at the exchange office. My goodness. So many star beast corpses. This kid has only been out for 3 days, right? He actually killed so many star beasts. This is simply the reincarnation of a god of slaughter. The Red Rock Gorilla King, Nether Wolf King, Purple Gold Rat King. I'm afraid the several star beast gathering points near the camp have all been wiped out by Su Yi. 3 days, just 3 days, and he killed so many star beasts. And look at that Rat King's corpse, it was killed with a single strike. Didn't Su Yi just break through to second heaven? How can he kill a second-order peak Yao beast so easily? Just break through to second heaven. Feel it again carefully. Su Yi is already at the second heaven late stage realm. What? It's true. Su Yi's aura was not concealed, and these older students quickly sensed it. Su Yi's body indeed emanated star power fluctuations, belonging to the second heaven late stage. In the past few days, Su Yi's frantic slaughter naturally yielded a large amount of slaughter value. With over 10,000 slaughter value invested, Su Yi's realm had already risen to transcendence second heaven LV8. If he hadn't been worried about his realm increasing too quickly and being too conspicuous, Su Yi would have already raised his realm directly to third heaven. In a few more days. After accumulating half a month, he would then raise it to third heaven. Su Yi set a small goal for himself. While Su Yi's thoughts were in a whirl, Secret Realm Army Uncle, with his 2 apprentices, had quickly calculated the value of the corpses Su Yi had brought out. A total of 512 merit points. Please exchange 5 second-order life fruits for me, and the rest into metal. Alright student Su, you enjoy an 80% discount. Here are 5 life fruits and the metal you need. Su Ye successfully completed the exchange, and then, he directly fed all the metal to the Blood Shadow Battle Saber. Equipment: Blood Shadow Battle Saber First Order 27% to 57%. The progress of the Blood Shadow Battle Saber had already exceeded half. At this rate, after 2 or 3 more hunts, the Blood Shadow Battle Saber should be able to upgrade to Second Order. However, the Star Beast groups near the camp had indeed all been cleared by Su Ye. Next time, to quickly obtain merit points by hunting Star Beast groups, he would have to go to more distant places, which would be more dangerous and waste more time on the road. Su Ye planned to rest at the camp for an afternoon, and then set off again in the evening. However, before that, Su Ye first found the Secret Realm Merit Points ranking board, and quickly found his own position. No, 66 Su Ye Realm 2nd Heaven Merit Points 625. On the Merit Points ranking, he had jumped from 222 to 66, which was a significant improvement. But this was not enough. Looking up, Su Ye saw the names of the top few people. No. 1 Jiang Junhao Realm 4th Heaven Merit Points 1023. No. 2 Dai Ying Realm 4th Heaven Merit Points 952. No. 3 Mu Yuanchen Realm 3rd Heaven Merit Points 812. The merit points of the top 3 on the ranking board were also constantly increasing. And Jiang Junhao, he already has over 1,000 merit points. The speed of this merit points increase was too fast. Su Ye, who had originally planned to rest for an afternoon, instantly abandoned the idea of resting. So far behind, why sleep? Continue to kill monsters. Su Ye didn't even change his clothes and left the camp again. What Su Ye didn't know was, when he was marveling at the merit points of the top 3 on the ranking board, someone else had noticed him, deep within the secret realm. Su Ye. Jiang Junhao, dressed in silver armor and holding a silver moon scimitar, looked at the name that had rapidly climbed the merit points ranking board, his eyes filled with thought. 3 days ago, this person only had a little over 100 merit points. In just 3 days, his merit points increased by over 500, even faster than mine. And this person is just a first-year freshman, and his realm is only second heaven. Interesting, very interesting. He never expected that this batch of Madu University freshmen would have such an interesting person. Beside the corpse of a bull, over 200 meters long, like a small mountain. Dai Ying was also checking her phone. Hey, who is this Su Ye? A first-year freshman, very fierce. He killed 100 star beasts in 3 days. Is he someone Sister Yu thinks highly of? Then it's not surprising he's so powerful. Let me see the photo. Oh my, so handsome. I'm in love tilde tilde. In the dense forest, Mu Yuanchen was being chased by a 4th order peak earth fire lizard, scurrying about with his head in his hands. Oh come on, I just stole one of your eggs. Did you have to chase me for 2 days? It made me not even have time to kill monsters. Mu Yuanchen ran, while taking out his phone to browse the forum. Running was too boring, he had to find some fun for himself. Then, hey, this junior is interesting. His merit points are increasing so fast. If a first-year freshman can suppress that Jiang Junhao guy, that would be fun. Let me check. This junior actually stole a python's egg before. He's one of us. 153. Distress signal, escape team leader. Thump. The massive body of the star beast fell heavily to the ground. Su Ye retracted his saber. Then he skillfully began to put the star beast's body into his storage pouch, and checked if there was a star core inside it. A good harvest, 2 tier 2 star cores plus these star beast bodies. Su Ye glanced at his almost full storage pouch. It had been 6 or 7 days since he last left the outpost. This time, Su Ye ventured even deeper, but the number of Yao beasts he hunted was slightly less than last time, though the quality had improved slightly. Sure enough, the further I go, the slower the rate at which my merit points increase. Although hunting a high-tier star beast yields more merit points, it also takes more time to hunt, and more time is spent on the road. To catch up to the top 3 on the merit points ranking, he still needed to work harder. Su Ye casually hung his storage pouch on his body, preparing to return to the outpost. He would empty the storage pouch, and also exchange for some metal materials to feed his blood shadow battle saber. Speaking of which, after a few days, Su Ye looked at his panel. Slaughter value, 119. In the past few days, I've added points to the blood shadow battle saber 30 more times. I only have 2 more point additions left until technique approaching the Dao perfection. That's 600 slaughter value. Killing 2 or 3 more late-stage tier 2 star beasts should be enough. Su Ye calculated in his mind. On the way back, he could check the areas marked on the map where tier 2 star beasts were active. Perhaps he could gather enough slaughter value. Just as he was thinking this, Su Ye's smart wristband suddenly vibrated. At the same time, the screen lit up. A small red dot close to him was flashing on it. Someone was in danger. If students exploring the secret realm encountered danger or an unbeatable star beast, they could immediately call for help. The distress signal would not only be sent to the secret realm army experts, but also to nearby capable students, to facilitate the fastest rescue. Clearly, Xiao Ye was currently deemed by the Deep Blue AI as someone who could go for rescue. Confirming the direction, Xiao Ye's figure quickly disappeared into the dense forest. In the dense forest, a small team was fleeing in a disheveled state. Damn it, why did that golden leopard target us? Someone cursed under his breath while running. I finally killed a star beast, and I didn't even have time to pick up its body. Stop complaining and run. That golden leopard is a late-stage tier 2, we can't beat it at all. If Song Yu were still here, it would be great. His defense is the strongest, and he has an adamantine shield. Even a late-stage tier 2 golden leopard could be resisted, giving us a chance to attack. Why would we be chased like stray dogs like this? The complainer said, unable to help but cast a resentful glance at Li Hongfei, who was running at the very front. Their team was originally well-balanced in offense and defense. Song Yu, who was responsible for defense, was one of the top defensive experts among the second-year students. However, a few days ago, Li Hongfei and Song Yu had a big argument, and the team fell apart. Not only did Li Hongfei not find a new defensive expert to join the team, but he also led them out of the outpost like this. Now, they encountered a star beast they couldn't beat. If no one came to their rescue, their entire team might be finished here. It's clearly his own incompetence, getting sent flying by a first-year student, yet he's complaining that Song Yu isn't helping him defend. It's ridiculous. Whoosh! Li Hongfei, who was sprinting ahead, suddenly stopped. He turned around and threw a punch at the complainer. The complainer was stunned and subconsciously raised his hand to defend. But Li Hongfei's strength was the strongest in their team. The person was immediately sent staggering back, spitting out a large mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Seeing this, the other members who had been fleeing frantically were also shocked. Li Hongfei, what are you doing? Li Hongfei's face turned beet red. This guy keeps babbling, what's wrong with me hitting him? Li Hongfei hated it most when someone brought up the matter of him being sent flying by Xiao Ye. Whenever he thought about that night when he was sent flying by Xiao Ye in front of so many people on Food Street, and when he thought about Zhang Zuer publicly saying his confession was rejected, a fire seemed to burn in Li Hongfei's heart again. The anger in his heart had been unable to vent, but someone just had to repeatedly bring up the person he disliked most at this moment. Li Hongfei, are you ing crazy? We're running for our lives right now, and you ing turn around and hit me. The teammate who had been complaining about Li Hongfei now felt utterly absurd, and Li Hongfei's actions snapped his last thread of sanity. What's wrong with me hitting you? Who told you to have a loose tongue? You ing. My loose tongue is nothing compared to your vile character. If it weren't for you driving Song Yu away, would we have ended up in this situation? If it weren't for you offending big sister boss Yu Kiuchi, would our team be unable to find someone to replace Song Yu? You boastfully brought us out to hunt Yao beasts, saying you would protect our safety, but when we encountered a Yao beast, you ing ran the fastest, and you still dare to hit me. Li Hongfei's teammate suddenly erupted with intense star power. Even if I die this time, I'll drag you to hell first. Alright, then let's see who kills whom first. Li Hongfei and his teammate actually started fighting among themselves. The teammates beside them watched with extreme anxiety. Stop it, that golden leopard is still chasing us. Exactly, if you don't want to live we do, hurry and run. It's over. I think I hear the golden leopard sound, we can't escape. It's all your fault, what time is it and you're still fighting among yourselves? Li Hongfei, is this how you act as a captain? Everyone looked at the golden leopard, which was moving through the jungle and approaching step by step, and despair appeared in their eyes. Because Li Hongfei suddenly stopped to attack a teammate, they had lost their last chance to escape. Even Li Hongfei, who had already taken a stance, wanting to teach his talkative teammate a good lesson, showed a hint of fear in his eyes as he stared at the slowly approaching golden leopard. Damn it, Li Hongfei, it's all your fault. Li Hongfei, I was a fool to believe you and join your team. Captain, think of something. In his ears were the curses, cries and pleas of his teammates. Li Hongfei took a deep breath. Since these people were all so unreliable, then he, under the resentful and pleading gazes of his teammates, Li Hongfei suddenly turned around and took off running. He was the most cultivated among these people, and his speed was also the fastest. His chances of escaping were the greatest. As for those teammates, let them delay the golden leopard's pursuit. Seeing Li Hongfei turn and run, the abandoned teammates were stunned for a moment, then burst into curses. F asterisk, Li Hongfei F your ancestors. Li Hongfei. Roar. A golden light flashed. It was the golden leopard that had moved. However, the golden leopard did not go after Li Hongfei's teammates who stayed put, but instead pounced on Li Hongfei first. It would kill all these damned humans. The first one would be this human trying to escape. 154. Fatal blow rescuer Xiao Ye. Roar. The golden leopard, like a golden streak, quickly caught up to the fleeing Li Hongfei. Li Hongfei immediately panicked and defended himself. He was greatly alarmed. Why was this golden leopard chasing him? His teammates were all foolishly standing there, easily killed, so why did it specifically choose him? However, there was no time left for Li Hongfei to think. Crack! The second-tier long blade in Li Hongfei's hand snapped in half. The golden leopard's sharp claws struck down with the force of thunder. Li Hongfei could almost smell the stench emanating from the golden leopard's mouth. At this moment, a hint of regret finally flashed through Li Hongfei's heart. If he hadn't driven Song Yu away, Song Yu would have definitely stood in front of everyone at the first moment. If he hadn't run away alone, their team, working together, even if they couldn't kill this golden leopard, they could have at least resisted and perhaps waited for rescuers to arrive. However, now, there were no ifs. No! Li Hongfei suddenly unleashed all the star power within him, raising both hands, attempting to block the golden leopard's attack with his body. Crack! Both arms fractured simultaneously. But the golden leopard's attack did not stop. Its huge paw still struck down with unmatched power. No, I can't die, I can't die. Li Hongfei trembled with fear, and it seemed as if a liquid flowed from beneath him. However, the anticipated pain did not seem to arrive. Li Hongfei tremblingly opened his eyes. He saw a long blade, carrying the golden leopard, flying backward at an even faster speed. The golden leopard's claws resisted the blade's sharpness, yet blood still flowed from its claws. Is this the rescuers? Li Hongfei subconsciously wanted to turn his head, but a figure had already swiftly flown past him, charging towards the golden leopard. Roar! The golden leopard roared loudly. It finally resisted the immense force from the long blade, and stopped its retreat. A puny human martial artist dared to injure it. However, hiss! The figure that brushed past Li Hongfei had already caught up to the retreating golden leopard at an even faster speed, reaching out and grasping the long blade he had just thrown. As that hand gripped the long blade, a black light immediately shone from it. Enveloped by star power, the long blade instantly became even sharper and more formidable, directly piercing through the golden leopard's claws, and then, along the golden leopard's front leg, deeply embedding itself into the joint. Roar! The golden leopard howled in pain, looking up at the sky. It hurt too much. It hurt too much. However, the pain is yet to come. Explode. Xiao Ye held the long blade, and softly uttered the word explode. Immediately, the star power wrapped around the long blade suddenly exploded. This immense explosive force detonated within the golden leopard's front leg, instantly shattering its entire front leg, bone and flesh exploding. Roar! The golden leopard immediately let out an even more painful roar. Its leg was gone. Xiao Ye retrieved the long blade, feeling his star power was running low. He had just finished a major battle and was cleaning up the battlefield when he suddenly saw a distress signal and immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he saw the golden leopard about to kill a student. In his urgency, he could only use his star power to throw the long blade, stopping the golden leopard. Then he detonated the star power inside the golden leopard's body. Even though Xiao Ye's star power was more than 10 times thicker than an ordinary person's, the continuous consumption put a heavy burden on him. However, this move is indeed effective. The method Xiao Ye used to control the star power to explode within the golden leopard's body was a new ability he learned after adding points to his blood shadow saber technique. Although this move consumed star power, its effect was indeed good. And, although my star power is almost at the bottom, it's more than enough to kill you. The long blade danced. Xiao Ye's figure was like a ghost, constantly moving around the golden leopard, while the long blade in his hand continuously left wounds on the golden leopard's body. 1 blade, 2 blades, 10 blades, 20 blades, Xiao Ye's speed was already extremely fast. And with 1 leg gone, the golden leopard's speed was greatly reduced, making it impossible to catch up to Xiao Ye, who could only continue to inflict wounds on its body. Blood dripped continuously. Drip drop. Drip drop. It was as if the golden leopard's life was counting down. 50 blades, 80 blades, 100 blades. Divine ability seed, fatal strike. Boom! A powerful force suddenly erupted from Xiao Ye's blade. A black blade light with a hint of red flashed. The golden leopard's enormous body was directly split in half. Its eyes still revealed disbelief. The golden leopard's body, however, had already become two pieces, falling to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Dead, it's dead. Li Hongfei's team members couldn't help but rub their eyes, then rub them again. The golden leopard that their entire team couldn't handle was actually killed by one person. And the other party was a second heaven student with the same cultivation level as them. He is Xiao Ye. Someone finally recognized Xiao Ye. During the previous slaughter, Xiao Ye's figure changed unpredictably, and everyone couldn't clearly see Xiao Ye's face. Now, with Xiao Ye having killed the golden leopard and picking up its corpse, they finally saw his appearance clearly. Two people who had previously gone to the food street with Li Hongfei recognized him at a glance. He is that first-year freshman. He is the first-year freshman who punched Li Hongfei away. He's actually so powerful. One must know that star beasts are enormous in size, and their strength is naturally very powerful. Human martial artists and star beasts of the same rank, the star beast would definitely have the upper hand. That's why humans form teams, with both offense and defense, and with multiple people working together, they can kill a star beast of the same rank as them. However, Xiao Ye was actually able to solo kill a star beast. Doesn't that mean Xiao Ye's combat power far exceeds martial artists of the same rank? No wonder he became the top first-year freshman, and also the top scorer of the college entrance examination. He's just too amazing. To be able to solo kill a late-stage second-tier star beast as only a first-year freshman, isn't this another super genius like Si Ryuachin? No wonder Yu Qiuchi values him so much. It turns out geniuses only play with geniuses, and ordinary people like us aren't even worthy of their glance. Xiao Ye is not only strong but also so handsome. I truly love such a handsome younger brother. Hey, wipe your drool. You've just escaped danger and you're already getting lovesick. What's wrong with this lady liking to be lovesick? I just barely saved my life, aren't I allowed to be happy? Speaking of which, we really owe it to Xiao Ye for the rescue, otherwise we would have been in real danger. Xiao Ye, an outsider, is much more reliable than our captain. When Li Hongfei was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but look at this captain. No, it should be former captain. What captain? This old man will not be on the same team as someone who sells out his teammates. From now on, this old man and Li Hongfei are sworn enemies. Exactly. Li Hongfei clearly wanted us to be his scapegoats, to die for the golden leopard so he could escape. Abandoning teammates during battle, such a person doesn't deserve to live. That's right, we must expose him. 155. This is the posture you should adopt when you worship me. Xiao Ye carefully put away the golden leopard's corpse. This was a late-stage Tier 2 golden leopard. Originally, Xiao Ye didn't hold out much hope, but who would have thought? He actually found a fist-sized star core within this golden leopard. The star core was full of energy, and it's a light attribute star core. Light attribute star beasts are rare, and light attribute star cores are even more uncommon. Xiao Ye immediately decided he wouldn't hand over this star core for merit points. I'll give this star core to Xiao Qiu later. It's great for absorbing energy or using during a breakthrough. Xiao Ye casually put the star core into his storage bracelet. He scanned the surroundings again, confirmed there were no omissions, and then prepared to leave. Saving people was just a side task. Killing another late-stage Tier 2 star beast and obtaining 218 slaughter value was more important to Xiao Ye. Now his slaughter value had exceeded 300 points again, allowing him to add points to the blood shadow saber technique once more. He was just one step away from reaching perfection in the blood shadow saber technique. However, a figure blocked Xiao Ye's path. It was Li Hongfei's teammate. Xiao Ye looked at him, feeling a bit serious. That night at the food street, this person was also with Li Hongfei. Although he wasn't as boisterous as Li Hongfei, his words were not very polite. Something wrong? Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. Before he came to save them, he hadn't expected to be saving Li Hongfei's team. Xiao Ye. The man met Xiao Ye's eyes, then immediately lowered his head in shame. My name is Zhang Hu, and I'm here to apologize to you. Earlier at the food street, I spoke carelessly and said unpleasant things, and I also fanned the flames. I'm very sorry. So it was an apology. Xiao Ye nodded slightly and hummed in acknowledgement. However, he didn't take it to heart. What good was a belated apology? He didn't care for it. Noticing Xiao Ye's attitude, the man's expression became even more awkward. I know nothing I say now will make a difference, but you put aside past grievances and came to save everyone in our team. I still want to thank you properly. These are all the spoils our team harvested on this outing. They're all for you. Aren't you trying to get into the top 3 of the merit points ranking? These star beast corpses are worth quite a few merit points. This seems to be the only compensation our team can offer you." Behind the man, several team members also nodded repeatedly. Using these corpses as compensation was the unanimous decision of all of them. After all, if it weren't for Xiao Ye, they would have died here. Compared to their lives, what were these star beast corpses worth? This was indeed an apologetic attitude. Xiao Ye's eyes finally showed a bit of warmth. He extended his mental energy to look into the man's open storage pouch, then quickly withdrew it. Inside were only 2 early-stage Tier 2 Star Beast corpses and 5 or 6 Tier 1 Star Beast corpses, and the corpses were tattered and incomplete. Even if these Star Beast corpses were taken to the exchange point, they would at most be worth 4 or 5 merit points. Xiao Ye shook his head. "I've received your desire to thank me, but these corpses aren't necessary. You hunted them down with great difficulty. I can't let you work for nothing." Xiao Ye saw no need to take other people's things for such a small amount of corpses. It was better to let these people continue to be grateful to him. Xiao Ye didn't care for the corpses in the storage pouch, but these few people valued them greatly. Just as Xiao Ye said, these corpses were also what they had painstakingly hunted over the past few days. Now Xiao Ye actually didn't want them. For a moment, everyone felt even more grateful to Xiao Ye. This junior brother Xiao Ye not only appeared in their time of crisis to save them. Now he even refused their compensation, not taking a single cent. His character was too good. Compared to him, these senior brothers and sisters of theirs felt very ashamed. They had previously looked down on this first-year freshman. Now it seemed they were the clowns. "Junior brother Xiao Ye, I truly admire you. Don't worry, if anyone dares to say you got to where you are by relying on resources again, I, Zhang Hu, will be the first to object." "Exactly, junior brother, you are a true prodigy. I believe you will definitely make those people shut up. Junior brother, get into the top 3 of the merit points ranking and open those people's eyes. I'll post about today's events later and share them properly. Let people see Li Hongfei's petty face too." As he spoke, he pointedly looked at Li Hongfei. Martial artists most detest those who abandon their companions on the battlefield. If today's events were spread, even if Li Hongfei was a genius of Madu University, it's likely no one would dare to team up with him. In the distance, Li Hongfei's face turned green and purple as he listened to his teammates' mocking words. His heart felt as if a million ants were gnawing at it. These people, why didn't they just die? They should have all died in the mouth of the golden leopard. And Xiao Ye must have arrived early but deliberately didn't act, waiting for him to run, waiting for the golden leopard to catch up to him, before finally striking and killing the golden leopard. Xiao Ye did it on purpose. He deliberately made him look foolish, and then came to be the savior. Li Hongfei looked at Xiao Ye with venomous eyes. And Xiao Ye, sensing that gaze, turned his head and met Li Hongfei's eyes directly. This person, a hint of killing intent flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. Li Hongfei's body trembled violently. "Xiao Ye!" This loud shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Hu was the first to snort impatiently. "What are you shouting about? You ran off earlier and now that it's safe, you're brave again." "Exactly, how dare you even call junior brother Xiao Ye's name? Keys are 5 yuan each, how many do you deserve? Being in a team with him is truly bad luck. Not only am I leaving this team, but I'm also going to tell all my classmates to shun Li Hongfei. Let's go find Song Yu and form a new team." Now it seems Song Yu's character is reliable, which is why Li Hongfei forced him out of the team. Everyone discussed animatedly. Li Hongfei, however, became even more furious, and without thinking, pointed at Xiao Ye. "Xiao Ye, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. "On purpose?" "That's right. You must have deliberately arrived late, making me almost get killed by the golden leopard. And also, about not needing compensation, aren't you just looking down on those star beast corpses? What you're interested in is the golden leopard's corpse. If you're a saint, then take out the golden leopard's corpse." A golden leopard's corpse was extremely valuable. If not exchanged for merit points but converted into cash, it would be a huge sum of money. Even if one didn't become a martial artist in the future, with such a large sum of money, living as an ordinary person would be comfortable. Li Hongfei looked at Xiao Ye provocatively. "If you're truly that noble, then take out the golden leopard's corpse." However, facing Li Hongfei's provocation, Xiao Ye merely curled his lips. Whoosh! His figure moved as fast as a black light, and Xiao Ye appeared directly in front of Li Hongfei, kicking out with his foot. Boom! Li Hongfei was sent flying backward, only stopping abruptly after hitting a tree behind him, then sliding down the tree. He fell to his knees with a thud. Xiao Ye's figure flashed again, appearing in front of Li Hongfei, his long blade already pressed against Li Hongfei's neck. "What gave you the illusion that I'm a saint?" The tip of the blade lifted Li Hongfei's chin, meeting Li Hongfei's fear-filled eyes, and Su Yi smiled. Li Hongfei, this is the posture in which you should worship me, understand? 156. Li Hongfei begged for mercy. Black Panther. Li Hongfei's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, he truly wanted to curse those who said Su Yi had good character. Was this good character? This was simply a devil. He would kill people. Su Yi would really kill people. Li Hongfei couldn't help but tremble all over, his teeth chattering. Su Yi, you can't kill me. The smart AI is watching. If you kill me, you'll be punished too. Su Yi smiled coldly, applying slight pressure with the long saber in his hand, and a fresh cut instantly appeared on Li Hongfei's neck. Are you threatening me? Ava. Feeling the coldness on his neck, Li Hongfei could no longer hold back his terrified scream. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Meeting Su Yi's eyes, Li Hongfei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I was wrong. Su Yi, please don't kill me. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Li Hongfei immediately begged for mercy loudly. Su Yi, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you, and I definitely shouldn't have said you wanted to snatch our star beast corpse. It was all my fault. Please spare me. Li Hongfei's face was covered in snot and tears. Only then did Su Yi disdainfully put away his blood shadow battle saber. He was afraid that the man's snot and tears would dirty his saber. His gaze swept over Li Hongfei's lower body, and Su Yi immediately became even more disgusted. Killing you would only dirty my saber. With that, he looked at Li Hongfei's teammates behind him, who were already dumbfounded. I'm taking the golden leopard corpse. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. No, none. That golden leopard was originally killed by Junior Su, so it's only right that you take it. Junior Su, we never thought of competing with you for the golden leopard's corpse. It was all Li Hongfei's own idea. Yes, it was all Li Hongfei messing around. We have nothing to do with him. Su Yi nodded. Then turned around. His figure quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Long after Su Yi left, Li Hongfei's teammates finally breathed a sigh of relief. Junior Su has such a powerful aura. When he was threatening Li Hongfei just now, I didn't even dare to breathe. It must be because Junior Su has killed too many star beasts recently, so he carries a killing intent. Although Junior Su looks a bit fierce, he's still a good person. He saved us and didn't ask for anything in return. Exactly, if it weren't for Li Hongfei meddling. Don't even mention it. Li Hongfei is absolutely disgraceful. Thinking of Li Hongfei's crying and begging just now, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Too humiliating. He had no martial artist demeanor at all. Then they glanced at Li Hongfei's wet pants. Let's go, let's hurry back. That's right, this trip out was simply too unlucky. Let's go back and apologize properly to Song Yu. The most important thing is to spread the word about Junior Su's righteous deed. The few of them walked back to the outpost together. Not a single person paid attention to Li Hongfei. As if they couldn't see him. At this moment, they no longer felt even disgust for Li Hongfei, only complete disregard. And Li Hongfei, ignored by them, tightly clenched his fists, following behind his teammates with a humiliated expression. There was still a long distance from here to the outpost, and without his teammates, he couldn't guarantee he could return safely. But as he walked, Li Hongfei looked at his former teammates with resentment. And whom he resented even more was Su Yi. If not for Su Yi, why would he have fallen to such a state? Su Yi naturally wouldn't care about Li Hongfei's opinion. At this moment, having left Li Hongfei and his teammates, Su Yi reconfirmed his position. 100 miles ahead, there seems to be traces of a second-order late-stage lion star beast. I can go check it out. Lions are fierce beasts, and the merit points obtained after killing them would also be higher. Moreover, a lion's claws and teeth are excellent artifact refining materials, and can also be exchanged for merit points. Not to mention, a second-order late-stage star beast might even develop a star core within its body, which would be another sum of merit points. Su Yi certainly wouldn't miss it. After confirming the direction, Su Yi put away the map and immediately prepared to travel. However, Su Yi's figure paused, and a sudden sensation of dizziness came to his mind. Although it was only for a moment and quickly returned to normal, this feeling still made Su Yi alert. This feeling, Su Yi instantly held his breath and concentrated, pushing his hearing to the limit. Rustle. A faint sound of wind came, and Su Yi's uneasy premonition immediately grew stronger. At the same time, a pair of black wings suddenly appeared behind Su Yi. As the wings lightly flapped, Su Yi's body abruptly ascended into the air. And the moment Su Yi ascended, a dark shadow appeared where he had originally stood. The shadow appeared extremely fast. If Su Yi hadn't ascended, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all, and no matter which direction he moved, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the shadow's sharp claws. Xiao Ye hovered in midair, staring at the dark shadow below. The dark shadow below also raised its head, a pair of dark golden eyes staring intently at Xiao Ye. It was a leopard star beast. Its fur was entirely black, with only its eyes being dark golden, exuding a cold aura. Its body was a size larger than the golden leopard from before. Second-order peak. Xiao Ye quickly judged the opponent's rank from the leopard's size. However, I've killed second-order peak star beasts before, but why does this leopard feel stronger than the second-order peak star beasts I've killed previously? Xiao Ye heightened his vigilance. However, a second-order peak star beast had already actively presented itself to him, so Xiao Ye certainly wouldn't refuse this incoming merit points. Immediately, the long saber in his hand glinted with cold light, and he directly swooped down to slay the leopard. Clang! The long saber collided with the leopard's claws. Xiao Ye's figure sharply ascended again. The black leopard below also retreated a few steps, its dark golden eyes still staring intently at Xiao Ye. How powerful! Xiao Ye secretly praised. With that last saber strike, he had already used the blood shadow saber technique, which was technique approaching the Tao and almost at perfection. Yet it only resulted in a draw with this leopard. This truly gave Xiao Ye quite a surprise. I'd like to see how many saber strikes you can take from me. Xiao Ye became interested. Using his flying ability, he swooped down again. Clang 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 bang bang bang. For a time, Xiao Ye and the leopard fought fiercely. And the more he fought, the more Xiao Ye was startled. This leopard was incredibly powerful. It actually gave him such great pressure. Even the fatal strike after 100 saber strikes only left a deep wound on the leopard's body. But it failed to kill him with one strike. Instead, after the fatal strike landed on the leopard's body, a black light immediately flashed on the leopard, and its massive body seemed to merge into the darkness, greatly reducing the damage. At the same time, Xiao Ye also felt a wave of dizziness in his brain. This leopard was actually a very rare dark attribute star beast. Could this guy be the golden leopard's significant other? 157. Blood Shadow Overlord Blade slaying the king beast. Xiao Ye muttered softly. This black leopard's attack carried a bit of personal vendetta. And it clearly saw the thunder wings on his back, knowing Xiao Ye was already in an invincible position, yet it didn't flee and still wanted to compete. It was clearly a personal grudge. However, this black leopard was indeed formidable. Its offense and defense were both strong. It could blend into the darkness to avoid damage, and it possessed that eerie mental energy attack. Xiao Ye was temporarily unable to defeat it. Is Transcendence Second Heaven LV8 not enough? Should I level up, or even, directly break through to Third Heaven? Xiao Ye's thoughts raced. If he couldn't handle it at Second Heaven, then he'd go to Third Heaven. He refused to believe he couldn't kill this black leopard. And just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Xiao Ye, who was in the middle of a fight, suddenly flew into the sky. Pause for a moment, I need to check a message. Xiao Ye said politely. The black leopard on the ground, roar. Damn biped. What kind of ghost stops fighting halfway through? He pulled out his phone. Someone in their hunting party's group chat was constantly at-ing him. Grandpa Zia is super fierce. Asu, did you see the system message? A king beast has appeared. Grandpa Zia is super fierce. Asu, the king beast's location has been updated, it's near you, be careful. Silent yet not silent. Xiao Ye, king beast's combat power far exceeds star beasts of the same rank, and their methods are bizarre, you must be extra careful. The 7th chapter of the moon, Xiao Ye, are you alright? Messages in the group kept flooding in. Seeing that he hadn't replied, Zia Jikyu and the others seemed a bit anxious, but they also worried that calling him would disturb him if he was in battle, so they could only send messages in the group. Xiao Ye thought for a moment, then first sent a message in the group. Night God, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll go check the king beast information first. After sending a message to reassure his friends, Xiao Ye directly opened the forum. The first post was about the king beast. The trace of a king beast had been discovered in the secret realm. The secret realm army had already posted a mission at the exchange point. Hunting the king beast would yield a high amount of merit points as a reward. At the same time, the approximate location of the king beast was synchronized to everyone. Apparently, this was deliberately to encourage students in the secret realm to hunt the king beast. However, the secret realm army also worried that these students would rush in recklessly, so they provided a hint below the mission. A king beast is a star beast that contains the bloodline of a king, possessing the potential to evolve into a king-rank star beast. It could be said that among 10,000 star beasts, not necessarily one king beast would be born. And once a king beast is born, It is bound to be exceptionally powerful. No wonder that black leopard was so difficult to deal with. It turned out to be a king beast. Xiao Ye nodded in understanding. In the past, he had not been without killing second-order peak star beasts alone. Though not effortlessly, he could still kill monsters without injury. Now, facing a second-order peak black leopard, he had been unable to defeat it for a long time, and even nearly got injured several times. Xiao Ye had previously thought something was wrong with him, but it turned out that it wasn't him, but that this black leopard was a king beast. The rewards given by the Secret Realm Army are even tiered. A second heaven martial artist who takes down a king beast can get 100 merit points, a third heaven martial artist can get 50 merit points, and a fourth heaven martial artist only gets 30 merit points. It seems, I really can't burn slaughter value to break through to third heaven and kill this leopard with my realm. Then there's only. Xiao Ye looked at his panel. Killed golden leopard, gained slaughter value 242. Plus the previously accumulated 119 slaughter value. Slaughter value 361. Without another word, Xiao Ye immediately used his mind to tap on the Blood Shadow Saber technique. Burn 300 slaughter value, Blood Shadow Saber technique proficiency +1. Buzz tilde. Xiao Ye only felt a buzzing sound in his mind. Countless contents about blade technique merged into his mind. At this moment, the Blood Shadow Saber technique had upgraded. After an unknown amount of time, the black leopard below had craned its neck so much it ached. Xiao Ye finally opened his eyes. Little black, I've become stronger again. Black leopard. Xiao Ye, little black, don't rush, let me sort things out. Summon the panel, host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire 29100. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, transcendence second heaven LV8. Martial skill, eagle strikes the heavens beginner 01. Divine ability seed, fatal strike proficient 02, blood shadow overlord blade beginner 01. Talent limit burst thunder wings. Equipment, blood shadow battle saber first rank 57%. Slaughter value 61. There were some changes on the panel. A divine ability seed column appeared. At the same time, both martial skill and divine ability seed now had progress bars, which was quite thoughtful. Otherwise, Xiao Ye would have to recalculate how many times he had added points. Now, it was clear at a glance. Of course, the most important thing was, the Blood Shadow Saber technique had changed from a martial skill to a divine ability seed. And its name also changed, from Blood Shadow Saber technique to Blood Shadow Overlord Blade. The original Blood Shadow Saber technique leaned towards slaughter and bizarreness, but the Blood Shadow Saber technique, having become a divine ability seed, gained a hint of domineering power. By absorbing Blood Fiend Chi through slaughter, when wielding the long blade, the Blood Fiend Chi would affect the opponent's mind, making the attacks even more bizarre. However, the blade technique itself became more domineering, sweeping away everything with immense force and unparalleled battle intent. I like this evolved blade technique. Xiao Ye felt the contents of the Blood Shadow Overlord blade, a smile playing on his lips. Though unpredictability was hard to gauge, crushing everything with domineering power was what Xiao Ye preferred more. The only problem was, after evolving into a divine ability seed, to add points again, each point required burning 1000 slaughter value. Why does it feel like the more I improve, the less slaughter value I have? Looking at the black leopard below, still staring at him with hatred, Xiao Ye took a deep breath. Then I'll start with you. To earn slaughter value for adding points to Blood Shadow, Overlord Blade. Whoosh! The thunder wings on Xiao Ye's back flapped, and he instantly appeared beside the black leopard. The black leopard was already aware of Xiao Ye's speed and was not surprised. Instead, it was prepared and suddenly raised its paw. Its strongest and most powerful right front paw fiercely swatted at Xiao Ye, carrying an aura that sought to destroy everything. It was this human who killed its lover. Die! The black leopard roared. At the same time, it released mental energy to interfere with Xiao Ye's mind, creating an opportunity for a fatal strike. However, buzz tilde. When the black leopard launched its attack, it suddenly felt a red mist appear before its eyes, and at the same time, an eerie and chaos whisper came to its ears. It couldn't make out the content, but its eyes instinctively showed a moment of blankness. And it was this moment of blankness, splat. The long blade directly sliced through the black leopard's neck. A huge head was directly cut off, rolling on the ground for a few turns, its dark golden eyes still seemingly carrying confusion. No, biped, why did you suddenly get stronger? 158. Longsword drink blood turn in the quest. Phew. Xiao Ye let out a long breath. The Blood Shadow Overlord Blade is indeed very powerful. Just now, he released the blood fiend chi from the blood shadow battle saber, affecting the black leopard and making it fall into a momentary daze, which allowed him to take the opportunity to decapitate it with a single strike. However, each use of the blood shadow overlord blade divine ability consumes the blood fiend chi condensed in the blade, and it also greatly depletes my mental energy, essentially acting as a trump card. Moreover, when I used it just now, I could feel that most of the blood fiend chi condensed in the long blade dissipated for no reason. Only a tiny bit of blood fiend chi was able to affect the black leopard. Is this because the proficiency of the blood shadow overlord blade is still too low? If he were to increase the proficiency of the blood shadow overlord blade, would less blood fiend chi dissipate for no reason, or perhaps none at all? If all of it could be used to affect the enemy, wouldn't the impact on the enemy be even greater? Perhaps even the blade technique could become even more overbearing and unrivaled. Indeed, adding points is the Tao. Xiao Ye flicked the blood off the long blade, then began to loot the corpse. A second-order peak king beast. Would it have a star core? Good luck, it really has a star core. Xiao Ye pulled out a fist-sized star core from the black leopard's head. It emitted a faint black light, and staring at the star core even caused a dizzying sensation. Dark attribute and mental attribute, a dual attribute star core. This is a good item. I can't sell this, I have to keep it for myself. Speaking of which, I also have a dark attribute, so can I absorb this star core? Xiao Ye's heart stirred. However, Buzz tilde. The blood shadow battle saber in his hand suddenly began to tremble on its own, emitting a strong sense of craving. When the blade embryo was refined into a long blade, Xiao Ye had performed a blood bond recognition, connecting him to the blood shadow battle saber through bloodline. Feeling the craving emanating from the blood shadow battle saber at this moment, Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. You want to eat this? Buzz tilde. The blood shadow battle saber vibrated even more joyfully, as if responding to Xiao Ye. All right, since you want it, I'll give it to you. Xiao Ye wasn't a stingy person, it was his own blade after all. As the star core approached the blood shadow battle saber, a red mist immediately emanated from the blood shadow battle saber, enveloping the star core. Then hiss, squeak, squeak, gulp, gulp. After a series of strange sounds, the fist-sized star core in Xiao Ye's hand actually began to shrink little by little, then completely integrated into the blood shadow battle saber. You really ate it. Xiao Ye's expression was peculiar. Buzz tilde. The blood shadow battle saber vibrated again, transmitting a joyful thought to Xiao Ye. And then a craving. Xiao Ye raised his eyebrows again, his gaze falling on the black leopard beside him. Are you saying you still want to drink blood? Buzz tilde. The blood shadow battle saber trembled, conveying a sense of urgency, as if it were an infant wanting milk. It seemed that after swallowing the star core, Xiao Ye felt that the blood shadow battle saber was now able to convey emotions more clearly than before. All right, since you want to drink, then I'll let you drink. Xiao Ye rested the blade of the blood shadow battle saber on the severed neck of the black leopard's massive body. Immediately, the fresh blood within the black leopard began to continuously merge into the blood shadow battle saber, and the hint of red on the blade of the blood shadow battle saber also became increasingly enchanting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes later. The black leopard's massive, mountain-like corpse had completely shriveled. All the blood in its body had been absorbed by the blood shadow battle saber. And after drinking so much blood, apart from the hint of red on the blade becoming more enchanting and vivid, the blood shadow battle saber seemed to have no other changes. After conveying a sense of gratitude and satisfaction to Xiao Ye, it then quieted down, seemingly going to digest the star core and fresh blood it had just absorbed. This blade really knows good stuff. Xiao Ye put away the blood shadow battle saber, then stored the black leopard's corpse, unable to help but smile. After the blood shadow battle saber was forged, it had killed many star beasts, but it had never actively absorbed star cores and fresh blood before. Given its current behavior, could it be that it only consumes the star cores and fresh blood of king beasts? Now it's time to go back. At the base. Exchange point. The secret realm army uncle in charge of exchanges was lazily lying on a recliner, sunbathing. As the various teams began to delve deeper, the frequency of people coming to hand in corpses and make exchanges had also decreased significantly. Life wasn't as busy as before. Just as he was thinking this, he heard footsteps approaching. The secret realm army uncle turned his head to look and immediately smiled, scrambling up from the recliner and saying with a grin, "Student Sue is back. You must have had a fruitful harvest this time, right?" "Whether it was fruitful or not, I'll have to trouble Senior to confirm." Su Ye shook the storage pouch in his hand. He walked to an empty space nearby and opened the mouth of the storage pouch. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mountain of star beast corpses appeared in the empty space. HMPH, well, this time the quality of the Yao beasts is much higher than last time. The secret realm army uncle could tell at a glance that the star beasts Su Ye had hunted this time were all longer than the previous ones, clearly indicating a higher quality than the previous batch of star beasts. Let me see. The secret realm army uncle inspected each of the star beasts Su Ye brought back and assigned merit points, in addition to the star cores Su Ye had brought back. A total of 672 merit points. Student Su, please confirm. The secret realm army uncle sent the list of star beast corpses and merit points to Su Ye. Su Ye quickly scanned the screen and then nodded. That's correct, thank you, senior. These merit point evaluations were all very fair. There was no such thing as suppressing merit points. All right, if you agree, then I'll transfer the merit points to you. The secret realm army uncle was about to have his apprentice pack up these star beast corpses and transfer the merit points to Su Ye, but Su Ye shook his head. Senior, don't rush, I still have something else here. Saying that, he reached out and touched his storage bracelet. The secret realm army uncle. These kids nowadays, they always like to pause for dramatic effect when they speak. It's really captivating. What is it, oh my? The secret realm army uncle couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The item Su Ye pulled out of his storage bracelet was actually the corpse of a black leopard. Although it was a shriveled black leopard corpse, the secret realm army uncle still recognized it. Could this be the king beast from that king beast mission? Su Ye smiled and nodded. Senior has excellent eyesight. This is indeed the king beast from the mission issued by the secret realm army. Although its appearance has changed a bit, I recorded it. Su Ye waved his hand, and a blue screen appeared before him. On the screen was an image of the black leopard, still covered in fresh blood. To ensure he could get the merit points, Su Ye had made thorough preparations. The secret realm army uncle. These kids nowadays, when anything happens, they first pull out their phones to take pictures and record videos. It's a good habit. 159. Ranked 7th, he single-handedly defeated the king beast. After watching the video evidence Su Ye presented, the secret realm army uncle still meticulously inspected the black leopard's corpse before exclaiming in admiration. A king beast, you really did kill a king beast. Student Su, you're still in the second heaven, right? That's right. Su Ye nodded, revealing his late-stage second-order peak aura. Very good, Student Su, you have completed this king beast mission. The secret realm army uncle operated on his phone for a bit, and the king beast mission, which was pinned at the top of the task list, immediately disappeared. This change instantly stunned many people who were excitedly rushing to find a king beast. Wasn't the mission just released? How was it already completed? Did that person fly? Appearing next to the king beast in an instant. Who completed this mission? It couldn't be a system error, could it? How long has this mission been out? Even if someone was near the king beast, it would take a lot of time to kill it, right? The system can't be wrong. Maybe a senior student killed the king beast when he happened to encounter it on his way back. Senior students killing king beasts don't get any extra merit points. It's too wasteful. This mission was just cancelled, so the person who submitted it must still be at the exchange point. Just send someone to the exchange point to see who completed the mission, won't you know? That makes sense. For a time, many people pulled out their phones and started calling others, asking them to go to the exchange point to see who was so fierce that he killed the king beast so quickly. At the exchange point. The secret realm army uncle was struggling. Logically, since you are a second heaven martial artist and killed a king beast containing the king's bloodline, you should be rewarded 100 points, but this. The secret realm army uncle glanced at the skin and bones, black leopard corpse on the ground. All of this king beast's bloodline has been drained by you. You should know that the most precious thing about a king beast is its essence blood, so the merit points can only be given to you. Senior, the mission only said that killing the king beast would reward merit points, but it didn't have any requirements for the king beast's corpse. This king beast's corpse is already very complete, it's just missing a little blood. How can a star beast be killed without bleeding? Secret realm army uncle, is this a little blood? You didn't even leave a single drop of blood. But you. Su Ye, senior, just tell me if this king beast is dead or not. Secret realm army uncle, it is dead. Su Ye, senior, just tell me if this king beast died by my hand. Secret realm army uncle, it was indeed killed by you. Su Ye, senior, just tell me if I completed this mission, and if I should be given these merit points. Secret realm army uncle, stop talking, I'll give it to you. Ding tilde. Su Yi's phone received a message. Merit points plus 772. Thank you, uncle. I knew Senior was a good person. Su Yi immediately beamed with joy. Senior, please help me exchange for some things. A moment later, Su Yi left the exchange point. As usual, he fed his saber first. This time, he exchanged for a lot of metal resources, all of which were fed to the Blood Shadow Battle Saber. Equipment: Blood Shadow Battle Saber First Order 57% to 92%. Almost there. The Blood Shadow Battle Saber would soon be upgraded to Second Order. Su Yi happily put away the Blood Shadow Battle Saber. At the same time, he opened the Secret Realm Merit Ranking. No, 7 Su Yi Cultivation, 2nd, Heaven Merit Points 1397. His ranking had directly risen to 7th place. And the top 3, No, 1 Jiang Junhao Cultivation 4th Heaven Merit Points 1687. No, 2 Dai Ying Cultivation 4th Heaven Merit Points 1592. No, 3 Mu Yuanchen Cultivation 3rd Heaven Merit Points 1473. Finally made it into the top 10, the top 3 doesn't seem too far away. Fortunately, there were these unexpected 100 points. Otherwise, he would have had to wait longer to break into the top 10. Su Yi had tasted the sweetness of the mission. It seems he could pay more attention to the mission released by the Secret Realm Army in the future. Oh right, Xiao Ye and the others seem to be back at the base. I should meet up with everyone first. After contacting his friends on his phone, Su Yi immediately headed to the food street. And shortly after Su Yi left, several groups of people arrived at the exchange point in a hurry. Where is he? Senior, where is the person who completed the King Beast mission? Damn it, why did he leave so fast? Let me see who it was. Everyone, no need to look, I know who it is. Facing the gazes of the crowd, a second-year student raised his phone and shook it helplessly. Just now, someone on the merit ranking directly jumped from 22nd to 7th place. What, such a big jump, and the timing is perfect. Needless to say, he must have killed that King Beast. Who is that person? Everyone pulled out their phones. And then, they all locked onto a name. Xiao Ye. Looking at the name ranked 7th on the merit ranking, everyone was stunned. Among a group of veteran students with 4th Heaven and 3rd Heaven Cultivation, Xiao Ye, with his 2nd Heaven Cultivation, appeared so conspicuously in 7th place on the merit ranking. 7th, Xiao Ye is just a first-year freshman, isn't he? How can he already be on the merit ranking at 7th place? I heard that Xiao Ye, in order to quickly earn merit points, didn't act with teammates but was soloing. Doesn't this mean that King Beast was also solo-killed by Xiao Ye? Holy moly, that's even more exaggerated. A 2nd Heaven martial artist can solo a 2nd Order peak King Beast. Even Si Ryuachin back in the day couldn't do that, could he? Compared to him, I feel like I've wasted these past few years. 2nd year King Beast, what kind of prodigy is Xiao Ye? This is too amazing. You're actually using prodigy to describe Xiao Ye. Be careful, so he might challenge you. I was wrong. The current Xiao Ye, I'm afraid I really can't beat him. All the veteran students were dumbfounded. Xiao Ye, this first-year freshman, was too fierce, wasn't he? Solo killing a King Beast. Even the prodigies of Madu University, at the same realm as Xiao Ye, probably couldn't do this. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly let out an exclamation. Look everyone, someone posted on the forum it's about Xiao Ye. About Xiao Ye. They definitely had to check it out. Everyone operated their phones, and soon found the rapidly rising hot post on the forum. After reading it, everyone became even more silent. After a long while, someone spoke uncertainly. This person said they encountered a late-stage 2nd Order Golden Leopard, and Xiao Ye appeared and saved their team. Looking at the time, did Xiao Ye just finish solo-killing a Golden Leopard, and then immediately solo-killed the King Beast? Maybe, probably, possibly, it's true. If that's really the case, just how profound is Xiao Ye's star power, and his combat power is even terrifyingly abnormal. All the veteran students exchanged glances, and one of them spoke, voicing everyone's thoughts. What a prodigy. 160, gift for Xiao Ye. Food street. A Su over here. Xiao Ye had just entered the food street when he saw someone waving at him. It was Xia Zhikyu. Beside him were Xiao Ye, Mu Wanru and others. Seeing these friends, the mood that had been immersed in slaughter for so long seemed to relax quite a bit. Xiao Ye walked over with a smile. Have you been waiting long? Haha, not long, but everyone is waiting for you, the big rich man, to treat us. If it was about money, Xiao Ye certainly wasn't rich among this group of people. But in terms of merit points, Xiao Ye definitely had the most. Xiao Ye had anticipated this situation, and deliberately left 20 merit points at the exchange counter, which was more than enough to treat them to a meal now. I knew it would be like this. Order whatever you want, it's my treat. We were just waiting for you to say that, Asu. Ziyajikyu chuckled and ran off to buy food. As soon as Su Yi sat down, Zhang Chuan couldn't help but lean over. Su Yi, we all saw the news. You're too amazing soloing a king beast. He truly lived up to the potential stock he had favored early on. After entering university, he was practically hitting the daily limit. The others also looked over. Even Shen Mo couldn't help but be curious. How powerful is a king beast? Just then, Ziyajikyu returned with a large plate of roasted rabbit meat. Su Yi picked up a skewer of roasted meat and took a bite. The combat power of a king beast is indeed higher than ordinary star beasts, roughly 5 to 10 times the strength of an ordinary star beast of the same rank. The king beast I killed was also a dual attribute king beast of dark and spiritual attributes. To be honest, it was very difficult to deal with. I was lucky to be able to kill that king beast. It was all luck. Dual attribute king beast. At this, everyone looked at Su Yi with even more astonishment. An additional attribute significantly boosts combat power, and the methods become more varied. Yet Su Yi could solo such a beast. Ziyajikyu felt that the roasted meat in his hand no longer tasted as good. Asu, why do you always manage to say such boastful things in such a humble tone? Su Yi was puzzled. When did I boast? Ziyajikyu, I'll give you a look, you figure it out yourself. You constantly exude the aura of a king of boasting. Even Shen Mo and the others couldn't help but fall silent. Was soloing a king beast really just luck? Then they wanted that kind of luck too. In the midst of the silence, Su Yi pulled out a fist-sized star core from his storage bracelet. It was the light attribute star core obtained after hunting the golden leopard. I obtained this star core by chance. Light attribute star cores are relatively rare, so I didn't give it to the exchange counter. Classmate Xiao, this is for you. A light attribute star core, are you really giving it to me? Xiao looked somewhat surprised. While a light attribute star core was valuable, what made Xiao even happier was this star core was the first gift Su Yi had given her. Of course, among us, you're the only one with light attribute supernatural ability. Su Yi nodded naturally. Such a rare resource should of course be prioritized for his own people. Then I'll accept it. Xiao hesitated only for a moment before taking the star core. As soon as the star core was in her hand, Xiao immediately felt a warm light attribute merge into her body. It felt very comfortable. Tuskasu, is school beauty Xiao the only one getting a gift? Don't I, your brother, deserve a gift too? Woo. Ziyajikyu pretended to wipe his eyes. But his eyes held a teasing smile. Su Yi, you're acting strange. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Whether you deserve it or not, don't you know? Alright, actually, the king beast Black Panther I killed did drop a star core, and it was a dual attribute star core of dark and light attributes. I was going to give it to you. Ziyajikyu immediately showed an embarrassed smile. Oh, how embarrassing. Actually, Asu, you could also use a dark attribute star core, but if you insist on giving it to me then. Unfortunately, I fed that star core to my saber. Ziyajikyu's smile instantly froze. What, fed to your saber? Su Yi enjoyed Ziyajikyu's changing expression for a moment before nodding. Yes, there was a small accident and the star core was used up. But if I really encounter a spiritual attribute star core in the future, I'll definitely save it for you. Ziyajikyu, Asu, you've become mischievous. While Su Yi was joking with his companions, the news of Su Yi soloing a king beast also spread rapidly. The senior students expressed their surprise and admiration for Su Yi's powerful combat strength. No one called Su Yi a first-year freshman who had boosted his strength with drugs anymore. Instead, they regarded Su Yi as a martial artist of their generation, and even with a hint of respect. Soloing a king beast, ranking 7th in merit points, such excellence, even the 3 great geniuses of Mado University at Su Yi's age probably weren't much better than this, right? Everyone seemed to already foresee another peerless prodigy rising rapidly. However, amidst the exclamations, some also paid attention to other information. Mado University. A young student couldn't help but laugh after reading the news on the forum. I didn't go to the secret realm to break through to the 3rd heaven, but I didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen there. After thinking for a moment, the young man immediately made a phone call. A second-order peak king beast, on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd order, that king beast must have already condensed a star core within its body. The king beast's star core and essence blood must have even better effects, right? That Su Yi is just from an ordinary background. He definitely doesn't know the wonderful uses of a king beast star core and essence blood. Immediately contact someone in the secret realm and have him find Su Yi to buy the star core and essence blood from him. On the other end of the phone, an old voice immediately agreed. Yes, young master, I will contact someone to purchase them now. If you can obtain the King Beast's star core and essence blood, young master's breakthrough to the third heaven will surely be smoother, and your supernatural ability will become even more perfect. The young man's lips curved into a smile. Since you know, why aren't you hurrying to get it done? Yes. Secret Realm, Chinese letter, Food Street. Xiao Qiyu carefully put away the light attribute star core, then looked at Su Yi thoughtfully. You mean, the King Beast's star core and essence blood were both fed to your blood shadow battle saber. That long saber refined from a blade embryo. Su Yi nodded. That's right. At the time, I felt that the blood shadow battle saber was very eager for the star core and essence blood, so I gave it to it. To be honest, I didn't expect the blood shadow battle saber to actually eat the star core. Seeing Xiao Qiyu's thoughtful expression, Su Yi's heart stirred. Is something amiss? No. Xiao Qiyu shook her head, then smiled slightly. Not only is nothing amiss, but this might even be a good thing for you. Actually, the King Beast's star core and essence blood. Just as Xiao Qiyu was about to explain, a shadow enveloped their table. At the same time, an impolite voice sounded. Which of you is Su Ye, the Su Ye who soloed the King Beast? 161. Mistress, you've already found your way to death. Su Yi and others all looked up. They immediately saw two young men who were acting incredibly arrogant. Both were wearing flashy combat suits. One had golden hair gathered in the middle, standing high like a coxcomb. The other had a 3/7 split haircut, and he must have used so much hair wax that a mosquito landing on it could do the splits. The two men's gazes swept over everyone, then quickly locked onto Su Yi. No other reason. He was too conspicuously handsome. Su Yi frowned. These people came at the worst possible time. Didn't they hear that Xiao Qiyu was about to start their lesson, explaining the King Beast's star core and essence blood? Who are you? Su Yi spoke impatiently. Coxcomb Head immediately got angry. Hey, what's with your attitude, kid? Do you even know who we are? 3/7 split haircut, however, stopped his companion. All right, he's just a kid from the countryside. Why bother arguing so much with him? With that, 3/7 split haircut looked at Su Yi. Kid, I heard you soloed a King Beast. I've checked, and the King Beast's star core and essence blood were both taken by you. Such good stuff is too hot for you to handle, so sell it to us. Seeing Su Yi just looking at them coldly without speaking, 3/7 split haircut chuckled inwardly. This kind of bumpkin, how would he know the importance of a King Beast's star core and essence blood? Give him a little money, and he'd probably happily hand over the items. I'll give you 3 million, hand over the star core and essence blood. 3/7 split haircut had an air of charity. And hearing his words, Shen Mo and Zhang Chuan were both stunned. Su Yi even had to try hard to control himself from throwing a punch. 3 million. Was he trying to get rid of a beggar? When his supernatural ability evolved previously, he spent 2 million to buy a second-tier star core. Not to mention, the star core he obtained from hunting the King Beast was clearly of higher quality, and there was all that essence blood. Xiao Qiyu even stood up directly. 3 million. I'll give you 3 million. How about you get me a King Beast star core plus all its essence blood? Did these people really think they could bully Su Yi just because he didn't understand? Coxcomb Head glanced at Xiao Qiyu, and his eyes immediately showed admiration. As a martial artist's cultivation improves, their physical quality constantly increases, their skin becomes better, and their temperament becomes more refined. With a breakthrough to the extraordinary, their appearance also improves. As a higher education institution, Model University naturally had many beauties. However, even so, the young girl in front of him was definitely top tier. Not only was her appearance refined and otherworldly, but more importantly, her temperament, warm like sunshine yet pure like morning dew, was even more attractive. Little beauty, what's your name? I'm a third-year senior, a 3 heavens martial artist, you know. With your realm, it's still too dangerous in the secret realm. How about teaming up with me? Big brother will take you to farm merit points, all right. Come, let's go somewhere to discuss in detail. Saying that, Coxcomb Head couldn't help but reach out to grab Xiao Qiyu's hand, preparing to go to a nearby grove to discuss life and ideals. However, Coxcomb Head's hand hadn't even touched Xiao Qiyu's hand when it was grabbed by another hand. It was Su Ye. Coxcomb Head impatiently shook it off. Let go of me, I don't want to talk about life with a stinky man. Eh? Coxcomb Head exclaimed in surprise. With that shake, he actually failed to shake off Su Yi's hand. On the contrary, Su Yi's hand was gripping his tightly, constantly exerting force. Squeak squeak. Coxcomb Head's hand was actually being directly deformed by Su Yi. Coxcomb Head was immediately shocked and angry, and he tried to break free from Su Yi again, but still got no response. Instead, The pain in his hand grew stronger and stronger. Let go quickly, it hurts so much. Coxcomb Head's companion saw Xiao Ye grabbing Coxcomb Head's hand, but initially didn't pay much attention. Xiao Ye was only a second heaven martial artist, while his companion was a third heaven martial artist. 3-7 Split Haircut was even waiting to see Xiao Ye make a fool of himself. A first-year freshman who was a second heaven martial artist actually dared to challenge a third-year senior. He was simply asking for trouble and deserved a lesson. However, what he didn't expect was to hear his companion's screams. Xiao Ye sneered. It was already sunset. In the darkness, his physical quality had once again improved. Even though he was a second heaven martial artist, Xiao Ye's physical quality had long surpassed that of ordinary three heavens martial artist. Xiao Ye, let go quickly. You can't fight within the outpost. Do you want to be locked in a dark room? 3-7 Split Haircut raised his voice. Not being allowed to fight within the outpost was a rule set by the Secret Realm Army. Xiao Ye had punched Li Hongfei away earlier because Li Hongfei had provoked him first, so that was understandable. But this time, Xiao Ye looked deeply at Coxcomb Head. Limit burst. Crack. Coxcomb Head only felt as if his hand had been run over by a heavy tank, his bones making a crisp sound. It was definitely broken. Seeing Coxcomb Head's hand completely deformed, Xiao Ye finally let go. Fight? When did I fight? I was just shaking hands warmly with a third-year senior. I just didn't expect the senior's body to be so weak, not even as strong as a first-year freshman like me. It's a bit disappointing. You. 3-7 Split Haircut glared at Xiao Ye, but was secretly surprised. Xiao Ye's strength was actually greater than his third heaven companions. What kind of prodigy was this? No wonder he could solo a king beast. If he were to fight now, he might not even be Xiao Ye's opponent, which would be even more embarrassing. It was better to complete young Master Wang's instructions first. Xiao Ye, we're here to buy things. We'll buy both the Star Core and the Essence Blood. If you're not satisfied with the price, just name your price. Seeing the strength Xiao Ye displayed, 3-7 Split Haircut no longer dared to continue buying at the 3 million price. He could only grit his teeth and spend more money. He had originally thought he could take the opportunity to make a big profit. What bad luck. Xiao Ye coldly swept a glance at 3-7 Split Haircut. Not selling. 3-7 Split Haircut immediately became anxious. I already said you can name your own price. Are you still worried I don't have money? Even if he didn't have money, young Master Wang behind him did. Xiao Ye not selling. 3-7 Split Haircut stared at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, to tell you the truth, the one who wants to buy the Star Core and Essence Blood is young Master Wang. Young Master Wang of the Jade Capital Wang family. He's not someone you can afford to offend. I advise you not to play hard to get any more and quickly hand over the Star Core and Essence Blood. Jade Capital Wang family. It was also a martial Dao aristocratic family. Although it couldn't compare to the Su family, it was considered a second-rate family. But so what? It's the same no matter who comes, not selling. That Star Core and Essence Blood have already been used up, don't bother me anymore. You used it up, do you even know how to use it? 3-7 Split Haircut was so angry he laughed. Xiao Ye only killed the King Beast and returned to the outpost this afternoon, and a King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood, how could they be used up just like that? This was definitely a lie. He would rather tell such an obvious lie than sell it to young Master Wang. Xiao Ye, are you determined to offend young Master Wang? He's not someone you can afford to offend. Xiao Ye sighed. He just wanted to eat, drink, and laugh with his friends, but someone had to come and disturb him. Little 3, you have already chosen a path to death. 162, a spirit. At first, 3-7 Split Haircut didn't understand. What mistress? But he understood Xiao Ye's action of holding the blade. You, what are you going to do? This is a base, you can't fight, and you certainly can't use a blade. Help Secret Realm Army, someone's using a blade. Although 3-7 Split Haircut was a third-year student, a 3 heavens martial artist. But at this moment, facing Xiao Ye, who was only at second heaven cultivation, he felt fear from the bottom of his bones. Asu. Even Xia Jikyu, who disliked 3-7 Split Haircut and Coxcomb Head, couldn't help but call out softly when he saw Xiao Ye holding the blade. Although these two were hateful, it wasn't worth being locked up in a dark room for them. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. Hiss. On the black blood shadow battle saber, a red mist seemed to rise, drifting towards 3-7 Split Haircut and Coxcomb Head. Immediately, the two felt the surrounding scene change, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were before them. Their ears were filled with eerie sounds of slaughter. Moreover, a pair of fierce dark golden eyes stared at them, transforming into a black mist, opening a huge mouth, and pouncing towards them fiercely. Thud. Su Ye merely released a trace of the Blood Shadow Overlord Blade's aura, and that trace of Blood Fiend Chi, accumulated from killing king beasts, had just enveloped the two. The two immediately knelt. What's going on? Who's fighting at the base? A team from the Secret Realm army quickly arrived, looking at Su Ye and others sitting at the table, then at 3/7 split haircut and coxcomb head kneeling on the ground, clearly not in their right mind. Their gaze quickly fixed on Su Ye, who had a long blade placed in front of him. Did you make a move? Su Ye politely stood up. Seniors, I didn't make a move. I was just having a meal with friends here, and these two suddenly came over trying to force a sale. I said the item had already been used, but they didn't believe me, so I could only show proof. Perhaps these two finally realized they had wronged me and knelt to apologize. The leader of this Secret Realm army team looked at Su Ye suspiciously. You really didn't make a move. The two kneeling on the ground were clearly not right, and he didn't believe that any martial artist would actually kneel to apologize. Su Ye, senior, I really didn't make a move. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance or ask the people around. I was still some distance from them when they knelt. It was already evening, and people were already coming to eat on the food street. The commotion on Su Ye's side naturally attracted a lot of attention, and immediately, nearby diners loudly supported Su Ye. That's right, Junior Su didn't even move his hand, and these two knelt. They wanted to buy a King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood for 3 million. If I were Junior Su, I'd at least give them a beating. Junior Su not making a move shows his good upbringing. I think these two kneeling is quite good. The surrounding diners also roughly understood what had happened, and looked down on 3/7 split haircut and coxcomb heads, attempt to buy the King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood for 3 million. They tried to force a sale, failed, and then tried to threaten Su Ye. They deserved the lesson. So, although everyone could tell that Su Ye had used some means to teach these two a lesson, they still spoke up to support Su Ye. The Secret Realm army personnel listened to the clamoring voices around them, and also understood the whole story. All right, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Withdraw. As he left, the leader of this Secret Realm army team even winked at Su Ye. Good job, young student. Su Ye smiled, and after the Secret Realm army personnel left, he kicked 3/7 split haircut who was still kneeling. Aren't you going to scram? Don't kill me. I help. 3/7 split haircut and coxcomb head, after being kicked by Su Ye, all cried out in panic, and then slowly woke up from that hell-like scene of slaughter. When they fully recovered and heard the mocking voices around them, they finally understood what had happened. They didn't dare to say a word and fled in panic. Su Ye, too terrifying. Looking at the two's pathetic fleeing figures, Su Ye shook his head. To be so easily affected by Blood Fiend Chi, these two's mental energy and willpower were too poor. As for young Master Wang behind these two, Su Ye scoffed. He still needed rank 2 resources, so it seemed that young Master Wang was not some master either. Not worth mentioning. Sitting back down, Su Ye looked at Xiao Qiu. Classmate Xiao, you said my blade embryo absorbing the King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood is a good thing. Xiao Qiu nodded. That's right. In fact, the greatest use of a King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood is to help supernatural ability awakeners enhance their supernatural ability, and it might even stimulate supernatural ability evolution. Of course, the probability of supernatural ability evolution is very low, but there have indeed been people who evolved their supernatural ability with King Beast Star Cores and Essence Blood, which is why King Beast Star Cores and Essence Blood are even more sought after by supernatural ability awakeners. As she spoke, Xiao Qiu looked at Su Ye. When they fell into the Secret Realm and encountered Urha on the snowy mountain, it was thanks to Su Ye's supernatural ability evolving and growing wings that they managed to escape. She had thought that Su Ye had evolved using the King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood back then, but why did Su Ye seem to know nothing about it? Although she was puzzled, Xiao Qiu explained the function of the King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood in more detail. Su Ye nodded repeatedly as he listened. This was somewhat similar to his supernatural ability evolution ritual. However, it was clear that ordinary supernatural ability awakeners had a very low probability of evolving their supernatural ability using King Beast Star Cores and Essence Blood, and the direction was uncertain. But with the system, he could continuously evolve his supernatural ability, and even actively choose the direction. System, you are the best. Su Ye listened with great interest, and Xia Zhikyu and Zhang Xuan beside him were also equally interested. These contents were not even in the patrol bureau system, so it was probably because their rank was too low or their authority was insufficient. Shen Mo and Mu Wanru, however, clearly already knew about these things. Then my blade embryo absorbing the King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood, it won't evolve too, will it? Su Ye raised an eyebrow. After absorbing those items, the system panel did not show any increase in the Blood Shadow Battle Saber's rank. Xiao Ye shook her head. An ordinary blade embryo cannot absorb a king beast's star core and essence blood. Even if it did, its rank wouldn't increase. There's only one possibility for this situation. Student Su, your blade embryo is full of spirituality. It absorbs the king beast's star core and essence blood to nurture its own spirituality. If it absorbs enough king beast star cores and essence blood, who knows? One day a divine artifact spirit might be born. Divine artifact spirit. Su Yi's eyes lit up. This thing, it sounded very advanced. And even in novels, most things that could give birth to a divine artifact spirit were divine artifacts or something. It must be a good thing. Xiao Ye looked at Su Yi's interested expression and couldn't help but smile wryly. Of course, this is just a possibility. As far as I know, there are not many divine artifact spirits in the entire Federation, so Student Su, don't hold too much hope. However, higher weapon spirituality is always a good thing. It allows you to use it more skillfully, and even helps with comprehending blade technique. Since your long blade is full of spirituality, Student Su, you can try hunting king beasts in the future and feeding them their star cores and essence blood. Although purchasing them also has an effect, it's best to hunt the king beasts yourself with your long blade, and then let it devour the star cores and essence blood. Su Yi nodded repeatedly. He kept this in mind. At the same time, thoughts whirled in his mind. Others couldn't make weapons give birth to divine artifact spirits, but he, Su Yi, was determined to try. Isn't it just killing king beasts? Arranged. 163. Wang Xiao's presence signifies an imminent breakthrough. Magic City. In a luxurious villa. 3/7 split haircut and coxcomb head were weeping uncontrollably. Young Master Wang tilde. Young Master Wang, you must uphold justice for us. Young Master Wang, that Su Yi is too much. He clearly knew we were doing business for you, yet not only did he refuse to sell us the king beast star core and essence blood, he even beat us up. Coxcomb head pitifully raised his hand, which was swollen like a pig's trotters. Young Master Wang, look, this was all done by Su Yi. Young Master Wang, Wang Buping, sat on the sofa, frowning as he looked at 3/7 split haircut and coxcomb head. He felt his eyes hurt. They cried too ugly. However, his face as young Master Wang could not be lost. You're saying that Su Yi knew you were my people, yet he still refused you and beat you. Coxcomb head nodded repeatedly, raising his pig's trotters-like hand even higher. Young Master Wang, look at how vulgar Su Yi is. 3/7 split haircut shivered instinctively. Young Master Wang, we immediately told him your identity, but Su Yi still wouldn't sell, and he didn't just break our hands, he. Wang Buping grew impatient. What else? 3/7 split haircut shivered again. He even scared us. Wang Buping. 3/7 split haircut noticed the veins throbbing on Wang Buping's forehead and quickly explained. I mean, Su Yi created something like an illusion, making us feel as if we were in a mountain of blades and a sea of fire to scare us. So that's how he scared you. Wang Buping nodded. That Su Yi is only a second heaven, yet he can control you 2/3 heaven martial artists. Although you are useless, that Su Yi does have some ability. However, there is nothing Wang Buping wants that he cannot obtain. Make arrangements. I also want to enter the secret realm. I refuse to believe it. If I, Wang Buping, go to buy it myself, I still can't get it. In the secret realm. Su Yi was completely unaware that Wang Buping was going to personally come in to buy things from him. At this moment, he was rapidly moving through the secret realm, heading quickly towards his target star beast. Just now in the food street, Su Yi not only learned how to make a blade embryo give birth to a spirit, but also received new information. After this period of exploration, the secret realm army had found another passage in the secret realm, which was the passage connecting to the star beast world. The so-called secret realm is a part of the space in a star beast world that is on the verge of collapse. Because the star beast world is adjacent to the blue star where Su Yi and the others are, when the star beast world is about to collapse, its scattered space may pass through the adjacent interface of the two worlds and enter blue star. And such a secret realm usually produces two passages. One connects to the blue star world, and the other still connects to the star beast world. Therefore, when a secret realm descends, the secret realm army will first determine the secret realm rank, which is the highest rank of star beast that this secret realm can support. For example, the secret realm Su Yi and the others are currently exploring has a secret realm rank of 4, so the highest rank of star beast it can support is only a 4th rank. Afterwards, the secret realm army will quickly explore the secret realm to find its other passage. The other passage in the secret realm connects to the star beast world. As long as the passage exists, there will be a continuous stream of star beasts entering it. At such times, there are generally two approaches. One is to control the secret realm passage and monitor it constantly, allowing this secret realm to become a training ground for blue star martial artists, and to always keep track of the secret realm's situation. The other is to directly seal the secret realm passage. In this way, no star beasts will flood into this secret realm, and it may even slowly dissipate. However, generally speaking, the secret realm army usually adopts the first method. Sealing the secret realm passage requires a large consumption of resources, and the higher the rank of the secret realm, the more difficult it is to seal, and there is even a possibility of backlash. By controlling the secret realm passage, the secret realm can be used as a training ground, allowing Blue Star's martial artists to continuously engage in combat, while also continuously acquiring star beast resources to cultivate martial artists and constantly supply fresh blood to the divine realm battlefield. All of the above is general knowledge. For Xiao Ye, the secret realm army had already found the passage and begun to control the secret realm, which also meant that the secret realm exploration was coming to an end. Once they have killed all existing star beasts in the secret realm or thoroughly investigated the situation, confirming that every corner of the secret realm no longer poses unexpected dangers, this secret realm will become a training secret realm. And those like Xiao Ye who entered the secret realm for exploration will have completed their mission. This also meant that the secret realm merit point ranking had entered a countdown. I need to speed up. Xiao Ye's speed increased further. Not only to enter the top 3 of the secret realm merit point ranking, but also because such a good opportunity for slaughter during secret realm exploration was truly rare. Once the secret realm exploration ends, the 20% discount in the secret realm will also be gone. I need to seize this opportunity to kill more star beasts and earn more merit points. Second rank Yao beasts are no longer enough. I can try killing third rank Yao beasts. I'll first raise my own cultivation to the third heaven. A whoosh! The blood shadow battle saber swung. A python fell straight down, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The second order peak giant python dead. Slaughter value plus 289. After another 5 days of slaughter, Xiao Ye glanced at his panel. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendence Second Heaven LV9. Slaughter value, 2781. I'm already at Second Heaven LV9. One more cultivation breakthrough, and I'll be at Third Heaven, and this breakthrough requires 3000 slaughter value. I still need 219 slaughter value. I just need to kill one more late stage or peak second rank star beast, and that will be enough. Once he breaks through to Third Heaven, he could rush into the Third Heaven star beast area, and then his merit points would definitely increase faster. Lowering his head, Xiao Ye stored the giant python's corpse and opened his map. 20 li ahead, there are traces of a second-order peak bear-type star beast's activity. That's the one. Xiao Ye determined the direction and rushed forward again. At the same time, he continuously absorbed the star power from the heavens and earth to restore his expended star power. He would soon be able to break through to Third Heaven. However, who said this was a late-stage second-rank star beast? This is clearly a third rank. Xiao Ye looked at the bear-type star beast, which was like a small mountain, and his eyes widened in surprise. This size. It was clearly a third rank. Information can really be misleading. Xiao Ye smiled bitterly. The most crucial thing was roar. The bear-type star beast had clearly noticed Xiao Ye's movements, letting out an angry roar and raising its giant paw, larger than a bed board, directly at Xiao Ye. Hateful two-legged beast. Previously, a two-legged beast almost killed it, but fortunately, it broke through to third rank at the critical moment and survived. Now encountering another two-legged beast, the giant bear naturally vented all its anger on Xiao Ye. Anyway, in the giant bear's eyes, all these two-legged beasts looked similar. Kill first, then talk. 164. Nobody should steal my monsters. Boom! The giant bear's paw, with a sonic boom, heavily slammed towards Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye raised his saber to block. The blood shadow battle saber met the giant bear's paw, but the immense force transmitted still made Xiao Ye's knees bend, and his feet sank into the ground. Such great power. The most crucial thing was, as the long saber and the giant bear's paw made contact, star power continuously flowed along the long saber, like a saw, yet it could only leave a shallow bloody mark on the giant bear's paw. Bear-type star beasts are indeed thick-skinned and tough-fleshed. Especially rank 3 star beasts, they are even harder to kill. But it's not impossible to kill. Whoosh! So he suddenly withdrew his saber and turned around. Using his speed and agility, he dodged the giant bear's powerful attacks, instead playing hide-and-seek with it. The star beast giant bear was nearly 50 meters tall, standing there like a small mountain. Each swing of its paw carried immense power. Each step it took caused the ground to shake. But precisely because of this, its massive body made the star beast giant bear's movements cumbersome. Xiao Ye circled the giant bear, slashing through its fur with a saber. The giant bear had just felt the pain and hadn't reacted yet when Xiao Ye quickly moved, attacking another spot. Ow! The giant bear roared in frustration. This two-legged beast was too annoying, like a tiny flea. And it was a tiny flea that bit very painfully. Aside from its skull, claws, and a carefully protected chest and abdomen, its body was covered in wounds of various sizes. All done by this two-legged beast. The giant bear felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded. If this continued, this little flea wouldn't kill him, but he would bleed to death. Roar! Flames instantly ignited fiercely, all over the giant bear's body. This human little flea had truly angered it. The giant bear wanted to show him some real power. Facing the blazing flames, Xiao Ye had to retreat 2 steps, putting distance between himself and the giant bear. Damn, playing this big. If he really touched those blazing rank 3 flames, resisting them would consume a huge amount of star power. However, this star beast burning flames consumes even more star power. Let's see whose star power is more abundant and who can last longer. Xiao Ye simply stopped his strong attacks, instead pulling back a bit and continuing to play hide-and-seek with the giant bear. Forcing the giant bear to maintain its flame-imbued state, the giant bear activated its flame-imbued state. The huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of 2 nearby teams who were hunting star beasts. Which team is hunting star beasts, making such a huge commotion? Aren't they afraid of attracting other star beasts? Captain, should we go take a look? Maybe we can even help. I think you want to get a piece of the pie. Just as I thought, let's go take a look. Captain, it's that flame bear, a rank 3 star beast. It was our next target. In that case, let's go take a look. Soon, people from both teams arrived at the battle scene. And they saw Xiao Ye fighting the giant bear. It's him. Zheng Yu, the captain of one team, exclaimed in a low voice. Old Zheng, do you know who this is? He dares to solo a star beast, quite bold, and he hasn't even used star power armor. Isn't that being too overconfident? The other team captain was named Tian Meng, and his most striking feature was his bald head. Zheng Yu shook his head helplessly. Tian Meng, you don't even know him. You're too out of touch. He is the only freshman team captain who entered this secret realm, and also the super fierce person Xiao Ye, who vowed to enter the top 3 of the merit points ranking. As for why he didn't use star power armor, that's because he simply can't. He's only in the 2nd heaven right now. What? 2nd heaven dares to solo a rank 3 star beast? What kind of peerless fierce person is this? Tian Meng couldn't help but touch his bald head. He had been leading his brothers to bravely kill monsters in the secret realm for some time, just wanting to accumulate more merit points and exchange for more cultivation resources. He simply had no time to browse the forums. He didn't expect to have missed such a fierce person. Amazing, amazing. Old Tian, when I was a freshman, I couldn't compare to this little brother. Oh no, that flame bear is calling for companions. Tian Meng exclaimed. The flame giant bear, which was fighting Xiao Ye, finally discovered the cunning of the two-legged beast. It had been dragging it out, making him use flame imbuement. Now, most of its star power had been consumed. If this continued, the two-legged beast wouldn't be dealt with, but its star power would be exhausted first. But the flame giant bear had no way to deal with Xiao Ye for a while. At this time, it could only use its ultimate move. Awuo tilde tilde tilde. The flame giant bear roared towards the sky, its voice spreading far and wide. Brother, this beast is looking for helpers. Do you want us to help and quickly take it down? Tian Meng revealed himself and suggested loudly. Xiao Ye glanced at the bald man behind him. He was quite nice. However, thanks, but I can handle it. Heh, this junior is quite arrogant. Tian Meng touched his bald head again. Since the junior didn't need his help, he would just watch the show from the side. Then roar. A huge roar came. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw an even larger brown-black giant bear rapidly approaching. There were large trees blocking the giant bear's path, but the giant bear didn't stop at all, directly crashing into them. Boom! The big tree was directly sent flying, not even leaving a trace on the giant bear's body. The brown-black giant bear thus flew past, knocking down trees along the way. And as the giant bear approached, Xiao Ye also judged its rank by its size. Rank 3 late stage. Junior, do you still not need our help? Tian Meng couldn't help but ask loudly again. A rank 3 late stage giant bear, and one with tough skin, thick flesh and powerful attacks. Even if their team encountered it, they would have to deal with it carefully, with a whole team slowly surrounding and killing it. However, when Xiao Ye saw the rank 3 late-stage giant bear arrive, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Senior, I can do it. No one can snatch my monster. With that, he no longer paid attention to the rapidly approaching brown-black giant bear, but instead stared intently at the black giant bear in front of him. I'll start with you. Swish. The long saber fiercely pierced into the flames, leaving a deep wound on the black giant bear's body. 91. 92. 95. 100. Fatal strike. Hiss. Just as the brown-black giant bear was only 100 meters away from Xiao Ye and the others, the blood shadow battle saber in Xiao Ye's hand directly pierced into the black giant bear's heart. The star power entwined on the blood shadow battle saber suddenly exploded, directly shattering the giant bear's heart. The black giant bear looked at its approaching savior, a look of unwillingness in its eyes, and then its eyes gradually became lifeless. Finally, with a thud, it fell directly to the ground. Slaughter value plus 333. Xiao Ye didn't hesitate and directly summoned the system. System add points. 165. Extraordinary triple heaven, a genius's way of showing off. Burning 3000 slaughter value, cultivation level plus 1. As the slaughter value was burned, Xiao Ye only felt the star power within his body circulate faster and more powerfully, carrying an aura of no return as he fiercely launched an attack. Crack! Inside his body, the sound of glass shattering echoed. Xiao Ye understood that the barrier from transcendent second heaven to third heaven, cultivation realm, had been broken. Cultivation level, dark prison demonic dragon technique, transcendent second heaven LV9 to transcendent third heaven LV1. Slaughter value, 3114 to 114. Power. Even stronger power surged from deep within his body, and at the same time, the injuries he sustained during the battle with the black giant bear instantly healed. The feeling of a breakthrough was good. However, Xiao Ye glanced at the panel. Only 114 slaughter value remained, which was insufficient for either a cultivation breakthrough or for adding points to skills. Still a long way to go. Meanwhile, the few third-year students who were worried about Xiao Ye all had their mouths wide open. What the? Tianmeng rubbed his eyes fiercely. I didn't see wrong, did I? He had a breakthrough just like that. Was breaking through to third heaven, cultivation realm that easy? Back then, to break through to transcendent third heaven, he had made many preparations, specifically applied for the school's cultivation room, and only with various resources did he successfully break through. But Xiao Ye broke through so easily in battle. He successfully broke through, without even consuming any resources. However, Tianming looked at Xiao Ye's frowning, dissatisfied expression. Junior student, are you dissatisfied with something? Did something go wrong with the breakthrough? He said, becoming nervous again. This sudden breakthrough by the junior student might indeed have some after effects. If something went wrong during the breakthrough of such a genius junior student, that would be bad. Xiao Ye frowned. There's nothing wrong with the breakthrough, it's just too slow. Even with adding points, a breakthrough still required a little time, and in battle it was easy for someone to exploit this gap. So a breakthrough in battle was possible, but one must be well prepared. Otherwise he wouldn't be fully revived, but would be instantly defeated. However, Xiao Ye's summary words when heard by Tianming shocked him greatly. Junior student, you said the breakthrough was too slow. When was your last breakthrough? Last time. Xiao Ye thought for a moment, following Tianming's words. Are you talking about breaking through to second heaven cultivation level? That was when the secret realm just opened, right? It's been almost a month. Tianming felt completely dizzy. 1 month from second heaven cultivation level to third heaven cultivation realm, and you still complain it's too slow. How were they, the senior students who took 3 years to break through to third heaven cultivation realm, supposed to live? I'm so stupid, really. I knew asking would be humiliating, yet I still asked the genius about his cultivate speed. The blow was too great. Zheng Yu from the other team couldn't help but exclaim. Damn, I thought those rich second generation and cultivator second gen cultivator, showing off their family background and connections were already quite arrogant, but I didn't expect. A genius showing off his cultivation level is the most arrogant. I admire it. If he had Xiao Ye's cultivate talent, he would also want to show off to others. Just like Xiao Ye did to him today. All the third-year senior students were shocked by Xiao Ye's invisible display of arrogance. But the brown-black giant bear, unable to understand human speech, was enraged. This two-legged beast. It actually killed his mate right in front of him. Pigs could tolerate it, but bears could not. Roar! The brown-black giant bear let out a fierce roar, then violently charged towards Xiao Ye. This roar brought everyone out of their dazed state. Tianming even cried out in alarm. "Be careful." As he spoke, he was about to step forward to help. Although Xiao Ye had said he didn't need help earlier, as the giant bear approached, they confirmed that this was a late-stage Tier 3 giant bear. And it was an enraged late-stage Tier 3 giant bear. Even though Xiao Ye had now broken through to third heaven, cultivation realm, facing such a fierce beast alone was still very dangerous. However, facing the pouncing brown-black giant bear, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. Good timing. Not enough slaughter value. Wasn't it just delivering itself to him? Hiss. Even more powerful star power coiled around the blood shadow battle saber in his hand. Xiao Ye directly raised his saber and met it head-on. Boom! The long saber and the bear claw collided fiercely. Then Xiao Ye flew backward at an even faster speed. He crashed through 2 large trees before finally stopping at the last one. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Ye coughed violently a few times, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Junior student, are you all right? Tianming couldn't help but worry. Zheng Yu couldn't help but say, Junior student, you definitely can't handle such a fierce beast alone. Let us help you. At most, we won't compete with you for this bear's merit points. Zheng Yu thought Xiao Ye was reluctant to share the merit points with them. While worried, he also felt that this junior student was a bit prioritizing merit points over his life. If he lost his life, what good were merit points? However, facing their suggestions, Xiao Ye firmly shook his head. He continued to charge forward with his saber. This time, Xiao Ye did not clash head-on with the giant bear again, but instead wanted to continue wearing it down by playing hide-and-seek. But this brown-black giant bear's combat experience was clearly much richer than the previous one, and its movements were also more agile. Xiao Ye's long saber left a few deep, bone-visible saber marks on its body. But the brown-black giant bear also almost directly disemboweled Xiao Ye with a single claw. Fortunately, Xiao Ye had always worn the earth element inner armor from the Xuanyuan family, which blocked the black bear's sharp claws, but his combat uniform was tattered. Almost disemboweled by the black bear, Xiao Ye's movements became more cautious and patient. He just kept circling the opponent with his blood shadow battle saber. At the same time, he counted his saber strikes. 10 strikes, 20 strikes, 30 strikes, all the way to 100 strikes. Now, Xiao Ye's figure leaped high, and the black blood shadow battle saber struck down again. The brown-black giant bear was unfazed. This 2-legged beast saber could at most leave some wounds on its body, but it absolutely could not take its life. The star beast's massive size greatly enhanced its resistance to attacks. However, this time, as the long saber sliced across the giant bear's back, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the blood shadow battle saber. Star power burst forth. Boom! The blood shadow battle saber fiercely pierced into the black bear's back, burying itself to the hilt. Then, as Xiao Ye descended, the long saber continued to cut down. Hiss! With a soft sound. The long saber actually split the black bear's entire back vertically into 2 halves, as if wielded by the most skilled butcher, with no resistance at all, a seamless cut. It revealed the stark white spine below, and behind the ribs, a pulsating red heart. Ow! The intense pain made the giant bear let out a fierce roar. It truly felt the loss of life, and wanted to turn around to completely deal with the 2-legged beast. However, it was too late. Whoosh! The blood shadow battle saber flew out of his hand, directly towards the giant bear. Even if the giant bear ignited flames all over its body to try and block it, where would there be flames in the already separated flesh and blood? The blood shadow battle saber pierced into the giant bear's body almost without hindrance, puncturing its huge, still beating heart. Banged! The heart exploded. Xiao Ye, being kind-hearted, allowed the brown-black giant bear to die exactly like his old mate. Slaughter value plus 512. 166. Birdman rescue. The martial arts world isn't just about fighting and killing. Hearing the slaughter value feedback, Xiao Ye finally relaxed completely. He calmed his breathing, and popped 2 more healing pills made by Zhang Chuan into his mouth. Although he had the earth element inner armor for defense during his fight with the dark brown giant bear, Xiao Ye had still sustained serious internal injuries. And now, his slaughter value wasn't enough to advance another rank, so he could only rely on the pills for now. These healing pills aren't quite high rank enough. I'll have to get Zhang Chuan some advanced materials later to make some higher ranked healing pills. Xiao Ye muttered, already beside the dark brown giant bear. He first checked its head and shook his head in dissatisfaction. No loot dropped surprisingly. The fur on the giant bear's body was also torn to shreds by Xiao Ye. This corpse brought to the exchange point would definitely yield a high amount of merit points. Despite this, Su Ye still carefully collected the giant bear's body, placing it into a storage pouch specifically used for corpses. After tidying everything up, Tian Meng and Zheng Yu finally walked over. They gave Su Ye a thumbs up. "Little Junior, you're amazing. You actually soloed a rank 3 late-stage giant bear star beast." Su Ye's combat power alone was comparable to their entire team. This first-year freshman was not to be underestimated. Su Ye smiled slightly. "I also owe it to you senior brothers for helping me stand by, which allowed me to fight it with peace of mind. However, it was also good luck that I was able to take down this star beast. If you senior brothers had gone, you definitely would have taken it down easily." Tian Meng and Zheng Yu exchanged an awkward glance. This little junior's usual demeanor was completely different from his fierce demeanor in battle. Why was he so humble and low-key normally? They even had to adjust their own states accordingly. And most importantly, they could tell that this little brother wanted to exchange compliments. But they really couldn't easily take down a rank 3 late-stage giant bear star beast. They were a bit at a loss for words with this exchange of compliments. Buzz tilde. Just then Su Ye's smart wristband vibrated. At the same time, Tian Meng and Zheng Yu's wristwatches also vibrated. All three of them instantly tensed up and quickly pulled out their phones. Someone nearby was sending out a distress signal. After pulling out his phone and checking the specific information, Su Ye's expression changed dramatically. The ones sending out the distress signal were actually Xiao Ye and the others. How did they get so deep in here? Su Ye didn't have time to think too much. Saving them was the priority now. "Little Junior, let's go together." Tian Meng instinctively wanted to call Su Ye to go save them together. However, he looked up. Where's Little Junior? Where was he? How did he disappear in an instant? Even if he ran, it shouldn't be to the point where they couldn't even see his back, right? Zheng Yu, beside him, couldn't help but raise his hand and point to the sky. "Look!" Tian Meng followed Zheng Yu's finger upwards and then, he instantly froze. "That winged birdman couldn't be Little Junior, could it?" Zheng Yu nodded blankly. "You got it right." Tian Meng was also stunned. "My goodness, Little Junior, can he actually fly?" In just a moment, Su Ye's figure had already quickly disappeared into the sky. Tian Meng and Zheng Yu, along with their companions, slowly retracted their gazes, then couldn't help but sigh. Sigh tilde. Comparing people to people is deadly. Comparing goods to goods is trash. Su Ye was only a first-year freshman. Only a first-year freshman. Not only could he solo a rank 3 late-stage violent star beast, but he could also fly. And look at them. Forget it, forget it. We mortals still shouldn't compare ourselves to prodigies. What I'm most curious about now is, will this little junior Su Ye's future achievements be higher or lower than those like Si Ryuachin? This. Zheng Yu shook his head. He didn't understand the world of geniuses. He would just wait and see. Tian Meng no longer thought about these things but instead asked doubtfully, "Old Zheng, do you think we still need to go for the rescue?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Rescue my ass. Su Ye has already gone, where would we still be needed? Didn't the rescue message say, the other party only encountered a rank 3 middle stage star beast. Little Junior will definitely take it down with ease." Saying that, Zheng Yu rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, Little Junior didn't even show his flying ability when he was fighting the rank 3 late stage giant bear star beast just now. Otherwise his battle would have been even easier. But now that he heard someone needed rescuing, he actually flew out directly. Could it be that the team sending the distress signal are people Little Junior knows? Tian Meng recalled the information from just now, then slapped his bald head. That's right, the members of that team are all first-year freshmen, so they must be people Little Junior knows. They were probably even on the same team as Little Junior originally. No wonder Little Junior was so anxious. Zheng Yu suddenly became interested. "Then we have to go take a look." Tian Meng was puzzled. "Didn't you just say there was no need to go for rescue?" Zheng Yu looked at him with disappointment. "We're not going for rescue, we're going to make friends. Those people must be Little Junior Su Ye's good friends. If we build a good relationship with them, won't we also have a closer relationship with Little Junior Su Ye? More friends, more paths. Don't let go of a strong connection when you find one. Besides, people who can be friends with little brother Su Ye, how bad could they be?" Saying that, he couldn't help but sigh. You're still too naive. The Jianghu isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relations, understand?" Zheng Yu and Tian Meng quickly rushed over with their teammates. Meanwhile, Su Ye had pushed his thunder wings to their strongest. Star power continuously burned, only to make his flying speed faster. Faster. Even faster. Since Xiao Ye and the others sent out a distress signal, the situation must already be very dangerous. He had to rush over to help as quickly as possible. If anyone got injured or even Because he was a little slow, Xiao Ye wouldn't be able to accept it, on a vast plain. Xiao Ye and a few others were confronting a gale wolf. The gale wolf, true to its name, was extremely fast. Not to mention a rank 3 gale wolf, which was even faster than lightning. Xiao Ye and the others could only form a circle, defending back to back, while surrounding Xiao Ye and Mu Wanru in the middle. Banged! The gale wolf charged, its sharp claws fiercely striking at Xia Zhikyu. Xia Zhikyu immediately cried out in alarm, raising the shield in his hand. That's right. Xiao Ye and the others each held a large shield in their hands. These were distributed by Xiao Ye to everyone after they realized they were facing a gale wolf. The shields were huge and extremely hard. Even the gale wolf's claws couldn't tear through the shields. But the immense force almost made Xia Zhikyu spit out a mouthful of blood. He immediately swallowed the healing pill he had in his mouth, while Mu Wanru behind him had already cast a healing spell, rapidly repairing his injuries. But most importantly, whoosh! An arrow directly passed through the gap between the shields, flying towards the gale wolf, forcing it to continuously retreat. It was by relying on the shields and Xiao Ye's arrows that everyone managed to hold on against the gale wolf's sharp claws. But cough cough. Although Xia Zhikyu's internal injuries were mostly healed, he still couldn't help but cough heavily a few times. His star power was almost depleted. His arm felt as if it was about to explode. If this continued, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand many more attacks before he couldn't even hold his shield anymore. And once someone was broken through by the gale wolf, and the defensive formation scattered, all of them would be exposed to the gale wolf's sharp claws. Xia Zhikyu felt anxious and uneasy. Why weren't the rescuers here yet? Asu, where are you? 167. Rescue at the checkpoint, a narrow escape. Banged! The gale wolf's sharp claws heavily struck the shield again. Xia Zhikyu, behind the shield, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, whoosh! Xiao Ye's arrow flew out, and the gale wolf retreated. Buzz tilde. Mu Wanru's healing spell landed on Xia Zhikyu. Only then did Xia Zhikyu feel alive again, but, damn it, why is this beast only targeting me? Does it think I'm easy to bully? This had happened several times in a row. The gale wolf relentlessly attacked him, leaving Xia Zhikyu numb. Zhang Xuan beside him gave a dry laugh. This gale wolf isn't good at much else, but its eyesight is pretty good. It knows, old Xia, you're the weakest among us. Zhang Xuan was also very nervous, but the more critical the moment, the less he could show weakness, and even less could he let his nervousness spread, so he deliberately joked. However, Xia Zhikyu spat out some blood and chuckled. Young Master Zhang, did something get caught in your throat? Damn it, could it have been cut? Zhang Xuan, get lost. Shen Mo shook his head silently. These two clowns, they could still joke at a time like this. We move our feet and change positions simultaneously. Xia Zhikyu was about to collapse, and they couldn't let the gale wolf continue to attack him. As he spoke, Shen Mo had already started to move, preparing to take over Xia Zhikyu's position first. But roar! Outside the shield, the gale wolf's furious roar echoed. These two-legged beasts holding shields were like turtles, completely enraging the gale wolf. However, at the same time, the gale wolf looked at the several large shields, and a flash of what could only be called wisdom suddenly appeared in its clear, large eyes. The top was open. The gale wolf took a running start, then suddenly leaped. Midair, the gale wolf immediately saw what was inside the shields. It also saw Xiao Ye and Mu Wanru, who were surrounded in the middle. These two-legged beasts looked so tender, they must be delicious. The gale wolf's eyes lit up. Watch out above! Shen Mo roared, about to raise his shield. However, the shield's ability to withstand the gale wolf's attack also proved its sturdiness and weight, and Shen Mo's movement was still a step too slow. The gale wolf's sharp claws had already swatted away the arrow Xiao Ye had shot, while its other paw was about to grab Xiao Ye. Just as everyone was utterly astonished. Swish! A black light descended from the sky. It directly pierced the gale wolf's neck. Then, with immense inertia and force, it carried the gale wolf flying, slamming it heavily to the ground. Banged! A cloud of dust rose. Reinforcements are here. Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but cheer in surprise, about to go see who the reinforcements were. Then he saw Xiao Ye staring upwards, a relaxed smile on her face. Following Xiao Ye's gaze, in midair a figure with black wings behind him vibrated, like a shooting star, directly diving down. He grabbed the long saber that had pierced the gale wolf's neck. As that hand gripped the long saber, a layer of red-black star power instantly swirled around the saber, then it plunged down fiercely. Ow, woo tilde tilde tilde. Xiao Ye, carrying the aura and force of his dive, directly poured out all the star power within him. The Gale Wolf, already stunned by the long saber that had fallen from the sky, didn't even react before it was directly run through the neck by the long saber. Then, the long saber swept horizontally. A massive wolf head rolled away. The Gale Wolf, famous for its speed, became a corpse before it even had a chance to display its speed. Slaughter value plus 401. Ahoo! Xiao Ye leaned on his long saber, regulating the chi and blood in his body. To arrive as quickly as possible, Xiao Ye had pushed his thunder wings to their limit, consuming most of his star power. That final blow had completely drained his star power and physical strength. At this moment, Xiao Ye genuinely felt a bit weak all over, almost losing the strength to even stand. So after a brief rest, Xiao Ye quickly chugged a bottle of nutrient solution. This time, the nutrient solution didn't increase Xiao Ye's supernatural ability value, but transformed into warm currents, nourishing Xiao Ye's body and giving him a trace of strength. Just as he felt a little better, a joyful voice rang out, and at the same time, someone directly pounced over, about to give Xiao Ye a big hug. It was the excited Xia Zhikyu. Xiao Ye quickly raised his long saber. Stop! If he really let Xia Zhikyu pounce on him, he would definitely be knocked down by Xia Zhikyu. How would Xiaokyu see that? His heroic image, descending from the sky at a critical moment to save people in the nick of time, wouldn't it collapse? That definitely wouldn't do. With the long saber pointed at him, Xia Zhikyu could only make an emergency stop, looking aggrieved. Asu, you've changed, you don't love me anymore. Xiao Ye, I've never loved you, don't talk nonsense. Especially not in front of Xiaokyu. Xia Zhikyu, alright, I know you only, woo, I won't say it. Facing the long saber already at his nose, Xia Zhikyu wisely retracted the words, only love senior great campus Bel Zio. Seeing Xiao Ye put away his long saber, he happily continued. Asu, if it weren't for you, the few of us would have really died here. It was truly terrifying. As expected, Asu, you're reliable. Xia Zhikyu chattered on, expressing his relief at surviving the ordeal. Xiao Ye, however, couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Terrifying. He did think it would be very terrifying when he flew over. But when he saw Xiaokyu's eyes, he knew. Even if he hadn't come, they probably wouldn't have truly been in danger today. When facing the Gale Wolf earlier, Xiaokyu's eyes didn't show panic. Instead, she was confident. It made Xiao Ye subconsciously think of the time they encountered Urha in the Snow Mountain Cave. At that time, it was Xiaokyu who brought out the Starlight Shield to help them resist Urha. And this time, look at those shields. Xiao Ye knew that Xiaokyu must have prepared a lot. Shields were just one aspect. She must have prepared other life-saving means, at least life-saving starlight shields. That scene just now probably just allowed everyone to truly experience the terror between life and death. Xiaokyu walked over with a smile. Student Su, we owe you a lot again this time. Xiao Ye, don't mention it. Without me, I assume you all would have been safe anyway. Xiaokyu was startled, then playfully blinked. You knew that too. It's you, Student Su, who easily killed a third-tier star beast just now. Student Su has become even more powerful. Could it be that Student Su has already achieved a breakthrough to third heaven, cultivation realm? Hearing this, the others who were cleaning up the battlefield couldn't help but look over. That's right. Xiao Ye had almost instantly killed a third-tier star beast. Facing the gazes of his companions, Xiao Ye didn't hide anything and immediately nodded. Yes, I fortunately achieved a breakthrough to third heaven, cultivation realm just now. 168. Lao Tzu doesn't believe in good quality at low prices. He only believes that cheap goods are no good. Third heaven. He really did break through to the third heaven. Although from Xiao Ye's hunt of the third order Gale Wolf, it could be guessed that Xiao Ye had already broken through to the third heaven. But hearing Xiao Ye admit it personally, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Xia Zhikyu looked at the neatly severed corpse of the Gale Wolf, his brain still dizzy. Asu, you just broke through to the third heaven and can easily kill a third-order star beast. Speaking of which, didn't you just break through to the second heaven not long ago? Xiao Ye smiled. I broke through to the second heaven a few days earlier than you guys, and it wasn't easy for me to kill it. A third-order star beast is still difficult for me right now. At least, the previous late-stage third-order giant bear was very tough for him to kill. His blade technique wasn't strong enough. Currently, he could only rely on Fatal Strike, accumulate 100 blade strikes, and then unleash a critical hit to kill a late-stage third-order star beast. As for the Gale Wolf, it was mainly caught off guard, and the Gale Wolf's defense was far inferior to the giant bear's, which allowed him to kill it easily. So he still needed a powerful killing method. Xiao Ye couldn't help but glance at his system panel. He hesitated for a moment between Fatal Strike and Blood Shadow Overlord Blade, then directly clicked on Fatal Strike. Burn 1000 slaughter value, Fatal Strike proficiency +1. Divine Ability Seed. Fatal Strike Proficient 0/2 to Fatal Strike Proficient 1/2. At this moment, Xiao Ye had a strange feeling. When he used Fatal Strike again, it seemed he no longer needed 100 blade strikes to trigger a critical hit. He would try to see what changes would occur after fully leveling Fatal Strike. Perhaps then he could control critical hits himself. Xiao Ye studied the system. Meanwhile, Xia Zhikyu and the others were completely stunned. Even if Xiao Ye had broken through to the second heaven a few days earlier than them, it had been less than a month now. In 1 month, he went from the second heaven to the third heaven. And this time, Xiao Ye had not consumed any heaven and earth treasure. He relied entirely on his own strength to advance his cultivation. The crucial point was, Xiao Ye not only raised his cultivation, but also maintained his combat power. He could hunt third-order star beasts immediately after breaking through to the third heaven. It was important to know that star beasts' combat power was generally stronger than human martial artists. Ordinary martial artists usually needed to crush them with a higher realm or act in a team to defeat star beasts. But with Xiao Ye, these common sense and rules were simply useless. Monster! Xiao Ye finished allocating points and came back to his senses. By the way, how did you guys get so deep in here? You can frequently encounter third-order star beasts here. Logically, with Xia Zhikyu and Shen Mo's prudence, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Zhang Chuan scratched his head sheepishly. This is mainly my fault. I found traces of spirit medicine for making healing potions here. Everyone came to help me find the spirit medicine, but we hadn't found the spirit medicine yet when we encountered star beasts. If his teammates were injured or even died because of him, Zhang Chuan would probably never forgive himself. We're retreating now. We won't take risks again in the future. Healing potion. Xiao Ye suddenly became interested. Since we're already here, it would be a shame not to find it. How about this? I'll accompany you to look for it. If we really encounter star beasts, don't you still have me? Really? No problem, we are already a team. Besides, you're making healing potions for everyone. Come on, everyone, let's help look. Xiao Ye's team members all began to act. Soon Zhang Chuan found a plant with reddish leaves, resembling grass in a bush. This is it. With this, I can make more advanced healing potions, which can be used even by martial artists in the third heaven or even fourth heaven realm who are injured. Zhang Chuan carefully knelt beside the bush, dug out each spirit plant he found, placed them in a jade box, and then carefully put it away. Xiao Ye didn't understand spirit plants and didn't help, only standing by alertly. Suddenly, Xiao Ye looked in one direction, his eyes wary. Xiao Qiyu was the first to notice Xiao Ye's abnormality. What's wrong? Is there a star beast? No, it shouldn't be. Star beasts are huge. If it really were a star beast coming, there shouldn't be just this much movement. But he did sense something approaching. For safety's sake, Xiao Ye still called everyone to his side for protection. Then whoosh tilde. Several figures emerged from the forest. They were people. Everyone subconsciously relaxed their guard and then quickly became alert again. There were 6 or 7 people, and they recognized 2 of them. It was Jigyuan 2, coxcomb head, and San Chi Fen, 3/7 split haircut, who had tried to forcibly buy the King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood from Xiao Ye a few days ago on the food street. So, Xiao Ye's gaze fell on the young man who was protected by the crowd, still dressed in a dashing white robe even in the secret realm, his hair meticulously combed. His expression was arrogant. They had come with ill intentions. He should be the boss of Jigyuan 2, coxcomb head, and San Chi Fen, 3/7 split haircut, the so-called young master Wang, right? Wang Buping also noticed Xiao Ye's group and quickly locked onto Xiao Ye. No other reason, he was too handsome. Damn it, he's even more handsome than this young master. This is unreasonable. Wang Buping felt indignant in his heart. However, his gaze swept over Xiao Ye's tattered combat uniform, and he smiled nonchalantly. Even if he's handsome, so what? He still can't compare to this young master, who is young and rich. You know, money and wealth are a man's best calling card. Are you Xiao Ye? Wang Buping raised his head proudly, looking at people through his nostrils. I heard you killed a king beast. Sell me its star core and essence blood. This young master won't take advantage of you. I'll give you a fair price. Fair price? Xiao Ye sneered coldly. 3 million. Wang Buping was stunned. You're willing to sell me the star core and essence blood for 3 million. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Ye as if he were looking at an idiot. Is there something wrong with this person? Even if it wasn't a king beast, the star core and essence blood of a second-order peak star beast would be worth more than 3 million. And Xiao Ye, looked at Wang Buping even more like he was looking at an idiot. This guy doesn't understand human speech, does he? That's the price those two guys of yours offered. Wang Buping. Wang Buping. Wang Buping turned around and kicked Jiguan 2 coxcomb head, and San Chi Fen 3/7 split haircut each. Damn it, you're taking advantage of me. When did I ever offer such a low price? Am I, young Master Wang, someone who lacks money? 3 million. Isn't this an insult to him, Wang Buping? These two dogs must have been trying to use his name, Wang Buping, to offer a low price, strong-arm a sale, and then act as middlemen to earn the difference. Damn it, they're scheming against him. Jiguan 2, coxcomb head, and San Chi Fen 3/7 split haircut, trembled with fear after being exposed by Xiao Ye in front of Wang Buping. Shouldn't these two have started fighting immediately? Why are they exchanging information first? Young Master Wang, you've misunderstood. How would we dare to take advantage of you? Young Master Wang, we just wanted to help you and do things for you with the least amount of money. Wang Buping kicked them out. Get lost, I don't believe in anything cheap and good. I only believe that cheap goods are not good goods. 169. Young Master Su, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make amends. Wang Buping directly kicked coxcomb head, and 3/7 split haircut flying. Then he turned to look at Xiao Ye. 3 million was the price those two wastes offered behind my back. I, Wang Buping, would never stoop to such a thing. However, I am determined to get that King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood. Name your price. Seeing Wang Buping's, this young master isn't short on money demeanor, Xiao Ye's impression of him improved quite a bit. When a rich young master is generous, he's not annoying at all. However, I already told your attendant last time that I've already used the King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood, so it's not for sale. Out of consideration for the young master's straightforwardness, Xiao Ye kindly explained. Wang Buping frowned. Used it. Does this person know how to use a King Beast Star Core and Essence Blood? He couldn't have just absorbed it, wasting a precious resource, could he? Wait, Wang Buping's gaze fell on Xiao Ye's torn combat uniform. The combat uniform was ripped to shreds by the giant bear's claws, revealing the earthy yellow inner armor beneath. Under the sunlight, it even reflected a bit, shimmering golden. This feeling, Wang Buping couldn't help but rub his chin. Why does it feel a bit familiar? It seems he'd seen it somewhere before. Where was it though? Wang Buping tried hard to recall. And just then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures quickly darted through the woods, arriving beside Xiao Ye and others. It was Tian Meng and Zheng Yu and others. These people had followed closely behind Xiao Ye, rushing over to show their support. Ah no, to cheer him on. With Xiao Ye arriving first, his friends would surely be fine. However, from a distance, everyone saw people blocking Xiao Ye and others, both sides looking confrontational, and immediately grew anxious. Could something have happened? Everyone immediately sprinted forward. When they saw that the person confronting Xiao Ye was Wang Buping, the two teams' sprinting speed increased even more. Wang Buping, a prominent figure in his sophomore year, representing those who aren't short on money. How did Xiao Ye and his companions get into a conflict with this young master? One must know that while Wang Buping was generous with money, he was quite petty with people. If anyone dared to offend this young master, he would truly use every means to make the other party kowtow and admit their mistake. In Wang Buping's words, whoever makes my heart uneasy, I will make their life difficult. This was a truly vengeful person. At this moment, Tian Meng and Zheng Yu only hoped that their status as seniors could make Wang Buping restrain himself a little. Wang Buping. As soon as he arrived beside Xiao Ye and others, Tian Meng strode forward and stood in front of Xiao Ye. Wang Buping, what are you trying to do? Wang Buping frowned. Tian Meng, this big oaf, was blocking his line of sight for thinking. He couldn't clearly see Xiao Ye's golden inner armor anymore. He spoke coldly. Move aside. This tone. Tian Meng immediately sensed trouble. They were really in a confrontation now. Wang Buping, Xiao Ye is someone Big Sister Boss Yu Qiuqi thinks highly of. If you dare to touch him, be careful, Big Sister Boss will come for you. Tian Meng directly brought up Yu Qiuqi. Although he didn't know the exact relationship between Xiao Ye and Yu Qiuqi, the news of Yu Qiuqi personally coming to the food street that night to deliver something to Xiao Ye and encouraging him to break into the top 3 of the merit points ranking had spread everywhere. Bringing it up now to threaten Wang Buping wasn't entirely baseless. However, Tian Meng was merely putting on a show of power. But when Wang Buping heard the name Yu Qiuqi, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he immediately pulled out his phone and searched for information on the forum. He indeed found a post about Yu Qiuqi coming to deliver something to Xiao Ye, and from a reply below, He saw a piece of information. It is said that Big Sister Boss was entrusted by someone to deliver something to Xiao Ye, and who else could entrust Big Sister Boss to run an errand besides Xuanyuan 14? Xuanyuan 14. Whoosh tilde tilde. It was as if a bright light flashed through his mind. Wang Buping finally remembered where he had seen Xiao Ye's inner armor. The Xuanyuan family. Inner armor that only direct descendants of the Xuanyuan family could possess. It was actually worn by Xiao Ye. What was Xiao Ye's relationship with the Xuanyuan family? He could even have Xuanyuan 14 specifically deliver something to him. Especially later on the forum, some people even speculated that Xiao Ye was from the Yujing Xiao family. The Xiao family, that was a super family that had produced war gods and kings. In front of the Xiao family, their Wang family was nothing. This, Wang Buping suddenly broke out in a cold sweat down his back. He suddenly felt his knees go a bit weak. Tian Ming, seeing Wang Buping remain silent, thought that even bringing up Yu Qiuqi was useless, and was about to ask the Secret Realm army for help. But he didn't expect. Wang Buping suddenly took several steps forward, bypassed Tian Ming, and went directly to Xiao Ye. Tian Ming was about to turn around to protect Xiao Ye. He then saw Wang Buping perform a 90-degree bow. Young Master Xiao, I was wrong. I actually wanted to buy young Master Xiao's things. I have offended you. Wang Buping's deep bow immediately stunned everyone around who had been cautiously on guard. It also made the eyes of the people Wang Buping brought nearly pop out. What was going on? Wang Buping was actually apologizing to Xiao Ye. And it was a sincere 90-degree bow apology. Was Wang Buping crazy, or were they? Tian Ming's hand, which had originally reached out to intercept, stopped in midair frozen. He eventually awkwardly pulled it back and rubbed his bald head. So confused. And Xiao Ye, as the person involved, couldn't help but take half a step back. What's going on? I still preferred the arrogant you from just now. Why did you suddenly become as docile as a lamb? How am I supposed to deal with you like this? And hearing that Xiao Ye didn't reply, Wang Buping became even more anxious. If Xiao Ye was truly a young master of the Xiao family, offending Xiao Ye might implicate the entire Wang family. In the eyes of an aristocratic family like the Xiao family, their Wang family was just a nouveau rich, capable of being wiped out with a wave of a hand. He, Wang Buping, did not want to be reduced to dust. Even if Xiao Ye wasn't from the Yujing Xiao family, but he could wear the inner armor of a direct descendant of the Xuanyuan family, he must have an extraordinary background, at least a very close junior of the Xuanyuan family. And the Xuanyuan family was also an aristocratic family that their Wang family could never afford to offend. Thinking this, Wang Buping's heart grew even more uneasy. His waist instantly bent even lower. Young Master Xiao, everything is my fault, and it has nothing to do with my family. I, Wang Buping, made you angry. You can punish me however you wish. Xiao Ye was even more speechless. What exactly did this person imagine? I didn't intend to punish you. Please get up first. Wang Buping was practically folded in half. Xiao Ye felt tired just looking at him. Hearing Xiao Ye's words, Wang Buping's heart immediately filled with joy, and he quickly stood up. The arrogant expression on his face disappeared completely, replaced by a smiling demeanor as he leaned closer. Young Master Xiao, does this mean you've forgiven me? Young Master Xiao is indeed a person of broad mind. I can never compare to young Master Xiao's magnanimity. However, this matter was ultimately my mistake. Even if young Master Xiao doesn't hold it against me, please give me a chance to make amends. 170. Sister-in-law, please accept this apology. Wang Buping sincerely and eagerly hoped Xiao Ye would give him a chance to offer a gift. Xiao Ye, a phrase like "Are you out of your mind?" swirled in Xiao Ye's mouth before turning into, "You're not bad." It was rare to see someone so sensible. The last person he'd seen like that was Zhang Chuan. And when Wang Buping received Xiao Ye's "not bad" evaluation, he immediately brightened up. Heavens, finally, he had appeased this lord. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for giving me this opportunity. Wang Buping smiled as he rummaged through his storage bracelet, finally pulling out an item. With a hint of heartache in his eyes, he still firmly presented it to Xiao Ye. Young Master Xiao, this is a small token of my regard. I hope you won't despise it. What Wang Buping presented was a very exquisite, transparent box, revealing 3 tubes of orange-red liquid inside. Xiao Ye hadn't yet understood what this item was when Zhang Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. What was that? It sounded a bit familiar. Xiao Qiu, standing nearby, heard mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid and smiled knowingly. Xia Zhiqiu, however, curiously leaned over. Young Master Zhang, What is this mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid? Zhang Chuan slowly withdrew the look of awe from his eyes. Mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid is a top-tier, second-grade medicinal liquid. After consumption, it can stimulate the rapid growth of star power within the body without any side effects. In fact, it can even help martial artists break through the bottleneck to the third heaven ahead of time. Or rather, that latter effect is the real reason why mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid is so popular. When a genius consumes mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid, it can greatly shorten the time required for breakthrough, allowing them to enter the transcendent third heaven faster. And when ordinary martial artists consume mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid, it can clear the breakthrough barrier. As long as their innate talent isn't ridiculously poor and they have sufficient accumulation, they can successfully break through. For ordinary martial artists, this mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid was simply a heaven-defying, miraculous elixir. That amazing! Xiao exclaimed in surprise. If there's really such a good thing, why haven't I heard of it before? Don't let the common sight of third heaven experts around them fool you. That was because they were currently at Madu University, surrounded by geniuses filtered out by the college entrance examination. In reality, ordinary martial artists spend countless hours to break through each major realm, and some are stuck at a certain hurdle for an entire lifetime. If there truly was such a good thing that could directly break bottlenecks, allowing one to break through as long as they had enough accumulation, it would certainly have been sought after by countless people long ago. Zhang Chuan sighed. Precisely because this is a top-tier medicinal liquid, few people know about it. The reason mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid is so effective is that its main ingredient is the 10,000-year jade marrow heart. This item has extremely low production. Even in Eastern Radiance, the annual output is only 100 bottles at most. With such low production, once the aristocratic families divided it among themselves, how could any of it circulate outside? Ordinary martial artists naturally wouldn't even have heard of it. So that's how it is. Xiao nodded, but couldn't help but secretly grumble. No wonder those cultivator second generations were all so arrogant, and none of their cultivation levels were particularly low. With the best resources fed to them at every stage, even a pig could raise its cultivation. However, now these resources belong to a Su. By the way, when did a Su become young Master Su? Xiao was puzzled but didn't show it, nor did he expose it. Someone was delivering resources to their doorstep. He was happy to see it happen. Wang Buping pushed the mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid forward a bit more, and though his heart ached, he still said eagerly, "This student's introduction is correct. This is indeed mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid. I hope it can be of some help to young Master Su." However, Tianming, who was watching the commotion, laughed heartily. "Wang Buping, you've really shot yourself in the foot with that flattery. Junior Su has already broken through to the third heaven himself. Why would he still need you to send him resources? Do you really think Junior Su is like you, needing to pile up resources just to break through a small bottleneck? Oh my, the arrogant young Master Wang actually has a time when he needs to curry favor with others." This was too amusing. Wang Buping was stunned. Su Yi broke through. Didn't they say he had just broken through to the second heaven when the secret realm opened? How much time had passed, and he had broken through again? But then, Wang Buping thought it over and found it very reasonable. A prodigy who was very close to the Xunyuan family. He might even be from the Yujingsu family. Was it a problem to break through quickly? Was it a problem to break through from the second heaven to the third heaven in 1 month? Absolutely no problem. In fact, Su Yi's rapid breakthrough only further proved that he was from an aristocratic family. Only the children of those great aristocratic families would use various resources from a young age to nourish their bodies and refine their foundation, allowing them to advance by leaps and bounds after they began to cultivate. At this moment, Wang Buping was even more convinced of his own speculation. It's just, if Su Yi had already broken through to the third heaven, then wouldn't the valuable mysterious nectar, jade marrow fluid he brought out be useless? He didn't have anything better on hand either. What should he do? Wang Buping's mind raced, and then he quickly noticed the beautiful and ethereal Xiao Ye beside Su Yi. He understood instantly. Mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid is naturally nothing to young Master Su, but it would be good for young Master Su to give to a friend. For example, this female student standing with young Master Su truly looks like a match made in heaven, so perfectly suited for each other. Brother Su, sister-in-law, this mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid is my small blessing to the two of you. At this moment, Wang Buping truly wanted to curse himself inwardly. What was the point of giving a gift to a man? Of course, you should give a gift to the man's woman. The gift would also reach young Master Su's hands, and he could even earn a smile from the beauty. That was having both substance and face. Wang Buping, why did you only figure this out now? At the same time, Wang Buping's address for Su Yi changed from young Master Su to brother Su. So what if he and Su Yi had conflicts before? As long as he was shameless, conflicts could also become a good opportunity for him to connect with young Master Su. As long as he could connect with Su Yi and the family behind Su Yi, he could even abandon his father's face. And Wang Buping's sister-in-law instantly made Xiao Qiu blush. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Qiu's pretty face flushed, her eyes shimmering, and she couldn't help but glance at Su Yi. This glance made Su Yi pause in surprise, his heart rippling. Wang Buping, seeing this scene, became even more confident in his judgment. He knew it. The beauty accompanying young Master Su definitely couldn't resist young Master Su's charm. However, it seemed these two hadn't yet broken through the unspoken barrier. Since that was the case, Wang Buping chuckled. Yes, I was speaking nonsense. It's just that I see you two are such a perfect match, a truly heaven-made pair, that I couldn't help but misunderstand. If I were young Master Su, seeing such a beautiful woman as yourself, I truly wouldn't be able to help but be moved. I didn't expect to be presumptuous with the beautiful lady. My apologies. Then let this mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid be my apology to Su Yi's friend. How about that? Wang Buping emphasized the word friend. That ambiguous tone and demeanor immediately made Xiao Qiu let out a soft HMPH. 171. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Return to base. Su Yi rubbed his nose. He gave Wang Buping a look that said, "You're pretty good. Kid, you've got good taste." Receiving that look, Wang Buping's heart immediately soared. It seemed his words had truly resonated with young Master Su. It's settled. He had completely latched onto a powerful backer this time. However, before Wang Buping could get too excited, he heard Su Yi's voice. Oh, so it's a gift for my friends. Then many thanks to young Master Wang, but I have several friends here. Su Yi looked conflicted. Xia Zhiqiu understood instantly and quickly interjected. Exactly. There are 5 of us. How can 3 bottles of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid be enough? Wang Buping's heart, which had just soared, plummeted with a plop and shattered. Heartbroken yet still smiling, Wang Buping tremblingly took out another identical box from his storage bracelet. Right, I was careless. I prepared 2 boxes. How did I only take out 1? Come, here's another box. 2 boxes? That meant 6 mysterious nectar jade marrow fluids. Xia Zhiqiu grinningly accepted them. Although the mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid was good, Su no longer needed it. With 6 mysterious nectar jade marrow fluids, he would surely get 1 bottle right. Wedahaha so happy. While gripping the second box of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid that Wang Buping had taken out, Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but mutter. 2 boxes, will 1 bottle per person not be enough? Wang Buping was almost in tears. I only have 2 boxes, really, not a single drop more. His father had gone through great difficulty, spending a lot of money and connections to get these 2 boxes, and now he had taken them all out. Looking at Wang Buping's pitiful appearance, Su Yi smiled slightly and took out a mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid from the box. Such good stuff, those who see it get a share. This one is for young Master Wang. Wang Buping held the orange-yellow mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid and was almost in tears again. This time it was tears of gratitude. Su Yi, he's actually a pretty good guy. Wang Buping left with his subordinates. He also left a business card, saying that their family had a small business in Madu, and if Su Yi ever needed anything, he should just look for him, and he would certainly serve Su Yi with all his might. Changping building materials. Su Yi casually took a photo of the business card, and then handed it to Zhang Chuan. It might be useful to your uncle. Zhang Chuan's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the contents of the business card. Building materials and construction go hand in hand. If their construction company could connect with Wang Buping's family business, perhaps Xuanyuan construction could open in Madu. The market in Madu was not comparable to a small city like Fangyuan City. Back then, Zhang Chuan's father also wanted to develop in a big city, but he was immediately beaten back to Fangyuan City as soon as he showed his head. But if they had Wang Buping's Changping building materials, perhaps they could succeed. One must know that the most lacking thing in business is a stepping stone. Only with a stepping stone can one take the first step. And this Changping building materials was the stepping stone for their Xuanyuan construction to enter Madu. Good. I'll go back and talk to my dad about this. Zhang Chuan carefully put away the business card. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiqiu finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. What exactly is going on with Wang Buping? Why is he so respectful to you as Su? And he calls you young master Su. Looking at Wang Buping's attitude, if Xia Zhikyu hadn't known Su Yi since childhood, he might have really thought Su Yi was a descendant of some prominent family. Su Yi lowered his head. He looked at his torn combat uniform, and the inner armor exposed beneath. If Su Yi hadn't understood at first, but as Wang Buping's gaze fell on the inner armor several times, what was there for Su Yi not to understand? Wang Buping had clearly recognized that the inner armor was something only direct descendants of the Xunyuan family could possess, which was why his attitude had changed so drastically. He probably has something wrong with his head, don't mind him. The spiritual plants have been collected, let's go, we're heading back. Su Yi's team, along with Tian Meng and Zheng Yu's team, returned to the encampment together. Then the group marched grandly towards the exchange point. So many people coming to the exchange point together. Among them was Su Yi, a prominent figure in the secret realm. Immediately, many people who were still in the encampment couldn't help but gather to watch the excitement. Last time Su Yi returned alone, they didn't pay attention, and thus missed the scene of Su Yi submitting the king beast's corpse. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. This time, wouldn't they want to watch the excitement? Facing the gazes of so many people, Tian Meng and Zheng Yu exchanged glances. If they went up first to submit the star beasts they had hunted, they would probably be torn apart by the onlookers, right? Forget it, let Su Yi go first. More importantly, Su Yi could even solo kill a third-tier star beast, if the star beast corpses they brought out later couldn't compare to what Su Yi soloed. How embarrassing would that be? Thank you for your kindness, both seniors, then I'll go first. Su Yi cupped his hands and walked to the exchange point. Under the expectant gaze of the secret realm army uncle. Whoosh! The corpses from the storage pouch were poured out, piling up into a small mountain directly on the open ground of the exchange point. Holy cow, he killed so many again. Su Yi hunting so many Yao beasts isn't news, but, if I'm not mistaken, that bear should be a third-tier star beast, right? Holy cow, nearly 100 meters long, it's really a third-tier star beast, and it's a late-stage third-tier star beast, even more, it's a flame bear, famous for its explosive combat power among late-stage third-tier star beasts. Did Su Yi solo this? Junior Su can now solo kill third-tier star beasts. Damn it, feel it carefully everyone, the chi on Junior Su. Isn't it already third heaven? Third heaven, let me see. Holy cow, it's really third heaven. How is this possible? Didn't he break through to second heaven when the secret realm just opened? It hasn't even been a month. Less than a month and he's already at third heaven. I've been living like a dog for 3 years, damn it. I'm also at third heaven, but I wouldn't dare to solo kill a third-tier star beast. How did Su Yi do it? He's a monster. The surrounding onlookers were going crazy. For the first time, they directly felt the distance between themselves and a genius. It was as if there was a galaxy between them. You guys say, if Su Yi gets so many merit points this time, he wouldn't really make it into the top 3 of the secret realm merit point ranking, would he? This can't be right. Even if Su Yi has broken through to third heaven now, even if his efficiency in soloing star beasts was very high before, our third and fourth year students can hunt high-tier star beasts from the beginning. You also said that Su Yi solos star beasts, and his efficiency is very high. He was already ranked 7th on the merit point ranking before. Now that he's broken through to third heaven, is it really that difficult for him to enter the top 3? Stop with the this, that. Just open the merit point ranking and see for yourselves. 172, Sword Upgrade Information Broker. Secret Realm Merit Points Ranking. As soon as it opened, everyone gasped in surprise. No, for Su Yi Cultivation 3, Heaven's Martial Artist Merit Points, 2163. Su Yi has already reached 4th place on the merit points ranking. He's just 1 step away from breaking into the top 3 on the merit points ranking. He suddenly gained 766 merit points. Just how many star beasts did Su Yi kill to achieve this? His speed in hunting star beasts is too fast. Our team is almost entirely made up of 3 Heaven's Martial Artists, yet it takes us half a day to kill a single third-tier star beast. Comparing people is like comparing goods. Some will die, others will be thrown away. I have nothing more to say, let's just have a drink, it's all in the wine. Among the senior students, some were full of praise, some were surprised and some were disheartened. But all of them were shocked and awed by Su Yi's rapidly rising rank. As for Su Yi himself, Su Yi also opened the merit points ranking. However, he only glanced at his own results briefly, before quickly looking at the top 3. No, 1 Jiang Junhao Cultivation, 4th Heaven Merit Points 3082. No, 2 Dai Ying Cultivation, 4th Heaven Merit Points 2515. No, 3 Mu Yuanchen Cultivation, 3 Heaven's Martial Artist Merit Points 2239. He was less than 100 points away from breaking into the top 3 on the merit points ranking. It's just that, so you looked at Jiang Junhao's name. This person's merit points had actually surpassed the 3,000 mark. And his rate of increase seemed to have noticeably accelerated. Is this the true strength of a top genius? He couldn't relax. The end of the secret realm exploration was drawing nearer, so he had to earn more merit points before it ended. Xiao Ye, as per usual, once again exchanged for a pile of metal materials and fed them to his Blood Shadow Battle Saber. Equipment: Blood Shadow Battle Saber Tier 1 92% to Tier 2 12%. As the Battle Saber upgraded, Xiao Ye felt that besides the Blood Shadow Battle Saber in his hand becoming heavier, it also seemed whoosh whoosh. The long saber swished casually, immediately producing a pleasant whooshing sound. It seemed the Blood Shadow Battle Saber in his hand was even more compatible with him. Noticing that it was time to meet up with his companions, Xiao Ye walked out of the lounge, ready to go hunting star beasts again after a brief get-together with friends. However, as soon as he stepped out of the lounge, he saw a figure already waiting outside. "Are you Xiao Ye?" The person scrutinized Xiao Ye with interest. "As handsome as the rumors say." Senior brother Mu is also as dashing as the rumors say. "You recognized me." The person immediately smiled and tossed his hair. "That's right, I am the dashing and heroic Mu Yuanchen. Junior brother, I felt a strong connection to you the moment I saw you, especially after hearing that you want to challenge for the top 3 on the merit points ranking. I have an even better impression of you. Junior brother, you are now 4th on the merit points ranking. Do you want to advance one more spot?" Mu Yuanchen sidled over with a grin. From his demeanor, he didn't seem to be looking for trouble, rather he seemed to be making a deal. "Senior brother, do you have any methods that can help me quickly earn merit points?" Mu Yuanchen smiled, not directly answering the question, but instead pulled out his phone and displayed the merit points ranking. "Junior brother, look at this merit points ranking. Do you notice anything?" Xiao Ye lowered his gaze. Senior brother's solitary style remains, ranking 3rd, which is admirable. Let's skip the mutual flattery, efficiency is key. Xiao Ye, the speed at which the top 3's merit points are increasing seems to have improved. That's right. Mu Yuanchen glanced at Xiao Ye, impressed. Logically speaking, during the secret realm exploration process, the later it gets, the slower the exploration efficiency becomes. On one hand, physical strength and mental energy are constantly consumed, and the body becomes fatigued, so efficiency naturally decreases. On the other hand, once you have almost completely explored a map, the remaining parts become scarcer, more dispersed and fragmented. The efficiency of patching up gaps is far lower than that of bold pioneering. That's the meaning. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, the later it gets, the harder it is to improve quickly. Yet the top 3 could still maintain a high rate of merit points increase, which further highlighted their prowess. However, senior brother, what is your intention in telling me this? Of course, it's to tell you the importance of information. Jiang Junhao and Dai Ying both obtained more accurate information about the star beasts, which allowed them to quickly accumulate merit points. Otherwise, even if they are 4th heaven martial artists, it wouldn't be easy for them to continuously hunt without wasting any time. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. So, senior brother coming to see me today is to sell me information. Xiao Ye finally understood what Mu Yuanchen was doing. It turned out he was an information peddler. Junior brother is indeed quick-witted. What's so good about fighting and killing? This is an era of information warfare and technological advancement. Only those who, like junior brother, prioritize information acquisition can reach the peak, last for thousands of generations and unify. Senior brother. Xiao Ye interrupted Mu Yuanchen's endless chatter. If he kept going, he would be unifying the Jianghu. What information do you have on hand, and what is the price? Well, normally when I do business it's a cash for merit points exchange. But since this is your first time buying information from me, I'll give you a discount. You don't need to use your merit points, just 1 bottle of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid. 1 bottle of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid for the most important information in the secret realm. This deal is definitely not a loss. So you looked deeply at Mu Yuanchen. Wang Buping took out the mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid to apologize. The incident happened in the secret realm wilderness, and they had only just returned to the base, yet Mu Yuanchen already knew about the mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid. He even knew. I did receive 2 boxes of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid, and I do have an extra bottle on hand. But can senior brother Mu's information be worth this mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid? Besides, with senior brother's cultivation, you probably don't even need this mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid anymore, right? Of the 2 boxes containing 6 bottles of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid, One bottle was returned to Wang Buping, and Xiao Qiu, Mu Wanru, Xia Zhiqiu and Zhang Xuan each received one. Shen Mo, however, said his family had already prepared some for him and declined. So, one bottle remained with Su Yi. Hearing that Su Yi indeed had a bottle of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid, Mu Yuanshan's eyes instantly lit up. Junior brother, rest assured, I, Mu Yuanshan, have been selling intelligence at Madu University for more than a day or two, and I've never scammed anyone. I still have that reputation. As a token of my sincerity, I am willing to tell junior brother this piece of information first. There is a snow mountain in the secret realm. That snow mountain seems to have been pierced from top to bottom by something, leaving a deep pit in the mountain. And according to my exploration, there is definitely a great secret within that snow mountain. Snow mountain? Su Yi was slightly startled. Isn't that where he and Xiao Qiu hid from right after he fell into the secret realm? In fact, he and Xiao Qiu even encountered a xuanju fruit tree there. At that time, the deep pit was covered in thick fog, so Su Yi didn't dare to go down. Now it seems, there's something good down there. 173. Bodhi Mind I, Deep Pit in the Snow Mountain. Mu Yuanshan leaned closer to Su Yi, lowering his voice. Junior Su, to be honest with you, our Mu family has a family legacy for treasure hunting. I explored near that deep pit for several days before, and judging by the chi fluctuations coming from the bottom of the pit, there are definitely top-grade good things down there. Su Yi looked at Mu Yuanshan strangely. It's true that a big forest has all kinds of birds. Donghuang, Eastern Radiance, actually has such a legacy for treasure hunting. However, if there are really good things down there, why doesn't Senior go down and take a look? Mu Yuanshan shook his head. Junior, you don't understand. For us who are treasure hunting intelligence dealers, the most important thing is to stick to our bottom line. It's enough to explore for information, but we must never go on an adventure ourselves. That's the rule. Moreover, Mu Yuanshan scratched his head. That deep pit is filled with black mist. The poisonous chi inside isn't a problem, but the important thing is, as you go deeper, those black mists actually have the effect of confusing the mind. I tried twice, and I didn't even go halfway down before I hurried back up. But it's precisely because of this that I can judge even more certainly that there must be good things beneath that deep pit. In my judgment, there are definitely no living creatures below, but it is highly likely to be the remains of a powerful star beast. If such a thing were handed over to the exchange office, it would definitely yield a large amount of merit points. And there might be other rare resources too. It seemed this was the real reason Mu Yuanshan hadn't gone down to hunt for treasure. Su Yi believed Mu Yuanshan's words a bit more now. But black mist that confuses the mind. If even Mu Yuanshan couldn't resist it, how could Su Yi? Little Junior, for the sake of our fate, I can give you another piece of information. There's a special spell in the exchange office called Bodhi Heart Eye. After cultivating it, one's mind becomes clear and focused, seeing through all illusions. It is said that a senior in our Donghuang Eastern Radiance once cultivated this spell to its extreme, not only being able to warn of any danger, but also forming a pair of precious eyes that could ignore all illusions and charms. Of course, although the effect of this spell is heaven-defying, let me tell you in advance, the difficulty of cultivating this spell is also extremely high. Besides that person, the peak human existence who left the market, many people have tried to cultivate it, but many genius couldn't even get started. I heard that little Junior's comprehension of cultivation technique and martial skill far surpasses others, so if little Junior can cultivate this Bodhi Heart Eye, perhaps you can resist the black mist in the deep pit and obtain the opportunity below. Mu Yuanshan was there to sell information. Although he also wanted the bottle of mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid in Su Yi's hand, he didn't dare to let Su Yi take reckless risks. Of course, he had to make everything clear before the transaction. He even provided Su Yi with a solution to the problem. Although it was difficult. However, this suggestion, when heard by Su Yi, made his heart stir. Bodhi Heart Eye. This spell sounds good. Even if it wasn't for entering the deep pit in the snowy mountains, the danger warning brought by this spell alone would be very useful. As for the high difficulty of cultivation, that was even less of a problem for Su Yi. With slaughter value, the harder a cultivation technique or spell was to cultivate, the better it was for him. Alright, Senior, I'll buy this information. However, I can give you the mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid now. After I actually go explore the deep pit and confirm the information is correct, I will present the mysterious nectar jade marrow fluid with both hands. Although he already believed 7 or 8 parts of the information provided by Mu Yuanshan, so he also knew that buying and selling required caution. He always had to inspect the goods first. Done. I believe in little Junior's character, so I wish little Junior a fruitful trip. With the information provided by Mu Yuanshan, Su Yi first looked up information about the Bodhi Heart Eye. It was indeed, as Mu Yuanchen said. And probably precisely because the difficulty of cultivation was too great, the merit points required to exchange for this spell were much less. It only required 300 merit points. Exchanging it in the secret realm also came with a 20% discount, making it 240 merit points. So you went out and hunted for a while, quickly accumulating enough merit points to exchange for the Bodhi Heart Eye, and also earned a lot of slaughter value. After learning it, a line of information quickly appeared on his panel. Martial skill, Bodhi Heart Eye Novice 0/1. Slaughter value, 4826. Su Yi immediately began to allocate points to the Bodhi Heart Eye. Burn 300 slaughter value, Bodhi Heart Eye Proficiency plus 16. Martial skill, Bodhi Heart Eye Masterful 1/16. Slaughter value, 26. As the Bodhi Heart Eye was cultivated, Su Yi opened his eyes again. He felt the world before him seemed to have changed slightly, as if the thick fog covering the world had become thinner, and all the colors before him were more vibrant. This feeling was subtle, but Su Yi knew it must be due to the influence of the Bodhi Heart Eye. Now it's time to try the snowy mountains. Su Yi made some preparations at the base, and specifically found Xiao Ye to borrow her toxin-averting bead, then headed to the snowy mountains. Beside the snowy mountains, the secret realm army was still exploring. Clearly, the deep pit full of black mist in the snowy mountains had also attracted the attention of the secret realm army. However, they did not stop Su Yi from going up the mountain. Returning to the snowy mountains, Su Yi ascended along the familiar mountain path, but his mood was completely different. The last time he came, he was just a little rookie who had fallen into the first heaven, cultivation realm, of the secret realm. Xiao Ye was injured, and Zhen Qianhuan was eyeing him covetously. This time, he was already at the third heaven, cultivation realm. Arriving at the cave where he once had a small hot pot with Xiao Ye, that husky was long gone, and it was unknown whether it had escaped or been killed by the secret realm army or students exploring the secret realm. Su Yi directly unfolded his thunder wings in the cave, and entered the deep pit through the passage. The deep pit was already filled with black mist. Su Yi took out the toxin-averting bead he borrowed from Xiao Ye, and began to fly downwards. At the same time, he activated the Bodhi Heart Eye. As the Bodhi Heart Eye was activated, Su Yi felt the surrounding black mist could no longer affect his vision. His vision could easily penetrate the black mist, and even he felt that after cultivating the Bodhi Heart Eye, Su Yi's already superb eyesight seemed to have improved even further. It really works. The cultivation technique recommended by Mu Yuanchen was indeed effective here. Su Yi's confidence immediately grew, and his body continued to slowly descend. And just as Su Yi was exploring downwards, a message had already been quickly transmitted to Huo Qianjun. A student went to explore the snowy mountain deep pit. Huo Qianjun blinked in confusion. Although that place isn't forbidden for students, that place. Ordinary people can't explore it at all. It's such a deep pit without even a place to leverage. How can they go down? Can he fly? The personal guard who came to report had a strange expression. Officer, that person, he really can fly. Do you remember Su Yi, the one whose supernatural ability evolved after falling into the secret realm? Huo Qianjun's mind immediately conjured an image of a birdman with black wings behind him. Oh no, a young man. How could he forget? There was such a person in the secret realm. There really is someone who can fly. No, if Su Yi can really fly, we really can't let him explore that place. That place is very strange. Exploring some heaven and earth treasure on the periphery is fine, but if you go deep into the black mist, your mind will be deluded. The deeper you go, the more you are affected. If that little fellow goes down without knowing the depth, I'm afraid something bad will happen. Quick, immediately send someone to bring him out. Yes. 174. Exploring the deep pit, our superpowers about to evolve again. The personal guard loudly assented, immediately preparing to arrange for someone to bring Su Yi back from that place. The personal guard, however, perfectly understood Huo Qianjun's arrangement. After the snowy mountain was discovered, the secret realm army quickly found the strange deep pit. That place clearly wasn't naturally formed, and there might be some secret hidden below. Therefore, 2 teams from the secret realm army went down to explore at that time. However, the secret realm army, experienced and battle-hardened, all returned frustrated from that deep pit. The black mist became denser the further down they went, making it impossible to see. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of magnetic field in the black mist. Various electronic devices simply couldn't be used within it. Most importantly, the black mist could bewilder people's minds. One of the teams attempted to explore deeper, but nearly the entire team was lost inside. In the end, it was Huo Qianjun who personally intervened to bring them out. Huo Qianjun later personally explored the deep pit as well. He later concluded that the black mist in the deep pit could bewilder people's minds and obstruct their vision. Furthermore, the higher one's cultivation level, the stronger the black mist's influence on them, even growing stronger with stronger opponents. Therefore, although Huo Qianjun had arranged for people to guard the snowy mountain, attempting different methods to explore the situation below, he didn't hold much hope. Fortunately, sensing life from the top of the snowy mountain revealed no life fluctuations. Otherwise, Huo Qianjun would have immediately destroyed the other entrance to the secret realm, thereby destroying the entire secret realm. It was precisely because the deep pit was so special that Huo Qianjun immediately wanted someone to bring Xiao Ye back. Everyone in the secret realm army had heard about Xiao Ye's performance in the secret realm during this period. Without a doubt, Xiao Ye was certainly the most outstanding student among Mado University's new batch. If Xiao Ye were just exploring outside, looking for spirit medicine, that would be one thing. But Xiao Ye could fly and was daring. Upon reaching the snowy mountain, he would definitely try to venture down. If anything were to happen to Xiao Ye in the Black Mist, the Secret Realm Army would have trouble explaining it to Mado University. So, it would be better to have someone take Xiao Ye away. However, before the personal guard had walked a few steps, he was called back by Huo Qianjun. Forget it, that kid is quite cunning. If he encounters danger, he'll probably run faster than anyone else. Huo Qianjun shook his head and smiled. He recalled the first time he met Xiao Ye, when Xiao Ye feigned fainting to trick resources from him. With Huo Qianjun's keen eyesight, Xiao Ye's heartbeat, breathing, and other signs were all observed by him, so he naturally saw that Xiao Ye was feigning unconsciousness at the time. Giving him an extra bottle of resources was a gesture of care for a junior, but asking for more would be taking an inch and wanting a mile. Young people always have to suffer a loss themselves before they learn. If he wants to go down and gain experience, let him go, but still instruct the people at the snowy mountain to pay close attention to Xiao Ye's movements and be ready to assist at any time. Yes. The personal guard loudly assented and went out to relay the message. However, he secretly marveled in his heart. The officer seemed very concerned and doting towards that little fellow Xiao Ye, deep pit of the snowy mountain. Xiao Ye had already descended 600 or 700 meters. At this moment, the surroundings were completely enveloped in dense black mist, and no light could penetrate. Only the toxin-averting bead still emitted a faint glow. But the protective light shield formed by the toxin-averting bead also continuously shrank, barely managing to envelop Xiao Ye. This place is truly eerie. Xiao Ye couldn't help but mutter. The further down he went, not only did the black mist become denser, but the air also grew much colder, and the surrounding mountain walls were already covered in thick layers of ice. The cold was bone-chilling. Fortunately, Xiao Ye had now advanced to the transcendent third heaven and possessed a vampire barren physique. Otherwise, an ordinary second heaven, cultivation level, martial artist would have been forced to retreat by the cold alone. But there are good things here too. As he descended, Xiao Ye's vision was not restricted, and he found several special and precious spirit medicine on the mountain walls. Especially the further down he went, the more valuable the ice-attributed spirit medicine became, which greatly excited Xiao Ye. Just turning in these spirit medicine alone would earn him a good amount of merit points. This snowy mountain, observed from the outside, was roughly only 1,000 meters tall. This meant Xiao Ye had already descended more than half the distance. Continue. 700 meters. 800 meters. 900 meters. By the time he descended to 900 meters, even with Xiao Ye's super physique, he felt a chill. Moreover, the further down he went, the stronger the allure of the black mist became. Fortunately, he had the Bodhi heart eye to keep his mind clear. But Xiao Ye's mental state was almost at its limit. At this moment he had a feeling, if he continued to descend, even with his Bodhi heart eye, he might get lost in this black mist. Can I only go this far? Xiao Ye felt a bit unwilling. He had already delved this deep, almost reaching the bottom, eager to see what good things lay there. Yet he found he couldn't go down any further. The feeling was like having a peerless beauty, already having kissed, hugged, and been lifted high, only to be. Isn't that infuriating? Xiao Ye's thunder wings flapped behind him, and he stopped at a depth of 980 meters. Unwillingness surged in his heart, and he attempted to descend a few more times. But he quickly flew back up, his face pale. No, the power of the black mist below seemed to have suddenly increased by more than tenfold. Such a sudden increase instantly made Xiao Ye almost unable to hold on. But the sudden increase in the black mist's power definitely means it's almost at the bottom of the pit, close to that thing, and further proves that whatever is at the bottom of the pit is certainly not simple. Just a sliver of its leaked power could affect nearly 1,000 meters. How powerful must its main body be? If only my Bodhi Heart Eye's proficiency could be higher. Su Yi felt a bit regretful. The Bodhi Heart Eye had just reached the profound proficiency level, allowing him to dive to 980 meters, which was already its limit. If he could raise the Bodhi Heart Eye's proficiency to mastery, or even form a divine ability seed, perhaps he could truly delve deeper. It's a pity there's no life here for me to gain slaughter value from. Su Yi sighed. Should he go out and hunt Star Beast, raise the Bodhi Heart Eye's proficiency, and then try again? Feeling his star power significantly depleted, and his spirit already weary, Su Yi pulled out nutrient potions and starfall stones from his storage bracelet, preparing to recover a bit, and then make one last attempt. If it still didn't work, he would have to go out and hunt Star Beast to improve his Bodhi Heart Eye. 2 bottles of nutrient solution were gulped down. Evolution progress has reached 100%. Supernatural ability can evolve. Do you want to enable evolution now? Note 1. Performing a corresponding ritual during supernatural ability evolution can unlock a talent. Note 2. Required items for this evolution ritual: 1 3rd-tier star core, 1 ice cloud snow lotus, 10 drops of scarlet true liquid, 3 petals of profound ice emperor orchid leaf, 1 drop of essence blood. Note 3. Talent unlocking is full of uncertainty. If a certain creature's essence blood is consumed during the ritual, the talent direction can be influenced based on that creature's genetic advantages. The system's voice suddenly rang in Su Yi's mind, making him involuntarily freeze. He subconsciously summoned his panel and glanced at it. Supernatural ability, Vampire Baron 100-100. It turned out that without him realizing it, as Su Yi had just consumed the nutrient potions, his supernatural ability value was full again. 175. Star Beast Soul Body Bodhi Bright Eyes. Seeing the supernatural ability evolution information, Su Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. If his supernatural ability evolved, his strength would increase significantly, and more importantly, he would possess more powerful means. I've already prepared a 3rd-tier star core, and the essence blood of a power-type star beast has long been ready. Su Yi calculated silently. Ever since his supernatural ability evolved into Vampire Baron, Su Yi had already begun preparing for the next advancement. Star cores and essence blood were necessary for every evolution, so Su Yi had prepared them well in advance. As for the other materials, 1 ice cloud snow lotus, 10 drops of scarlet true liquid, and 3 petals of dark ice emperor orchid. What a coincidence, when I just came down, I happened to find an ice cloud snow lotus on the ice wall, and it's now stored in my storage bracelet. Scarlet true liquid is a potion that can quickly restore star power. I also exchanged 2 bottles for backup from the exchange point, so I have the scarlet true liquid as well. Only the last dark ice emperor orchid petal remains. Su Yi's gaze involuntarily looked downwards. His sight pierced through the black mist, looking down about a dozen meters, landing on a delicate orchid spirit plant on the ice wall. It was precisely the dark ice emperor orchid. This kind of spirit plant only grew in cold environments, had very high demands for star power, and most importantly, required the nourishment of a king's chi to grow. Therefore, this spirit plant was rarely encountered on Blue Star. Su Yi had previously carefully reviewed the data at the exchange point, but had never seen the dark ice emperor orchid there. And in the Blue Sky Mall, it couldn't be bought under normal circumstances. Only occasionally would one appear at an auction, but it would quickly be bought at a high price. Under normal circumstances, Su Yi might genuinely be troubled by the dark ice emperor orchid. But now, he had already found one. It seems I really have to go down to this place. Su Yi took a deep breath, feeling the star power in his body recover, and his tired mind and body gradually recuperated. This time, he would try his best to rush down. However, this time, he wasn't vertically exploring the situation below, but heading straight for the dark ice emperor orchid. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Su Yi's fingers were about to touch the dark ice emperor orchid. Tilde. Suddenly, a black shadow abruptly emerged next to the dark ice emperor orchid, rushing fiercely towards Su Yi. There was still life at the bottom of this deep pit. Su Yi was greatly alarmed. But very quickly, Su Yi saw clearly what that thing was. It was not a living creature, but a mass of soul. That's right. A black loose mass of soul. Although this mass of soul constantly surged, Su Yi could still roughly judge from its shape that it seemed to be in the form of a leopard. This leopard soul had probably been guarding the dark ice emperor orchid all along, so Su Yi's attempt to pluck the dark ice emperor orchid immediately angered the leopard, which rushed towards Su Yi with a sharp soul roar. In response, boom! Su Yi directly slashed out with his blade. Isn't it just a soul? He had killed them when he was in the Kaiyuan realm. When Zia was attacked by a soul, it was Xiao Ye who used his near-Dao technique blade technique to slay the soul and save Zia. Hiss! The long blade cut through the body of the leopard soul. However, to Xiao Ye's surprise, the leopard was not directly killed by his long blade, its body merely shrank significantly again. And the leopard soul was clearly stunned by this attack. Someone could actually harm it. This leopard soul had no idea how long it had been in this dark place, and it had already become a soul body, long since muddled. Attacked by Xiao Ye, and even causing its soul body to shrink, the leopard soul body did not immediately counterattack or flee. Instead, it remained in place, stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Ye's long blade swiftly moved. Swish, swish, swish. The long blade quickly made countless cuts on the leopard soul. These few slashes were extremely swift, and each slash caused the leopard soul's body to shrink by another circle. Then, it completely dissipated into the black mist. Slaughter value plus 3128. Holy cow! Xiao Ye's eyes widened abruptly. With his previous experience of saving Zia, Xiao Ye could infer that killing a soul body would yield slaughter value. But he hadn't expected to get so much. If he were to infer based on the slaughter value obtained, wouldn't this leopard soul body be equivalent to a 6th-tier star beast? Yet killing this leopard just now was even easier than killing a 3rd-tier star beast. Perhaps, the soul body just has a high realm, but it has existed in this chaos for who knows how long, and its strength must have long since declined and degenerated. It's like when I kill a dying star beast, I can still get all of its slaughter value. These soul bodies are probably all in a state of residual life chi, which is why they are easy to kill. Xiao Ye quickly found a reasonable explanation for himself to account for all of this. Then, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up like light bulbs. At the bottom of this deep pit, there's probably more than one soul body, right? If there were more, wouldn't that mean he had struck it rich? Then let me see just how many soul bodies are here. Without another word, Xiao Ye first plucked the dark ice emperor orchid and put it into his storage bracelet. Then he frantically added points to his Bodhi Heart Eye. Burn 300 slaughter value, Bodhi Heart Eye proficiency plus 1, 10. Martial skill, Bodhi Heart Eye proficient 116 to proficient 1116. Slaughter value, 3154 to 154. Bodhi Heart Eye upgraded. Xiao Ye felt the pressure from the surrounding black mist lessen somewhat, allowing him to continue deeper. Then buzz. The air vibrated, and as Xiao Ye descended again, another soul body soon appeared. This time it was a wolf. Swishing. Xiao Ye didn't hesitate and killed it again. Slaughter value plus 3023. Bodhi Heart Eye continued to upgrade. Burn 300 slaughter value, Bodhi Heart Eye proficiency plus 1, 10. Martial skill, Bodhi Heart Eye proficient 1116 to near Dao technique 532. He continued to delve deeper. Then he encountered a lion. Swishing. Slaughter value plus 3363. A bear. Swishing. Slaughter value plus 3585. A deer. Swishing. Slaughter value plus 3734. A giant python. Swishing. Slaughter value plus 3927. So you went on a killing spree all the way down. The more he killed, the more slaughter value he gained. Finally, martial skill, Bodhi Heart Eye proficient 3232. Bodhi Heart Eye was directly leveled up to max in this deep pit. Buzz tilde. Xiao Ye felt a tremor within his body, a slight swelling in his brain, and a faint stinging sensation in his eyes. Divine Ability Seed, Bodhi Bright Eyes Divine Ability Seed, Beginner 01. In the black mist, Xiao Ye slowly opened his eyes. A golden light immediately appeared in his eyes. When the surrounding black mist touched the golden light, it actually hissed and then vanished without a trace. Bodhi Bright Eyes Divine Ability Seed shatters all illusions and evil thoughts. 176. Essence and blood entering the body, crisis of body explosion. Damn it, I've become Ultraman. Realizing that his eyes could shoot golden light, and that golden light could even melt away the black mist. Xiao Ye's first reaction was not joy, but panic. Bodhi Bright Eyes Divine Ability Seed and all. Did this mean that in the future when he faced an enemy he would first have to ask them, do you believe in light? Then his eyes would burst with golden light, and 2 beams of light would shoot directly out of his eyes. That would be too embarrassing. Xiao Ye instantly decided. He must never use this divine ability in front of outsiders in the future. Golden light rays and such, absolutely not. Damn it, as expected, anything called Mingmu Bright Eyes isn't good. Xiao Ye grumbled. When he got ruthless, he even cursed his own divine ability seed. But what's going on? Why do I feel a summoning sensation coming from below? Su Ye blinked, staring downwards. After the divine ability seed, Bodhi bright eyes divine ability seed, successfully condensed, Su Ye faintly felt a summoning sensation from below, and it was getting stronger and stronger. His eyes even throbbed faintly. This was a bit strange. According to my many years of experience reading novels, there should be something good down there, and it's probably related to this Bodhi bright eyes divine ability seed. Since that was the case, he had to go down and see. Adjusting his state, Su Ye descended again. Along the way, he encountered many more soul bodies. Su Ye chopped them down one by one with his saber, having a great time. Slaughter value plus 3982. Slaughter value plus 4012. Slaughter value plus 40-173. This slaughter value was coming in so satisfyingly. He didn't know how many soul bodies he had killed. In any case, on the system panel, his slaughter value was unprecedentedly abundant. Slaughter value, 376,182. It was as high as over 370,000 slaughter value. Looking at the abundant slaughter value, Su Ye was truly filled with a sense of accomplishment. This much slaughter value was enough to max out all these divine ability seeds and greatly improve his cultivation. However, Su Ye did not add points rashly, but continued to descend. Thud! Su Ye's feet landed. Finally, he reached the bottom of the deep pit. At the same time, under the Bodhi bright eyes, divine ability seed, he also clearly saw the situation at the bottom of the pit. An oval sphere, about 1 meter in diameter. And stuck in it was a finger. That's right, it was a finger. He didn't know how long this finger had been stuck in the sphere, yet it was still as white and lustrous as jade, with a clean break and faint blood still flowing within it. It was as if it had just been severed. This is too bizarre. According to the information provided by the Secret Realm Army, he had thought there would be the bones of some powerful star beast down here, but who would have thought there would only be a stone and a finger? The black mist in this deep pit seems to be emanating from the finger. And what is transmitting the attraction to me also seems to be this finger. Su Ye walked around the giant stone and the finger twice, but couldn't identify what it was. Forget it, I'll take it out first. This thing should be worth a lot of merit points. Su Ye took out his storage pouch, preparing to take these 2 items away. However, not only did this attempt fail to take away the giant stone and the finger, but it also caused a tremor in the air. Buzz tilde tilde tilde. With this air tremor, a soul body once again emerged from the giant stone. The soul body resembled a turtle with thick limbs, but a more slender head like a snake. This soul body was larger than the soul body Su Ye had encountered before, and the fluctuations emanating from it were also stronger. Clearly, this was the most powerful soul body. Su Ye instantly raised his saber, ready to strike. However, this soul body merely glanced at Su Ye, and Su Ye felt his hand freeze, unable to swing down at all. What was going on? Su Ye's eyes widened instantly. His heart was filled with inexplicable horror. The soul body slowly flew up, stopping in front of Su Ye, looking him in the eye. Su Ye was surprised to find that the soul body's eyes were not dead and dull, but actually carried a hint of sentience. Sigh tilde. Su Ye seemed to hear the soul body let out a soft sigh, its voice filled with regret, sadness, and also liberation. With this sigh, above the finger on the adjacent giant stone, a drop of fresh blood gradually condensed. Crimson, wreathed in black mist. Then it slowly moved towards Su Ye. Then it directly squeezed into Su Ye's glabella. This, Su Ye was greatly alarmed. And what surprised him even more was that the turtle-like soul body actually actively crashed into the long saber in his hand. It didn't die the first time, so it came again. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ye stood still, while the turtle soul body repeatedly crashed into the blood shadow battle saber in Su Ye's hand, its form continuously shrinking. Finally, slaughter value plus 6666. Su Ye was completely stunned. He never expected that there would be someone, a soul body in this world who would commit suicide. But the question was, if you're going to commit suicide, why did you have to fuse that drop of blood into my body? As the last turtle soul body committed suicide, the power restraining Su Ye immediately dissipated. And at the same time, Su Ye only felt as if he was on fire. All the blood in his body was boiling. So you could even hear the gurgling sound of water boiling. Ugh! Su Ye let out a loud cry, rolling on the ground repeatedly. Pain. So much pain. It was too agonizing. This feeling was even more painful than when his supernatural ability first evolved. Wait, supernatural ability evolution. A thought suddenly flashed through Su Ye's mind, which was almost losing its sanity from the torment of pain. Supernatural ability evolution. Essence blood. That drop of essence blood was of too high a rank. He simply couldn't bear it in his current state. If this continued, Xiao Ye would only be completely burned away by that drop of essence blood. Since that was the case, why not use that drop of essence blood as materials for supernatural ability evolution? Perhaps he could use the system's power to digest the influence of the essence blood. This thought was like a life-saving straw. Xiao Ye tremblingly touched his storage bracelet, then tremblingly pulled out the star core he had prepared long ago, little by little. Swallowed it. Ice Cloud Snow Lotus. Swallowed it. Crimson True Liquid. Swallowed it. Mystic Ice Emperor Orchid. Swallowed it. As all these resources were swallowed by Xiao Ye, the drop of essence blood that was scorching Xiao Ye's body seemed to move. Although reluctant, it seemed to be pulled by some more powerful existence and began to integrate into Xiao Ye's body. The scorching continued, but Xiao Ye's body seemed to lighten a bit. This time, the burning heat in his body no longer seemed to be consuming him, but rather, through the burning, it was bringing him new life. Within his body, a powerful force gradually rose then, rushed towards Xiao Ye's glabella, rushing towards Xiao Ye's eyes. This power was immense. At this moment, Xiao Ye only felt as if his eyes were about to explode. In just an instant, Xiao Ye understood what was happening. This supernatural ability evolution brought about by the essence blood was actually targeting his eyes. And that drop of essence blood was of too high a rank, the energy for evolution was too great, and the eyes were the most fragile part of the human body. His eyes simply couldn't withstand the power of evolution. If this continued, his eyes would be completely destroyed under this evolutionary force. No, it couldn't be like this. He had to find a way. A flash of inspiration struck. Xiao Ye quickly pulled up the system panel. 177, Supernatural Power Bodhi Blood Eye. The system panel appeared. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, Xiao Ye's consciousness could. He immediately and rapidly tapped on a certain section of the panel. Burn 1000 slaughter value, Bodhi Bright Eyes, Divine Ability Seed, Proficiency +1. Burn 1000 slaughter value, Bodhi Bright Eyes, Divine Ability Seed, Proficiency +1. The slaughter value continuously burned. Increasing his slaughter value so quickly, Xiao Ye's body was almost unable to bear it. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of his body, as if revealing the burning flesh beneath. But Xiao Ye ignored it and continued to upgrade. As the Divine Ability Seed, Bodhi Bright Eyes, Divine Ability Seed, continuously upgraded, Xiao Ye's eyes also became stronger and stronger, barely managing to withstand the evolving power without immediately exploding. Although still painful, it confirmed Xiao Ye's conjecture. Only when his eyes became stronger could he withstand stronger evolving power. If that's the case, then let me see. Which is stronger, my limit? Or that drop of blood, no one knows how many years old. Xiao Ye frantically added points. Divine Ability Seed, Bodhi Bright Eyes Divine Ability Seed, Near Dao Technique 3232. Slaughter Value, 320,148. After more than 60 consecutive point additions, the Divine Ability Seed was actually maxed out by Xiao Ye. And as the Divine Ability Seed, Bodhi Bright Eyes Divine Ability Seed, reached max level, Xiao Ye actually felt a cool sensation emanating from his eyes, which were originally about to burn to ashes and explode. Divine Ability, Bodhi Blood Pupils Beginner 01. Above the Divine Ability Seed was the Divine Ability. Bodhi Blood Pupils, sees through illusions, annihilates the Divine Soul. Xiao Ye didn't have time to savor the joy of the Divine Ability's birth. Instead, he continued to add points. The Divine Ability was born, his eyes became stronger, but the pressure from that drop of blood remained. Just a little more. Just a little more to resist the pressure of the blood, and allow the supernatural ability to fully evolve. Burn 10,000 slaughter value, Bodhi Blood Pupils Proficiency +1, 31. Divine Ability, Bodhi Blood Pupils Beginner 01 to Near Dao Technique 032. Slaughter Value, 320,148 to 10,148. As the Bodhi Blood Pupils entered the Near Dao Technique realm, the pressure from that drop of blood finally disappeared. Then, it merged into Xiao Ye's eyes. And at this point, Xiao Ye finally completely relaxed. He fell backward. Phew, he fell asleep directly. He was too tired. He'd rest first, Xiao Ye didn't know. After he fell asleep, the entire secret realm's weather changed. That's right. It was a change in the physical sense. Red light filled the sky. Demonic evil chi surged to the heavens. Everyone in the secret realm shivered, feeling a bone-chilling cold from the depths of their hearts. It was as if they were on an ancient battlefield, where slaughter and blood were the eternal themes. Everyone who entered the secret realm, regardless of their realm, felt only terror from the depths of their hearts at this moment. The star beasts in the secret realm, one by one, prostrated themselves on the ground. Regardless of whether they were mighty kings of beasts, or the most common rabbit, all prostrated themselves, trembling. It was as if they were facing a natural enemy, without even a trace of strength to resist, only able to beg for a little mercy. Even timid star beasts were so scared by the blood fiend Qi that they foamed at the mouth and died of fright. Secret Realm Outpost. Huo Qianjun suddenly rose into the air, looking at the red light filling the sky and the boiling blood fiend Qi in the secret realm, trying to suppress the fear that instinctively rose from within him. His brows were tightly furrowed. This is the evil Qi of the demon race, and it's so dense and pure. Could it be? Is there a super demon god in this secret realm? The secret realm was in chaos. And in the distant divine realm, when Xiao Ye completely absorbed that drop of fresh blood. In the depths of the endless void realm, a blood-colored eye slowly opened. Immediately after, the red mist permeating the demon realm seemed to boil at this moment. All the demon race in the entire demon realm instinctively knelt on the ground, respectful and submissive. My blood, an ancient voice echoed in the endless void realm. Child of prophecy, the demon race's final chapter. Our race will never accept fate. Find the child of prophecy, kill him. Yes, ancestor. The demon race suddenly became restless. Xiao Ye had a dream. In the dream, endless slaughter, endless death. Black mist surged. Giant beasts roared. A world enveloped by slaughter and dead silence, with terror spreading in the hearts of all beasts. Just then, a red mist appeared on the horizon. Within the red mist, there was faintly a blood-red eye. Just a gentle glance from that eye, and the giant beasts around him died one after another. Their bodies fell, without even the slightest ability to resist. Xiao Ye felt intense fear, as if he would die the next moment. Just then, a massive figure flew up, blocking the red mist. Its body coiled and twisted. Its purple mane continuously fluttered. Facing the red mist, it let out a fierce roar. Purple lightning exploded in the sky. Boom! Heaven and earth fell silent. However, Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The king! That was the king. Hope surged in his heart. As long as the king was there, they were invincible. However, the next moment, a finger emerged from the red mist. It was as white as jade. Compared to the giant beast's body, it could be described as tiny. It just gently touched the giant beast's body. However, the majestic giant beast, facing that tiny finger, could only frantically twist its body, letting out angry and powerless roars. Roar! Banged! With a loud bang, the king's body actually exploded in midair. Red mist permeated. Stars fell. All beasts wailed. The king had fallen. Xiao Ye felt a wave of despair from the bottom of his heart. Then, he saw something fly out from the red mist. It was an egg. At that moment, he found the sole mission of his life. He immediately pounced on the egg, then carried it and fled for his life. Behind him, countless giant beasts followed. However, the owner of that eye in the red mist seemed to have no intention of letting them go. A finger flew out from the red mist. Chai. The finger pierced through the bodies of giant beasts one by one. The massive bodies of the giant beasts simply could not withstand that tiny finger. As the finger pierced through their bodies, the giant beasts' bodies instantly disintegrated, leaving only dazed divine souls still lingering nearby, yet still trying to block. Chai. All the giant beasts were pierced by the finger, and finally it was him. But at this moment, he smiled. The countless giant beasts' resistance with their bodies and lives finally had an effect. They finally blocked that finger. The last remaining strength on the finger, after piercing his body, was no longer able to continue forward. The Beast Emperor's bloodline shall never be severed. A boom! The roar of the giant beast exploded as if in a nightmare, and Xiao Ye suddenly opened his eyes. I turned into a turtle. Xiao Ye subconsciously looked down and saw his own hands, which made him relax. That dream just now was too real. In the dream, he seemed to have turned into a giant turtle and then died in a war. Wait, how did that turtle I turned into look familiar? Could it be? Could that not be a dream but real? Was that dream just now left by the turtle divine soul that just committed suicide? That's right, in the dream, those giant beasts that used their bodies to block the finger, there were leopards, lions, bears. Weren't they the very soul beasts I killed along the way? Xiao Ye gasped. If that wasn't a dream just now but real, Then, how powerful would the owner of that eye in the red mist be? In the dream, the terrifying sensation of his entire body, feeling like it would explode just from being looked at by the eye in the red mist, seemed to return. However, a cool sensation rose in his eyes, then quickly spread throughout his body, making Xiao Ye suddenly clear-headed, and the terror remaining in his body seemed to be swept away by that coolness, leaving not a trace. Bodhi blood pupils. 178. Vampire Viscount extreme blood eyes. So, once a divine ability seed is maxed out, it becomes a true divine ability. Xiao Ye stared at his status panel, looking at the newly added divine ability section, clicking his tongue in wonder. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, Vampire Viscount 0100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Transcendent Third Heaven LV1. Martial Skill, Eagle Strikes the Vast Sky Beginner 01. Divine Ability Seed, Fatal Strike Proficient 1-2, Blood Shadow Overlord Blade Beginner 01. Divine Ability, Bodhi Blood Pupils Near Dao Technique 032. Talents, Limit Burst, Thunder Wings Extreme Dao Blood Pupil. Equipment, Blood Shadow Battle Saber Tier 2 12%. Slaughter Value, 10,148. Fortunately, he had killed countless soul bodies along the way, accumulating over 300,000 slaughter values, which barely allowed him to raise the Bodhi blood pupils to the Near Dao technique proficiency. Otherwise, this time, Xiao Ye probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the invasion of that drop of essence blood. He might have already been directly cooked. No, it should be like those fingers in his dream, turned to dust, not even leaving a body behind. I wonder if one day, when the Bodhi blood pupils are also maxed out, another section will appear. What will be above divine ability? Xiao Ye was very curious. But, after reaching divine ability, each upgrade requires 10,000 slaughter values. This is practically robbery. Forget it, let's postpone looking to the future and study the present first. Xiao Ye was defeated. He felt like he would never live to see the day his slaughter value was full. This time, not only did the Bodhi heart eye directly upgrade to the divine ability level Bodhi blood pupils, but I also awakened a new talent. Extreme Dao blood pupil. This talent, like thunder wings, manifests directly on the body. Currently, if there were a mirror, one would find Xiao Ye's pupils were no longer purely black as before, but a deep, dark red, like the richest fresh blood. Extreme Dao blood pupil sees through all Dao principles. Used in conjunction with the Bodhi blood pupils, now, no illusion can affect Xiao Ye. At the same time, wherever his gaze falls, he can perceive the truth and discern good from evil. And the biggest and most surprising thing for Xiao Ye was, when the Bodhi blood pupils were used in conjunction with the extreme Dao blood pupil, red light could directly burst forth from his eyes, captivating hearts and destroying divine souls. Have I finally turned from Ultraman into a red-eyed monster? Thanks to heaven, thanks to earth, thanks to nature. A red-eyed monster was much more acceptable to Xiao Ye than golden eyes. Of course. Besides that, Xiao Ye also had another big change. That is, his supernatural ability evolved again. Vampire Viscount. Regular physique is 9 times that of humans of the same rank. Under the cover of night, as a favored child of the night, corresponding physique increases by another 3 times. His supernatural ability rank increased, and his physique increased again. From 6 times that of a baron of the same rank, it increased to 9 times that of the same rank. Although it doesn't seem like a big increase within the same rank, even a small advantage can crush others, and Xiao Ye's physique was 9 times that of others, and under dark conditions, it could even reach 27 times. It could be said that he was now even more invincible among those of the same rank. He even dared to challenge star beasts of the 4th heaven realm. Harvest summary complete. Xiao Ye stood up and stretched. Suddenly, he blinked in a strange way. This valley, something seemed not quite right. Wait, where are those black mists? Xiao Ye finally reacted. Why had the black mists disappeared? Right, those black mists all emanated from the finger. Now that the essence blood in the finger has been absorbed by me, the black mists, without a source, naturally dissipated. Xiao Ye slapped his forehead and looked towards the center of the deep pit. That's where the giant rock and the finger were. However, where was the giant rock? Why had it disappeared? Only a withered finger bone remained, lying quietly on the ground. And the oval egg had vanished. How strange. Xiao Ye sighed helplessly and picked up the finger bone. I don't know what this thing is for. I'll take it out and see how many merit points the exchange point can give me. Whoosh, thunder wings flapped. Xiao Ye's figure swiftly streaked through the deep pit, and he shot up into the sky. Secret realm outpost. Xiao Ye flew all the way back. But he was surprised to find the outpost in a state of chaos. Students who had been exploring the secret realm were rushing back. And the secret realm army had guarded the entrance to the passage, and began an orderly evacuation of the secret realm. Xiao Ye. Someone waved at Xiao Ye. It was Xiao Ye and the others, who had just returned to the outpost. What's going on? Xiao Ye walked over, unable to help but ask curiously. Xiao, didn't you receive the message to exit the secret realm? Xiao leaned over. I did receive it. When he had just flown back, Xiao Ye had also casually checked his phone. But why suddenly evacuate the secret realm? Didn't they say there was still some time before the exploration ended? Of course, it's because of the sudden change in the sky just now. Xiao shrieked. Xiao, just now, there was suddenly red light everywhere and it was chilly. Did you forget? Red light everywhere. Chilly. Xiao Ye shook his head. I was just exploring inside the mountain, so I didn't see what was happening outside. Subconsciously, Xiao Ye optimized his language, and at the same time, he had already pulled out his phone and started browsing the forum, but he didn't find any posts about the red light everywhere that Xiao mentioned. He figured it must have been manually deleted, and discussion was prohibited. And the more discussion was prohibited, the more it proved that this matter was not small. That transformation, could it be related to the finger in the deep pit? Xiao Ye thought for a moment, then simply went directly to the secret realm army, and after reporting, appeared before Huo Qianjun. This is a demon race finger. Huo Qianjun was greatly alarmed when he saw the finger Xiao Ye took out. He carefully questioned Xiao Ye about the process of his exploration in the deep pit. Xiao Ye thought for a moment, and concealed the mysterious disappearance of the stone, and the matter of the finger's essence blood. After all, if he mentioned the stone and Huo Qianjun asked him to produce it, he really couldn't. As for the finger's essence blood, that was even harder to explain. How did Xiao Ye absorb the essence blood? If that essence blood was related to the demon race, would Xiao Ye, who absorbed demon race essence blood, attract other trouble? Xiao Ye didn't want trouble, so it was better not to say. But even so, Huo Qianjun was still full of exclamations, repeatedly calling it impossible. Xiao Ye actually made it to the very bottom of the deep pit. And Huo Qianjun instantly connected it to the red light everywhere in the secret realm just now. Could it be related to this finger? Thinking this way, the finger Xiao Ye brought back became even hotter to handle. Even the fall of a demon race king would be no more than this. And this finger, which had been lost for an unknown period of time, could actually cause such power. Then how powerful must the original owner of this finger have been? I will immediately report this matter to the Heavenly King Hall. Student Xiao Ye, your exploration may bring a huge impact to our entire human race. Huo Qianjun looked at Xiao Ye with emotion. Who would have thought that a first-year freshman could withstand the black mists that even he couldn't endure, and even bring back such a mysterious finger bone? Moreover, after making such a discovery, he remained calm and unagitated, and even directly turned it in. This openness and magnanimity, even Huo Qianjun had to admit defeat. If his son could be half as excellent as Xiao Ye. No, even if he was only 1/10 as excellent as Xiao Ye, he would be satisfied. Huo Qianjun didn't know. In the snow mountain deep pit, the most important things were actually the finger's essence blood and that mysterious stone. As for the finger bone, it was like the dew in buying the casket and returning the pearls, which is the wooden box. 179, Li Guangqi collapsed. Huo Qianjun's heart was surging, and he was about to immediately report this matter to the Heavenly King Hall. However, Xiao Ye rubbed his hands. Officer Huo, from what you're saying, this finger bone is very important. Of course it's important. The owner of this finger bone is likely an incredible big shot, and if we can obtain a part of his body, it might have a huge impact on the situation of our entire human race. At the very least, it can allow us to delve deeper into our research on the demon race. It can be said that this finger bone is the most important harvest from this secret realm exploration. Huo Qianjun's eyes sparkled. He did not hide this point from Xiao Ye. Then he chuckled. Don't worry, you found this thing, so you definitely won't be shortchanged on benefits. However, what exactly you'll receive as compensation still needs to be decided by the people in the Heavenly King Hall, but our Donghuang, Eastern Radiance, has never treated its meritorious officials unfairly. Huo Qianjun thought Xiao Ye was asking about the reward for handing over the finger bone, so he immediately laughed heartily. Although the young man was outstanding, he was still young after all and too impatient. Xiao Ye quickly shook his head. Of course I believe the country will compensate me. I just wanted to ask about merit points. Merit points. Huo Qianjun instantly remembered a rumor he had heard before. It seemed Xiao Ye had made an agreement with someone to sprint for the top 3 on the merit points ranking. So it's for this. Well, regardless of the finger bone, you explored the deep pit in the snowy mountain and brought back information about the situation below. This is very important for Secret Realm exploration, so as an officer of the Secret Realm Army, I do need to reward you with merit points. How about this much? Huo Qianjun stated a number, and Su Yi immediately nodded repeatedly. Thank you, officer. At the Secret Realm entrance, many people were evacuating from the Secret Realm. But one person went against the crowd and entered the Secret Realm. Is this the Secret Realm? The newcomer was tall and handsome. He carried a long sword on his back, and just by looking at his attire, one could tell he was a swordsman. His sharp demeanor made many senior students passing by the Secret Realm entrance turn their heads. But the newcomer paid no attention to them. He just took a deep breath. I finally came in. The newcomer was Li Guangqi, who was in the same year as Su Yi. A month ago, Su Yi and others forcefully broke through to second heaven, cultivation level, becoming the cream of the crop among Madu University's first-year freshmen. They even became the only first-year freshman team to enter the Secret Realm. Many Madu University students now only knew about Su Yi's team among the first-year freshmen. Besides the leader Su Yi, the team members Xiao Ye, Shen Mo, Xia Zhikyu, Mu Wanru and Zhang Xuan were all topics of enthusiastic discussion. As for other first-year freshmen, how could they compare to the members of Su Yi's team? Li Guangqi felt a deep sense of urgency. He had always been the one to leave others far behind. He had always been the genius praised by others. But now he had faded into the crowd. Li Guangqi was naturally unwilling. So this past month, Li Guangqi cultivated himself almost to his limit, and also took many breakthrough resources. That's how he managed to break through to Transcendent Second Heaven in just 1 month. Then he immediately applied for the qualification to enter the Secret Realm. He just wanted to prove to everyone that he, Li Guangqi, was also a genius. It's just that. As soon as he entered the Secret Realm, the order to retreat had already been issued. Li Guangqi could only regretfully stop and observe at the outpost. However, although he couldn't kill and improve in the Secret Realm, being the person to enter the Secret Realm second only to Su Yi's team, surely there were already rumors about him outside, right? Li Guangqi still stood tall in the wind. His hand, however, had already quietly taken out his phone and then opened the forum. He was already prepared to see topics about himself. However, nothing. Li Guangqi's eyes widened sharply, somewhat disbelieving. A first-year freshman, breaking through to second heaven, cultivation level in 1 month. Not a second heaven, cultivation level achieved by taking pills. And entering the Star Beast Secret Realm through his own efforts. Any of these points deserved 10 or 8 posts on the forum, with hundreds of replies. How come there wasn't a single message now? These Madu University students were truly the worst batch he had ever seen. Wait. Li Guangqi's gaze sharpened, falling on the highest post on the forum. Shock, first-year freshman dominates the field, who is 1 on the Secret Realm ranking. The post didn't mention names, but combined with the content, it was practically giving away Su Yi's ID number. Had Su Yi become 1 on the Secret Realm ranking? Li Guangqi's rational mind reacted, but his heart still couldn't quite believe it. How was this possible? Su Yi was only a first-year freshman. His cultivation was only second heaven cultivation level. Oh no, it had already become third heaven cultivation realms. But when he looked before entering the Secret Realm, Su Yi's ranking was still 4th, and there was still a significant gap from 3rd. At that time, Li Guangqi had even sighed. Don't look at the difference of only 1 spot between 4th and 3rd, in reality, it was a world of difference. Su Yi must have been extremely disappointed, right? But now, first place. Li Guangqi's hands trembled as he clicked on that post. At the very top was the latest Secret Realm ranking. And on the ranking list, ranked high in first place was, surprisingly, no, 1 Su Yi Cultivation 3rd Heaven, Cultivation Realm Merit Points 5163. It was really Su Yi, and he had actually increased his merit points by 3,000 at once. Li Guangqi was a bit stunned. Su Yi not only completely crushed all the top first-year freshmen, but even the older students from 2nd and 3rd year. And before, he had always been striving to catch up to Su Yi. He used to think the distance between him and Su Yi was only 100 meters. But when he looked up again, that distance had actually become 1,000 meters, and the other party was still sprinting rapidly. This, should he still continue to chase? At this moment, Li Guangqi felt his belief was about to collapse. It was too disheartening. And just then, several figures hurried over, clearly intending to evacuate the Secret Realm. Seeing Li Guangqi standing dumbfounded, they couldn't help but slow their steps. Li Guangqi. Shenmo exclaimed in surprise. When did you also get into the secret realm? Li Guangqi looked up, still dazed. He saw the spirited Shenmo. And he also saw the calm Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye. Li Guangqi's pupils constricted. And Xiao Ye, noticing Li Guangqi's gaze, smiled slightly, and at the same time sincerely praised him. Student Li has also broken through to second heaven cultivation level. It's been less than 2 months since school started, and Student Li has already broken through to second heaven cultivation level. You truly live up to the name of genius. Impressive, impressive. Li Guangqi, feeling the faint pressure of third heaven cultivation realm emanating from Xiao Ye. Thinking of Xiao Ye's name hanging at the top of the secret realm ranking just now. Li Guangqi had a certain expletive in his heart, wondering if he should say it or not. Damn it, you super prodigy, praising someone far inferior to you as a genius with such sincerity. Isn't this really sarcasm? 180, ranked third on the earthly ranking with a chilling malice. Madu University. As the secret realm exploration concluded early, everyone evacuated from the secret realm. The entire Madu University, however, was in an uproar. Welcoming back classmates and friends safely. Celebrating their gains. And most importantly, the secret realm ranking. Martial artists inevitably want to compete. And the secret realm ranking is a place to showcase individual combat power. In the past, every time the secret realm opened, the secret realm ranking was the most watched. Countless people would praise the names at the top of the secret realm ranking. It can be said, in this era, if you want to make a name for yourself overnight, then find a newly opened secret realm that matches your rank, go in and fight fiercely, and if you can get on the secret realm ranking, or even the top of the secret realm ranking, then you will definitely become an overnight sensation. And this time's secret realm ranking, it can be said to be even more eye-catching, and the discussions it sparked were even more intense. All of this is because the top of this secret realm ranking is a first-year freshman. Xiao Ye. A first-year freshman actually managed to crush a host of second-year, third-year, and even fourth-year students. This is simply a miracle. Even if the 3 prodigies of Madu University did not enter the secret realm exploration this time. But besides these 3, most of the geniuses of Madu University did enter it. The result, they were crushed by a first-year freshman. Especially seeing the cultivation behind Xiao Ye's name. My goodness, university has only been open for less than 2 months, and he's already reached third heaven cultivation realm. What kind of prodigy is this? I'm impressed. Seeing him, I feel like I've wasted these past few years. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. I heard Junior Su is especially handsome. I really want to get close. Tilda. Didn't they say this Xiao Ye climbed up by relying on resources? His third heaven, cultivation realm, cultivation might also be due to relying on resources. Damn cultivator second gen cultivator. You don't understand, Xiao Ye comes from an ordinary family, and the resources for his breakthrough were collected by himself. He didn't use family resources, and his third heaven, cultivation realm, cultivation was achieved through breakthroughs in battle, all on his own, okay. An ordinary martial artist's cultivate speed can actually crush a cultivator's second gen cultivator. I declare, Xiao Ye is my idol. Now, the pressure is on the 3 geniuses of Madu University. I wonder if Si Ryuachin and the others can suppress Xiao Ye. I feel it's unlikely. Exactly, Junior Su slays all in his path unstoppable. Discussions were rampant on the forum. All topics were focused on Xiao Ye. At this moment, Xiao Ye had already become the idol of countless young martial artists. Especially those martial artists from humble backgrounds, who all wanted to learn from Xiao Ye in Madu, in a luxurious villa. Snap! Wang Buping put down the tablet in his hand, and shook his head boredly. These people actually believe young Master Su comes from an ordinary family. How could someone from an ordinary family wear the earth element inner armor that only direct descendants of the Xunyuan family can have? How could someone from an ordinary family cultivate so fast? Even he, a cultivator second gen cultivator, can't compare. How could someone from an ordinary family have young Master Xunyuan Shisi personally send him a gift? Naive, truly too naive. As for the online rumors about Xiao Ye coming from an ordinary family, or even from the slum, Wang Buping believed that it must be a smokescreen released by the Xunyuan family or the Su family, to prevent Xiao Ye's talent from being too much of a prodigy and being targeted by the demon race. Fabricating an ordinary family background is the best way to protect young Master Su. Alas, young Master Su is indeed too much of a prodigy, which is why the aristocratic family clan goes to such lengths to conceal him. However, gold always shines. How can a genius like young Master Su conceal his brilliance? Look, he's only just started university and he's already so dazzling. Wang Buping exclaimed with an air of everyone else is drunk, only I am sober. It was only he, Wang Buping, who possessed such wisdom immediately discovering young Master Su's extraordinary nature beneath his ordinary background, and establishing a connection with young Master Su before his true identity was revealed. During this time, Su Yi will definitely be surrounded by sycophants. I can't let others get ahead of me in fawning over young Master Su, I was first. Wang Buping immediately sprang up from the sofa. I need to prepare a good celebration banquet for young Master Su, and also a gift. What should I prepare? Oh right, young Master Su's dazzling performance will certainly attract the attention of those fallen ones. Perhaps someone will try to harm young Master Su. Young Master Su already has the Xunyuan family's inner armor. How about I prepare another gift? I heard there's a must-kill list for human geniuses on the demon race side. I wonder if young Master Su is already on the list. Imadu. A certain dark room. The computer emitted a faint blue light. On the screen, a line of text was flashing. Human Genius Must-Kill List Update. Earth Rank 3 Su Yi. In just a few months, Su Yi not only made it onto the Human Genius Must-Kill list. Moreover, his ranking changed from the initial human rank 11 to Earth Rank 22. Now, he even directly jumped to Earth Rank 3. One must know that only those super geniuses who reach 6th heaven at a young age and comprehend the concept can enter the heaven rank of human geniuses. And Su Yi is only at 3rd heaven, cultivation realm. Yet he can reach Earth Rank 3. This already proves how powerful Su Yi's talent is, and how shocking his cultivate speed is, to attract such importance from the demon race. Su Ye. In the darkness, a pair of dark red eyes flickered, the faint light of the computer screen falling on the person's face, revealing a gaunt appearance. If Su Yi were to see this person, he would certainly exclaim, this person's appearance is 7 or 8 parts similar to Su Yang. At this moment, this person was staring at Su Yi, whose ranking on the Human Genius Must-Kill list had been updated. As expected of a child of the Su family, even if he grew up away from home, he is still so dazzling, but the more dazzling you are, the more I wish to crush you fiercely into the mud. You were lucky to escape so many assassinations before, but this time, I will act personally. Come on, the genius Su Yi, come and receive the little surprise I've prepared for you. I believe you will definitely like it. Achoo! Su Yi sneezed hard and rubbed his nose, causing Xiao Ye next to him to look over. Are you okay? After you came back this time you look a bit pale. Su Yi felt somewhat pale after returning to the base this time, although he also became more handsome. But Kiyu was always worried if Su Yi was sick. Su Yi, I'm not sick, but my supernatural ability has evolved again. Have you ever seen a blood-sucking vampire with a rosy complexion? However, this was truly impossible to explain to Kiyu, so he could only shake his head. I'm fine, we're all martial artists now, how could we get sick? We've reached the secret realm entrance, let's go out now. Su Yi and a few companions walked out of the secret realm entrance, and he casually glanced to the side. And it was this glance. His Bodhi blood pupils sent feedback. Malice. Intense malice. Coming from the crowd nearby. 181. Assassin, Zheng Qiang. Malice. Su Yi immediately reacted. The Bodhi heart eye, when cultivated to its limit, can perceive malice. And now, he had already elevated his Bodhi heart eye to the divine ability level Bodhi blood pupils, so perceiving malice was incredibly easy. Su Yi subtly looked in the direction from which the malice emanated. That direction was the secret realm army. A slightly gaunt figure stood among the secret realm army, and noticing Su Yi looking over, immediately turned his head. It seemed he didn't want to meet Su Yi's gaze. Su Yi frowned slightly. He didn't seem to recognize that secret realm army member. Why would he emanate malice towards him? Wait, as his gaze swept, Su Yi suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a faint, indistinct layer on the secret realm army member's face. It was a disguise. Su Yi instantly realized. Then he unhesitatingly used his extreme Tao blood pupil. The Bodhi blood pupils primarily passively sensed good and evil. However, the extreme Tao blood pupil could be actively used. Blood light was contained within his pupils, capable of seeing through all illusions. If the blood light emanated outwards, it could seize one's mind and destroy one's divine soul. At this moment, as the blood light swirled within his eyes, the faint, indistinct layer on the secret realm army member's face gradually dissipated in Su Yi's vision, revealing the face beneath. Zheng Qiang. Su Yi finally recognized who this person was. A dog of the Zhen family. And he had blamed Zhen Qianhuan's death on Su Yi. Now disguised, he appeared at the secret realm exit. What was his purpose? Xiao Ye curled his lips, withdrew his gaze, and as if he hadn't discovered anything, continued to follow the crowd outwards. After being teleported out of the secret realm, everyone's location was the hunting zone of Madu University. At this time, if they didn't leave the teleportation spot quickly, it was very possible that the next person to be teleported out would land on your neck. It was like taking an escalator downstairs. Once you reached the bottom, you had to leave quickly, otherwise, it would definitely cause a traffic accident. Xiao Ye's direction of departure, coincidentally, was exactly where Zhang Qiang was located. Moreover, he slightly quickened his pace, unconsciously widening the distance between himself and the crowd. Seeing this, Zhang Qiang, hidden in the crowd, couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. He had been worried that Xiao Ye was too far away to act easily. He hadn't expected this kid to deliver himself right to his doorstep. "Young miss, I'll be able to avenge you soon." 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. The distance between Xiao Ye and Zhang Qiang grew closer and closer, until only 3 or 4 meters remained between them. Zhang Qiang suddenly pulled out a long saber from his storage bracelet, then lunged at Xiao Ye. "Kid, prepare to die." Zhang Qiang didn't hide his intention to kill at all. Since he had come today, he had no intention of leaving alive. Using his life to avenge the young miss was worth it. Zhang Qiang's eyes filled with intense venom and triumph. Soon, he would soon be able to avenge the young miss. Xiao Ye was about to die by his blade. However, just as the long saber in Zhang Qiang's hand was only 10 centimeters from Xiao Ye's neck, Xiao Ye raised his head. Meeting those clear, smiling eyes, Zhang Qiang's heart suddenly lurched. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Xiao Ye's expression didn't look like someone facing death. Instead, it was like he was prepared. Not good, it's a trap. However, Zhang Qiang reacted too late. A subtle red glow flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. Zhang Qiang immediately felt a sharp pain in his brain. And at the same time, the long saber in Xiao Ye's hand had already traced a graceful arc. Thud! The long saber in Zhang Qiang's hand fell directly. Along with the long saber, Zhang Qiang's right arm, which had held the saber, also fell. Only at this moment, the immense pain of his severed arm came, and Zhang Qiang suddenly reacted, letting out a scream. His severed arm was still gushing blood, and he himself had already fallen from the air. Xiao Ye curled his lips in disdain. That's it. And he wanted to kill him. Zhang Qiang, at the 4th heaven realm, cultivation level, in terms of combat power, couldn't even compare to the king beast leopard at the late stage of the 3rd heaven, cultivation realm. Even that king beast leopard had died under Xiao Ye's blade, let alone Zhang Qiang. Moreover, Xiao Ye had also used the extreme Dao blood pupil. A small influence was enough to make Zhang Qiang lose his chance. Let me go. Let me go. I'm going to kill him. Xiao Ye, you deserve to die. Zhang Qiang, having failed in his attack, was immediately restrained by the secret realm army members who surrounded him from both sides, yet he continued to shout, his hatred for Xiao Ye almost materializing. Bang! A secret realm army member stepped up and punched Zhang Qiang. What are you yelling about? Damn it, where did this idiot come from, daring to kill someone right in front of the secret realm army? You're tired of living. The surrounding secret realm army members nodded in agreement, muttering curses. This guy was simply an idiot. If you wanted to kill someone, hire an assassin. If you insisted on doing it yourself, go to the wilderness. Even if you killed someone in the street, they'd say you were a man. But you dared to kill someone right in front of so many secret realm army members. Isn't that like running into a police station to kill someone? Purely seeking death. The key is, if you really didn't want to live, then just openly not want to live, but you had to wear a secret realm army uniform and pull this stunt. Now it's good, they first have to investigate your identity. If this person was an impersonator, then they'd have to figure out how he impersonated them. What loopholes in secret realm army management allowed an assassin to infiltrate? If this person was actually a secret realm army member, good heavens, then several leaders above would be implicated, and if the leaders weren't happy, could they be happy? In any case, no matter what, the entire secret realm army would be dragged into a major purge because of this person, and the secret realm army members were furious. Just as the secret realm army members wished they could kill Zhang Qiang immediately. Outside the crowd, Xiao Ye suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. This person, why does he feel a bit familiar? As soon as these words came out, the secret realm army members all turned to look at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye recognized who this was. If he really recognized him, confirming this person's identity before the commander arrived, and fixing their own shortcomings, They might be able to minimize the punishment. Student Su, do you know this person? Who is he? Su Ye had a look of shock and uncertainty. I don't recognize this face, but his figure and the move he just used, I feel a bit familiar with, but I dare not confirm. Oh, don't hesitate. Who do you suspect it is? This person looks like Zheng Qiang, who I met once in the secret realm before, that is, the Zhen family's steward. Su Ye spoke hesitantly. As soon as the words left his mouth, several secret realm army members, who were familiar with the situation, suddenly understood. When Zhen Qianhuan, the young miss of the Zhen family, pursued Su Ye, she fell into the secret realm. At that time, the Zhen family indeed had a steward named Zheng Qiang who had been waiting in the secret realm army for the secret realm to open, and even followed them as part of the first group to enter the secret realm. Later, the Zhen family's young miss perished with a star beast in the secret realm. Now that they thought about it, these people from the Zhen family actually blamed Zhen Qianhuan's death on Su Ye. No wonder they wanted to attack Su Ye. As for the appearance, a secret realm army member stared at Zheng Qiang for a while, then quickly discovered something amiss. He had someone hold down the constantly struggling Zheng Qiang, then leaned down and fumbled on Zheng Qiang's face for a while. With a rip sound, he actually tore off a mask from Zheng Qiang's face. Beneath the mask was Zheng Qiang's panicked face. It really is you, Zheng Qiang. 182. Zheng Qiang's regret. Zheng Qiang shook his head in panic. No, it wasn't me. This meaningless rebuttal was met with a resounding slap from a secret realm army member. Slap. Immediately, half of Zheng Qiang's face swelled up high. That secret realm army member still felt unsatisfied. Damn it, it wasn't you. You're still denying it even when it's like this. Do you really think I'm blind? Damn you, Zheng Qiang, you bastard. You actually impersonated our secret realm army. Tell me, how did you get in here? Zheng Qiang looked ashamed and indignant. He was considered a steward in the Zhen family. When had he ever been slapped like this? It could be said that these slaps were a greater blow to Zheng Qiang than killing him. And all of this was because of Su Ye. Zheng Qiang looked at Su Ye outside the crowd with resentment. In his eyes, there was also a hint of confusion. Why? Why did Su Ye suddenly become so strong? Just over a month ago, when he first entered the secret realm, this person could only tremble under his pressure. But now, only a little over a month has passed. He can actually easily counterkill him. That's right, although Zheng Qiang was mad with hatred, he wasn't stupid. Su Ye's blade strike just now was so powerful that it made him feel fear. With such a blade technique, given Su Ye some time, he would definitely become one of the few prodigies among the younger generation of Eastern Radiants. It's a pity, I should have killed you the first time I saw you. Zheng Qiang said this with an extremely venomous voice. He should have killed Su Ye immediately the first time he saw him in the secret realm, instead of waiting for Su Ye to grow. It's just a pity, everything was too late. Zheng Qiang felt a bit disheartened. Now, all he could do was try his best not to involve the Zhen family. Zheng Qiang was about to speak, to say that all of this was his own idea and had nothing to do with the Zhen family. But just then, Zheng Qiang saw Su Ye's eyes. He saw those eyes, faintly tinged with blood under the sunlight. Extreme Dao blood pupil. Soul stirring. Buzz tilde. Zheng Qiang only felt his mind go blank for a moment. Master, Zheng Qiang is incompetent, unable to avenge young miss. Su Ye, I cannot kill you today, but there will always be Zhen family members who will come for your life. You killed a member of my Zhen family, a blood debt must be repaid with your blood. Zheng Qiang, tightly bound by the secret realm army, suddenly let out a loud cry, then exerted force, leaning his body forward. Ufda. He actually directly plunged his heart onto the blade of a secret realm army member, who was holding a blade in front of him to prevent his escape. The sharp blade light directly pierced Zheng Qiang's heart, and blood gushed out. A sharp pain in his chest. Zheng Qiang's brain finally regained consciousness, and he suddenly realized what he had just said. He immediately opened his eyes wide in horror, wanting to say that those words were not what he wanted to say, but rather something he said under someone else's control. However, as he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood directly gushed out. Along with the flowing blood, Zheng Qiang's life force also drained away. Thump! Zheng Qiang's body fell weakly to the ground, his strength rapidly draining, leaving him unable to utter a single word. Only his eyes were still fixed on Su Ye outside the crowd. There Su Ye smiled slightly. He said nothing, but Zheng Qiang understood Su Ye's meaning. You guessed right, I controlled you. Regardless of whether Zheng Qiang's actions were instigated by the Zhen family behind the scenes, Su Ye realized something after today. There was always Zhen Qianhuan's life between him and the Zhen family, and it couldn't be cleared up simply by Su Yi using means to make people believe Zhen Qianhuan perished with a star beast. In the eyes of the Zhen family members, if Zhen Qianhuan hadn't gone to kill Su Yi, she wouldn't have fallen into the secret realm and wouldn't have died because of it. Since the hatred has already been forged, then it's best to strike first. So you wanted to see how the Zhen family would face the secret realm army's interrogation. With Zhang Qiang's words, if Su Yi were to truly encounter an assassination in the future, the Zhen family would be inextricably linked no matter what. If the Zhen family didn't want to drag their entire family into it, they would not only dare not act against Su Yi again, but would also have to try every possible way to ensure Su Yi's safety. Zheng Qiang's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with fear. In the last moments of his life, Zheng Qiang finally understood why Su Yi would control him to say those words. Su Yi not only wanted to kill him, but also to involve the entire Zhen family. It was also at this moment of his life that Zheng Qiang regretted it. Why did he provoke Su Yi? Not only did he himself die so inexplicably at Su Yi's hands, but he also brought a terrifying enemy to the Zhen family. This Su Yi, he is a devil. Su, are you all right? Xia Zhikyu walked over and asked, somewhat worried. Although they had killed many star beasts in the secret realm these days, killing people was still too unfamiliar. Especially Su, who directly faced all of this, must be uncomfortable. Su, don't worry, no matter how powerful the Zhen family is, they must abide by Eastern Radiance's laws. They wouldn't dare to casually act against you. At worst, we brothers will never leave school in the future and will keep improving until we reach high tier. By then, it won't be a question of whether the Zhen family dares to act against you, but rather that we can directly kill our way into the Zhen family. Isn't it just a Zhen family? If they anger us, we brothers will fight to the death. At worst, we'll perish together. Shenmo came over. That's right, the Zhen family wouldn't dare to act against you, and your family there's even less to worry about. Shenmo had already made up his mind. He would go back and tell his family to use the Shen family's power to protect Su Yi's family, and also to contend with the Zhen family, who isn't an aristocratic family after all. Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru didn't speak, but both walked to Su Yi's side, showing their support for Su Yi with their actions. As for Zhang Chuan looked around, and when he saw a figure his eyes immediately lit up. Senior, you're finally here. Someone is trying to kill someone right in front of the secret realm army and even threatening Su Yi. Is an aristocratic family really that powerful? The secret realm army uncle responsible for exchanges in the secret realm was immediately grabbed by Zhang Chuan as soon as he came out, and a string of complaints ensued. Zhang Chuan wasn't particularly interested in fighting and killing, but he was exceptionally keen on networking. Even in the secret realm, he often interacted with the secret realm army, and even became drinking buddies with a few of them. He also learned from them that the secret realm army uncle at the exchange office, despite looking leisurely and peaceful like a retired old man, was actually an important figure in the secret realm army. And most importantly, he had a personality that abhorred evil. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Chuan recount the whole story, the secret realm army uncle's anger immediately flared up. What a Zhen family! Not only did they have someone impersonate the secret realm army to kill, but they also demanded blood for blood. Do they think this is a wuxia drama? This is a society governed by law. Someone go find that kid Huel for me. I want to ask him, when did the secret realm army become a blade for those aristocratic families? Someone used the secret realm army's identity to kill, and he didn't even know about it. The secret realm army uncle was furious. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Kid Huel Qianjun. Who exactly is this secret realm army uncle to be able to address Huel Qianjun like that? Su Yi felt strange in his heart. And just then, with the arrival of the secret realm army uncle, Su Yi suddenly felt a surge of killing intent again. And this killing intent was even stronger than the killing intent Zhang Qiang had given him earlier. 183. Is assassination also a buy one get one free deal? What's going on? An assassination with a buy one get one free deal. Su Yi didn't immediately reveal himself. Instead, as he shifted his position, he subtly turned his body and glanced casually in the direction from which the malice originated. With that one glance, Su Yi found the person emitting the malice and clearly saw their attire. Secret Realm Army. It's the Secret Realm Army again. It's practically a sieve. He wondered if this person also had a mask. Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Under the extreme Dao blood pupil, there was no true face visible on this person. However, a faint blood mist rose around his body. That blood mist seemed to carry a bloody smell and evil qi, a feeling that was somewhat familiar to Su Yi. Soon Su Yi realized. The aura was very similar to that of the fallen ones from the blood demon cult he had seen before, but it was even purer. Could this actually be a fallen one? Xiao Ye averted his gaze to prevent the person from becoming alert. As Xiao Ye turned, he found that he no longer felt the malice. It seemed the target of this malice wasn't him, but the person he had just blocked. Who could it be? Himself. At this moment, everyone had begun to leave the spot where Zhang Qiang committed suicide. Xiao Ye changed his position several times as he walked. He quickly determined the target of the malice. The secret realm army uncle. At the same time, through this experiment, Xiao Ye also discovered a small trick for the Bodhi blood pupil's divine ability in passively sensing malice. If the malice was directed at him, the Bodhi blood pupils could immediately sense it. If the malice was directed at others, when Xiao Ye was positioned between the source of the malice and the target, that is, when the three formed a straight line, he could feel the gaze of that malice. So it could not only sense its own range but also act as a malice detector. No, senior, we've known each other for so long, why don't we add each other's contact information? Xiao Ye approached the secret realm army uncle, smiling, and proactively pulled out his phone to display his QR code. It was the first time the secret realm army uncle had encountered a man proactively asking for his contact information. It felt quite novel. Thinking that Xiao Ye was also a genius, he might indeed become a famous martial artist in Eastern Radiance in the future. Most importantly, this young man had shown great politeness in several interactions during this difficult period. The secret realm army uncle had a good impression of this young man, and with a ding, he immediately added Xiao Ye as a friend. It was only at this moment that Xiao Ye learned the secret realm army uncle's real name was Xiao Russian. Ding! The phone in Xiao Russian's hand suddenly lit up. He saw that it was a message from Xiao Ye, whom he had just added as a friend. Xiao Russian couldn't help but smile. This young man sent a message immediately after adding him. He didn't expect him to be so opportunistic. But as soon as he opened the message, the smile in Xiao Russian's eyes froze. Night God, Senior, 35 steps behind you at 8 o'clock. The person wearing secret realm army uniform with a scar on the left side of his forehead has murderous intent towards you. Night God, the aura on that person is very similar to a fallen one. Whoa! Xiao Russian finally understood the real reason Xiao Ye asked for his contact information. It wasn't for opportunism. It was to warn him. Xiao Russian didn't ask Xiao Ye how he noticed the secret realm army member was problematic. Instead, he gestured to the two personal guards who had come with him. The two personal guards were startled at first, then subtly fell back a few steps, clearly about to approach the secret realm army member identified by Xiao Ye. Just as the two personal guards were about to act, swish. The secret realm army member, suspected to be a fallen one, suddenly moved. With a flick of his hand, dozens of cold glints shot out, all of them poisoned darts. These dozens of darts were not only aimed at Xiao Russian's two personal guards, but also at the students who were retreating nearby. The two personal guards were greatly alarmed and dared not casually block the darts. Instead, relying on their formidable strength, they managed to catch all the darts one by one in their hands. But precisely because of this, they wasted the opportunity to act. By the time the two landed again, the secret realm army member, suspected to be a fallen one, had already rushed into the crowd nearby and fiercely pressed a dagger against a girl's neck. He. The person laughed sinisterly. I'm very curious, how did you recognize me? Hearing this commotion, Xiao Russian's expression changed. Fu Chen, it's you, you're not dead. Of course it's me. The secret realm army member, suspected to be a fallen one, who was Fu Chen, smiled viciously. You old geezer aren't dead yet, and I haven't been able to avenge my father's death, so how could I die? Xiao Russian sighed. So you faked your death, intending to escape like a cicada shedding its skin, and then find an opportunity to kill me. I'm not surprised you want to kill me, but why did you collude with the blood demon cult? Don't you know your father's death was because of the blood demon cult? Nonsense, hypocrisy, extreme hypocrisy. Fu Chen suddenly shouted loudly. It was clearly you who killed my father. My father treated you as a confidant. You were severely injured in the secret realm, and it was my father who carried you back. Along the way, you encountered countless attacks. When you returned to the outpost, your injuries were stable, but my father had 108 new wounds on his body, and 13 of them were deep enough to reach the bone. He barely survived after 3 days of rescue. My father showed you such immense kindness, yet you attacked him. Afterward, to eliminate future troubles, you even tried to kill me. If I hadn't faked my death to escape, I would have died by your hand long ago. What if I colluded with the blood demon cult? As long as I can kill a hypocrite like you, I, Fu Chen, dare to pay any price. Xiao Russian, you deserve to die. Fu Chen spoke with bitter tears. Huo Russian's expression was heavy. The surrounding students retreated one by one, trying to stay away from the battlefield, yet they still heard Fu Chen's words. Their expressions when looking at Huo Russian were a bit off. It sounded like Fu Chen was more pitiful. His father risked his life to save Huo Russian, but Huo Russian repaid kindness with enmity and even wanted to kill his benefactor's son. From this perspective, while Fu Chen deserved death for colluding with the blood demon cult, Huo Russian wasn't a good person either. Huo Russian let out a long sigh. I have never forgotten Brother Fu's kindness to me for a single day. It is precisely because of this that I applied to kill Brother Fu with my own hands, simply because he colluded with the blood demon cult, a grave mistake. If a brother makes a mistake and I cannot help him turn back, I can only send him off on his final journey, allowing him to die with dignity. This matter pains me, but I have never felt that I was wrong. Fu Chen immediately shouted in disbelief. You're lying, that's impossible. Fu Chen had regarded his father as a great hero since childhood. How could such a father collude with the blood demon cult? What's impossible about that? 18 years ago, Yao beasts invaded the southeast, and the blood demon cult was behind it, fanning the flames. And among those who transmitted messages to the blood demon cult at that time was your father. A person strode over, his expression solemn. It was the highest-ranking officer of the Secret Realm Army, Huo Qianjun. 184. At the critical moment, blood eyes made a difference. Huo Qianjun stared fixedly at Fu Chen. Your father held a high position and made many contributions to Eastern Radiance. When we received the news, we didn't want to believe it. If it weren't for repeated verification and irrefutable evidence, how could we have acted? Back then, my second uncle voluntarily offered to kill your father to preserve his last bit of dignity. Your father knew he had made a grave mistake and did not resist, willingly offering his neck for the execution. Before he died, he even left behind a lot of information, with the only request being that the country not implicate you, saying that you knew nothing of what he had done. So, after personally sending your father on his way, my second uncle immediately went to find you, only to witness your feigned death. Your feigned death back then was taught to you by those from the blood demon cult, wasn't it? When my second uncle went to find you, he discovered traces of people from the blood demon cult. He thought you had been killed by them and even fought fiercely with them, suffering severe injuries and a drop in his realm. Now, he can only take on a leisurely position in the Secret Realm Army to retire. While your father's collusion with the blood demon cult was a grave mistake, he was nonetheless a good father, thinking of you in his last moments. But what about you? Instead of trying to understand the true cause of your father's death, you colluded with the blood demon cult, who truly killed your father and aided their evil deeds. Fu Chen, are you worthy of your father's painstaking efforts? Huo Qianjun's voice boomed like a bell, making Fu Chen feel dizzy. This is impossible. My father was clearly killed by that old bastard. The blood demon cult saved me. You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. Fu Chen felt the world spin, his mind a blank. He didn't believe nor dared to believe what Huo Qianjun said. If what Huo Qianjun said was true, wouldn't that mean he had been working for the blood demon cult who killed his father? Wouldn't it mean that he thought he had been enduring humiliation all these years, believing he was giving up everything to avenge his father? But in reality, it was all a misunderstanding. Was he aiding evil, acknowledging an enemy as his father? Fu Chen's mind was in turmoil. However, he didn't notice that someone nearby was constantly approaching him. Jiang Junhao. Before Su Yi reached the top, he was the genius who firmly held the #1 spot on the Secret Realm leaderboard. He was also a super genius at Mado University, second only to Si Ryuachin, Xuanyuan 14 and Yu Qiuchi. At this moment, Jiang Junhao was cautiously approaching Fu Chen, while looking at the woman threatened by Fu Chen with concern. The woman's hair was smooth, and her appearance was elegant, but at this moment her pretty face was pale and filled with unconcealed fear. It was Jiang Junhao's girlfriend, Yue Lingshu. Seeing Fu Chen's mind agitated by Huo Qianjun's words, Jiang Junhao's eyes immediately lit up. An opportunity. Jiang Junhao's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Fu Chen. The long sword in his hand did not aim for Fu Chen's vital points, but rather targeted the arm with which Fu Chen was holding his girlfriend, Yue Lingshu. Stabbing a vital point might not result in immediate death. But if an arm was severed, he would certainly be unable to hold anyone hostage. Jiang Junhao's plan was undeniably thorough, and the timing he seized was undeniably precise. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Fu Chen was so devastated by Huo Qianjun's words that his entire worldview was about to collapse. He took a big step forward, as if to fight Huo Qianjun to the death. And just then, Jiang Junhao's long sword arrived. The step Fu Chen took forward just happened to move his vital point away from the blade of Jiang Junhao's long sword. The long sword only left a long wound on Fu Chen's arm. The blood not only failed to make Fu Chen release the dagger at Yue Lingshu's neck, but the intense pain in his arm instead triggered his rage. Good, you deliberately made up such an absurd lie to save her. I'll kill her first. The dagger suddenly plunged downwards fiercely. No! Jiang Junhao exclaimed. Huo Qianzhen's figure rushed forward even more fiercely, wanting to stop it. However, no matter how fast Huo Qianzhen moved, how could he block a dagger that was so close? Just as the dagger was about to cut Yue Lingshu's delicate neck. Whoosh! A red glow flashed. Fu Chen seemed to have been suddenly paused, the furious expression still on his face, but his eyes had become blank. Seizing this opportunity, Huo Qianzhen had already appeared beside Fu Chen, and with a wave of his hand, he sealed Fu Chen's cultivation. At the same time, he reached out to check Fu Chen's condition, and was relieved to find that his sea of consciousness was merely shaken. On the other side, Jiang Junhao had already pulled his girlfriend, Yue Lingshu, into his arms, checking her anxiously up and down. Only after confirming that Yue Lingshu had no bloodstains on her did he finally relax slightly. Thank goodness you're all right. Luckily, Officer Huo intervened and stopped that madman just now, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. Yue Lingshu's small face was pale, and she thanked Huo Qianzhen softly, weakly, and with extreme gratitude. Thank you, Officer Huo. Neither of them noticed Fu Chen's momentary pause, thinking it was Huo Qianzhen who had controlled Fu Chen. Huo Qianzhen's expression was strange. The person who truly controlled Fu Chen was not him. In that instant, there seemed to be a faint mental fluctuation and a flash of red light. Huo Qianzhen tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on one person, his expression unreadable. The secret realm entrance had been full of twists and turns. Fortunately, both Zhang Qiang's sneak attack and Fu Chen's outburst were resolved, and there were no casualties. Therefore, what happened here only became a laughing matter among the students. Only one person. Afterward, he was invited by Huo Qianzhen alone to the secret realm, a RMYS Chinese letter. Su Ye student Su. Huo Qianzhen laughed heartily, proactively brewed a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Su Ye. Taste it. These are tea leaves I found in the secret realm. As a rough person, I don't understand much about taste, but it's rich in star power, so it's a good thing to aid cultivation. Su Ye was not very interested when he saw the tea leaves. A cup of tea like this was not as good as a bottle of cola for him. But as soon as he heard it was good for cultivation, his eyes lit up, and he took a big gulp with a slurp. The warm tea entered his stomach, and indeed transformed into a rich energy that circulated throughout his body. It was indeed a good thing. Unfortunately, it was of no use to Su Ye. It couldn't be used to increase his supernatural ability value, and as for cultivation, he only needed to add points. Su Ye put down the teacup, waiting for Huo Qianzhen to get to the point. I heard from my second uncle, Huo Russian, that you reminded him of Fu Chen's existence, and I checked the surveillance footage at the secret realm entrance at the time. When Zhang Qiang attacked you, you seemed to have been prepared early on. After seeing that footage, I applied to the Heavenly King Hall to check the cultivation technique and martial skill you cultivated, and I discovered something very interesting. Huo Qianzhen stared intently at Su Ye. Su Ye, tell me honestly, did you cultivate the Bodhi Mind's Eye, and have you cultivated it to a very high realm? 185. Huo Qianzhen's request. Huo Qianzhen's gaze held a hint of anticipation, mixed with tension. Under his gaze, Su Ye nodded slightly. That's right, I have indeed cultivated the Bodhi Mind's Eye, and I've achieved a small measure of success. Sure enough. Hearing Su Ye's answer, Huo Qianzhen was immediately overjoyed. I knew there was a reason you discovered Fu Chen in advance. It turns out you cultivated the Bodhi Mind's Eye, allowing you to sense malice, and the subsequent impact on Fu Chen was that also because of your Bodhi Mind's Eye. Su Ye nodded again. That's right, the situation was critical at the time, so I instinctively used it. I hope it didn't cause any trouble for Officer Huo. Huo Qianzhen immediately burst into laughter again. You didn't cause me any trouble, on the contrary, I have you to thank. Otherwise, a crude man like me wouldn't have any means to control people, and that delicate little girl might have truly been in danger. Huo Qianzhen excelled in combat. He wasn't skilled in subtle operations like mental energy control. In that situation, if Su Ye hadn't acted, Huo Qianzhen could have easily killed Fu Chen, but saving someone would have been difficult. Student Su. Huo Qianzhen rubbed his hands. Su Ye instantly on alert. It didn't look like a good thing. Student Su, I have a personal mission here, and I hope you'll consider it. What mission? I have a sister who's been targeted by dangerous individuals, but she also has something she absolutely must do. So, could I ask you to be her bodyguard for a period of time? Bodyguard me. Su Yi pointed to his nose. Officer Huo, I've just had a breakthrough to the third heaven. You want me to be a bodyguard for someone? I'm afraid my strength isn't quite enough. Huo Qianjun's sister's identity must be significant. If she truly needed a bodyguard, she could definitely find a high-level martial artist. Why would she need a martial artist from the third heaven? Huo Qianjun nodded in agreement. Student Su, your cultivation is indeed a bit insufficient. Su Yi, Huo Qianjun. However, the main reason for asking you to be a bodyguard is to hope you can use the Bodhi mind's eye to sense danger. As for the fighting, others will naturally handle that. Seeing that Su Yi hadn't agreed yet, Huo Qianjun quickly added. This matter isn't urgent. It will probably still take a good while. Student Su can consider it first and also improve his cultivation. Su Yi, you've said it all. Why don't you talk about the benefits? Are you really going to make someone work for free? Officer Huo, I also want to improve my cultivation, but this cultivation, it's not something I can improve just by wanting to. However, if I could get some resources, perhaps the speed of improvement could be faster. Huo Qianjun, understood. You are currently at the third heaven, still in the foundational stage. It's best not to directly consume resources that boost strength. Focus on strengthening your foundation and nurturing your vitality. I have 2 jade snow profound ginsengs here that would be very suitable for your cultivation. Thank you, officer. Also, to improve the Bodhi mind's eye, it would be best to have some mental energy attribute resources. Alright. And my supernatural ability leans towards the dark attribute. Alright. Oh, and it would be even better if I had long-range attack methods, like bows and arrows or something. Alright. Also healing methods, more advanced spells. Alright. Actually, I'm also very interested in poisons. Alright, you brat, that's enough. Su Yi chuckled. Officer Huo, I'm doing all this for your sister's good. Alright, one last thing, this tea is good, how about giving me a bit more? Scram. If Huo Qianjun told him to scram, and Su Yi actually did, that would be a loss of face. So, Su Yi not only didn't scram, but he also stayed put with a calm demeanor and asked a question. Officer Huo, 18 years ago, when the Yao beasts invaded the southeast, the blood demon cult was behind it, fanning the flames. At that time, besides Fu Chen's father working for the blood demon cult, were there any other people involved? Su Yi's expression was serious. The original owner, Su Yi, was lost during the Yao beast invasion 18 years ago. Su Yi had always been suspicious. How could a family like the Su family lose a child and not be able to find him? Initially, he thought it was because the Su family members were cold and indifferent, and simply hadn't bothered to look. But after getting to know Xuanyuan 14, Su Yi received a piece of information from Xuanyuan 14. After the original owner was lost back then, the Xuanyuan family had also searched for him. However, they still couldn't find Su Yi, only finding a blood-stained and tattered swaddling cloth. The Xuanyuan family even hired someone to divine the original owner's life and death, but they saw that the original owner had already died. This was very interesting. It was practically a blatant message to Su Yi that someone was playing tricks. If the Yao beast invasion of the southeast back then was indeed instigated by the blood demon cult, then was the original owner's disappearance also related to the blood demon cult? Furthermore, were there also blood demon cult informants within the Su family? A moment later, Su Yi left Huo Qianjun's office with a full harvest. Then he immediately gathered his companions. Mental energy attribute resources, Zia Jikyu. Dark attribute resources, Shen Mo. High-level bows and arrows, Xiao Qiu. Healing resources, Mu Wanro. Poison resources, Zhang Chuan. Everyone got a share. Whoa, Su, did you go shopping? How did you get so many good things? Just tell me if you like them or not. I like them, I love them, long live Su. Zia Jikyu held several silver needles, unable to put them down. These silver needles were made of special metal, light yet tough, and had armor-piercing effects. They were particularly suited for mental energy attributes. Zia Jikyu could completely manipulate these silver needles with his mental energy for long-range attacks. It could be said that these silver needles were more suitable for Zia Jikyu than swords or other weapons. Not only Zia Jikyu, but the others also absolutely loved the items Su Yi brought back. Zhang Chuan held the several poisonous herbs he received, wishing he could kiss them directly. Ghostface Pine, this thing can't even be found at the exchange counter. I've wanted to use it to make poison for a long time and now I finally have it. With this, I can definitely make a poison that can take down a rank 3 or 4 star beast. Su, I can't just take your things for free. This Can I buy this with cash? Such an item couldn't be exchanged, even for 100 merit points at the exchange counter. Moreover, Zhang Xuan truly didn't have that many merit points, so he could only shamelessly offer cash. Reminded by Zhang Xuan, the others also began to show their appreciation. Talking about money makes us strangers. We're companions, no need to be polite. Su Yi waved his hand. On the last day of the secret realm, Su Yi killed 2 rank 3-star beasts in the secret realm, but didn't exchange them for merit points. Instead, he exchanged them for cash. He had about 3 million in cash, which was enough for Su Yi's expenses. To be honest, the higher a martial artist's rank, the easier it was to earn cash. Especially for someone like Su Yi, who could solo, killing a few Yao beasts or star beasts would bring in money. Everyone thoroughly admired the resources Su Yi brought back. After a moment, the excitement finally subsided. Xia Zhikyu enthusiastically suggested. Su, we've been killing monsters in the secret realm all this time, and everyone's been quite tense. Now that we're finally out, why don't we go relax properly? I heard there's some hot spring resort around here that not only has hot springs but also many entertainment facilities. Why don't we go have some fun during the National Day holiday? This suggestion clearly appealed to the companions. However, Su Yi shook his head. I won't be going. During the National Day holiday, I might have to make a trip to Jade Capital. Su Yi clenched his fist. Transcendent third heaven. He should have the strength to go to Jade Capital, to challenge Su Yang, and get some revenge for the original owner. 186. Su Kilu, the impending chaos of Shanghai. Demon City. A hotel. The room was dim. Although it was sunny outside, the curtains in this room were tightly drawn, not letting in a single ray of sunlight. Only a few dim lights allowed one to roughly see the situation in the room. Thump thump. High heels hitting the carpet made a dull sound. A charming figure with long wavy hair, a short skirt outlining her rounded curves, and long beautiful legs encased in black stockings, walked into the room. Her gaze swept across the room, quickly settling on the figure on the sofa. She walked over with a cat-like stride, not sitting on the spacious sofa, but directly in the lap of the person on the sofa. She reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, her red lips slightly parted. My Lord Tilda. With that she leaned forward slightly. However, the figure on the sofa was not swayed by the honey trap. Zhengqiang he failed. The woman's body stiffened. Fu Chen he was also discovered. Fear appeared in the woman's eyes. The man on the sofa sneered. Although I didn't expect you to actually accomplish anything, to fail so utterly. The man reached out and pinched the woman's chin, enjoying the uncontrollable fear in her eyes, and smiled. There won't be a next time, understand. Only then did the woman quietly breathe a sigh of relief, a look of joy at having escaped disaster appearing in her eyes. Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. I will definitely. Swoosh. A blood hole instantly appeared between the woman's eyebrows, blood gushing out. The joy in her eyes hadn't completely faded, but her eyes gradually lost their luster. Her corpse was gently pushed, falling to the ground like a broken doll. Dispose of her. Yes. There was a ripple in the darkness, and 2 figures appeared. One of them took the woman's body away. And the other figure was a graceful, purple-haired woman with short hair. Su Kilu, since you were going to kill her, why give her hope? The man on the sofa, Su Kilu, chuckled. She messed things up, so she deserved to die. I let her die happily and full of hope. That's my benevolence towards her. Even if she dies, she should thank me, shouldn't she? The purple-haired woman gave him an exasperated look. Su Kilu, you're simply a madman. Forget it, she was just a human. However, the 2 spies the cult planted in the secret realm army have been pulled out. Zhengqiang is one thing, but Fu Chen was a crucial chess piece for the cult, and he was also discovered. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to Blood Demon Lord? Su Kilu still smiled. They were just 2 small fries. If they died, they died. Why would Blood Demon Lord care about such a small matter? I came to Demon City this time to complete an important mission given by Blood Demon Lord. The purple-haired woman frowned. You mean, to cover up the actions over there? Exactly. The human world has been peaceful for too long. This time, Blood Demon Lord is going to make things lively here. In order not to let these humans from Eastern Radiance disturb Blood Demon Lord's actions, we always have to find some fun for Eastern Radiance. The purple-haired woman was puzzled. What are you going to do? Su Kilu's smile was a little strange. You're not from Eastern Radiance, so you probably don't understand the Eastern Radiance people's concern for children, especially genius children. The best way to make Eastern Radiance unable to attend to other matters is to give them something they absolutely must do. Also, isn't there a human genius must kill gang? Just pick a few from there and kill them. That'll be enough to keep them busy for half a year. Didn't I ask you to investigate the list of human geniuses before, especially the geniuses in Demon City? Is the information ready? The purple-haired woman reached out, and a document appeared in her hand. It's ready, but isn't Blood Demon Lord trying to throw all of Eastern Radiance into chaos? Why are you only targeting geniuses in Demon City? Jade Capital should be the place with the most geniuses, right? Jade Capital. The smile at the corner of Sukilu's mouth became even stranger. Jade Capital indeed produces many geniuses, but there are also aristocratic families entrenched there, and it's located in the heartland. How can it compare to Demon City, which is built by the sea? When Sukilu said this, the purple-haired woman suddenly understood. That's right, although Jade Capital had many geniuses, the forces in Jade Capital were also very strong. If they truly caused trouble and assassinated geniuses in Jade Capital, even if they succeeded, they probably wouldn't leave Jade Capital alive. Demon City, on the other hand, was a super city second only to Jade Capital. Naturally, there were many geniuses there and it was close to the ocean, so if things went south, they could directly escape into the sea. This Sukilu indeed had some ability. No wonder the Lord had him preside over this operation. Although she already highly approved of Sukilu's approach, the purple-haired woman still couldn't help but say mockingly. That's right, you're very familiar with Demon City. 18 years ago, when the Yao beasts attacked the southeast from the sea, it was thanks to your mediation. It's a pity you couldn't keep Su Zhengdao and instead contributed to his fame as the war god of Donghuang. Don't mention Su Zhengdao to me. Sukilu's smile instantly vanished, and the room was immediately filled with blood fiend qi. The purple-haired woman suddenly felt her breathing become difficult. So strong. When did Sukilu reach the seventh order? Just as the purple-haired woman was about to be forced to her knees by the seventh order pressure, Sukilu suddenly withdrew his pressure, and his expression returned to calm. Boer, I advise you not to provoke me, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. The purple-haired woman Boer lowered her head and softly assented. Only then did Sukilu nod in satisfaction, a smile returning to his face. Since the Lord sent me here to divert the attention of Eastern Radiance's high-level officials, I naturally won't just deal with these little guys in Demon City. We won't go to Jade Capital, but we can make the geniuses of Jade Capital come here on their own. I imagine by now, they should be arriving soon. This Demon City will soon become lively. As for you, Boer, first release those cute little things to serve as an appetizer for the upcoming feast. Boer thought of those so-called little things and couldn't help but frown in disgust, but she still nodded in agreement. All right, Boer, go down first. Let me first see what geniuses are here in Demon City. Preferably geniuses from aristocratic families. Sukilu reached out and took the document Boer handed him. The document was divided into two parts. The top roster was relatively thin, listing geniuses in Demon City who came from aristocratic families, especially descendants of a king. The bottom roster was thicker, listing all geniuses currently in Demon City. Boer had also meticulously included some geniuses whose identities she believed might be incorrect, perhaps from aristocratic families but deliberately hiding their information. The first one on the list was impressively Xiao Ye. He had only been in university for less than 2 months, and he was already at the transcendent third heaven. How could such a genius come from the slum? In Boer's opinion, this was an insult to her intelligence. This person named Xiao Ye must be a member of an aristocratic family who had hidden his identity. And such a person would be more likely to be the most valued direct descendant of an aristocratic family, deliberately concealing their identity to avoid being discovered and targeted prematurely. Sukilu sat on the sofa, quickly flipping through the first roster. Then he quickly picked up the roster below. Looking at the top document, his gaze lingered on Xiao Ye's photo, and Sukilu suddenly froze. Xiao Ye, we truly are fated. 187, Elite University Exchange Meeting. Madu University, Teacher's Office. Zhao Rong looked at the tall and handsome Xiao Ye. She felt a little proud and a little pained. These days, the teachers around her all looked at Zhao Rong with envy. This girl's luck is too good, isn't it? She casually took on a new student and ended up with a super genius. Xiao Ye had only been enrolled for less than 2 months, yet he had already reached the transcendent third heaven, and even crushed a group of senior students in the secret realm, topping the secret realm leaderboard. Although the 3,000 merit points he gained in the final stage were a bit exaggerated, secret realm merit points have always been fair and obtained purely through strength, so no one was theorizing about conspiracies. They just sighed with emotion. What kind of dog shit luck did Xiao Ye have? What kind of dog shit luck did Zhao Rong have? However, regarding these envious and jealous gazes, Zhao Rong only wanted to shout, I didn't expect Xiao Ye to be such a genius. The most important thing is this genius, he doesn't listen. Zhao Rong, I heard that the blade technique you ultimately chose was the blood shadow saber technique. Su Yi chuckled, yes. Xiao Rong, I heard that your supernatural ability has awakened again, you grew wings, you can fly. Su Yi chuckled again, yes. Xiao Rong, I heard that you cultivated a new martial skill in the secret realm, the Bodhi Mind's Eye, and you cultivated it quite well. Su Yi's face was about to freeze from smiling, yes. Xiao Rong, I heard that after entering the secret realm, you quickly left the team to act alone, and later were even able to solo hunt third-tier star beasts. Su Yi simply stopped smiling, yes. Xiao Rong, she had given Su Yi several suggestions when school started. For blade technique, choose the Hegemon Saber blade technique, which was more compatible with Su Yi's supernatural ability, rather than the blood shadow saber technique. For physical improvement, prioritize increasing strength and speed, especially speed. During the early stage of development, try to act as a team. But what about Su Yi? He chose the blood shadow saber technique without hesitation. In terms of strength, he directly grew wings and even began to cultivate the profound Bodhi Mind's Eye. During the early stage of development, he even left the team to act alone, and even started solo hunting star beasts. Not only did he not take her guidance to heart, but all his choices were completely contrary to her advice. But precisely. Su Yi, who didn't follow her guidance, directly made a breakthrough to the third heaven in the secret realm, and even overpowered a group of senior students. The light of his genius was almost blinding everyone's titanium alloy dog eyes. Sigh tilde. Xiao Rong sighed. Forget it. Such a prodigy, as expected, cannot be guided by normal people. Let him play it by ear. Your performance in the secret realm this time was quite good, even remarkably outstanding. This time during the National Day holiday, the school will hold an event that will be very beneficial to you, so don't make any other plans for the holiday. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He originally thought Xiao Rong calling him over today would lead to a storm, but he didn't expect it to be so calm. But teacher, I have plans during the National Day holiday. I need to go to Jade Capital. Xiao Rong, goodness gracious. Not playing by the rules, are we? You have to do the opposite of what the teacher says, don't you? Do you know what this event is? It took me and the school leaders a long time to apply successfully for you to participate. It will be of great benefit to you. Also, what are you going to Jade Capital for? Su Yi's information showed that he had no connection to Jade Capital. Su Yi smiled slightly. There's someone I've wanted to deal with for a long time. Su Yi's smile was very sincere, and he spoke with polite honesty. However, Xiao Rong almost fainted after hearing it. You're telling a teacher you want to go beat someone up. And you want to fly there just to beat someone up. Did Su Yi not consider her a teacher? Or did he think she, Xiao Rong, couldn't lift a saber anymore? I didn't hear clearly. What did you just say you were going to do? I'm giving you a chance to retract your statement. Su Yi, however, seriously repeated, I'm going to beat someone up. There's someone who's really annoying, and my long saber is already thirsty for action. Xiao Rong, you actually answered seriously. Who are you going to beat? Although she was half dead with anger, still, this damned curiosity. Xiao Rong was genuinely curious at this moment. Who could make Su Yi hold such a grudge? So curious. Su Yi, he seems to be from Yujing University. If he remembered correctly, Su Yang seemed to have been pre-admitted by Yujing University, and was now a sophomore at Yujing University. When he first transmigrated, Su Yang was at the peak of Transcendent's second heaven. Now, perhaps he had made a breakthrough to the Transcendent third heaven. However, even if Su Yang had made a breakthrough, Su Yi was not afraid in the slightest. Su Yi was confident that he was invincible among those of the same cultivation level. He wouldn't comment on the Su family parents' favoritism, but the reason why the original owner was treated with such favoritism by his biological parents, even to the point of dying from heartbreak, Su Yang was the main reason. If it weren't for Su Yang twisting black and white and slandering the original owner wouldn't have been so agitated and died tragically on the spot. Since he had taken over the original owner's body, then the original owner's revenge naturally had to be exacted. With his strength, although he couldn't kill the son of the Yujing Su family without repercussions. But beating him up should be no problem, right? Su Yi was already a little impatient. However, Xiao Rong was suddenly stunned when she heard Su Yi's words, then she smiled. You want to teach a student from Yujing University a lesson. That person must be a genius, right? If he wasn't a genius, he probably wouldn't catch Su Yi's eye. Su Yi nodded, he should be pretty good. Being pre-admitted by Yujing University wasn't something that could be achieved by family background alone. Su Yang's own strength was also not to be underestimated. Xiao Rong's smile grew wider. If that's the case, then you should stay in Madu even more. Huh, what do you mean? Xiao Rong took out a document from her desk drawer. The reason I wanted you to stay in Madu during the National Day holiday was to have you participate in the prestigious school exchange. This is an exchange event held annually between Eastern Radiance's top universities, and it's also an exchange event exclusively for the geniuses of each university. Well, to put it simply, it's to gather these geniuses together for a fight. And this time, the prestigious school exchange will be held in Madu. Yujing University, as one of Eastern Radiance's prestigious schools, will of course also send its genius students to Madu. If the person you want to teach a lesson to is indeed a genius, then he should also be part of Yujing University's team this time. By then, you might be able to openly teach him a good lesson at the exchange event. Seeing Su Yi's eyes suddenly light up, Xiao Rong felt a secret satisfaction. Finally, there was something she could use to control Su Yi. She immediately crossed her arms and leaned back strategically. Back then, it wasn't easy for me to apply for your qualification to join this exchange, but if you really want to go to Jade Capital, then let's give this spot to someone else. Su Yi, teacher, I was wrong. I want to participate in the exchange match. 188. The upcoming Su Yang. Xiao Rong thoroughly enjoyed the pleasure of teasing a genius. Only then did the smile on her face fade. A genius, after all, only needed a little teasing. If she went too far, and Su Yi went to another teacher for mentorship, she would truly cry herself to death. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This is the list of Yujing University students participating in the exchange meeting. You can take a look first. Although you probably won't be a main player at this exchange meeting, with your rate of improvement, you should be able to contend for a spot on the second team next year. By your third year, you can even strive to become the leader of the first team. Through Xiao Rong's introduction, Su Yi learned that exchanges between prestigious schools take place almost every year, with each school sending its own competing teams. Generally, each school has two teams, a first team and a second team. The first team is the true main force, usually composed of third-year and fourth-year students, and its members are the top combatants among the students. Mado University's first team members include the three geniuses of Mado University, Si Ryuachin, Xuanyuan 14, and Yu Qiuchi. The second team serves as a substitute for the first team, generally consisting of the students with the strongest potential in the school, often composed of second-year and third-year students. After 1 or 2 years of experience, these second team members will become first team members, continuing to uphold the school's glory. And what Xiao Rong applied for Su Yi was a spot on the second team. At the same time, he was also the main combat power for this event. Currently, most of the first team members from major universities are not at school. It seems they have some covert mission to complete. Therefore, this prestigious school exchange meeting will primarily feature the respective second teams. After understanding all this, Su Yi was truly grateful to Xiao Rong. To get a first-year freshman like him into the second team, Xiao Rong must have had to haggle with the school leaders for a long time to succeed. However, what concerned Su Yi the most was the list from Yujing University this time. Jiang Junlin, a third-year student, cultivation at Supernatural Fourth Heaven, captain of Yujing University's second team, gold system supernatural ability, skilled in blade technique. Yang Buwei, a third-year student, cultivation at Supernatural Fourth Heaven, vice-captain of Yujing University's second team, earth system supernatural ability, meteor hammer. Lin Maioyan, a third-year student, cultivation at Supernatural Fourth Heaven, member of Yujing University's second team, wood system supernatural ability, green wood staff. Ling Yanren, a second-year student, cultivation at Transcendent Third Heaven, member of Yujing University's second team, mental system ability, skilled in swordplay. Su Yang, a second-year student, cultivation at Transcendent Third Heaven, member of Yujing University's second team, skilled in blade technique. Su Yang. He was indeed on the list. Can they fight soon? In Su Yi's eyes, battle intent was awe-inspiring. Come and fight. As Su Yi saw the Yujing University list. Jade Capital. High-speed rail station. A team of young geniuses had already arrived at the high-speed rail station in single file, preparing to head to Madu. Among this group, 5 particularly dazzling young men and women clearly led the way. These were the members of Yujing University's second team. One of the youths had a handsome appearance and a sunny smile. It was Su Yang. And Su Yang's gaze lingered on the woman beside him. The woman had long, light purple hair, skin like snow, a cool expression, and a noble temperament. She sat with her eyes closed on the sofa in the lounge. It was just an ordinary lounge, but because of the presence of this young girl, it felt as noble and luxurious as a palace. Such beauty and temperament caused many people to unconsciously look over, their eyes revealing admiration. However soon, Su Yang's gaze swept over. The people who had looked over suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and then quickly withdrew their gazes. So terrifying. Classmate Su Yang clearly looked so sunny, but why did facing his gaze always feel a little scary? Seeing that those ignorant people finally put away their greedy gazes, Su Yang then curled his lips. Yanren, I heard you're recently cultivating a secret mental system technique, so I've entrusted someone to find Purple Soul Dew for you. It should arrive in a few days, and will surely help you complete that mental system secret technique faster. The light purple-haired girl still had her eyes slightly closed, but from her delicate, petal-like lips, two cold words emerged. No need. Su Yang, however, didn't care at all about the girl's coldness and continued to smile. Yanren, you are my fiancé. It's my duty to find resources for your cultivation. There's no need for such politeness between us. The light purple-haired girl, Ling Yanren, then slowly opened her eyes. A hint of impatience flashed in her eyes, then quickly hid itself. My family has already found the Purple Soul Dew for me, so you don't need to trouble yourself anymore. As for our engagement, that's just an agreement made by our elders. I don't agree with it and you don't need to keep it in mind. Su Yang smiled helplessly and dotingly. Yanren, even if you don't want to accept such kindness, you don't need to say such words that push people 1,000 miles away, do you? Our engagement is known to everyone in the upper circles of Jade Capital. Ling Yanren frowned slightly. Su Yang, I've told you many times that my only desire in this life is to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. Emotions and marriage are a burden to me, so you shouldn't waste your time on me. Moreover. Ling Yanren glanced at Su Yang's smiling face, then finally shook her head, not continuing to speak. She simply closed her eyes again and circulated her star power. Even in this noisy lounge, Ling Yanren could easily enter a meditative state, tempering the star power within her body and enhancing her mental energy. And with her eyes closed, Ling Yanren naturally didn't notice. When she closed her eyes, the warm smile in Su Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his hands clenched into tight fists. Moreover what? Moreover he, Su Yang, was not the true young master of the Su family. Was he not the one truly meant for the marriage alliance between the Su family and the Ling family? Did Ling Yanren really want to marry that good-for-nothing Su Ye? Su Yang took a deep breath. Soon, very soon he would be in Mado. Previous attempts to have people take action had failed to truly kill Su Ye. But this time, he would personally go to Mado and completely eliminate Su Ye. As long as Su Ye was gone, he, Su Yang, would be the only young master of the Su family. By then, even if Ling Yanren was unwilling, how could she resist an engagement personally set by two kings? Ling Yanren could only be his woman. In Su Yang's eyes, he was determined to win. Su Ye must die. Su Ye walked out of Xiao Rong's office. He planned to go to the demon beast hunting zone to hunt some Yao beasts and earn more slaughter value before the Yujing University exchange team arrived. Just then buzzed Tilda. His phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered. A somewhat familiar voice came from the earpiece. Classmate Su Ye, have you forgotten that you are still a member of the Patrol Bureau? You've been in Madu for so long and haven't reported to the Patrol Bureau. Do you really want me, the director, to personally invite you over? 189. The first case investigated. A pet attacking a person. Madu Patrol Bureau, Director's Office. It had only been 20 minutes since the phone call. Su Ye appeared like a rocket at the Patrol Bureau. Then, looking at the serious middle-aged man in front of him, who was the director of the Madu Patrol Bureau, Zhang Qianhai, he showed a particularly polite smile. Director Su Ye, a newcomer to the Patrol Bureau, is here to report to you. Zhang Qianhai nodded lightly. Su Genius, it's truly not easy to see you. Su Ye's eyes were filled with admiration. Ever since the director personally came to my rescue last time, I've been filled with endless admiration for our Patrol Bureau's director, and vowed to bring fame and glory to our Patrol Bureau. So this time, with the opening of the Madu University Secret Realm, as a member of the Patrol Bureau, I also entered it and worked hard, ultimately achieving first place on the Secret Realm leaderboard. Director, do you think I did well? Zhang Qianhai. When his brother mentioned Su Ye, he never said Su Ye was so cunning. Last time at the entrance of Madu University, when Su Ye was attacked by Zheng Qianhuan, this little guy still showed a lot of spirit, but this time. As for Zhang Qianhai's brother, of course, it was Zhang Beichuan, the director of the Fangyuan City Patrol Bureau. Your performance in the Secret Realm was pretty good. Zhang Qianhai felt that at this moment, there seemed to be no reason to pursue the matter of Su Ye not reporting. I heard your cultivation has already reached transcendent third heaven. So he wasn't going to pursue it. Su Ye's heart rejoiced, and he immediately nodded. Indeed, I luckily had a breakthrough in the secret realm earlier. Just as expected. Zhang Qianhai nodded, and his gaze towards Xiao Ye indeed held a few more hints of appreciation. Putting everything else aside, this little guy's talent was truly excellent. In the patrol bureau, cultivators who reach transcendent third heaven can officially lead teams of patrol officers in the city, but your current situation is special, as you are still in school, so I won't require you to stay in the patrol bureau at all times. However, you still need to complete the tasks of the patrol bureau. And recently, there's a task I need to assign to you. Hearing Zhang Qianhai get to the point, Xiao Ye's expression also became serious. A task that would make Zhang Qianhai personally call him back to execute. Could it be very difficult? Then, Xiao Ye heard Zhang Qianhai speak with a serious and earnest expression. Recently, there have been several incidents of pets injuring people in Madu. You should go follow up on them. As he spoke, Zhang Qianhai sent a task message to Xiao Ye. Additionally, I've assigned you 2 teammates. You'll see them when you go out. Xiao Ye. Transcendent third heaven in 2 months. First place on the secret realm leaderboard. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, he was the most shining genius at Madu University right now. Yet, the patrol bureau wanted him to investigate pets. That's it. So he walked out of Zhang Qianhai's office in a daze, still a bit confused. Then, hey, what are you thinking about so lost in thought? A hand patted Xiao Ye's shoulder, accompanied by a cool, fragrant scent. Xiao Ye looked up. It was 2 almost identical pretty faces, with identical silver long hair. Senior Sister Frost, Senior Sister Zhang Zuer. It was the Frost and Snow sisters. I was wondering who was coming to team up with us for the mission. Turns out it's you, kid. Not bad, he arranged it quite well. By the way, I heard you, kid, have already broken through to transcendent third heaven. Good for you, impressive. Let's find a chance to spar later so I can see the methods of the secret realms #1. Zhang Zuer sized Xiao Ye up and down. The little guy who needed their team's protection in the demon beast hunting zone had, in just a short time, reached the same cultivation as their sisters and became a member of their team. Life truly was strange. Zhang Frost also shook her head helplessly at her carefree younger sister. Zuer, stop pestering junior brother for a fight. Business is important. Let's go complete the mission first. Screeched Tilda. A military green jeep stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Zhang Frost elegantly stepped out of the driver's seat. Accompanying her were Xiao Ye and Zhang Zuer. Xiao Ye looked enviously at the driver's seat. He just realized he hadn't even gotten his driver's license yet. Getting a driver's license, a must-do after the college entrance examination, he had actually forgotten about it. He'd find a chance to learn later. Then he could also buy himself a car. How could a man not have a car? And with a storage bracelet, he wouldn't even have to worry about parking. Xiao Ye's mind was filled with various thoughts, as several figures had already hurried out of the villa, and invited the 3 of them inside. In the luxurious living room of the villa, Xiao Ye and the 2 women sat on the sofa, listening to the beautiful woman seated at the head, and the delicate young girl of only 14 or 15 beside her recount the events. Actually, they had already read the detailed information about this matter in the jeep. The owner of the villa was named Wang. The beautiful woman at the head was the mistress of the house, Wen Rong. And the young girl beside her was the real party involved in this incident, Wang Bufei. The little girl Wang Bufei came from a privileged background and had many hobbies, her biggest being keeping pets. Especially cute small animals. Cats, dogs, rabbits, small birds. Recently, Wang Bufei's new pet was a purple sable, and she even had to hug the little purple sable to sleep. But who knew, just yesterday, the normally well-behaved little purple sable suddenly went mad, even screaming frantically at its former closest little master, Wang Bufei, and nearly clawed out Wang Bufei's eye. Xiao Ye looked at the little girl sitting beside her mother, her eyes brimming with tears. There were still 2 blood marks at the corner of her eye. Although not severe, the location was very dangerous, just a hair's breadth from injuring her eye. Patrol officers, that beast almost injured my daughter. I originally wanted my bodyguard to catch that beast, but who knew that fellow ran incredibly fast, and I don't know where it's hiding. I can only trouble you patrol officers to help find it. Wen Rong spoke politely. A highly aggressive purple sable was hidden somewhere in the house, leaving Wen Rong in constant fear all day, worried that the little thing would suddenly run out from some corner and harm her and her daughter. Wang Bufei couldn't help but pout. Mom, little purple is usually very well behaved. It must have been accidentally provoked that day. After you find little purple, please don't hurt it. Can you give it back to me? Little purple was her favorite pet. However, Wen Rong firmly refused. No, absolutely not. Have you forgotten that you were almost blinded by that little beast? You still have a wound on your face now. Facing her daughter's tearful eyes, Wenrong remained firm and unmoved. Wang Bufei's big eyes immediately welled up with tears. Little Purple, you must hide well and not get caught. 190, showing off a little skill, parking with one hand. The Wang family villa. 3 figures walked within it. It was Xiao Ye and others, who were searching the entire villa, preparing to first find the purple sable that had gone mad. However, I heard that the Wang family is in the building materials business, and they do quite a large business. Now it seems the rumors are indeed true. To own such a large villa in the expensive Magic City, they are indeed rich people. Wow, there's even such a large walk-in closet. This dress must be a new model C launched this year, and they already have it. What's that dress? This entire wall of bags is a woman's dream wall. Wow, I don't even have this bag, I really want it. Xiao Ye rubbed his forehead, and left this walk-in closet for the Frost and Snow sisters to inspect. He quickly left the room. The world of women is indeed very complicated. Xiao Ye didn't understand, since there were already space equipment like storage bracelets, why were women still so obsessed with bags? Some bags were not even used, just bought and placed at home, which made them very satisfied. Xiao Ye couldn't help but shake his head again. He didn't understand the world of women. Coming outside the door, Xiao Ye directly spoke to the Wang family butler waiting outside. The interior of the villa will be searched by my 2 female colleagues. 2 people, come with me to check the yard. Yes, Inspector Su, you 4 follow Inspector Su. The Wang family not only had a luxurious villa, but also a very large yard outside. Rockeries, fountains, lawns and green plants. According to the Wang family, after the purple sable scratched Wang Bufei, it fled. The hostess, Wenrong, immediately arranged for the family bodyguards to search for the purple sable to deal with it after hearing the commotion. But the purple sable was small and extremely fast. The Wang family's bodyguards searched the villa for a long time, but the purple sable slipped away several times, and later no one knew where it was hiding in the house. In desperation, the Wang family then asked the patrol bureau for help. The purple sable could be hiding in the villa or in the courtyard at this moment. Xiao Ye walked casually in the courtyard. The 4 servants of the Wang family, who followed Xiao Ye, couldn't help but whisper together. Yesterday, our family's bodyguard searched for most of the day and couldn't find that little beast. What use can this young patrol officer be? Exactly, he's probably just here to go through the motions. Just wait, he'll definitely say in a while that the purple sable has run out of the Wang family, and then they'll pack up and go home. The patrol bureau is too perfunctory with our Wang family to send such a young patrol officer. Has he graduated from high school? How can he be a patrol officer? Could we have been tricked? He's probably a cultivator 2nd generation from some family getting experience in the patrol bureau. Or maybe he got in with that pretty face. Leaving everything else aside, this kid is really handsome. If I had that face, I would have found a rich woman to mooch off of long ago. Get lost, dream on. But speaking of which, we're also unlucky. When they leave, finding that little beast will still fall on us. If we accidentally break something, a year or 2's salary will be gone, damn it. SHH, keep your voice down, aren't you afraid the master will hear? The whispering voices behind him gradually quieted. However, these people did not know that even if they lowered their voices, their words still reached Xiao Ye's ears without missing a single one. Being handsome has such a drawback. Xiao Ye shook his head and didn't bother with those people. The evaluations of irrelevant people were meaningless to Xiao Ye. Just then the gate outside the villa opened, and a black car slowly drove in. Xiao Ye stepped back 2 paces onto the lawn, preparing to check the situation on the other side after the vehicle entered. And just at this moment, screech! The slowly moving car suddenly swerved sharply, crashing towards Xiao Ye and others. Through the car's front windshield, Xiao Ye could even clearly see the driver's terrified eyes and a fleeting rabbit. Behind him, the 4 people who had come with Xiao Ye to check the garden screamed almost simultaneously. 2 immediately scattered like birds and beasts. And the other 2, seeing the car already so close, their legs trembled, unable to move, completely weak-kneed. Run! Dead legs move quickly. Panicked voices kept coming. And at this moment Xiao Ye, standing in front, calmly extended one hand, placing it on the front of the car. With a slight exertion of force, the car that was speeding towards them was actually stopped by his single hand. One hand. It was stopped. Everyone opened their eyes wide in surprise, unable to believe what their eyes saw. But the next second, surprise turned into horror. Although Xiao Ye stopped the speeding car with one hand, the huge inertia caused the car's tail to lift high, about to flip over and smash into the two people behind Xiao Ye who were still weak-kneed. Even the people inside the car could not escape. But just then, whoosh! Black star power surged from Xiao Ye's hand, then quickly enveloped the highly raised car. Wrapped in that black star power, the entire car seemed like a light toy car, or like an obedient toy, and was easily placed back on the ground by Xiao Ye. Even, Xiao Ye kindly walked 2 steps forward, placing the car on the villa's driveway and straightening its direction. That looks much better. After doing all this, Xiao Ye finally withdrew his hand with satisfaction. The black star power that had enveloped the car also quickly disappeared completely. If it weren't for the deep tire marks on the lawn, no one would dare believe that an accident almost happened here just now. Thud! At this moment, the weak-kneed duo who had been standing behind Xiao Ye finally couldn't hold on and sat down on the lawn, trembling all over, their eyes full of the joy of being reborn. And gratitude towards Xiao Ye. Su, Inspector Su, thank you. Yes, that's right, thank you so much. The two looked at Xiao Ye as if he were their reborn parent. Xiao Ye waved his hand indifferently. It's a small matter. You two rest here, I'll continue looking for the purple sable. After speaking, he walked directly to the other side of the garden and began to search carefully. Looking at Xiao Ye still calm back, the two who had fled quickly followed, their hearts filled with immense admiration for this Inspector Su. Oh my goodness, he controlled a car with one hand. How much strength must that be? Did you see that black thing wrapping the car? That's star power. This Inspector Su can release star power to envelop the entire car. This is the mark of transcendent third heaven. Inspector Su is at least a grand expert of transcendent third heaven. Oh my god, that powerful. Exactly. And Inspector Su is already at least transcendent third heaven at such a young age. He must be a super genius. He's simply my idol. So, for the patrol bureau to send Inspector Su to our Wang family, does that mean they value our Wang family? Exactly. Before, we really had eyes but couldn't see the true greatness. You've reached the end of the book.